Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Chapter 1 Reborn in Konoha, but called Uzumaki Menma. Hahaha. Fake. It's all fake. There's no Uchiha Madara in this world. No Sage of Six Paths. And certainly no Otsutsuki Kaguya. Under a blood-red moon, in the heart of the battlefield during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Uzumaki Menma stood atop the Black Nine-Tails, laughing maniacally as he faced the combined forces of 80,000 ninjas. The elite ninjas below wore grim expressions. Over the past 2 years, they had grown accustomed to this madman who kept ranting about how this world is fake. After his wild laughter subsided, Menma removed his white three-eyed fox mask, feeling the pulsations of the transplanted Sharingan in his eyes and the growing rejection from the world itself. 15 years had passed since he first crossed into this world. As a transmigrator, he had initially believed himself to be Uzumaki Naruto. Instead, he was Uzumaki Menma, with both parents, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, alive and well. This made Menma realize that the world he was in was nothing but a false, limited Tsukuyomi illusion. To find a way out, he spent over a decade growing stronger, collecting various Kekkei and secret techniques, even transplanting a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan into himself. He tamed the Black Nine-Tails and became a powerhouse surpassing even the Kaguya level. But no matter how hard he looked, he could not find any trace or legend of Uchiha Madara, the Sage of Six Paths, or Otsutsuki Kaguya in this world. Frustrated, Menma unleashed a great spiraling ring on each of the 5 great ninja villages, triggering the Fourth Great Ninja War. As the 5 great ninja villages rallied 80,000 ninjas against him, Menma seized the moment to expose the truth of this fabricated world. Whether or not the 80,000 ninjas believed him, the false world had already begun rejecting him. Feeling the increasing pressure of the Limited Tsukuyomi World's expulsion, Menma watched in delight as a faint white light began enveloping his body. He was about to leave this world. The only question was, where would he awaken? Would it be at some point in the real Naruto world, or had he already been trapped at the time when Limited Tsukuyomi was launched? A parting gift for this world. A dark purple chakra ball was condensed in Menma's right hand. The center was a high-density chakra, and the outside was a circle of wind attribute chakra that formed a star ring surrounding it. As the great spiraling ring struck the ground, a blinding white light erupted, swallowing half the battlefield and tens of thousands of ninjas in a cataclysmic explosion. And with that, Menma vanished into the light. October 10th, year 51 of the Konoha calendar. Deep in the forests outside Konoha, inside a secret delivery room shrouded in barriers, Menma slowly opened his eyes. As expected of the yellow flash. But what will you do now? A voice spoke right beside him. Menma's eyes widened as he saw a man wearing a tiger-striped pattern mask holding him in one arm. Turning slightly, he spotted Namikaze Minato cradling a blonde-haired infant in his arms. Minato. On the bed nearby, Uzumaki Kushina cried out weakly. The night of the Nine-Tails Rampage. Wait. If Minato is holding Naruto, then who am I? Before he could think further, the masked man detonated the explosive tags he had planted, blasting Minato out of the room. In the instant of the explosion, Uchiha Obito took Menma and Kushina into the Kamui dimension. Menma. In the Kamui dimension, Kushina struggled to get up, but she was too weak from childbirth. Obito, who was wearing a tiger pattern mask, flung out 2 chain-linked kunai, pinning her down. Then, he glanced at the infant in his hand. Not even crying, huh? For some reason, Obito found killing this baby to be rather boring. Obito wants to make his former teacher, Minato, feel the pain of losing a loved one. What if I raised this child to become a villain and made him destroy Konoha? Now that would be an interesting game. The thought of Minato's 2 sons killing each other a decade later made the corner of Obito's lips curl up beneath his tiger-striped mask. But raising a child myself for over 10 years would be too slow. Obito had no interest in playing house with a brat. So, after sparing one last glance at his former teacher's wife, Kushina, Obito's body was swallowed by Kamui. The next moment, he reappeared at an orphanage on the outskirts of Konoha. Menma, huh? Obito murmured, looking down at the infant gazing up at him with wide, ocean-blue eyes. He remembered the name that Kushina had called out earlier. After marking Menma with a Kamui coordinate and scribbling his name on a slip of paper, Obito placed the swaddled baby at the orphanage's entrance. Obito was confident that neither Minato nor Kushina would survive the night. I'll come for you in 10 years. After saying that, Obito vanished into Kamui dimension. Seriously? You couldn't even knock on the door. Left alone on the cold doorstep, Menma wanted to scream. The frigid night wind whipped against his face, but as a newborn, he had no way to move. He also has no chakra in his body, so all he could do was open his mouth and wail as loudly as possible. Boom. In the distance, the huge form of the Nine-Tails erupted within Konoha, his massive tails thrashing as he began reducing the village to rubble. Instantly, the entire village was thrown into chaos. Civilians were jolted awake from their sleep and scrambled toward emergency shelters, while ninjas rushed to the front lines, desperately trying to hold back the rampaging beast. Director, what's all that noise? Did something happen in the village? A child's voice piped up from inside the orphanage. Creak. The door swung open, revealing Yakushi Nono in her black and white nun's uniform, accompanied by a gray-haired boy. Huh. Nono gasped when she spotted the crying infant on the doorstep. She immediately scooped him up. An abandoned baby. Kabuto stepped forward, looking at the now silent child in Nono's arms before scanning the surroundings. Nono checked the swaddling cloth and found a crudely written note. Menma. Is this his name? Nono murmured to herself. From the direction of the Konoha village, monster silhouette loomed in the darkness, the oppressive aura palpable even from afar. Recognizing the 9 thrashing tails, Nono, who had participated in many wars and gathered intelligence from other ninja villages as a spy, instantly guessed that the Jinchuriki had lost control. She quickly instructed Kabuto to gather the other orphans, preparing to lead them to the nearest emergency shelter. It was not until the next day that Nono settled the children and ventured into the village to gather supplies. She saw the severely damaged village, with the villagers mourning their lost loved ones. After asking around, she learned the full extent of last night's tragedy, the Nine-Tails Rampage, and the deaths of the 4th Hokage and his wife. Chapter 2 I can't tell, I really can't tell. 3 years later. Konoha Orphanage. Menma, here's your dinner for tonight. Don't be picky, okay? Nono was distributing food to the children one by one, assisted by a few older kids, including the bespectacled Kabuto. The 3-year-old Menma, wearing slightly oversized clothes, accepted the plate with an expressionless face. You kid, remember to say thank you. You must be polite. Nono scolded him gently, her tone still warm despite her annoyance. Thank you, Director. Menma sighed and bowed slightly to Nono. After all, she was his foster mother who fed and housed him. Though her nagging was tiresome, Menma still felt a faint warmth in his heart. Kabuto, who was helping nearby, also said with a smile, Go eat, Menma. 3 years had passed since Menma emerged from the Limited Tsukuyomi World, and he still hadn't fully adjusted, constantly fearing that this world might also be an illusion. This lingering trauma continued to torment him. Staring at Kabuto, who was now acting so kindly toward the younger orphans, Menma couldn't help but feel a stark contrast with the cold, scheming spy Kabuto from his memories. I spent 15 years in the Limited Tsukuyomi World, and many of my memories of the original work have faded. When exactly was Yakushi Kabuto taken by Danzo? When did Yakushi Nono die? To Menma, those 15 years didn't feel like a dream but rather like real, lived experiences, so much so that he now found himself overthinking everything. On the other side, Kabuto felt slightly unnerved by Menma's intense gaze, unsure what his usually quiet younger brother was pondering this time. Compared to the other orphans, Menma had always been reserved. Even as a baby, he rarely cried or fussed. While other children were still wetting their beds, Menma was already helping take care of them. His only quirk was his reclusive nature and the strange way he looked at everyone. Menma carried his plate to a random table and sat down. When the other orphans around saw Menma coming, they instinctively shifted slightly away. It wasn't that they were ostracizing him, it was just that being around Menma made them feel uneasy. In the past, some kids had tried to play with him, only to be rejected. After enough attempts, they simply stopped trying. Menma had long grown accustomed to solitude. Even in the Limited Tsukuyomi World, his instinctive detachment had created a barrier between him and his peers, even his parents in that world. Moreover, Menma knew that Nono and Kabuto would soon be recruited by Root. Danzo might even select some orphans from the facility to undergo Root's brutal training. Or worse, human experiments. Therefore, he has to get stronger as soon as possible. He had no intention of being chosen by Danzo, the blame Kage, to join the Root. Menma. Just as he was deep in thought, a soft voice called out to him side. Menma didn't need to turn his head to know it was Kabuto. Carrying his own plate, Kabuto sat down beside Menma, effortlessly slipping into the role of an older brother. He picked up a piece of meat from his own plate and placed it onto Menma's. Huh. Menma turned to him in surprise. You always finish your food so quickly. Are you growing and getting hungrier? Here, I'll share some with you. Adjusting his glasses, Kabuto mimicked Nono's gentle tone and demeanor as he spoke to Menma. Then, he transferred half of the meat from his plate to Menma's. Looking at the extra pieces of meat now on his plate, Menma felt an odd sense of unreality. When he watched Naruto, in his previous life, Kabuto was already the spy, Yakushi Kabuto, who was good at disguise, cold and insidious. However, in the Limited Tsukuyomi World, he hadn't encountered Kabuto at all, nor had he ever heard Nono's name. If the Limited Tsukuyomi World was truly a parallel dimension, as many online theories suggested, then both should have existed there. But there was another theory that the Limited Tsukuyomi World was constructed based on the casters and the target's perceptions, meaning it wouldn't include anything beyond their knowledge. This is also the reason why Menma suffered a mental breakdown in that world. Knowing that he was in the fake, Limited Tsukuyomi World. The gentle family life with Kushina and Minato, the reversed personalities of Konoha 12. Every sense in his body screamed that this world is real. But with no Uchiha Madara, no Sage of Six Paths, it meant this false world had no past or future. Uzumaki Menma couldn't tell, he truly couldn't tell. Why are you so kind to me? Menma lowered his head, his voice trembling. He was terrified that this world might also be a false world. In his memories, Kabuto should have been a cunning, deceitful, and cold-hearted enemy. But now, he acted like an older brother, caring for his physical growth. We're brothers, aren't we? Helping each other is only natural. Kabuto's childish voice carried a hint of confusion. In the orphanage, everyone was family, and they were supposed to support one another. That was the philosophy Nono had always instilled in them. If I were in trouble, Menma will help me too, right? Kabuto smiled at Menma, his eyes narrowing. Under the influence of Nono, Kabuto cared deeply for the children in the orphanage, because this is his home. Is it difficult? Menma thought of the future and fate of Nono and Kabuto. In this world, he had lost his family and was abandoned by Obito at the orphanage. Nono and the children here had become his new family. For 3 years, no one had come to investigate the extra orphan from the night of the Nine-Tails Rampage, which likely meant the third Hokage didn't know Kushina had given birth to twins. He had maintained a distant and solitary demeanor, keeping others at arm's length, all to avoid altering the development of the original work. However, this cautious mindset, so fearful of causing a butterfly effect, began to waver under Kabuto's kindness. At worst, I'll just treat this as a second fake world. Menma relaxed his mind and looked up at Kabuto with determination. I'll help solve any trouble you face. Having spent these 3 years in the orphanage, Menma wasn't entirely sure about the state of the outside world. But for the kindness Nono had shown him by taking him in, and for this meal Kabuto had shared with him, he didn't mind changing the future of Nono and Kabuto. Kabuto was momentarily taken aback by Menma's seriousness but soon smiled again. Director, Danzo-sama is here to see you. A woman from the orphanage suddenly approached Nono, who had been watching the children eat. When she heard this name, the gentle smile on Nono's face instantly stiffened. Ah, please watch the children. Make sure they go to bed early after dinner, Nono instructed before turning to leave the dining hall. The dozens of other children who were eating did not notice anything unusual, only Kabuto and Menma sensed something was wrong. Kabuto set down his plate and quietly followed. Menma watched Kabuto's small figure disappear from the dining hall, then picked up his chopsticks and devoured the remaining pieces of meat in large bites. He is still growing, and to refine more chakra, his energy consumption was enormous. Because Menma felt something was draining the chakra he worked so hard to produce, rendering his efforts futile all these years. Menma had a vague suspicion. It seemed he had brought something out from the Limited Tsukuyomi World. Chapter 3, Little Nine-Tails. Hey! You bastard! Are you really going to abandon all the years we spent together? Late at night, at the entrance of the orphanage, over 20 orphans and the director, Nono, watched as Kabuto walked toward a group of black-clad figures. The one who had shouted was an orphan named Yurushi, who was a few years older than Kabuto. He had some talent in medical ninjutsu, and had accompanied Nono to the front lines to treat Konoha's ninjas. It was also during the Battle of Kikyo Pass that Nono rescued an orphan and named him Kabuto. After Kabuto displayed his talent as a medical nin, he, along with Aki, had assisted Nono in providing battlefield treatment for Konoha's ninjas. Because of this, Yurushi and Kabuto had grown quite close. Standing at the back of the crowd, Menma watched Aki's outburst and Kabuto's departure. His memories began to emerge, and he vaguely remembered that after the end of the Fourth Great Ninja War in Naruto, when Kabuto returned to Konoha Orphanage to be the director, it was this Yurushi who accompanied him. Kabuto, why? Nono clasped her hands together in a prayer-like gesture, unable to comprehend Kabuto's decision to leave. Her eyes were filled with worry. She knew all too well how vile the route was, and she didn't want any of her children to be taken away by Danzo. I just want to become a ninja. Kabuto concealed his true emotions and thoughts. As he stood before Danzo and Orochimaru, he turned slightly, taking one last look at his family at the orphanage. Just as Kabuto was about to say something more, he suddenly saw the smallest figure pushing through the crowd and stepping forward. Kabuto, remember our promise, okay? Menma shouted at him. Menma. Kabuto was surprised. Then, he shook his head with a bitter smile. Has everyone forgotten the orphanage's rules? It's time for bed. After saying that, Kabuto turned and walked over to Danzo's side. Orochimaru, who was wearing a black cloak, narrowed his eyes and examined the children in the orphanage, while sticking out his tongue to sense the chakra in the air. However, aside from Nono and the child who had shouted earlier, none of the others carried the scent of chakra, including the boy who had spoken of some promise with Kabuto. This disappointed Orochimaru. It seemed that, aside from Kabuto, none of these orphans possessed any notable ninja talent. Danzo looked at Kabuto with satisfaction before nodding. Then, along with Orochimaru and Aburame Tatsuma, he turned to leave. Kabuto followed the three of them, disappearing into the night. The other caretakers of the orphanage began ushering the children back inside. Nono remained standing where she was, gazing in the direction Kabuto had left, her hands pressed together in prayer. Director. Menma walked up behind Nono and gently tugged at her sleeve. Menma, you should go to sleep now. Nono lowered her head, trying to hide her sorrow and pain as she spoke softly to Menma. Unlike the other children, who called her mother, Menma, who is a somewhat precocious child, had always been a bit of a headache for Nono. Not only did he stand apart from the other orphans, but he also never called her mother, only ever addressing her as director. I'll bring Kabuto back. Menma's small face was filled with determination. However, Nono simply assumed that Menma couldn't bear the thought of losing a family member. But she still felt comforted. It seemed Menma wasn't as withdrawn as I had thought. He did have close friends after all. It's all right. Kabuto will come back. Nono crouched down and affectionately ruffled Menma's black hair. She couldn't help but wonder, when I had first found this child, hadn't his hair been blonde? How had it turned black as he grew older? Late at night, when all the children were fast asleep, Menma lay on his bed with his eyes closed, listening to the steady breathing of the other children as he continued refining the chakra within his body. But he felt as though there was a bottomless vortex near his stomach, greedily devouring his chakra. Even with his strong physical constitution from being a member of the Uzumaki clan, the chakra he refined couldn't fill this void. Drip. The sound of water droplets echoed and Menma's eyes snapped open. What appeared before him wasn't the ceiling of the orphanage, nor were there any beds or the sound of children sleeping peacefully around him. Instead, he found himself in a dim, damp environment, the air thick with moisture and an unsettling, restless energy. Menma stepped barefoot in the shallow water and looked up at the tall, sealed iron gate in front of him. Behind the gate, a dark red figure with 9 tails slowly approached. 9 Tails. Long time no see. Menma called out softly, as if greeting an old friend. As the figure drew closer, Menma finally saw clearly, the one imprisoned behind the gate wasn't the massive 9 Tails he knew, but a tiny 9-tailed fox, no bigger than himself. Menma. Where the heck is this place? The small, black-furred 9-tailed fox pressed her paws against the iron bars. Her dark red fur bristled slightly, but unlike the rough, deep voice of the original 9 Tails, her tone was gentle and carried a distinctly feminine softness. TSK, it really is you, 9 Tails. Menma muttered, rubbing his forehead as he stared at the tiny dark red 9 Tails, his mind reeling. Was that world really a parallel world that actually exists? But if it was real, why was I, who was born in that world, forcibly ejected from it? Menma still couldn't make sense of it. But at the very least, one thing was certain, the black 9 Tails before him was the one he had brought back from the Limited Tsukuyomi World, and she is female. Her personality was the complete opposite of Kurama's tsundere, lazy, and reclusive nature. The black 9 Tails in the Limited Tsukuyomi World is not only gentle in character, but also has a very good relationship with Menma. Menma. It's so dark in here, hurry up and let me out. The little 9 Tails rattled the iron gate. If someone sees your 9 Tails form outside, it'll bring me a lot of trouble. Menma said, glancing at the seals on the iron gate. But his words were just an excuse, he knew the risks, yet he didn't truly mind. In the Limited Tsukuyomi World, he and Dark 9 Tails had been the best of partners. During the final battle, Menma had even controlled Dark 9 Tails to face off against an army of 80,000 ninjas, reenacting Madara's infamous, "Do you want to dance too?" moment. You always have such weird preferences. The little 9 Tails grumbled, but she quickly formed hand seals. Transformation technique. Bang. After a puff of smoke, the little 9 Tails inside the gate transformed into a little fox girl. She was barefoot and wearing a kimono with a red patterned kimono. Her dark red hair were adorned with perky fox ears, while 9 fluffy tails swayed behind her. My chakra's too low. This is the best I can do for now. It'll take at least 3 to 5 years to fully recover. The black 9 Tails muttered, glancing down at her transformed appearance before looking back at Menma. But I won't need to keep absorbing your chakra anymore. I can recover slowly now, and even supply chakra to you. Seeing the eager little fox girl who couldn't wait to share her chakra with him, Uzumaki Menma grinned and gave her a thumbs up. In his mind, he was already imagining the sheer shock on Naruto and Kurama's faces when they saw Dark Nine-Tails over a decade later. Chapter 4 The Blame. Kaguya doesn't mind having more blames. In the orphanage at night, when Menma opened his eyes again, he had returned from his mental space to reality. Feeling the chakra flowing continuously through his chakra pathway, Menma felt his entire body brimming with power. Even with his Uzumaki clan's physical constitution, it had taken him 3 years to accumulate enough chakra to form the little Nine-Tails. But now that the little Nine-Tails had been born, Menma's chakra was no longer being absorbed by the bottomless pit. In fact, he could even borrow chakra from the little Nine-Tails. Q-chan, give me some chakra. Menma communicated with the little Nine-Tails in his heart. T/N, Nine-Tails is usually called Kyubi, so this one is called Q-chan. I'll give you the equivalent of one-tailed beast bomb's worth first. I don't have much left myself. The little Nine-Tails replied somewhat reluctantly, parting with a portion of her limited chakra. The chakra equivalent of one-tailed beast bomb was nothing more than a drop in the bucket for a full-size tailed beast, but for the current little Nine-Tails, it was nearly half of her total chakra reserves. However, the amount of chakra in this tailed beast bomb's worth already surpassed the total reserves of most elite jonin. Shadow Clone Technique. Menma formed a series of hand seals. Poof. A cloud of smoke erupted, and a shadow clone of Menma appeared beside the bed. After exchanging a nod with his clone, Menma carefully climbed out of bed, while the clone took his place under the covers. Menma then moved to the window, pulling it open, but instead of jumping out immediately, he channeled the little Nine-Tails chakra to activate negative emotion sensing. The little nine-tailed fox, who had come from the Limited Tsukuyomi World, was regarded by the people of that world as the embodiment of hatred, malice, and betrayal, making her exceptionally sensitive to the presence of good and evil. Menma, who had gained access of her chakra, had also mastered the negative emotion sensing ability with great proficiency. It is known that during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kurama could sense the malicious chakra of the entire main battlefield. Then just how vast was the range of negative emotion sensing? Found it. Before he could ponder further, Menma detected a source of malicious chakra within a tree less than 10 meters from the orphanage. A white Zetsu is monitoring the orphanage. Not wanting to disturb the other children in the orphanage or his foster mother, Nono, Menma slipped out the window and closed it behind him before using body flicker technique to swiftly move forward. Purple lightning attribute chakra condensed around his palm, enveloping his right hand in a technique similar to the chakra scalpel. This was one of the many techniques Menma had mastered in the Limited Tsukuyomi World. In order to leave the Limited Tsukuyomi World, Menma not only captured the tailed beast Jinchurikis from various nations, but also collected a lot of secret techniques and ninjutsu, giving him an extensive knowledge of ninjutsu. ZZZZT. The purple lightning around his right hand crackled softly as Menma drove it straight through the tree. Ah! A scream came from the big tree that required at least 3 people to hug. Why you? A pale, humanoid figure was dragged out of the tree by Menma, his white face twisted in terror. This white Zetsu couldn't understand why the kid he had been monitoring for over 2 years had suddenly detected its presence, and why he knew such a terrifying ninjutsu. White Zetsu were weak in combat. After being pierced through, this one died instantly, leaving behind nothing but a white corpse. Too bad I don't have a sealing scroll. Menma picked up the corpse of White Zetsu and quickly went towards the direction of Konoha village. Leaping through the trees, Menma carried the corpse with one hand while forming hand seals with the other, using a transformation technique to change into the appearance he had in the Limited Tsukuyomi World. Under his short black hair, a white three-eyed fox mask covered his handsome face. He wore a long black robe with a white fur-lined collar, red bandages wrapped around his arms and legs, and fingerless gloves covering his hands. The overall dark color scheme stood in stark contrast to Naruto's bright orange outfit. Menma, what is this thing? The little Nine-Tails perched on Menma's shoulder, poking her head out from the white fur collar. Looking at the white creature that Menma was holding in one hand, she instinctively felt some disgust. She had never seen anything like it in the Limited Tsukuyomi World. White Zetsu. Just tragic remnants of people drained of their chakra and life force during the era of the God Tree. As he spoke, Menma reached the outskirts of the village. Through negative emotion sensing, he discovered another white Zetsu hiding in a big tree, who seemed to be staring in the direction of the gate of Konoha village. It seems that Black Zetsu has deployed quite a few white Zetsu in Konoha village. Menma recalled that ever since Madara's death, the darkened Obito had likely been keeping tabs on the village. Aside from the Hyuga clan's compound, which was protected by the Byakugan, there were probably many white Zetsu lurking in the village, especially around the Uchiha clan's compound. While lost in thought, Menma had already closed in on the tree hiding the white Zetsu. With a single chakra-infused chop, he sliced the tree in half, along with the white Zetsu inside. Grabbing the corpse, he pressed onward. He had to find a way to clear out all the white Zetsu hiding around the orphanage to move freely. Otherwise, it would be uncomfortable to be monitored by white Zetsu all the time. But he couldn't alert Obito or black Zetsu, so he had to shift the blame elsewhere. The night in Konoha village was peaceful and quiet. Menma stepped out of a weapons shop and leaped onto the rooftops, gazing toward the Hokage rock, taking in the night view of the village. The white Zetsu's corpses were no longer in his hands. Instead, he now carried a few sealing scrolls. He had also borrowed some ninja tools from the shop, which are probably only worth Asuma's head. Wait, is that Tenten's family's shop? Menma suddenly felt that the location of this ninja tool shop was a little familiar. Ah well, I'll pay them back later if I get the chance. Shaking off the thought, Menma turned his attention back to the Hokage rock. If I remember right, the root's base is hidden right beneath the Hokage rock. Menma's feet moved swiftly as he bounded across the rooftops of Konoha village. It seems that I need to develop the 9-masked beasts as soon as possible. Menma missed the flight ability granted by the Tenyo from his 9-masked beasts technique. The 9-masked beasts technique summoned 9 masked fox kits and was a summoning technique developed using the Nine-Tails Chakra. Therefore, only with the help of the little Nine-Tails can the 9-masked beasts be developed. Moving through the village with incredible speed and negative emotion sensing, Menma avoided detection by the more perceptive ninja and eliminated 2 white Zetsu lurking beneath the Hokage rock. However, he didn't wipe out all the white Zetsu he found, only clearing the path between the Hokage rock and the orphanage. I'm sure the blame Kage-sama won't mind a few more blames on his back. By the time Obito and Black Zetsu realized something was wrong, I should already be able to live independently. After his work was done, Menma felt his stomach growl and decided to grab some food. Menma landed in an alley, and after using the transformation technique to disguise himself as an ordinary black-haired boy, he stepped out of the alley and walked into Ichiraku Ramen. Hey, I heard the war's about to end. Peace is finally coming. The envoys from Kimogakure arrived yesterday. The third Hokage himself hosted a banquet for them. This war should be over soon. 2 ninjas chatted between slurps of ramen. The envoys from Kimogakure? Menma sat down nearby. Right, this is the year 54 of the Konoha calendar. The war between Kimogakure and Konoha ended in this year. Chapter 5, The Kimogakure's envoy kidnaps Hinata. Hey there, young man, it seems like it's your first time here. Tuchi, the owner of Ichiraku Ramen, squinted his eyes and smiled at Menma. Would you like me to recommend some popular signature dishes? Oh, it's not my first time, Tuchi-san. Menma snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the squinting chef with his small cook's hat, casually ordering a bowl of ramen, 1 miso chashi ramen, no Naruto, extra Menma, please. Huh. Tuchi tilted his head in confusion, scrutinizing the boy in front of him. He had no memory of him at all. My apologies, young man. Maybe I'm just getting old. Tuchi scratched his head awkwardly before grinning again, then, as an apology, I'll pile on extra Menma for you. In Japanese, Menma means bamboo shoots, while Naruto means fish cake. Perhaps due to the influence of the Limited Tsukuyomi World, Menma also disliked fish cakes and had a particular fondness for bamboo shoots instead. While waiting for Tuchi to prepare his ramen, Menma focused intently on the conversation between the 2 Konoha's ninjas next to him. However, whether it was because they had run out of information or because Menma, an outsider, was now present in the shop, the 2 ninjas didn't continue their earlier topic. Instead, they switched to casual gossip. They even started discussing the newly published adult romance novels from the neighboring bookstore. The topic was so scandalous that Menma had to reach up and push down the little Nine-Tails, who couldn't resist poking her head out from the collar of his fox-patterned sweater. When was Jiraiya's Aika Aika Paradise published again? Menma recalled that Aika Aika Paradise, the most famous romance novel in the ninja world, became an instant hit upon release. If it had already been published, these 2 ninjas would likely be discussing it too. Here you go, young man, your miso chashi ramen is ready. Tuchi's voice snapped Menma out of his thoughts as he placed a steaming bowl of ramen in front of him. Menma stared at the thick layer of bamboo shoots covering the noodles, the rich aroma of the broth filling his nose. Picking up his chopsticks, he dug in eagerly. Having spent the past 3 years in this world stuck in an orphanage, he had never had the chance to eat anything else. At this moment, Menma was like a prisoner who had been released after serving his sentence, slurping down the ramen with gusto. His enthusiasm even caught the attention of the 2 ninjas nearby. However, seeing that he was just a boy without a forehead protector, wolfing down ramen like a starving ghost, they quickly lost interest. After finishing the entire bowl, Menma set down his chopsticks, patted his stomach, and let out a long sigh. Even with the transformation technique active, his real body was still that of a child. Eating this much was bound to leave him stuffed. Glad you enjoyed it. Tuchi chuckled, his eyes crinkling. As a ramen chef, seeing a customer's satisfied expression after a meal was the highest praise he could receive. I'm leaving the money here. Menma placed a 1,000 ryo bill on the table and stood up to leave. Tochi picked up the money and watched the other parties back as he left. He always felt that there was something strange about this person. After stepping out of Ichiraku Ramen, Menma walked leisurely toward the Hyuga clan's compound, guided by his memories. Now that I'm full, a little exercise won't hurt. Menma muttered as he pulled out a white three-eyed fox mask and put it on. Hyuga clan's compound. A ninja covered with a cloth mask sneaked into the Hyuga clan's house. Too easy. Looking at the little girl sleeping soundly on the bed, the masked ninja took out a handkerchief soaked in anesthetic from his arms and pressed it against the girl's face. Once the drug took effect, he scooped her up and swiftly retreated. Shoo. Within the Hyuga clan's compound, the masked ninja dashed swiftly, holding a little girl in one hand. Seeing that he was about to escape from the Hyuga clan's compound, the masked ninja became more and more excited. Perfect timing. The show's about to begin. A voice suddenly rang out. The masked ninja jolted in shock, skidding to a halt as he looked up. On the wall ahead stood a figure, gazing down at him with an air of superiority. Damn it. Was I discovered? The masked ninja's expression beneath the cloth twisted abruptly, but he quickly steeled himself for death. This was part of their plan, after all. Wait. He's not a Hyuga clan's ninja. The masked ninja suddenly noticed that the man before him was wearing a mask on his face, and his attire did not have the Konoha's forehead protector. But why was this person here? What was his purpose? Before the masked ninja could think further, several figures landed around him. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Hyuga clan's territory? Hyuga Hayashi, accompanied by several guards, appeared between the masked ninja and the mysterious masked man. Hisashi. Hold off the masked man. I'll save Hinata first. Hayashi ordered one of the jonin beside him. The priority now was rescuing the kidnapped Hinata. Understood. Hisashi bowed slightly, veins bulging around his eyes as he activated the Byakugan and charged toward the masked man standing atop the wall. So eager to fight. Aren't you going to ask what I'm here for? Menma blocked Hisashi's gentle fist strike with one hand while casually evading his attacks along the wall. No matter how tricky Hisashi's gentle fist angles were, the mysterious man seemed to predict his every move, effortlessly dodging each strike. He countered all of Hisashi's attacks with just one hand. Meanwhile, Hisashi grew more and more alarmed. His opponent acted as if he knew exactly which chakra points the gentle fist targeted, reinforcing them with chakra beforehand, making his strikes feel like hitting solid steel, completely ineffective at sealing the enemy's chakra. In over 20 years, he had never faced such an adversary. Damn it. Why is he so skilled? Hisashi realized with shock that the mysterious man was frighteningly familiar with his gentle fist, to the point where it felt like sparring against his clan's head himself. On the street below, Hayashi rushed forward and dealt a heavy blow to the masked ninja. His initial plan was to cripple the enemy and interrogate him about which force had sent him. But the masked ninja suddenly rushed forward, deliberately exposing a fatal point to Hayashi's fist. Bang. The masked ninja was sent flying. The moment Hinata slipped from his grasp, Hayashi swiftly caught her mid-fall. Hayashi-sama. The other guards quickly gathered around him. Is he dead? Hayashi handed the unconscious Hinata to a guard and approached the fallen masked ninja, checking his neck, only to confirm he was already dead. When Hayashi removed the mask and saw the Kumogakure's forehead protector he was wearing, his expression darkened instantly. Kumogakure's ninja. Isn't this the Kumogakure's envoy who just arrived yesterday? The two Hyuga guards also recognized this man and looked at their clan's head with some uneasiness. Why would a Kumogakure's envoy, who should have been at the third Hokage's banquet, appear inside the Hyuga clan's compound? After only a brief moment of shock, Hayashi immediately turned his attention to the masked man still battling Hisashi. Hisashi. Capture him alive. Hayashi's veins bulged as he barked the command. Chapter 6 Mysterious Man attacks the village. Hisashi, who was engaged in combat with the mysterious masked man, felt as though his proud gentle fist techniques were being swallowed whole, utterly failing to deal any substantial damage to his opponent. After just a dozen or so exchanges, Hisashi was already shaken, while the enemy moved leisurely along the courtyard wall, effortlessly blocking his attacks with just one hand. The cold moonlight reflected off the white three-eyed fox mask, and the mysterious man seemed to be looking at Hisashi with a thoughtful gaze. Hisashi activated his Byakugan, veins bulging around his temples as he attempted to see through the enemy's true form. But he discovered that underneath the white three-eyed fox mask lay only an abyss-like darkness, devouring all who dared to look, a sight that sent chills down his spine. An indescribable sense of terror surged within him, breaking Hisashi's focus. Seizing the opportunity, Uzumaki Menma clenched his fist, the strike carrying a piercing howl as it slammed into Hisashi's face, sending him tumbling off the wall. Hisashi flipped midair, twisting his body to land unsteadily, cold sweat dripping down his back. As he looked up at the mysterious man still standing atop the wall, it felt as though a pair of cold, calculating eyes were scrutinizing him from behind that mask. Whoosh! At the critical moment, Hayashi swooped in like a white falcon, launching a direct assault on the masked man atop the wall. Hisashi followed closely, and the two brothers used the Hyuga clan's gentle fist techniques and the tacit cooperation between the brothers to continuously perform various combination moves. Hayashi charged head-on from the front, chakra condensed in his palm, and shouted loudly. 8 trigrams. 64 palms. At the same time, Hisashi quickly adjusted his stance, forming a pincer attack with his elder brother. Chakra gathered in his palms as he struck relentlessly, 8 trigrams. 32 palms. The two executed an exquisite combination of gentle fist techniques, weaving what seemed like a net of chakra as they closed in on the masked men from both sides. In an instant, 3 figures flickered and clashed atop the courtyard walls. The collisions of chakra stirred violent gusts of wind, forcing the surrounding Hyuga clan's members to shield their faces with their sleeves, struggling to withstand the pressure. Spiraling ring. Menma felt that it was almost time, so he clenched his right hand and formed a black raise-non, aiming straight for the blind spot in Hisashi's defense. In an instant, a sudden sense of mortal danger engulfed Hisashi. Without hesitation, Hisashi instinctively released all the chakra from his chakra points in an instant, forming a swirling blue chakra barrier to protect himself. 8 trigrams palms rotation. Boom. The small spiraling ring slammed into Hisashi's rotation. The violent dark chakra tore through the defense, sending Hisashi flying backward. Puffed. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Hisashi's lips as his body was flung several meters away. Hisashi. Hayashi's furious shout hadn't even finished when an icy voice suddenly reached his ears. You're next. The masked man had somehow already appeared right in front of Hayashi. At this time, a large amount of chakra was condensed in the hands of the masked man, and one could vaguely see the chakra transforming into a ferocious lion heads. What? How could you dash? Hayashi's entire body prickled with alarm as he tried to activate rotation. However, the mysterious masked man was even faster than before. Twin lion fists, Menma's fist struck out, slamming heavily into Hayashi's chest. Hayashi was sent flying like a broken kite, plummeting from the high wall. Hayashi-sama. The other ninjas of the Hyuga clan quickly rushed forward, forming a protective circle around their fallen leader. Under the rising full moon, Menma, cloaked in darkness, his white three-eyed fox mask gleaming, stood imposingly atop the Hyuga clan's front gate. Behind the mask, cold eyes seemed to scrutinize the entire Hyuga clan's compound. Just who are you? Hayashi forced himself to his feet, his chest heavily injured, blood trickling from his lips as he stared in shock at the figure on the wall. Menma, a lot of ninja are closing in fast. Inside his high collar, the little Nine-Tails clung to Menma's shoulder, relaying the sensed movements. Whoosh. Menma instantly jumped down from the high wall and appeared next to the body of the dead Kumogakuru's envoy. All gifts of fate come with a hidden price. Menma said, tilting his white three-eyed fox mask slightly toward Hayashi. Then, he turned his gaze toward Hisashi, who lay on the massive crater on the ground. I'll be back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, countless figures rushed toward the Hyuga clan's compound from all directions. Hyuga clan's head. The Umbu have been ordered to investigate the commotion. An Umbu's ninja wearing a cat mask and carrying a tanto landed on a nearby telephone pole beside the two Hyuga brothers. However, even the battle-hardened Kakashi was shocked by the scene before him. The head of the Hyuga clan appeared heavily injured, while Hisashi lay motionless in a deep crater, his condition unknown. Several Hyuga clan's jonin stood nearby, their expressions tense as they warily watched the mysterious figure in the distance. This guy's bounty isn't small. The masked man remarked as he grabbed the corpse from the ground. Kakashi looked carefully and realized that it was the Kumogakuru's envoy. Impossible. Wasn't the Kumogakuru's envoy supposed to be? An Umbu's ninja landed beside Kakashi, his voice filled with disbelief. But the masked man hoisted the envoy's body onto his shoulder and leaped back onto the high wall in an instant. Such speed. Even Kakashi, an Umbu captain Ion, recognized how dangerous this opponent was. But the masked man had no intention of fighting. Instead, he swiftly retreated, vanishing into the night with a few rapid body flickers. After him. Kakashi gave the order and rushed out first. After him, the Umbu's ninjas immediately gave chase. They absolutely could not let the enemy escape with the Kumogakure envoy's body. This would be a direct insult to Konoha's reputation. An insult to the third Hokage himself. Once the mysterious masked man had fled and the Umbu had chased after him, Hayashi clutched his chest and walked over to Hisashi, who was being treated. Brother. Hisashi gasped, his back torn open by the dark chakra of the spiraling ring, the wound deep enough to expose bone. Blood poured from the injury. Surviving a direct hit from the spiraling ring, an S-rank ninjutsu comparable to the Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken, was nothing short of a miracle. Don't talk. Kamado, get Hisashi to Konoha Hospital immediately. Hayashi ordered sternly. Yes. Kamado bowed slightly before carrying Hisashi on his back and dashing toward the Konoha Hospital. Looking at the Hyuga clan's compound after the great battle, Hayashi felt a lingering sense of dread. If not for the sudden appearance of that masked man, the killing of the Kyomogakure's envoy could have triggered a catastrophic diplomatic incident, perhaps even reigniting the war between Kyomogakure and Konoha, leading to countless more deaths. But, that guy, how did he know the twin lion fists? Hayashi pressed a hand to his chest, still feeling the residual heat from the attack. That strike. Huh. A young voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Hayashi's thoughts. He turned to see his daughter, Hinata, who had somehow woken up. Looking at the chaotic scene around her, Hinata's chubby face displayed an uncharacteristically mature expression. Tisk, the little Hinata planted a hand on her hip and scoffed disdainfully, "Old man, why are you dragging me out to go shopping in the middle of the night?" Pfft. Hayashi felt his chest tighten, nearly coughing up another mouthful of blood. Oh no. The young lady's second personality is acting up again. Hyuga Takashi, a jonin beside Hayashi, tensed up and subtly took a step back, as if facing a formidable enemy. Chapter 7 Finding Clues About the Tensigen. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. In the forest on the outskirts of Konoha village, 4 Umbu's members leaped and darted through the trees, gradually converging from different directions. No sign of the target. An Umbu's ninja stopped and landed on a tree branch, using sensory techniques to scan the surroundings before reporting to his comrades through the earpiece communicator. Honestly, the technology in the ninja world was oddly inconsistent. Firearms development had largely stagnated, and scientific progress was uneven, yet they already had access to radio communication and even microphone devices. The other Umbu's members also stopped, each taking position on high vantage points among the branches, keeping watch. Strange, where did they go? The sensory ninja formed another hand seal, sending out ripples of chakra, but still found nothing. Whoosh. A sharp sound of movement cut through the air as Kakashi, wearing his white cat mask, landed nearby. As an Umbu captain Ion, Kakashi wouldn't normally mobilize so readily. However, this incident involved the Hyuga clan, one of Konoha's 2 great noble clans. The 3rd Hokage had personally ordered Kakashi to lead a team of Umbu to investigate. Captain. The other Umbu's ninjas turned their heads toward him. No luck on your end either. Kakashi's single visible eye beneath the mask was sharp with focus. After the mysterious masked man vanished into the night, Kakashi had immediately led the Umbu in pursuit, fanning out like a net to track the target. However, even though they were almost at the village's barrier, they still couldn't find any trace of the other party. The orphanage has been checked and nothing unusual is found. One Umbu added, this area only has a few scattered buildings. The orphanage's director is Yakushi Nono. The wandering Miko. Kakashi murmured under his breath. Of course he had heard of Nono's name. After all, the Root was technically a subdivision of Umbu, and many of Root's spies and personnel records were shared with Umbu. Of course, the operatives Danzo privately trained were another matter entirely. Continue the search. You two, sweep east along the village barrier. The rest of you, come with me to the west. Kakashi ordered. Yes. Several ninjas quickly dispersed into action. Konoha Hospital, in the intensive care unit. After being rescued by medical Nin, Hisashi is no longer in danger of death and was placed in a private room to recover. After all, Hisashi is not only a jonin, but also the head of the Hyuga clan's branch family and the younger brother of the Hyuga clan's head. However, despite his injuries, Hisashi couldn't sleep. Lying on the hospital bed, his white eyes fixed on the ceiling, his brow furrowed deeply. The memories of the battle replayed relentlessly in his mind. Against the combined assault of himself and Hayashi, the mysterious figure had exploited his blind spot with terrifying precision, as if they knew everything about the Hyuga clan. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Hisashi, who was lying on the hospital bed, turned his head and looked towards the door. The door opened slowly, revealing Hayashi, who was now dressed in casual attire, stepping inside. Brother. Hisashi struggled to sit up in respect, but Hayashi raised a hand to stop him. Stay down. Your condition isn't good. Hayashi said, taking a seat beside the bed. His expression darkened as he looked at his injured younger brother. Though recent events had strained their relationship, Hayashi couldn't deny that Hisashi's combat prowess was nearly equal to his own. Yet, despite their joint attack, the mysterious masked man had left one severely wounded and the other lightly injured. Such a powerful ninja couldn't be some unknown figure. And more importantly, I came to confirm the techniques that mysterious masked man used. Hayashi said sternly. Understood. Hisashi lay still, his expression somber as he recalled, that person knew us, or rather, the Hyuga clan, far too well. When I first engaged him, my gentle fist strikes targeted his chakra points, but he countered by releasing chakra from those very points, shielding them. Each hit felt like striking iron. It was nearly impossible to seal his chakra pathways or inject my own. Hayashi's own exchange with the intruder had been brief, and he hadn't used gentle fist precision strikes, opting instead for the 8 trigrams palms. So when he heard this, Hayashi's expression grew even graver. I tried to use my Byakugan to see his face under the mask, but beneath his mask was only an abyss of darkness. And his chakra reserves was so huge that it was indescribable. And he seemed to know my blind spot. At this, Hizashi's body trembled slightly. The caged bird seal imposed on the branch family created a 1-degree blind spot unique to each member, something nearly impossible to pinpoint in a single encounter. A seasoned jonin like Hizashi, having survived countless battles, had never had his blind spot exploited so effortlessly before. But today's mysterious masked man, after just over 10 exchanges. Hayashi crossed his arms in front of his chest, remained silent for a moment, and then slowly spoke. I was defeated by his twin lion fists. What? Hizashi, who was lying on the hospital bed, jolted in shock. At the time, after being sent flying by the mysterious man, he was already half unconscious and hadn't witnessed Hayashi being struck down by the twin lion fists. But as the head of the branch family, Hizashi had seen his elder brother use the twin lion fists many times during their sparring sessions. The twin lion fists, formerly known as the gentle step twin lion fists, was an advanced taijutsu that only the Hyuga clan's main family could learn. By clenching both fists and gathering a large amount of gentle fist chakra, the user could shape it into 2 lion heads attached to their fists. Combined with footwork, it greatly increased attack power and range. Its difficulty was on par with the rotation. Even Hizashi, who had independently developed the rotation, had not been able to create the twin lion fists. In an instant, countless possibilities flashed through Hizashi's mind. The Hyuga clan, could there be a traitor among them? Late at night, the residents of Hyuga clan's main family. After shaking off the pursuit of the Umbuz ninja, Menma made a sudden U-turn. Taking advantage of the fact that both Hizashi and Hayashi had gone to the hospital, Menma leisurely strolled into Hayashi's study. The little Nine-Tails jumped out from Menma's fur collar and onto the desk, rummaging through the drawers. What was it you said we were looking for again? Flipping open a drawer, the little Nine-Tails paused. What exactly were we searching for? Clues about the moon and the Tensigan. Menma replied, standing in front of a bookshelf filled with volumes, running his right hand along the spines as he searched. It is impossible that the descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura on the moon have no contact with the Hyuga clan in the ninja world. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for why, among so many Kekkei clans in the ninja world, only the Hyuga clan had developed a sealing technique like the caged bird. What they were guarding against might not just be other ninjas in the ninja world trying to steal the Byakugan. Even if other ninjas in the ninja world stole the Byakugan, at most they'd end up like AO, obtaining 1 or 2 Byakugan and nothing more. But the Otsutsuki clan on the moon were a different story. Moreover, in the Naruto movie, Otsutsuki Tonari and his father had once visited the ninja world as children, found the Hyuga clan's territory, and observed Hinata from afar. As an adult, Tonari even sought out Hayashi for a discussion, and Hayashi brought 2 trusted aides to the meeting. This suggested that Hayashi might have known something about the moon from the clan's ancient records. Menma. The little Nine-Tails, who had been rummaging through the drawers, suddenly sensed something and quickly jumped back into Menma's fur collar. That big sis is coming. The little Nine-Tails said before retreating into the mental space. Uzumaki Menma, who had been flipping through a copy of the Byakugan User's Manual, froze. He expanded his negative emotion sensing and detected a familiar chakra approaching. And the other party seemed to be in a pretty bad mood. Chapter 8 Hinata's second personality. With a creak, the study door opened, and a petite figure slowly stepped into the dimly lit room. Moonlight streamed in from outside, casting a long shadow of the small figure. Honestly, what a hassle. I thought you wouldn't follow me. Menma emerged from the shadows, scratching his head in confusion. Obviously, the Limited Tsukuyomi World is fake, but he wondered why did the Black Nine-Tails follow him, and why did his girlfriend follow him too? In the study of the Hyuga clan's head, 2 figures, one tall, one small, stood facing each other, less than 2 meters apart. Menma removed his white 3-eyed fox mask and looked down at the small figure standing in the doorway, bathed in the moonlight. Hyuga Hinata. Compared to the gentle and timid Hinata, the Hinata before Menma now had her Byakugan activated, veins bulging around her temples as she glared fiercely at Menma, who had taken off his mask. Her pure white eyes were filled with resentment and an indescribable mix of emotions. Hinata raised a hand, gathering gentle fist chakra, and charged straight at Menma. You. Hinata jumped up and shouted, but her tears fell faster than her fist. You damn scumbag. The strike landed squarely on Menma's chest, dispelling his transformation technique. Poof. As the smoke dissipated, Menma returned to his original child form. I'm sorry, Hinata. His soft apology shattered whatever restraint Hinata had left. She threw herself at him, sobbing uncontrollably. You clearly know it. You clearly know it. You knew I'd forgive you no matter what. Tears streamed down her face as she opened her mouth and bit down hard on Menma's shoulder, venting years of pent-up frustration. Ow. You really bit me. Menma winced but let her have her way. The gentle Hinata from the original, Naruto, would never do something like this. But if it is the fiery, bold, big sister Hinata, in the Limited Tsukuyomi World, everything makes sense. After a while, Hinata, who is now exhausted from crying, sat on Hayashi's desk, tear-stains still on her cheeks. She propped her round face in her hands, watching as Menma used the transformation technique to revert to his adult form and began rummaging through her father's collection of books. After waking up earlier, Hinata had been escorted back to the main family's residence. From the guards, she learned about the night's attack, how a mysterious man in a white three-eyed fox mask had attacked the Hyuga clan. So Hinata had kept her Byakugan active. She vaguely remembered Menma's interest in Hyuga clan's history and guessed he'd return tonight. That's how she caught him red-handed in the study. If our world was fake, then why do I exist? Hinata asked. I don't get it either. It's not just you. The black Nine-Tails also revived inside me. Menma replied, flipping through the books. Anything useful or historically significant went straight into a storage scroll. After all, there were too many books to read through all at once. But I could clearly feel that world rejecting me, how unreal it was. There were no legends of the Sage of Six Paths either. And yet, the emotions you all gave me felt so real. Sometimes, I can't tell what's real anymore. The more Menma dwelled on it, the more his head throbbed, veins bulging at his temples. How do I put this? Hinata, who was dressed in a white kimono, swung her bare feet idly in the air. Actually, there's another personality, or soul, inside this body of mine, and her character is the complete opposite of mine. Hinata pointed at her chest. Hearing this, Menma turned to look at her. I thought that when she appeared, the other Hinata disappeared. So it turns out that they are two souls sharing one body. Little Hinata, let me introduce you. This is the cheating scumbag I've told you about, my boyfriend, Menma. Hinata lifted her chin proudly, then suddenly lowered her head. The next moment, her face flushed bright red, her expression shifting to one of flustered shyness. Sis, don't say things like that. This blushing, steam almost coming out of her ears Hinata was unmistakably the original one from the Naruto. Menma looked at little Hinata with amusement, then reached out and patted her head, ruffling her short hair. Nice to meet you, my name is Menma. Why you, hello. I'm also called Hinata. Little Hinata's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. Feeling the gentle hand on her head, her face turned even redder. She lowered her head, her small hands fidgeting in front of her chest, her delicate toes curling shyly. So, what should I call you too? Menma leaned in closer. Usually. I'm the one outside. Big sis is mostly asleep. Hinata whispered shyly, her eyes darting away as his face drew near. It seemed Hinata's soul also needed chakra to sustain itself. Menma fell into deep thought. I remember that in the setting of the ninja world, the relationship between chakra and the soul is profoundly intricate. Then I'll call you little Hinata. Menma said with a fond smile. He had taken quite a liking to this version of her. You can call me Menma, or just brother-in-law, if you prefer. Menma grinned and pointed a thumb at himself. Little Hinata's round face flushed even deeper, her pearly white eyes shimmering as she looked up at him. For as long as she could remember, she had known there was another, fiercer personality inside her, her big sis. As the heiress of the Hyuga clan's main family, Hinata had undergone rigorous training since childhood. But her gentle, timid nature had disappointed both her father and the clan's elders. At critical moments, big sis Hinata would always take over, not only demonstrating extraordinary talent but also ruthlessly tearing into Hayashi and the elders with her sharp tongue. She called the clan's elders and Hayashi things like old fossil, wrinkly geezers and senile bastards. It can be said that among the ninjas of the Hyuga clan, no matter whether they are the elders of the main family or the guards of the branch family, there is no ninja who has been spared from big sis Hinata's verbal lashings. Hayashi had mixed feelings about this second personality. On one hand, he admired her prodigious skill and decisive leadership, believing her to be the perfect heir. On the other, her attitude was problematic. What's frustrating is that her complete lack of decorum, constantly calling him old man without a shred of noble bearing. Little Hinata had often heard her big sis talk about her scumbag ex-boyfriend, and she couldn't help but feel curious about the men her big sis still couldn't forget. Slap. Suddenly, Hinata's small hand shot up and smacked Menma's arm away. You cheating scumbag. Keep your hands off my little sister. Big sis Hinata had retaken control, glaring daggers at Menma. Back then, you were all sweet talk and promises. Saying all kinds of disgusting, lovey-dovey crap. Even swore we'd have a son and a daughter together. Big sis Hinata's teeth ground together as she remembered how this man had taken advantage of her in that other world, her tiny fists trembling with fury. Is this really something I should be hearing? Inside their shared mental space, little Hinata's face had turned as red as a steam engine, her hands clapped over her eyes. Ah, well, you know how it was back then. Menma chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his arm. Go to hell, you filthy scumbag. What came next was a gentle fist straight to his face. Chapter 9 Danzo, I am the Hokage. Danzo-sama. Hokage-sama requests your immediate presence at an emergency meeting. Inside the root's base, an Umbu's ninja under the Hokage's command bowed respectfully to Danzo, who sat behind his desk. Understood. I will head there now. Danzo, with half his face wrapped in bandages, replied calmly. After the Umbu's ninja left, Danzo immediately summoned his trusted subordinate, Abiring Tatsuma. Have you investigated last night's incident? Danzo lightly tapped the armrest with his right hand, which was fully bandaged. This was the arm that had been transplanted with Hashirama's cells, and it ached faintly. Reporting to Danzo-sama, Tatsuma reported solemnly, last night, a masked man attacked the Hyuga clan's compound. Hyuga Hisashi was severely injured and taken to Konoha Hospital, while Hyuga Hayashi sustained minor injuries. Additionally, the Kimogakuru's envoy has gone missing. Hyuga clan. Hearing about the masked man, Danzo's left eye narrowed slightly, and his brow furrowed. He couldn't help but recall that within the current Akatsuki, there was also a mysterious masked individual. However, after the battle 4 years ago, Akatsuki had gone into hiding and stopped recruiting new members, so Danzo's men had no further intelligence on them. He could only obtain some sporadic intelligence about the Akatsuki indirectly through his spies lurking in Omegakure. Was it someone from Akatsuki? Danzo's eye flashed with a trace of malice. The regret of failing to seize the Rinnegan still gnawed at him. Unlikely. Tatsuma analyzed, our spies in Omegakure haven't reported anything. If Akatsuki sought revenge, their first target would likely be Hanzo the Salamander. Moreover, there's no reason for them to attack the Hyuga clan. 4 years ago, during that ambush, Danzo had allied with Hanzo and mobilized most of Root's forces, forcing Yuhiko to his death and triggering Nagato's Rinnegan awakening. Now, Akatsuki was reduced to a few remnants hiding in Omegakure, gathering strength for revenge. If Akatsuki were to strike, their first target would undoubtedly be the closer Hanzo. Let's go. We shouldn't keep the Hokage waiting too long. Danzo slowly stood up, concealing his bandaged right arm within his wide sleeve. Tatsuma followed closely behind. Inside the meeting room at the Hokage building, the atmosphere was tense, thick with smoke. When Danzo entered the room with a grim expression, all the high-ranking people of Konoha were already assembled. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat at the head of the table in his Hokage robe. To his left were the 2 elder advisors, Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu. To his right sat the injured Hayashi. An Umbu's ninja wearing a white cat mask stood silently behind the Hokage. Danzo, you're a bit late. Hamura adjusted his glasses with his right index finger, his gaze scrutinizing his old friend through the lenses. Root's affairs are complex. Danzo replied curtly before taking his seat beside Hayashi. Now that everyone is here, Hiruzen set down the documents in his hand and took a puff from his pipe before addressing the Umbu behind him. Kakashi, show advisor Danzo this report. Yes. The silver-haired Umbu bowed slightly, picked up the file from Hiruzen's desk, and handed it to Danzo. As Danzo read through the Umbu's summary report, his left eye narrowed further. Hiruzen continued, last night, the masked intruder killed the Kimogakuru's envoy and left the body in the Hyuga clan's compound, attempting to frame the Hyuga clan. Fortunately, Hayashi detected the anomaly in time and took action, preventing further escalation. However, the enemy was formidable. Hisashi was severely injured, and Hayashi also sustained minor injuries. I dispatched Umbu to pursue, but they lost track of the assailant. The enemy seemed highly familiar with Konoha's barrier system. This is no trivial matter. I've already ordered the barrier team and Umbu to conduct a full investigation. After saying this, Hiruzen set down his pipe and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Of course, it was impossible for Hayashi to truthfully report what happened last night, saying that he was the one who killed the Kimogakuru's envoy. Instead, he pinned everything on the mysterious masked man. The fact that both the Hyuga clan's head and his brother had suffered severe and minor injuries respectively was enough to justify the incident to Konoha. Even if Kimogakure questioned it, the Hokage and his advisors would not blame the Hyuga clan. After all, what would the other ninja clans think? Hokage-sama, Hayashi spoke up and added, when I returned to the clan's compound this morning, I discovered that my study had been infiltrated. Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeply, his expression grave as he said, it seems the enemy evaded the Umbu's pursuit and circled back for another strike. The intruder is extremely familiar with our village's layout. Hiruzen mused thoughtfully. His first suspicion fell on missing nin who had defected in recent years. But upon reflection, he couldn't think of any missing nin with such strength, capable of single-handedly fighting two of Hyuga clan's top figures. A ninja of that caliber couldn't possibly be unknown. At this point in time, Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi had not yet defected. Among the hundreds of recorded missing nin, the strongest was likely Hirako. Did the enemy's techniques have any distinguishing traits? After reading the report document from the Umbu, Danzo asked Hayashi again. A ninja of such power, could they have a grudge against the Hyuga clan from the last war? Hayashi carefully chose his words. The opponent's taijutsu is extremely strong, and they seemed well versed in the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, but their fighting style was unfamiliar. Hayashi couldn't bring himself to admit that the enemy had defeated both brothers in just a dozen exchanges, so he embellished slightly. The ninjutsu they used was unlike anything I've seen. It seemed to condense chakra into a spherical form with tremendous destructive power. Hayashi added. Chakra condensed into a sphere. The first thing that Hiruzen thought of was the Raiznan, which was invented by the fourth Hokage. But Hayashi added, it is somewhat similar to the Raiznan invented by the fourth Hokage, but the size of the ninjutsu is much larger. Compared with the bright Raiznan, the enemy's condensed spherical ninjutsu is dark in color and has amazing destructive power. Hayashi was hit by this move and nearly died. Then what was their goal? Koharu was a little confused. Is it to provoke a war between Kumogakure and Konoha? Kumogakure's envoy had died on Hyuga clan's territory. If not for the Hyuga clan holding off the intruder until Umbu reinforcements arrived, the blame might have fallen squarely on them. Hayashi said calmly, perhaps so. In truth, he had no idea what the mysterious masked man truly wanted. Hayashi had killed Kumogakure's envoy on the spot after discovering the attempted kidnapping of Hinata. If not for the masked man's intervention, this meeting might have been the Hokage and his advisors interrogating the Hyuga clan about their motives. I will have someone notify Jiraiya and the other wandering ninjas to investigate this mysterious man. With no clear conclusion reached, Hiruzen could only order heightened vigilance and dispatch messengers to gather intelligence from ninja like Jiraiya. As the others dispersed, only Danzo remained in the meeting room. Hiruzen. Danzo's lone eye turned cold as he stared at Hiruzen, who was wearing the Hokage robe. It's only been 3 years since the last Nine-Tails Rampage, and the village has been attacked again. Is this the legacy of your return to power? With the village lacking elite fighters, it would be best to hand the Jinchuriki over to Root. Hiruzen cut him off sharply. That's Minato's child. Precisely because he is the fourth child, he should be rigorously trained. Hiruzen said firmly, enough. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen. You will regret this. Danzo spat out the words before slamming the door behind him. Door, bang. Chapter 10, The Truth About the Caged Bird. Inside Konoha Hospital. Hizashi tossed and turned in his hospital bed for most of the night before exhaustion finally dragged him into sleep. In his dreams, Hizashi faintly felt the sound of wind. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in the Hyuga clan's meeting hall, illuminated by flickering candlelight. Konoha no longer has the strength to continue the war with Kumogakure. The Hyuga clan must give Kumogakure an explanation. Hayashi knelt at the main seat, his shadow stretching long under the candlelight. The elders of the Hyuga clan's main family and the ninjas of the branch families below were all stunned. Why? It was obviously the Kumogakure who kidnapped Hinata-sama. A branch family's jonin protested angrily. Because we can't afford to keep fighting. Hayashi's voice was heavy with reluctance. But now, the pressure from the entire Konoha was bearing down on the Hyuga clan. The hall erupted into murmurs. One of the main family's elders, his white eyes glinting in the shadows, asked. What are Kumogakure's demands? Indeed, why was Kumogakure being so aggressive? What did they want? The Hyuga clan's ninjas in the hall, whether from the main or branch families, all turned their eyes toward the main seat. A murderer. Hayashi's answer froze the air. As his words settled, the murmurs in the hall grew louder. Neither the main nor branch family's members could accept such terms. It was clearly Kumogakure's envoy who had infiltrated the Hyuga clan's compound to kidnap the clan's heiress, only to be killed on the spot. Yet now, the victim was being forced to hand someone over. The head need not involve himself. If all they want is a murderer, then we can simply provide one. The main family's elder's white eyes gleamed coldly as he turned his gaze toward Hizashi, who was seated among the branch family. Hizashi was about to say, what about that mysterious man from last night? But he found his body moving against his will. He stood up, stepped forward, and knelt before Hayashi. Let me go, brother. The purpose of the branch family is to protect the main family. As the head of the Hyuga clan, you cannot afford to be compromised. No. This isn't right. Hisashi felt as though his soul had left his body, watching helplessly as his own cold, detached self spoke these words. What about that mysterious man? He was there. Just pin the blame for the death of the Kimogakuru's envoy on him. Hisashi shouted at himself from the side. But none of the Hyuga clan's ninjas in the hall seemed to notice him, continuing their discussions as if nothing was wrong. Hayashi seemed about to say something, but himself stepped forward and punched him, demanding he uphold his duty as the head of the main family. Next, Hisashi watched himself say the last words to his son, Niji, before willingly walking to his death. As the Hyuga clan handed over the murderer who killed the Kimogakuru's envoy, Kimogakure could no longer press the issue. Hisashi could only watch, powerless, as himself marched toward execution. At his funeral, his wife and child clung to each other, weeping uncontrollably. A bone-deep chill seeped into his soul. No. This must be a genjutsu. It's fake. All of it is fake. The intense emotional turmoil made Hisashi realize something was wrong. He tried disrupting his chakra flow to break free. But no matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape from this place. Suddenly, everything went black, and Hisashi found himself back in Konoha Hospital. He jerked upright in bed, drenched in cold sweat, his bandages soaked through. Was it a dream? Hisashi panted, raising a hand to his forehead. It's not a dream. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the side. Hayashi stiffened, turning his head to see a mysterious figure in a long robe, wearing a white three-eyed fox mask, leaning against the windowsill. Pale moonlight glinted off the mask, casting an eerie glow. It's you. Hisashi tensed, trying to rise from the bed to confront the intruder, but his body refused to move, as if bound to the mattress. Still trapped in genjutsu. Beads of sweat rolled down Hisashi's forehead, only elite jonin could wield layered genjutsu like this. Thud. Menma stepped down from the windowsill and slowly approached Hisashi. Who are you? What do you want? Hisashi continued struggling, but no matter how he disrupted his chakra, he couldn't break free from this genjutsu world. How pitiful. Menma stopped before Hisashi and said, what you just saw, that is your fate, had I not intervened. Hearing this, Hisashi shook his head, trying to refute him, impossible. Even if you weren't there, the Kimogakuru's envoy kidnapped the heiress of the Hyuga clan and was killed. His death was justified. As he spoke, Hisashi suddenly stopped, feeling as though he had been plunged into an icy abyss. Even a top ninja like the White Fang had been driven to suicide. What hope did he, a mere branch member of the Hyuga clan, have of escaping being used as a scapegoat? You see, deep down, you've already accepted this fate. Menma's voice was low, tinged with sorrow. That's why I said, how pitiful. The original purpose of the caged bird seal was to protect the Hyuga clan. Yet now, it has turned most of its members into lower-class slaves. Hisashi instinctively retorted, what do you know? The caged bird exists. The branch family exists too. Do you want to know? Menma cut him off. The truth behind the caged bird. The three-eyed fox mask slowly approached Hisashi. Menma reached out, pressing a hand against Hisashi's forehead. A surge of violent, dark chakra invaded Hisashi's mind. In an instant, Hisashi saw a different scene. On a large empty battlefield, two armies bearing different banners stood in tense confrontation before clashing in brutal combat. Hisashi stood at the center, watching as the enemies around him slaughtered one another. They wore strange clothing, their features slightly different from those of the Land of Fire. But what shocked Hisashi most was that every single warrior on that battlefield possessed the Byakugan. The scene shifted. Across the ninja world, ninja wearing Warring States-era attire, their backs marked with the Hyuga clan's crest, were being hunted down en masse. The perpetrators are one of the two warring factions from before. Countless Hyuga clan's members were slaughtered, their Byakugan gouged out before the mysterious assailants vanished without a trace. The vision changed again. As two armies faced off once more, one side had their eyes tightly shut, relying solely on their mind's eye for perception. From their ranks, a towering structure was wheeled forward. At its peak, an eyeball-shaped stone was bound by chains of sealing formulas. With a wave of the commander's hand, the stone emitted a blinding light, a violet beam erupted, sweeping across the charging enemy forces. Where the beam passed, explosions erupted in its wake. Thousands of soldiers were obliterated in an instant. This is... Hisashi watched in horror as the victorious army looted the Byakugan of the fallen, embedding them into the stone. His mind reeled from the revelation. This is the truth behind the caged bird seal. As Menma's voice echoed, the battlefield around Hisashi transformed once more. Now, he saw rows of Hyuga clan's members, each bearing the unmistakable mark of the caged bird on their foreheads. Lies. All lies. Hisashi roared in fury. Decades of indoctrination made it impossible for him to accept such a truth. These are illusions you fabricated. None of this is real. I know the difference. I know. Don't even think about alienating the relationship between the main family and the branch family. Inside the genjutsu space, Hisashi was nearly hysterical in his denial. Then how about this? Menma appeared before Hisashi in the genjutsu, forming a single-handed seal. A pulse of chakra radiated from Menma's body, striking Hisashi with precision. Arg dash. In the next instant, Hisashi's brain felt as though it had been pierced by 1,000 blades. Excruciating pain racked his mind. The caged bird was activated. Why, can you? Hisashi clutched his head, his face twisted in agony. His white eyes widened in shock and terror. Chapter 11, Pledge your loyalty to me. This pain, as if 10,000 shuriken were stabbing his brain, was something Hisashi had experienced not long ago. It happened when he was watching Hinata's training. Overwhelmed by intense killing intent toward the prodigious Hinata, he was noticed by Hayashi, who then activated the caged bird to punish him. And it had been done right in front of Niji. But why did this mysterious man know the hand seals to activate the caged bird? This was one of the Hyuga clan's most closely guarded secrets, never leaked in hundreds of years, passed down only orally through successive clans' heads and elders. No one outside the main family could possibly know it. Moreover, in the century since the caged bird was created, there had never been any record of an outsider being able to activate it. However, this man before him had repeatedly shattered Hisashi's understanding of the Hyuga clan's traditions. As Menma finished forming the hand seals, the splitting headache tormenting Hisashi gradually subsided. You are not from the Hyuga clan. Hisashi gasped, staring warily at the mysterious figure. This was the only thing he could be certain of. And you are not one of those who slaughtered my clan in the past. Unconsciously, Hisashi had already accepted the historical truth that Menma had shown him. It wasn't as if the Hyuga clan had never lost their Byakugan before. For example, the Kirigakure's ninja, Ao, had stolen the eyes of a Hyuga clan's main family's member during the Third Great Ninja War, earning him the title of Byakugan Killer. But such incidents were extremely rare, nowhere near enough to justify the Hyuga clan's widespread adoption of the caged bird. Therefore, the only plausible explanation was the existence of an enemy so powerful that even the Hyuga clan could not resist them, forcing the creation of the caged bird. Your goal is that giant eyeball fused from countless Byakugan, isn't it? Hisashi recalled the terrifying power of that colossal eye, his voice trembling slightly. He was no fool. On the contrary, Hisashi was intelligent enough to willingly leave behind a so-called suicide note before his forced death, telling Niji not to resent the main family. But that letter had remained in Hayashi's hands until the Chunin exams, when it was finally given to Niji. Wasn't this, too, a way for Hisashi to protect his son? You're sharp. That's one of the reasons I chose you over your brother. Menma admitted without hesitation. The existence of the giant Tensigan was akin to a strategic orbital weapon, capable of striking the ninja world directly from the moon with no means of retaliation. Such a devastating weapon was something Menma naturally desired to control. When he was in the Limited Tsukuyomi World, he also looked for traces of the giant Tensigan and the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, but unfortunately, despite scouring the Hyuga clan's archives in that world, he found nothing. Hearing himself compared to his brother, Hisashi clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. You are no less capable than him. I can tell you've already mastered the essence of the 64 palms technique. So why didn't you use it in our earlier fight? Menma continued to provoke Hisashi with his words. Indeed. Thinking back to the battle, if not for the overwhelming sense of death when the mysterious masked man attacked his blind spot, Hisashi would never have resorted to use rotation. I am no less than him. Hisashi murmured to himself. This had been his psychological burden for over 20 years. Just because he was born a mere 10 minutes later, as the younger twin, he was condemned to the branch family, branded with the caged bird, barred from learning the Hyuga clan's advanced gentle fist techniques and secret arts. Even his child, and all his descendants, would forever bear the mark of the caged bird. Pledge your loyalty to me. Menma, wearing his white three-eyed fox mask, stepped closer to Hyuga Hisashi and extended his right hand, forming a single-handed hand seal. Caged bird, suppression. As the hand seals were completed, Menma pressed his palm against Hisashi's forehead. A surge of dark, violent chakra flooded into Hisashi's brain, temporarily sealing away the caged bird. In that instant, Hisashi felt a clarity he had never known before, and freedom. Though the caged bird's mark on his forehead was not completely erased, it had faded significantly. The lingering pain vanished, and the blind spot at the back of his head disappeared. His Byakugan's 360-degree vision was restored. Tears welled up in Hisashi's Byakugan, streaming silently down his cheeks. He had almost forgotten what it felt like to see the world without restrictions. This long-lost taste of freedom reignited the fire in Hisashi's heart, a fire that had been smothered for over 20 years, resigned to his fate. Now, it burned fiercely once more. This technique will only last for 24 hours. Menma withdrew his right hand. This was a seal he had specifically developed in the Limited Tsukuyomi World, leveraging the Uzumaki clan's innate talent for sealing techniques to counteract the caged bird. In truth, the principle was simple. Cursed seals like the caged bird were primarily a fusion of sealing techniques and chakra, akin to parasites, latching onto their host and feeding on their chakra to sustain themselves. Therefore, as long as one is proficient in the sealing technique and conducts specialized research, they will naturally be able to develop a sealing technique to temporarily seal the caged bird. But it was only a temporary solution. As for completely erasing the caged bird, Uzumaki Menma had at least 3 methods. Unfortunately, none of them could be tested in the Limited Tsukuyomi World. And yet, despite the simplicity of such a sealing technique, who would dare research it? The Uzumaki clan, who were masters of sealing, had been annihilated, their nation destroyed. Within Konoha, the number of ninja truly skilled in sealing techniques could be counted on one hand. And any Hyuga clan's member who showed even the slightest inclination towards sealing techniques would be swiftly stopped by the main family. Hisashi raised a hand to touch the caged bird's mark on his forehead, savoring this fleeting taste of freedom. Do you want to be a coward for the rest of your life, or a hero of the branch family, even if only for a few minutes? With those words, Menma dispelled the genjutsu space and vanished from Hisashi's sight. Hisashi found himself back in the hospital room, the harsh sunlight streaming through the window casting an almost surreal glow. After enduring multiple layers of genjutsu, he could no longer tell whether this was reality or another genjutsu. Activating his Byakugan, Hisashi reveled in the restored 360-degree vision, a sensation more exhilarating than anything he had ever experienced. Is this the scent of freedom? His thoughts turned to his child. When Niji had screamed in agony during the caged bird's branding ceremony, he, as a father, could only kneel helplessly on the sidelines, watching in silent despair. He thought of all the branch family's members who bore the caged bird, their dulled eyes concealing deep-seated resentment. And he thought of his own twin brother, Hyuga Hayashi, who, simply by being born minutes earlier, had been destined to stand above him forever. A coward for life, or a hero for a few minutes. The mysterious man's whisper coiled around Hisashi's heart like a venomous snake. Chapter 12, Child of Darkness, the Prophecy of the Great Toad Sage. With the third Hokage's order issued, all the ninjas in Konoha began to move out to check the village's protective barrier. Among them, the barrier team's task was especially heavy. This was already the second time in 3 years that a mysterious ninja had silently breached the barrier and infiltrated the village, while the barrier team remained as useless as ever, much to Hiruzen's fury. During the Nine-Tails Rampage 3 years ago, ordinary villagers and ordinary ninjas just thought that the Nine-Tails was going berserk. However, those with higher position knew it had been a meticulously planned attack. It had claimed the lives of the fourth Hokage and his wife, Hiruzen's wife, Biwako, and a female medical nin assisting with the delivery. And now, yet another mysterious ninja had infiltrated, killing the Kimogakuru's envoy in an attempt to provoke war between the two nations. Konoha's elite Hyuga clan had intervened, with the clan's head and his brother suffering severe and minor injuries respectively. Yet, despite Kimogakuru's suspicions, Konoha's leadership remained resolute. They firmly insisted that Kimogakuru's envoy had been killed by the mysterious intruder. This unwavering stance ultimately thwarted Kimogakuru's scheme. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the root's base, Danzo listened to his subordinate, Tatsuma, report the situation before letting out a cold snort. The outside seems quite lively, doesn't it, Danzo-sama? Orochimaru pushed open the door to Danzo's office. On his way from his secret laboratory to the root's base, he had noticed a large number of Konoha's ninjas, even Umbu, being deployed. Such a large-scale operation had piqued the interest of this usually research-obsessed scientist. Danzo, who was seated in his chair, did not answer Orochimaru directly, and instead motioned for Tatsuma to explain. Understanding the cue, Tatsuma turned to Orochimaru. Last night, a mysterious ninja infiltrated the village, killed the Kimogakuru's envoy, and dumped the body in the Hyuga clan's compound. A ninja who could wound both the Hyuga clan's head and his brother, evade pursuit by numerous Hyuga clan's elites and roots members, and even double back to strike again. Orochimaru's golden eyes gleamed with interest as his long tongue flicked across his lips. The outside world remains as thrilling as ever. Orochimaru had fought alongside the two Hyuga brothers before and knew their strength well. Even against a Kaga-level opponent, they could retreat unscathed. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. This time, I came here because I hope Danzo-sama can give me more test subjects. Orochimaru spread his right hand, directly demanding research funding and materials. Hearing this, Danzo's single eye narrowed in displeasure. You've already used up the last batch of subjects. Danzo was dissatisfied with Orochimaru's rapid consumption of experimental resources. Progress has been made, so ordinary subjects no longer suffice. Orochimaru brushed aside a lock of his long hair, his confidence in his research growing. Although that accidental would release experimental subject was snatched by Danzo, his existence had also shown Orochimaru that his research direction was viable. Thus, Orochimaru was no longer satisfied with ordinary civilians as test subjects and repeatedly demanded that Danzo provide more ninjas for experimentation. "I'll have some sent to you, but don't push your luck," Danzo warned grimly. Konoha's prison was running low on expendable prisoners, and Danzo had already abducted many civilian ninjas over the years. In Danzo's eyes, any sacrifice was worth it to make Konoha great again. As long as the sacrifice wasn't his own. "Cuckoo, then I'll await your generosity." Orochimaru chuckled, his laughter carrying an enigmatic weight, before vanishing into the shadows. Land of Hot Water, the capital. Built upon hot springs, this city had long been a renowned tourist destination in the ninja world. Located in the northeastern part of the continent, it bordered the Land of Lightning, Land of the Moon, Land of Rice Field, Land of Fire, Land of Water, and Land of Waves, contributing to its thriving economy. Inside a brothel, Jiraiya lounged with his arms around geishas, regaling them with tales of the ninja world as he drowned in the sea of perfume and powder, lost in the pleasures of the flesh. Bang. Suddenly, a puff of smoke dispersed, and a small red toad wearing a pair of diving goggles around its neck appeared in the room. "Jiraiya!" The little toad shouted, but the laughter and chatter in the room were too loud, so no one noticed. Helpless, the toad directly leaped onto Jiraiya's face. Jiraiya, who was drinking, nearly choked. Recognizing the toad from Mount Maiboku, he quickly sobered up a bit and shooed the geishas out of the room. The women, who had just been flirting with Jiraiya moments ago, left with looks of resentment. "Kosuke. What are you doing here?" Jiraiya plucked the toad off his face and took a swig directly from the nearby teapot. "Fukasaku-sama sent me to fetch you," Kosuke urged. After downing the entire pot of tea, Jiraiya performed the reverse summoning technique. Along with Gama Kusuke, he arrived at Mount Maiboku, one of the 3 great sage regions. Amidst a vast marshland, stone statues of toads stood everywhere, and at the end of the lake, a wooden palace stood tall on elevated ground. "Fukasaku-sama, you called for me." By the time Jiraiya arrived, Fukasaku and Shima were already waiting at the temple's entrance. Compared to Jiraiya, who reeked of alcohol and looked rather disheveled, Fukasaku's expression was grave. The great toad sage dreamed of something terrifying. Ah! Something terrifying. Jiraiya's drunkenness vanished instantly. It had been a long time since he last heard a prophecy from the great toad sage, and now it turned out to be bad news. So without delay, Jiraiya followed Fukasaku and Shima into the depths of the temple. Inside, an enormous orange toad sat soaking in a large pot, wearing what resembled a scholar's hat on its head. A string of beads hung around its neck, with the most prominent one bearing the character for oil. Great Toad Sage. Jiraiya knelt on one knee, looking up at the ancient toad. "Ah, it's Jiraiya-chan." The great toad sage murmured, barely opening its eyes, "Why are you here?" Hearing the great toad sage's question, Jiraiya stumbled and nearly fell over. Fukasaku and Shima hopped onto either side of the great toad sage, and Shima scolded directly, "You're the one who summoned him, you old fool." Oh. The great toad sage seemed to recall and said slowly, "Now I remember. I had a dream." In the dream, the entire ninja world was gradually shrouded in darkness, and all nations and ninja villages, including the 5 great nations, will be swallowed by the abyss. Jiraiya's heart pounded. After all, even the great toad sage's previous prophecy about the child of prophecy who would bring change to the world hadn't been this detailed. "I saw a figure in the darkness, an unfathomable silhouette, turning the entire world to ruin." The great toad sage continued. "Did you see any more distinctive features about him?" Jiraiya frowned, though he held little hope. "The abyss." The great toad sage murmured, "When he turned, all I saw was an endless abyss. A chasm so deep that even I felt fear." Abyss. Jiraiya pondered deeply. The one who destroyed the world, the child of darkness. Chapter 13, 9 Masked Beasts. The sunlight lazily stretched across the grass as the children of Konoha Orphanage played and laughed under the care of their caregivers. Though Kabuto had left just 2 days prior, children being children, they quickly regained their lively and playful nature. The sound of laughter and joy soon filled the orphanage once more. Nono leaned against the window of her office, watching the children play outside, a gentle smile gracing her lips. How she wished this moment could last forever. "Director, are you really leaving?" A senior female caregiver approached from behind, clutching the hem of her apron, her face filled with worry. That night, when Danzo had come, she had been there as the director's assistant. "Yunai, after I leave, I'll be counting on you to take care of the children." Nono turned around with a perfectly composed smile. The caregiver named Yunai sighed, after all the effort it took to build the orphanage into what it is today. Much of the orphanage's funding came from Nono's own efforts, her mission rewards, as well as the earnings she, Urushi, and Kabuto had made by providing medical aid to ninjas on the front lines. After all, for ninjas like them, aside from completing missions, there weren't many other ways to earn money. Nono smiled reassuringly at Yunai. Don't worry, it's only for 2 or 3 years. I'll be back before you know it. And I'll find a way to bring Kabuto back too. Nono's thoughts lingered on that bright child. After Yunai left, Nono turned back to the window, gazing at the children playing outside. The sunlight bathed her face, as warm as her smile. Suddenly, Nono noticed a lone child sitting under a distant tree, leaning against the trunk, holding something in his hands. Menma. Nono had deep affection for this particular child. For some reason, as her departure drew near, she couldn't shake a faint sense of unease. She climbed out through the window and slowly made her way toward Menma. Under the shade of the tree, Menma's solitary figure stood in stark contrast to the lively, playing children in the distance. Menma, come join the game. A caregiver called out to him, hands on her hips. I don't want to play. Menma replied flatly and continued to fiddle with the object in his hands. The caregiver sighed in resignation after repeated rejections. There was simply no getting through to this child. She decided to let him be, as long as he didn't disappear from her sight. Nono quietly approached Menma and finally got a clear look at what he was holding, a small, dark red fox figure. However, the fox's head seemed wrapped in some kind of cloth, wearing a fox mask. Menma, you like this kind of doll? Have you given it a name? Nono didn't press about where the doll had come from. It wasn't unusual for the orphanage to receive donations from villagers, including broken toys that the caregivers would often repair. Yeah. Menma held up the little fox with both hands, showing it to his foster mother, Nono. He answered seriously, the 9-masked beast. Tenio. Nono blinked in surprise at the strange doll. Its 4 paws were black, the tip of its tail was black, and its head was wrapped in what looked like cloth, with a white fox mask bearing the character for Jewel. Nono assumed the caregivers had stitched it together from 2 different dolls, so she didn't bother probing it with chakra. Well then, Nono crouched down and asked Menma gently, do you have a dream, Menma? As her departure neared, she realized she knew the least about this youngest child of hers. She had never even heard him speak of any dreams. Dream. Menma tucked the 9-masked beast away and lowered his head in thought. In the past, he had wanted to return to the real world. To achieve that, he did not hesitate to provoke the 4th Great Ninja War, bringing pain to the Limited Tsukuyomi World in hopes of being rejected by it. Now that he had returned, only to find himself a person who didn't exist in the original world. If there was any pressure weighing on him, it might have been the oppressive presence looming from the sky above. With the black 9-tails sealed within him and now the development of the 9-masked beast, Tenio, he possessed a summoning beast rivaling an elite jonin. Ordinary Kaga-level ninja were no longer threats. Only Madara, Nagato at his peak, and Itachi could still pose some threat to him. Then there is Otsutsuki Kaguya, who is sealed in the moon. And the Otsutsuki clan that might descend upon them in 20 years. Menma raised his head and looked at Nono, then he said seriously, I want a peaceful world without war. Only without war could the ninja world unite its strength and progress. In other words, to Menma, earthly conflicts were no longer enough, the true enemy awaited beyond the sky. A peaceful world without war. Nono murmured. She had thought Kabuto the most mature among the children, but now realized Menma might surpass even him. Late that night, Nono finished packing her belongings and bid farewell to the caregivers who had worked alongside her for years. They are all kind-hearted women. Some of them are also war orphans, while others are those with families in Konoha who volunteered their time. But they all held deep respect for Konoha Orphanage's director, Yakushi Nono. Under their watchful eyes, she slipped out the orphanage's side door. Passing the children's dormitory, she glanced through the window at their sleeping faces. Then vanished into the night. No one knew when she might return. What Nono didn't notice was that high above the orphanage, suspended in the starry sky, Menma floated silently, watching her departure. A white, 3-eyed fox mask covered his face. Beside him hovered a female summoning beast clad in a long robe, also wearing a fox mask. She cradled the little Nine-Tails in her arms, drifting soundlessly as her ribbons rippled like waves in the night wind. This was the 9-masked beast, Tenio, a technique Menma had developed using the black Nine-Tails Chakra. Capable of flight, she fought using her flowing ribbons. As Menma's signature technique, the 9-masked beasts could only be manifested with the black Nine-Tails Chakra. The code names of the 9-masked beasts are arranged in the order of azure, white, vermilion, black, void, south, north, 3, jewel. They corresponded to Suryu, Byako, Suzaku, Genbu, Kinja, Nanto Senin, Hokuto Senin, Shinigami, and Tenio. T/N, it's actually their kanji that has the same character as their code names. The meaning of their names are azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, golden snake, southern sage, Northern Sage, Death God, and Celestial Maiden. Their naming followed a pattern similar to the Akatsuki's arrangement, with each possessing unique abilities. Individually, their combat prowess rivaled elite jonin, but when fighting together, they could unleash power comparable to a Kaguya. It's time for me to move as well. Menma's whisper dissolved into the night wind. Once Nono had completely disappeared into the darkness, he turned and flew toward Konoha's towering gates. Chapter 14, First time leaving the village. A coastal city in the eastern part of the Land of Fire. Menma, who had left the village for the first time in this world, was now dressed in simple attire, strolling through the port area of the city. Sir. Do you need workers? I can do anything. Along the streets near the docks, unemployed commoners were desperately seeking work. Most of them were dressed in rags, their faces sallow and thin, their eyes filled with both fear and longing as they watched the passers-by. Especially those dressed in luxurious clothing. Having traveled all the way from Konoha village, Menma had seen far too many ordinary people displaced and suffering because of the war. At this point, the war between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning was nearing its end. The ninjas from both nations were locked in a stalemate within the Land of the Moon and the Land of Hot Water. Though minor skirmishes still occurred occasionally, both sides remained relatively restrained. Moreover, since Kimogakure had already sent envoys to Konoha village for peace talks, the war was about to end, so the coastal cities of the Land of Fire were gradually regaining their pre-war prosperity, with merchant ships coming and going, many of which even came from the Land of Lightning. The ninja world was far from peaceful. Beyond the wars between the great nations, bandits and outlaws ran rampant. The entire civilization of the ninja world remained stuck in a feudal era, with a rigidly hierarchical social structure composed of daimyos, nobles, merchants, ninja, and commoners. Yes, even though ninjas possessed combat abilities far surpassing ordinary people, their social status was only on par with merchants, and most of the time, they were even hired by merchants to earn rewards. Ninjas, who specialized in combat and killing, were only slightly higher in status than commoners. Of course, there were also rogue ninja or missing nin who would kill merchants and seize their wealth by force. This usually happened to small-scale merchants. Large merchants typically had noble backgrounds, making them untouchable for ordinary ninjas. After all, if a noble were killed by a ninja, it would alarm the highest ruler of the nation, the daimyo, and the entire noble class of the country would pool money to place a bounty on that ninja. All to maintain the nobility's rule. This bizarre social structure had persisted for nearly 1,000 years. During his time in the Limited Tsukuyomi World, Menma had studied this social structure in his spare time and found it utterly baffling. Though many things in the Limited Tsukuyomi World were the opposite of reality, the social structure remained unchanged. Ninja, despite possessing supernatural powers, had almost no involvement in national governance. A strange symbiotic relationship had formed between nation's power and ninja. Ninja never sought to seize political control, and the nation never tried to replace ninja clans or villages. Menma walked into a small seaside restaurant. "Welcome, sir." "Just one person." The waiter greeted him warmly, not looking down on him just because he appeared to be in his teens. Come to think of it, the social structure of the ninja world was quite strange. Some large cities had rapidly advancing technology, while other places seemed stuck in ancient times. In the Naruto manga and anime, classical architecture sometimes appeared alongside modern buildings. In some movies, even aircraft carriers made an appearance. Menma took a seat by the window, where he could see the ships docked at the port, and pulled out 2 bills, waving them slightly. "One ramen set, hold the Naruto. Also, are there any merchant ships heading to the Land of Lightning lately? The safer, the better." As a ninja, Menma obviously didn't need to hitch a ride on a merchant ship. He was just using this as an excuse to find out who the most powerful merchant in the area was. The waiter eagerly took the 2,000 Ryo bills and enthusiastically replied, "The safest would definitely be Gato-sama's shipping company. They even have samurai and ninja escorts. Although ninjas are the mainstream in this world, samurai have not disappeared. Not to mention the samurai of the Land of Iron, even most other nations have wandering samurai, many of whom work as yakuza, enforcers, or bodyguards. After all, in the original setting, ninja generally do not interfere in ordinary people's disputes, and ninja wars try to avoid involving civilians as much as possible. But once war breaks out, things become hard to control. The 2,000 Ryo bills, minus the cost of the meal, meant the waiter would pocket at least 1,000 Ryo as a tip. The monetary system in the shinobi world is complex, with nearly every nation having its own currency. The Land of Fire, as the strongest of the 5 great nations, has the most stable currency. According to the manga setting, 1 Ryo equals 1 yen. In chapter 150, the training begins. Jiraiya gave Naruto 3,000 Ryo bills to go have fun, about 3,000 yen, which is less than $30. Gato, huh? Hearing that name triggered a deep memory in Menma's mind. Yes, Gato-sama is a big merchant who has emerged in recent years. The waiter, grateful for the generous tip, eagerly explained. Rumor has it that Gato-sama has noble backing from the land of fire. His fleet sails freely in these waters, even during the war these past 2 years, his business barely suffered. Menma listened quietly. He roughly recalled that it was currently year 54 of Konoha calendar, and there are still 9 years before Naruto graduates and the story begins in year 63. By then, Gato would become one of the wealthiest men in the ninja world and was able to employ S-rank missing nin like Zabuza on a long-term basis. After all, Zabuza was a ruthless S-rank missing nin who attempted to assassinate the 4th Mizukage. While he failed, he still escaped unscathed. A high-level jonin who could fight Kakashi to a standstill wouldn't come cheap. Menma vaguely remembered that an S-rank mission's reward was around 1 million ryo. Moreover, Zabuza has Haku by his side, whose abilities were at least jonin level. If not for Naruto tapping into the Nine-Tails Chakra, he wouldn't have stood a chance against Haku. Once the waiter left, Menma rested his chin on his hand, gazing out the window at the bustling docks as he pondered the purpose of this trip. His previous elimination of the white Zetsu around the orphanage could only solve the problem temporarily. If he wanted to completely stop the white Zetsu from monitoring him, the best way would be to move to a neighborhood in the center of the village close to the Hokage building, or a neighborhood close to the Hyuga clan's territory. With the Umbu's ninjas and the sensory team in the Konoha building, as well as the perspective ability of the Hyuga clans Byakugan, White Zetsu, and Obito would definitely give up their surveillance of him. But the problem was that Menma's true body was just a 3-year-old child. Living alone was impossible, let alone moving near the Hokage building or the Hyuga clan's territory. Not only would it require money, but also some influence. Therefore, Menma planned to find a merchant to act as his pawn, preferably one with noble connections in the land of fire. The plan was to have this merchant settle in Konoha village, then adopt him under the guise of charity, allowing him to move out of the orphanage. As for why he didn't just find a noble of the land of fire to adopt him directly, it was mostly to avoid unnecessary complications. If he wanted to live near the Hokage building or the neighborhood around the Hyuga clan's territory for a long time, it is best not to use genjutsu to control his pawns. They needed to serve him willingly. And in that case, nobles, who had spent centuries thinking of themselves as superior, were unsuitable candidates. Chapter 15 Gato and his lackeys. Sir, here is your miso chashu ramen. The daifuku and tempura are complimentary. Please enjoy your meal. The waiter respectfully held the tray with both hands as he carefully arranged the steaming dishes on the table. Menma shifted his gaze from the window and glanced at the food, slightly surprised. The waiter's warm smile was unexpectedly comforting. He had even thrown in 2 extra side dishes as thanks for Menma's tip. Oh, and sir, if you're looking to board one of Gato Company's merchant ships to the Land of Lightning, you can head to the next street over. There's a ticket office for shipping vessels. The waiter added helpfully. In addition to transporting cargo, these merchant ships also sold passenger tickets on the side to earn extra income. Thank you. Menma replied curtly before picking up his chopsticks to dig in. Seeing that the customer was so cold, the waiter didn't find it strange and retreated consciously. Since this wasn't a dedicated ramen shop, the noodles were mediocre at best. However, the complimentary tempura was crispy on the outside and tender inside, while the daifuku was delightfully sweet, both of which pleased him. After finishing his meal and replenishing his energy, Menma left the small restaurant and headed toward the docks in search of his target. In the distance, a merchant ship flying Gato Company's flag was preparing to depart. Crew members on deck were shouting through megaphones, and passengers crowded along the railings, scrambling to board. With a light leap, Menma instantly appeared on the ship. Ha! A rogue samurai patrolling the deck felt a tap on his shoulder and turned his head slightly. The moment his eyes landed on the white three-eyed fox mask, the samurai fell under a genjutsu, his gaze turning vacant. Where is Gato? Menma asked quietly. Gato-sama will board shortly. The samurai answered mechanically, his voice dull. Take me to his room. Menma ordered. At the same time, he formed hand seals and transformed into a samurai wearing armor. Yes, sir. The samurai replied before leading the way. The two moved through the ship's corridors as naturally as if they were on a routine patrol, drawing no suspicion. This is Gato-sama's room. The samurai said, stopping in front of an ornate wooden door. Stand guard here. When Gato arrives, let him in. Menma instructed as he pushed the door open. Yes. The samurai responded, standing motionless like a statue. After entering the room, Menma discovered that although there was no gold, silver, or jewelry inside, the room was decorated with genuine leather furnishings, expensive liquor, and various obscure collectibles. After sitting down at the desk, Menma pulled open the drawers and began flipping through the account books. On date, the fleet transported, amount, of goods from the land of fire's port to the land of water. On date, the fleet transported, amount, of goods from the land of water back to the land of fire. Most of the records were from recent months. Even during the Third Great Ninja War, Gato's fleet had traveled freely between nations' ports. Though they occasionally encountered ninjas or pirates, losing some cargo along the way, the overall profits were staggering. During times of war, merchants like Gato thrived on massive profits. Though Menma wasn't an accountant, he could tell from the ledgers that a significant portion of the fleet's earnings had mysteriously vanished, likely funneled as bribes to nobles or even daimyo of the great nations. This was how Gato ensured his ships moved unhindered across borders. At this point, Gato's company was still modest in scale, nowhere near the level of wealth it would amass 9 years later, when Gato would become one of the world's top-tier merchants. Seems like in those fanfics I read back in the day, robbing Gato was always a surefire way to secure funds. Menma mused, leaning back in the genuine leather chair, propping his chin on one hand as he idly flipped through the ledgers. Just then, the ship lurched slightly, signaling the start of the voyage. Before long, commotion erupted outside. Bang. The door was kicked open violently. A short, well-dressed man in a suit and round sunglasses barged in aggressively. Behind him stood several menacing rogue samurai and rogue ninjas. The samurai previously under Menma's genjutsu had already been subdued. Let's see who's got the guts to mess with me. The short Gato walked into the room while baring his teeth. When he saw that someone dared to sit on the leather chair he had bought at a high price from the land of bears, his face instantly darkened, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he said, "Looks like this voyage just got a lot more entertaining." With a vicious grin, he barked at his men, "Teach this ignorant brat a lesson he won't forget. And don't damage my collectibles. After this, you can have your fun with him however you like." As soon as Gato finished, the rogue samurai and rogue ninjas behind him stepped forward with cruel smirks, their eyes gleaming with malice. To them, the brat in front of them was already nothing more than a plaything. Not even a single decent ninja among them. Menma sensed the chakra levels of these people and found only 2 at genin level. He sighed in disappointment. He didn't even have the interest to stand up. While sitting on the chair, he formed hand seals with one hand. Nine-masked beast, Tenio. In an instant, the space around him distorted as a dark crimson magic circle inscribed with the character for Jewel materialized beside him. The nine-masked beast, Tenio, emerged from the summoning array, hovering midair. What is that? The samurai barely had time to react before Tenio's ribbons lashed out like blades. 2 ribbons pierced straight through the chests of the first few charging samurai. Blood splattered everywhere, and the pungent smell of blood sobered up these rogue samurai and ninjas. They all stopped and froze in place in fear. Tenio continued her assault, her ribbons extending like whips, sweeping through the room and sending bodies flying. Screams rose one after another, severed limbs and broken arms flew everywhere, and the interior of the cabin was thrown into complete chaos. Upon seeing this, Gato was so terrified that he turned and fled without looking back, sprinting toward the corridor outside the cabin. But as soon as he reached the hallway, the 2 ribbons chased after him, swiftly wrapping around his body. Ah! Gato shrieked as he was dragged back into the room. This time, however, the room was filled with the corpses of samurai and ninjas lying haphazardly in pools of blood. PPP please. Master. I beg you, don't kill me. The once arrogant Gato now trembled so violently that he could barely speak. His small round-framed sunglasses hung crookedly on his face, revealing his terrified eyes as he stared up at the mysterious figure before him. Menma rose from his chair, floating over to Gato and looking down at the wretched merchant from above. He knew that mere slaughter wouldn't be enough to make Gato submit and serve him willingly. So, Menma formed a hand seal with one hand and said coldly. Hell viewing technique. Chapter 16, I'm willing to serve. Inside the cabin, when Gato came back to his senses, his entire body was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes filled with fear and awe toward the mysterious figure before him. The hell viewing technique might only be a simple C-rank genjutsu, but for an ordinary person like Gato, who possessed no chakra, it was no different from a divine technique. My lord. The moment he came out of the genjutsu world, Gato immediately prostrated himself at Menma's feet, his voice trembling. Gato is willing to serve you, my lord. Gato raised his head, his small eyes brimming with terror and reverence. He was terrified that he might be deemed useless and slaughtered on the spot. The hell viewing technique allowed the victim to see their deepest fears. And Gato's greatest fear was dying before he could spend all his money. In the genjutsu, he had experienced countless cycles, forced to watch as the business empire he had painstakingly built grew into a world-class conglomerate, only for him to die repeatedly due to various reasons. Sometimes it was an accident, other times he was caught in the crossfire of ninja wars, and occasionally, he was simply assassinated by ninjas. There were various genjutsu, numbering in the millions. The time Gato experienced in the genjutsu world, when converted to real time, exceeded a full year. Of course, Menma had added a little extra to the genjutsu, making Gato witness how the lofty daimyo and nobles were mercilessly slaughtered by powerful ninjas. Therefore, the moment Gato came out of the genjutsu, his first instinct was to beg for mercy from this mysterious ninja-sama, pleading to be of service. This also completely shattered Gato's faith in the old order of the ninja world. His previous reverence for the rule and worldview of nobles and daimyo had been utterly dismantled by the genjutsu he endured. Menma nodded in satisfaction and placed his hand atop Gato's head. Gato tensed and lowered his head nervously. Blood Oath Seal. As Menma's dark, violent chakra surged into Gato's brain, a curse mark similar to the caged bird appeared deep on Gato's tongue. This is the cursed seal Menma had developed in the Limited Tsukuyomi World. It was similar to Root's tongue eradication seal, though the latter only paralyzed the body if the subject disclosed Danzo's information. Menma's blood oath seal was far more brutal, as anyone marked by it would have their brain instantly destroyed if they revealed information about Menma, preventing enemies from extracting further information through memory reading. However, Menma had further refined the technique, allowing it to store a small amount of chakra equivalent to that of an average genin, significantly enhancing the subject's physical abilities. I need your financial skills to secure funds for the organization, Menma said, floating midair as he gazed down at the kneeling Gato. Feeling the faint but unmistakable surge of chakra within his body, Gato's face lit up with delight, and he Tajiza once more. Thank you for your grace, my lord. Gato pledges his life to your service. Night fell, the waves gently lapping against the ship's hull. Gato's office had been cleaned up, the corpses tossed into the sea, and the room reorganized to serve as Menma's quarters aboard the vessel. My lord, this is the finest tea from the land of tea, reserved exclusively for the daimyo. May I brew a cup for you to enjoy? Gato asked cautiously as he attended to Menma. HN. Still wearing his mask, Menma lounged lazily on the sofa. The little Nine-Tails had already crawled out from Menma's fur collar and was now sitting on the tea table, devouring sweets with gusto. Gato hurriedly offered more pastries, serving them as if attending to a god. Your current task is to manage the company's profits and secure funds for the organization, Menma said, flipping through an ancient book from an unknown country that was collected by Gato, his right hand propping up his cheek. Yes. I shall obey your command, my lord. Though it pained him to hand over the wealth he had earned to the organization, Gato had also gained power and a certain status within his new lord's ranks. In the future, he might even become a noble in the new world. How much longer until the fleet reaches the port of the Land of Lightning? Menma suddenly looked up and asked. My lord, it will probably be 5 or 6 more days. It's the northern wind season now, so the fleet will move much faster. Departing from the port of the Land of Fire, the ships would need to bypass the Land of Hot Water and cross a bay before reaching the coastline of the Land of Lightning. The distance wasn't too far, roughly equivalent to traveling from Konoha to the Land of Hot Water. If calculated based on a jonin speed of 300 km per hour, it would take about a day, accounting for rest breaks, around 5,000 kilometers in total. T/N, jonin sure are fast. This ship was a wooden sailboat, and with the northern winds boosting its speed, it could reach about 18 knots, or 33.3 kilometers per hour, meaning a maximum daily distance of 800 kilometers. So, indeed, it would take 5 or 6 days to reach the coastal regions of the Land of Lightning. With this in mind, the ninja world is still quite large. It was just that ninjas were too fast. Take Naruto and his team's 3-day journey from Konoha to Sunagakure as an example. Even if they were all elite jonin with peak stamina, traveling at 200 kilometers per hour and sleeping only 5 hours a day, they could cover 3,800 kilometers daily. 3 days would mean 11,000 kilometers. By comparison, Earth's circumference before Menma's transmigration was only 40,000 kilometers. It seemed this planet's size was indeed modeled after Earth. The entire ninja world's continent likely had a population of around 300 million, with each of the 5 great nations housing between 30 to 50 million people. Menma gently stroked the little Nine-Tails' head and added, aside from gathering funds, your company must expand across the 5 great nations and surrounding smaller countries, collecting intelligence on each. May I ask what kind of intelligence, specifically? Gato inquired cautiously. After a moment of thought, Menma replied, terrain and geographical features of each nation, major cities and strategic strongholds, port conditions, population statistics, social structures, conflicts between nobles and commoners, all of it is worth gathering. What about the ninja village? Gato asked in a low voice. Menma didn't point out that an ordinary man like Gato was ill-suited for infiltrating ninja villages. Instead, he simply said, the ninja villages will be handled by a separate intelligence unit. Understood, my lord. Gato straightened up. The little Nine-Tails, dressed in a red and white kimono like a child, sat on Menma's lap, clutching a large piece of dessert in her paws. Just as she was about to take a bite, she suddenly looked up at Menma. By the way, what about the Kimogakure's ninja's corpse? Aren't you going to deal with it? Menma finally remembered that he still had the body of the Kimogakure's envoy in his storage scroll that he hadn't dealt with. Where's the Land of Lightning's bounty exchange? Menma asked Cardo. Since they were passing through the land of lightning anyway, he might as well visit a bounty exchange station and see if he could cash the corpse in for some money. And while he was at it, he'd drop by Kimogakure for a visit. Maybe even deliver some local specialties. Chapter 17 Encountering Kakuzu at the Bounty Exchange. The Land of Lightning, a coastal port city. Under the gloomy sky, Kakuzu's figure, clad in a black robe, slowly moved through the bustling streets, exuding an aura that kept people at a distance. His cold, green eyes swept over the surrounding pedestrians as if assessing their worth. The chilling aura around him made passers-by instinctively avoid him, not daring to meet his gaze. Kakuzu arrived at a restroom on the outskirts of the city. After glancing around cautiously, he stepped inside. Following a specific sequence, he knocked on the restroom doors, and soon, a hidden door appeared in the corner, revealing a dark passage leading to an unknown destination. However, Kakuzu was Northwest's stranger to this place. He walked down the stairs with practiced ease. The space below opened up into a wide area. Two reception girls at the counter immediately put on professional smiles as they saw a guest arrive. "Welcome. I'm here to exchange a bounty." Kakuzu's voice was hoarse and laced with gloom. "Understood. Please wait a moment." One of the girls bowed slightly before hurrying off to summon the person in charge of this bounty exchange. Before long, a bald man with a scar on his forehead walked out, his face plastered with a flattering smile. "Ah, Kakuzu-sama. I've long heard of your reputation." Kakuzu snorted coldly, indifferent to the flattery. "Enough nonsense. I'm here to exchange the bounty for this one." Kakuzu pulled out a storage scroll from his pocket. With a quick release, the body of a ninja wearing a Konoha's forehead protector appeared on the ground. "Let me check." The bald man skillfully flipped through the bounties list, cross-referencing the information before nodding. After searching in the data of Konoha's ninja for a while, the bald man found the matching entry. A special jonin from the Sarutobi clan, the bounty is 8 million. The bald man recited the details before crouching down to conduct a thorough inspection. This was to prevent anyone from using transformation technique or genjutsu to scam the system. Though someone of Kakuzu's caliber as a bounty hunter wouldn't stoop to such tricks, rules were rules. "Confirmed, Kakuzu-sama." The bald man stood up and clapped his hands. Two attendants approached, carrying a case. Kakuzu took the case and placed it on the counter, opening it to reveal stacks of bills. He picked up the money, his fingers flipping through the notes swiftly, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. It seemed Kakuzu was in a good mood, as he was humming softly to himself as he counted the money. Meanwhile, the bald man ordered his subordinates to open a storage compartment on the nearby wall and store the body inside. Then, he waited quietly for Kakuzu to finish counting. Having worked at the bounty exchange for many years, he had heard of this powerful bounty hunter who liked to count his money on the spot, but this was his first time dealing with Kakuzu directly. Tap, tap, tap. Just as he waited for Kakuzu to finish counting, footsteps echoed from the staircase. "Looks like we have more business today," the bald man muttered, looking up. Kakuzu, who had been counting, also paused and turned his green eyes toward the source of the sound. He then saw a mysterious figure wearing a white three-eyed fox mask descended the stairs, their long robe swaying slightly, exuding an eerie aura. TCH, playing mysterious. Kakuzu scoffed under his breath, though his interest was piqued. Many wanted ninjas wore masks or face coverings to hide their identities, so Kakuzu always paid extra attention to such individuals. "Welcome, honored guest. This is the Land of Lightning's third bounty exchange. Are you here to post a bounty or?" The bald man stepped forward to greet the newcomer. Menma's gaze lingered briefly on Kakuzu. Though Kakuzu wore a loose robe and a cloth mask, his green eyes and the habit of counting money were unmistakable traits in the ninja world. "Let's see how much this guy is worth." Menma pulled out a sealing scroll and formed hand seals. Bang. As the smoke cleared, the corpse of the Kimogakure's envoy appeared on the ground. 12 million. Kakuzu couldn't help but glance over, immediately recognizing the man's value. "Oh, Kakuzu-sama's judgment is as sharp as ever." The bald man took out the book filled with Kimogakure's bounty and flipped to the 12 million ryo range, quickly finding the matching entry. "This is Kimogakure's special envoy, Kainu." The bald man's eyes widened in shock. Not long ago, Konoha had claimed that Kainu, the leader of Kimogakure's envoy delegation, had been killed by a mysterious ninja inside the village and his body dumped in the Hyuga clan's territory, an attempt to escalate tensions between the two nations. What followed was a war of words between the two villages. Kimogakure refused to believe Konoha's explanation, demanding they hand over the murderer. After all, they knew exactly what they had been up to. But Konoha was also very persistent and insisted that it was the mysterious ninja who killed the Kimogakure's envoy. The bald man looked up at the masked figure before him, feeling a chill run down his spine. Just how strong must someone be to infiltrate Konoha, the strongest of the 5 great ninja villages, kill someone, and escape unscathed? Kakuzu, who is still counting his money, also studied the masked figure, mentally calculating what kind of bounty he might have if he were ever marked. "Sir, may I ask how we should address you?" The bald man inquired softly after verifying the body and ordering his men to fetch the payment. The question made Menma pause for a moment. If I was going to operate in the ninja world under this disguise, a codename was indeed necessary. "You can call me Shura." So, Menma randomly chose a code name. T/N, Shura means Azura in Japanese. Not six-path son Azura, but Azura from Chinese mythology. Understood, Shura-sama. Here is our bounty list for this quarter. If you're interested, you're always welcome to do business with us. The bald man respectfully handed over the ledger. Menma took it, thinking that since he was heading to Kimogakure anyway to deliver local specialties this time, so he might as well pick up a few bounties along the way. "Sir, here is your payment." Two attendants placed a heavy case on the ground and bowed deeply. HN. Menma picked up the case without bothering to count the money and turned to leave. The bounty exchange had existed in the ninja world for who knew how long, so he doubted they'd dare cheat him. Hey, aren't you going to count it?" Seeing that the other party was carrying the box and walking away without even looking at the money, Kakuzu couldn't help but speak. As a veteran bounty hunter, it was practically giving him OCD. Not counting the money was one thing, but not even looking inside the case. Menma tilted his head slightly, the white three-eyed fox mask glinting faintly under the dim light. "You seem very interested in my money. Want to step outside and settle it? If you win, you can take all the money away." Menma raised his head and gestured towards the exit. According to the rules of the ninja world, the bounty exchange is a safe zone, and if a person kills someone in the bounty exchange, they will be targeted by the bounty exchanges. "Gladly." Kakuzu grinned, setting down his unfinished stack of bills and snapping his own case shut. Then, carrying his money-filled briefcase, he followed the masked man out of the bounty exchange. The two stepped outside one after another, the air thick with tension. Chapter 18 Work for me, Kakuzu. After leaving the bounty exchange, Menma and Kakuzu arrived at an open area. "Kid, if you're not on the wanted list, leave the money and walk away. I might spare your life," Kakuzu said hoarsely from behind his mask as he stored the money case inside a sealing scroll. Kakuzu is an extremely arrogant man. After all, he was a powerhouse from the same era as the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, even claiming to have assassinated him once. Though he had been severely wounded by Hashirama's Wind Release, Kakuzu often boasted, "I am a man who has fought against the god of ninja." After defecting from Takigakure, Kakuzu had spent decades in the ninja world making a living by collecting bounties. His greatest hobby was counting money. Due to the betrayals and distrust he had suffered in the first half of his life, Kakuzu believed that only money would never betray him. "You think I could kill the Kimogakure's envoy and not be worth anything?" Menma stood a few meters away, placing the large suitcase full of money beside him. A light chuckle came from behind his mask. "Fair point. Even if there's no bounty, I could probably trade your corpse to Kimogakure for some money." Kakuzu snorted coldly and quickly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow spears. Sharp, spear-like rocks erupted from the ground around Menma, thrusting toward him. Menma leaped into the air, his robes fluttering in the wind. "Now's my chance." Kakuzu's eyes gleamed with calculation as his right arm suddenly shot forward. Earth grudge fear. Black threads, like venomous snakes, extended from his joints, carrying his right arm in an attempt to pierce his opponent's heart. This was his signature tactic. Once he forced an enemy into the air, where they couldn't dodge or maneuver, Kakuzu would use Earth Grudge Fear for an instant kill. Countless ninjas had fallen to this move. However, Kakuzu's pupils suddenly contracted. Because the men who had jumped didn't fall back down, instead, he hovered in midair, looking down at him from above. Troublesome. Kakuzu muttered hoarsely behind his mask. Kakuzu has been in the ninja world for so many years, but he has never encountered an enemy who could hover in the air. The black threads of his right arm writhed as Earth Grudge Fear's tendrils wove into a dense net in the air, attempting to trap his opponent. Menma casually threw a few kunai, which slipped through the net of Earth Grudge Fear and shot toward Kakuzu on the ground. Humph. Kakuzu moved slightly and effortlessly dodged the kunai. "Is that all you've got, brat?" Just as Kakuzu taunted, a crackle of thunder echoed behind him. He whipped his head around, but a sharp pain had already pierced his back. An arm shrouded in dark purple lightning struck through Kakuzu's body, and in the blink of an eye, one of his hearts was crushed. When did? Kakuzu's green eyes widened in shock as he felt the collapse of one of his Earth Grudge Fear masks. He swung his Earth Grudge Fear linked arm, catching the attacker behind him, only to realize it was just a shadow clone, which dispersed into smoke the moment he grabbed it. Aw. With a roar, Kakuzu collapsed. Silence fell over the battlefield. This move really is handy. Menma mused, twirling a kunai in his hand. Transforming a shadow clone or his real body into a kunai, throwing it behind the enemy, and then launching a lightning-fast ambush, this was a signature tactic of Uzumaki Naruto. Though it seemed simple, it contained layers of deception and unpredictability. Most ninjas in the ninja world cannot defend against this move. After all, in the heat of battle, no one had the luxury of tracking every single dodged kunai. On the ground, Kakuzu still hadn't moved. If it were someone else, after piercing Kakuzu's heart, they might have thought they had already won and would approach to deal with his corpse. However, Menma knew perfectly well that Kakuzu had 5 hearts in his body, and feigning death was just one of his usual tactics. Back then, when Kakashi pierced Kakuzu's heart with his chidori, he let his guard down, only to be kicked hard by the supposedly dead Kakuzu, leaving him seriously injured. Menma hovered in midair, looking down with a chilling tone. If you keep pretending to be dead, I don't mind crushing your remaining 4 hearts. Kakuzu, who had been lying on the ground playing dead, suddenly opened his eyes, his green pupils trembling. He pushed himself up from the ground, his back hunched, a large bulge protruding from his spine. Squelch. Suddenly, a black masked monster tore through Kakuzu's cloak from his back. As the mask shattered, the creature dissipated into the air. Ha! Kakuzu panted heavily, his earlier arrogance gone, replaced by deep wariness as he stared at the floating Menma. His voice was hoarse as he asked, "How do you know?" Takigaku's secret. Menma stood in the air like a god. To me, there are no secrets in the ninja world. Now, I'll give you 2 choices, work for me, or have your other 4 hearts crushed. Menma stood proudly in the sky, with killing intent in his eyes. Do I even have a choice? Kakuzu let out a bitter, rasping laugh before dropping to one knee. Kakuzu is a man who knew when to yield. His opponent not only knew his secrets but could also destroy one of his hearts in a single move. If he didn't submit now, he likely wouldn't leave this place alive. A port in a city in the land of lightning. Several merchant ships belonging to the Gato company were docked at the harbor, where workers in short-sleeved shirts hurriedly loaded and unloaded cargo under the foreman's shouts. Gato stood on the ship's deck, watching his men work, occasionally roaring in anger. Suddenly, Gato's beady eyes caught sight of 2 figures approaching in the distance. The one leading the way made his entire body tremble, and he immediately scurried down to greet them. On the docks, Kakuzu, who is now subdued, followed silently behind the young men, his green eyes filled with confusion. My lord. My lord. Even with his short legs, Gato ran very fast. He soon reached in front of Menma, and said respectfully, "My lord, you've returned." And this is. Gato glanced at the tall, intimidating figure of Kakuzu standing behind Menma. Kakuzu. This is Gato, the organization's member in charge of finances. Your temporary mission is to protect his company's trade operations in various nations in the ninja world, Menma said, turning slightly to address Kakuzu. You'll receive a fixed salary, and you'll have access to the company's accounts. Of course, you can still take on bounty hunting jobs, just don't leak any information about the organization. Humph, not a bad deal. Kakuzu muttered under his mask, the corners of his lips curling slightly. Having a fixed salary to receive, the freedom to continue bounty hunting, and even working as a financial officer in a large company made Kakuzu feel much better after being defeated by Menma. After arranging for Gato and Kakuzu to leave the land of lightning together, Menma continued toward Kumogakure. He was going to deliver some local specialties to Kumogakure. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. I'm here to deliver local specialties. The mountains in the central part of the land of lightning are shrouded in clouds and mist. A rugged mountain path wound its way upward through the peaks, where a merchant convoy of over a dozen horse-drawn carts advanced slowly. The surrounding mountains were steep and treacherous, with a damp climate and perpetual thick mist. Anyone unfamiliar with the terrain could easily get lost. Oi, kid, we're almost at Kumogakure. Joey, a dark-skinned merchant on a carriage, looked up and shouted. His eyes were slightly vacant as he gazed at the black-haired boy lounging on the roof of the cart, playing with a small fox. The fox wore a mask on its head, with the character 4-3 etched on its forehead. Thanks, Uncle Joey. Menma replied, putting away the 9-masked beast, and flipping down from the cart. This convoy was made up of several smaller merchant groups. Since Kumogakure was nestled deep in the central mountains of the land of lightning, surrounded by perilous terrain and dense mist, outsiders often struggled to find it. Therefore, Menma had used the trade routes of the Gato company to locate a small merchant group heading to Kumogakure and placed its leader under a genjutsu. Soon, the convoy arrived at Kumogakure's entrance gate. This place is guarded by 2 Kumogakure's ninjas, who register all the civilians and ninjas entering and leaving the village. Menma hopped off the cart and gazed at Kumogakure, which is hidden among the clouds. Amidst the misty peaks, oval-shaped platforms were built into the mountains, wrapping around them and forming a unique architectural style. Most villagers lived inside these oval structures. Further away, the faint outline of a gourd-shaped building could barely be seen through the thick mist. What's your name? What brings you to Kimogakure? The guard's voice snapped Menma out of his observations. My name is Danzo, no surname. Menma replied with a grin, mimicking Naruto's cheerful demeanor. Anyway, the blame Kaguya wouldn't mind taking on a few more blames. He jerked his thumb toward the merchant behind him and said, this time I came with Uncle Joey to sell goods from the land of tea. Also, I wanted to thank a ninja from Kimogakure. Danzo, huh? One of the Kimogakure's ninjas made a quick sketch of Menma's appearance and registered it. What's the name of the ninja you want to thank, or does they have any characteristics? Maybe I know them. The other Kimogakure's ninja developed some good feelings for this guy who kept saying that he wanted to express his gratitude to the Kimogakure's ninja. He looked pretty fierce, with dark skin and bandages wrapped around his head. Menma recalled. This answer made the guarding ninja shake his head helplessly. That description isn't very helpful. Plenty of people in Kimogakure dress like that. No worries. I brought some local specialties from my hometown. If I can't find him, I'll just give them out randomly. Menma said, pointing to the carts behind him. The guarding ninjas didn't investigate further, simply completing the registration before letting the convoy pass. After entering Kimogakure, Menma parted ways with the merchant group and made his way toward the Raikage building. When he was in the Limited Tsukuyomi World, he had traveled extensively across the ninja world and visited many villages. Most of Kimogakure's layout and architecture were nearly identical to what he remembered. Yo 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 yo. As he climbed a staircase toward one of the platforms, music suddenly echoed from above. No way, can there be such a coincidence? Menma's face twitched. Training since the break of dawn, so hungry I could yawn. The rapping master's favorite dish. For lunch, it's sukiyaki, I wish. Yesh. 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 When Menma reached the top of the platform, he saw Killer Bee standing on a high platform, microphone in hand, belting out his rap. There were two Kimogakure's ninjas nearby who were forcing themselves to smile and clapping along. Villagers whispered among themselves, deliberately taking detours to avoid the area. I remember that in the Limited Tsukuyomi World, Killer Bee is a very popular singer. Listening to Bee's off-key rapping, Menma couldn't help but feel nostalgic for the Bee of that alternate reality. Hey hey yo young man over there. First time in Kimogakure? Yo. Perhaps drawn by the presence of a tailed beast, Bee suddenly noticed Menma not far away. His gaze locked onto the boy from behind his sunglasses as he called out loudly. The two Kimogakure's ninjas with Bee also turned their attention toward Menma. Seeing an unfamiliar face, they immediately grew wary. Hello, I'm a merchant from the land of tea. I brought some local specialties to thank a Kimogakure's ninja who once helped me. Menma said, stepping forward with a friendly smile. I didn't expect to see a rap performance here too. Menma added casually, making the two Kimogakure's ninjas grimace in exasperation. But Bee, as if finding a kindred spirit, leaped into the air with a dramatic flip and landed smoothly right in front of Menma. Gesturing with his hands, he rapped, Yo young man, you got good taste. Wanna come to my solo concert? Bee had been confined to the village by the 4th Raikage for years. Aside from training in Kimogakure's Unreikyo, his only hobby was rapping. While Kimogakure wasn't as openly hostile to their Jinchuriki as Konoha or Sunagakure, Bee had still faced ostracism after becoming the 8-Tails Jinchuriki, even surviving an assassination attempt by former comrades. And, well, his rapping was really annoying. Maybe next time. I should head to the mission center first. Menma said, scratching his head and politely declining. Two other Kimogakure's ninjas also approached. One of them asked, Who are you looking for? I don't know his name, just his general appearance. Menma repeated the same vague description he'd given at the gate. After listening to Menma's explanation, the Kimogakure's ninja frowned and said, Finding someone based on that won't be easy. Ninjas were highly sensitive to intelligence leaks, and people like Menma who directly use appearance to find people is very suspicious. Clearly, these two were now on guard. No worries. If I can't find him, I'll just leave the gifts at the mission center as thanks to Kimogakure. Menma said with an easygoing grin, radiating the energy of a cheerful, harmless guy. Every village's mission center was located near the Kage's office, where ninjas' activity was highest. The two Kimogakure's ninjas weren't too concerned about trouble brewing inside the village itself. After all, in Kimogakure's long history, no one had ever dared to cause trouble within its borders. The Raikage's infamous temper meant he'd likely smash through a window and start throwing hands at the first sign of trouble. What's more, Kimogakure's ninjas have always been known for their bravery. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, Kimogakure's military strength was undeniable, as they'd fought Konoha to a standstill for years. Bee and the two ninjas didn't stop Menma, stepping aside to let him pass. They watched his retreating figure disappear into the mist. Yo-Yo brought gifts of gratitude. B didn't know why, but he always felt uneasy as he watched the black-haired boy vanished. B. There's something wrong with that kid. Suddenly, in B's mental space, Eight-Tails' voice boomed. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted from the Raikage building. A thick column of black smoke spiraled upward, staining the misty mountain peaks. Chapter 20 Attack on Kimogakure. The Raikage building. The fourth Raikage, A, wore a white robe and the Raikage's hat, holding a dumbbell in his right hand as he stretched his muscles while listening to his subordinate's report. According to the updated information from the bounty exchange, the mysterious ninja who killed Kainu has exchanged his body for the bounty. Mabui said calmly, holding a stack of documents. Bang. The moment Mabui finished speaking, the fourth Raikage slammed his palm down, splitting the entire hard ironwood table in half. This is too much. That damn bastard. The fourth Raikage's eyes burned with fury, but despite his rage, he remained composed. Then, he asked solemnly, what are the chances that Konoha orchestrated this themselves? He had sent a special jonin, who was good at covert operation as a special envoy, ostensibly for peace talks but actually to infiltrate the Hyuga clan's compound and kidnap the Hyuga clan's princess, thereby securing the Byakugan bloodline for Kimogakure. If discovered by the Hyuga clan, preferably by the Hyuga clan's main family, the special envoy would become a death soldier and deliberately died on the spot to give Kimogakure an excuse to pressure Konoha into handing over the murderer. It was supposed to be a foolproof plan. But then, out of nowhere, a mysterious masked ninja appeared, killed the Kimogakure's envoy, and dumped the body in the Hyuga clan's compound, framing the Hyuga clan. As the Raikage, A certainly knew exactly what Kimo had done, and he refused to believe Konoha's claims, convinced they were just protecting the Hyuga clan at all costs. There's still a possibility. After all, a ninja capable of pulling this off within a heavily guarded village like Konoha wouldn't be some unknown rogue. Mabui frowned slightly. As the Raikage secretary, Mabui was highly intelligent, skilled in judgment and analysis, and privy to much of Kimogakure's intelligence. Therefore, she also found it unlikely that such a person existed. However, Mabui set down the documents, her light blue eyes flashing sharply as she added, Konoha is insisting that it was done by the mysterious ninja. It is obvious that they are trying to protect the Hyuga clan. If we continue to force it, Konoha probably won't hand over the murderer from the Hyuga clan. Humph. Then we'll keep fighting. We'll beat them until they beg for mercy. The fourth Raikage snarled, his left fist clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked. He wanted nothing more than to lead his ninjas straight to Konoha's doorstep. Raikage-sama, our Kimogakure no longer has the strength to continue fighting. Mabui sighed, explaining the current state of Kimogakure and the Land of Lightning to the hot-tempered Raikage. Forget invading Konoha, they hadn't even breached the Land of Fire. The ninja forces of both nations had been locked in a stalemate for months in the Land of Hot Water and the Land of the Moon, utterly exhausted. This war needed to end. Also, this is the third desk you've destroyed this month. Mabui glanced at the shattered remains. This had been a high-quality ironwood desk. Mabui said helplessly, the repair costs will be deducted from your stipend. Whatever. The fourth Raikage waved it off dismissively. Holding the dumbbell in his right hand, he gazed out the window at the dark, looming clouds, an inexplicable sense of unease creeping over him. What's B up to now? Raikage's first thought was of his adopted brother, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer B, who loved rap and had been confined to the village for years under his orders. Boom dash. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rocked the foundation of the Raikage building. The entire structure trembled violently, the room creaking as if it might collapse at any moment. Who is it? The fourth Raikage roared, tossing aside the dumbbell and shattering the office window as he leaped out. Raikage-sama. Mabui quickly followed. The two landed on a platform below, where they saw that nearly half of the Raikage building's lower floors had been destroyed. If not for the fact that the Raikage building was built atop a mountain peak, with support beams linking it to other peaks, the entire structure might have already collapsed. Raikage scanned the area for the enemy. Tap. Footsteps echoed from within the smoke. Who are you? How dare you come to Kimogakure and act so arrogantly? The fourth Raikage's fury was at its peak. In the decades since Kimogakure's founding, no one had ever dared invade like this. Amid the billowing smoke, a shadowy figure slowly emerged. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a white, three-eyed fox mask became faintly visible. Playing tricks. The fourth Raikage's body erupted with lightning attribute chakra as he activated his lightning release chakra mode. He glared at the figure in the smoke and bellowed, "Show yourself." With a burst of speed, the fourth Raikage charged straight toward the mysterious figure in the smoke. Die. Lightning release, lariat. Dense lightning attribute chakra gathered around the Raikage's elbow, crackling violently as he launched a devastating strike toward the masked figure. Just as his elbow was about to connect. Clang dash. A sharp metallic screech pierced the air. A black scythe swept out from the thick smoke, slicing through the haze. It collided violently with the metal bracer on the Rakich's wrist, sending a clear clang reverberating through the air as sparks flew. At the same time, the lightning attribute chakra concentrated on the Rakich's elbow inexplicably dissipated by half. "Who are you?" Seeing that the attack had failed, and his lightning release, lariat had been interrupted, Rakich immediately retreated. Rakich-sama. By now, Mabui and the Rakich's 2 guards, Darui and C, had arrived on the battlefield, taking positions at his sides, ready for combat. "Who are the enemies?" Darui gripped his longsword, eyes locked on the 3 masked figures emerging from the smoke. As the smoke cleared, 2 more masked figures in long robes could be seen floating in the air. The one on the right had ribbons fluttering behind her, appearing to be a woman. The one on the left wore a mask and a black robe, gripping a black scythe in his hand. Both hovered in the air like ghosts. Rakich focused on the scythe-wielding figure. He had clearly felt his chakra being drained just now. "That's Dash." Mabui also saw the mysterious masked man opposite, and her pupils contracted sharply. The mysterious ninja Konoha reported as the one who killed Kainu. "What?" Darui and C exchanged stunned glances. As the Rakich's guards and high-ranking people of Kimogakure, they were well aware of the report Konoha had sent days earlier. "I thought it was just Konoha's lame excuse, but it turns out it's real." Darui's expression darkened as he observed the 2 floating figures, and it seems that the other party is not alone. Konoha had reported a single mysterious ninja, but now, 3 masked figures had attacked Kimogakure. "Yahoo!" A loud shout came from above. B, with his 7 swords strapped to his back, landed on the scene. "Yo brother, you good?" After greeting his adoptive brother, B turned his attention to the 3 masked figures. "Yo masked dudes, why did you attack Kimogakure?" B struck a pose as he questioned them. Menma's negative emotion sensing was fully activated, and he could already sense Kimogakure's ninja rapidly converging on their location. Soon, figures began landing around the Rakich building, one after another, as ninja with Kimogakure's forehead protectors surrounded them. Did Kimogakure ever find an excuse when they attacked others? Menma's voice, muffled by his white 3-eyed fox mask, was low and cold. "Today, I'm just returning the favor." With that, he gave the order to the 2 9-masked beasts behind him, eliminate the small fries. Tenio waved her ribbons, while Shinigami raised his scythe. The 2 charged forward, one left, one right. Chapter 21 Solo Battle against the AB Combo. Darui. C. Lead the team to deal with those 2 flying ninja. Rakich quickly made tactical arrangements. Be careful of that scythe-wielding ninja. Rakich shared the intel he had gathered from their earlier exchange. That guy seems to be able to absorb chakra. B. Come with me and teach this arrogant bastard a lesson. As the renowned AB Combo of the ninja world, they had rampaged across the battlefield with unmatched dominance during the Third Great Ninja War. Only the Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato, with his superior speed, had managed to suppress them. But now that Namikaze Minato was dead, the 4th Rakich had become the fastest man in the ninja world. No one doubted the combat prowess of the AB Combo. Meanwhile, Darui and C each led teams of Kimogakure's ninjas to encircle and engage the 2 airborne enemies. They didn't dare let their guard down, not only because these enemies had the audacity to attack Kimogakure with just 3 people, but also because the ability to fly was exceptionally rare in the ninja world. So far, the only known ninja capable of flight was the 3rd Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, Inoki. C, a handsome blonde-haired shinobi, led several Kimogakure's ninjas in the first clash against Tenio. Several Kimogakure's ninjas used earth release ninjutsu, causing countless earthen spears to erupt from the ground, attempting to restrict Tenio's movements. C and 3 other Kimogakure's jonin used these spears as platforms to leap into the air, their lightning release ninjutsu cutting through the smoke. However, Tenio's ribbons were as treacherous as vipers. Not only could they extend freely, but they were also sharp enough to slice through steel. Any ninja struck by them would either be fatally wounded or sent flying, coughing up blood. Tenio danced gracefully in the air, her ribbons whirling like a performance, effortlessly piercing through or smashing into the Kimogakure's ninjas. For a time, no one could even get close to her. And on the other side, Shinigami swung his scythe as he clashed with the Kimogakure's forces led by Darui. Water release, water bullet. Several water release specialists among the Kimogakure's ninjas formed hand seals and fired a barrage of high-pressure water bullets at the airborne Shinigami. These water bullets packed enough force to pierce through steel plates. Shinigami drifted lightly through the air, evading the attacks before charging straight toward Darui. Storm release, laser circus. Darui formed hand seals with both hands. A blue orb of light erupted, releasing over a dozen electrified water beams that shot toward Shinigami in the sky. These water columns homed in like guided lasers, attacking from multiple angles. In response, Shinigami swung his scythe. Several wind blades sliced through the smoke, forming a net in midair that shredded the incoming storm release ninjutsu, and absorbed them. What? Darui stared in shock as his proud, storm release, laser circus, was effortlessly dismantled by mere wind blades. The wind blades continued their trajectory, striking several Kimogakure's ninjas who failed to dodge in time. Ah! The hit ninjas screamed in agony. Darui quickly checked on them, only to find that while their bodies showed no physical wounds from the wind blades, they collapsed as if dead, completely immobilized. Be careful. Mabui urgently warned, that guy's scythe can absorb chakra. Don't let it hit you. Using the intel provided earlier by the Raikage, the sharp-minded Mabui quickly adjusted the team's tactics. Ninjas relied heavily on chakra, and once depleted, death was almost certain. I'll hold him off. Mabui. Coordinate the long-range attacks. True to his future role as the fifth Raikage, Darui immediately took on the role of the decoy. Using the Raikage building as footholds, he scaled to higher ground before leaping toward Shinigami. Lightning Release, Black Panther. Though Darui couldn't fly, he had large-scale ninjutsu at his disposal. Countless dark lightnings gathered on Darui's body, morphing into the shape of a Black Panther before pouncing on Shinigami. In response, Shinigami swung his scythe again. Darui directly activated the second stage of Black Panther, and the lightning Black Panther expanded, transforming into a massive electrified net that enveloped the enemy. Faced with this web of black lightning, Shinigami spun his scythe like a lawnmower, absorbing every strand of lightning attribute chakra it touched. How is this possible? Darui, who is still midair, stared in disbelief. On the main battlefield. The fierce battle between Kimogakure's AB combo and Menma in the smoke had reached its climax. Raikage uses the lightning release chakra mode, combined with his nintaijutsu, struck like thunder, launching relentless attacks. Meanwhile, B effortlessly wielded 7 swords, their movements as wild as a swarm of bees, perfectly synchronized with his brother's assault from the other side. True to his epithet, Killer B, his techniques were vicious, and his incessant rapping only added to the annoyance. However, the mysterious opponent before them deflected B's seamless 7-sword onslaught with nothing but a single kunai, all while effortlessly dodging Raikage's taijutsu attacks. Despite this being their first encounter, A and B couldn't shake the feeling that their opponent knew their every move. Lightning Oppression Horizontal Chop. Raikage concentrated his lightning release chakra into his hand, leaped into the air, and descended in a devastating chop. At the same time, B swung his swords, cutting off all escape routes for the mysterious men. Spiraling Ring. With his right hand gripping a kunai, Menma parried B's sword strikes, while his left hand formed a dark purple orb, slamming it directly into Raikage's lightning oppression horizontal chop. Boom. The violent collision of the two ninjutsu sent dark chakra and lightning attribute chakra clashing in a piercing explosion. In the end, it was Menma's spiraling ring proved superior. The violent dark chakra, infused with wind attribute chakra, tore through the lightning covering Raikage's arm like countless blades. The violent dark chakra struck Raikage's arm, carving deep gashes into his tempered flesh, blood spraying everywhere. Arg. Damn it. Roaring in pain, Raikage grimaced fiercely as he was sent flying back several meters. Even his heavy metal armguard, weighing hundreds of pounds, had been gnawed apart by the ferocious dark chakra. Only a body as hardened as Raikage's, which was forged through relentless lightning release training, could withstand a direct hit from the spiraling ring. Any ordinary jonin would have been killed or crippled on the spot. Hey brother, are you okay? B also retreated to A's side, his voice laced with concern. B. This guy is no ordinary opponent. Use the tailed beast transformation. Raikage knew their current fighting style wouldn't be enough to defeat this enemy and prepared to unleash their full power. But brother, this is a village, the 8 tails will wreck everything. B was a little worried. Mabui. Raikage bellowed. However, when he turned his head, he saw that dozens of Kimogakure's ninjas in the distance had already fallen dead or wounded. Darui and C were also locked in desperate struggles. Chapter 22, Chapter 22. This is a parting gift. If it were just a few ordinary elite jonin, even if there were more of them, they might not have pushed Kimogakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages, into such a desperate battle. But the mysterious masked figures who appeared this time were far stronger than ordinary elite jonin, and their abilities were bizarre and unpredictable. The ability to float in midair alone gave them an overwhelming advantage over 99% of ninja. Fortunately, Kimogakure was situated atop towering mountains, allowing the Kimogakure's ninja to leap into the air from the Raikage building or nearby peaks to launch their attacks. Against ordinary ninja, even getting close would have been nearly impossible. Moreover, the scythe-wielding masked man could absorb chakra. A single strike from his scythe or the wind blades he unleashed would drain a victim's chakra instantly, leaving them either dead or crippled. In their initial clash, under the command of Darui, C, and Mabui, the Kimogakure's ninja suffered the loss of 2 jonin and 12 chunin before finally forcing the 2 floating enemies into a corner. However, when the 2 masked figures stood back to back, their coordination made them even more formidable. Darui and C, leading several elite jonin, attempted to attack from multiple angles, but each assault was repelled, leaving the battle at a stalemate. It was important to remember that in any ninja village, jonin were the absolute elite. Even at its peak, the number of jonin in Konoha never exceeded 50. In the current Konoha, the number of registered jonin was around 30, with a similar ratio of special jonin specializing in specific fields. The Uchiha clan was revered as the strongest clan in the ninja world precisely because they consistently maintained a force of over 10 jonin. Any Uchiha who awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan was undoubtedly an elite jonin-level combatant. However, now, a sight that would forever be etched into the fourth Raikage's memory unfolded in the heart of Kimogakure. Amid the ruins of the half-destroyed Raikage building, as the smoke gradually cleared, the two masked figures hovered midair, standing back-to-back against a force 10 times their size, which are comprised of Kimogakure's finest, without showing the slightest sign of being overwhelmed. These were no longer ordinary experts. In response to the call from Raikage, Mabui handed over command of the battlefield to Samui, who had just arrived. Samui is a blonde, cool-headed, and highly knowledgeable woman around Mabui's age, and she's also one of B's swordsmanship disciples. Raikage-sama. Mabui quickly reached Raikage's side. The communications team has called for reinforcements. Yujito-sama will arrive soon. There are 2 Jinchuriki in Kimogakure, and both of them are perfect Jinchuriki. Once Niyujito and more Kimogakure's ninjas arrived, the tide of battle would surely turn. Bye. Use tailed beast transformation. Raikage immediately issued his orders before growling to Mabui, prepare to transport B and me to Unreikyo. After receiving the order from his big brother, B directly unleashed the 8-Tails Chakra. A crimson, beast-like cloak of chakra enveloped his body, forming 8 writhing, monstrous tails. The tailed beast chakra cloak drastically enhanced B's physical abilities, and he charged forward, swords in hand, to engage the mysterious masked man once more. Meanwhile, the fourth Raikage's body crackled with lightning, tearing through the air as he transformed into a bolt of thunder, attacking the masked men from another angle. Double lariat. Their elbows, infused with massive amounts of chakra, aimed to decapitate the enemy in a scissor-like motion. However, just as their double lariat was about to connect. Boom. A surge of violent, dark red chakra erupted from the masked man's body, instantly forming a chakra cloak around him that blocked the attack with sheer force. Crack. B's tailed beast cloak and the fourth Raikage's lightning attribute chakra clashed violently against the masked man's neck, stopping less than 10 centimeters away, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. Idiot, what's going on? B's rap carried shock as he realized why 8-Tails had warned him earlier about this guy's abnormality. The masked man's chakra cloak was almost identical to his own tailed beast cloak, except the sinister, malevolent chakra within was even more overwhelming than 8-Tails. Mabui. The fourth Raikage roared. Not far away, Mabui's expression darkened as her hands formed a series of hand seals, heavenly transfer technique. A tearing sensation instantly engulfed Raikage, B, and the masked men as space itself trembled around them. I see. Feeling the spatial distortion and the pain of his body being torn apart, Menma couldn't help but admire Mabui's quick thinking. Then, this is my parting gift to you. Just before being transported away, Menma formed a small, dark purple orb in his right hand. Inside, violent dark chakra swirled, wrapped in a layer of wind attribute chakra. At the moment when Menma and the AB combo disappeared, the great spiraling ring slowly descended toward the ground. Unreikyo. The AB combo and Menma were teleported here. The moment they landed, B immediately used the full-tailed beast transformation. The colossal form of the 8-Tails, Gyuki, rose from the ground. Yo Gyuki, check this guy out. Whose chakra is this? Killer B communicated mentally with Gyuki. At this time, Gyuki in B's mental space was already lost in confusion. This familiar chakra was saturated with negativity like darkness and violence, much like the Nine-Tails, yet it was also strangely unfamiliar. So unfamiliar that even Gyuki was thrown into confusion. Right. No. Ah, is it? Gyuki had fallen deep into self-doubt. B. Go all out. The fourth Raikage also activated his strongest lightning release chakra mode at full power. His entire body crackled with intense electricity, his hair standing on end. Just as the two prepared to attack, the masked man floated upward, hovering in midair as he gazed toward Kimogakure in the distance. Let's watch together. Menma's deep voice echoed from behind the mask. Raikage and B were momentarily puzzled. Then, in the distance, Kimogakure, which was shrouded in dark clouds, suddenly emitted a burst of light. Raikage and B looked over in shock, only to see a massive mushroom cloud rising from the direction of the village. The searing light tore through the black clouds above, illuminating the sky. Half a minute later, the thunderous roar of the explosion finally reached Unreikyo. You bastard! What did you do? Raikage's eyes burned with fury as he leaped high into the air, condensing an intense current of lightning attribute chakra into his hand. Lightning oppression horizontal chop. His lightning-infused chop slammed against Menma's tailed beast cloak, yet it didn't even make a dent. I've had enough fun. Menma chuckled softly, then ascended higher. B. Raikage roared. B, who had transformed into 8 tails, braced himself on his front limbs, tilting his head back as a swirling black-tailed beast bomb rapidly formed in his mouth. Watching the forming attack, Menma casually raised his right hand and another dark purple orb materialized in his palm. This is my parting gift. The great spiraling ring was thrown out by Menma casually. The dark purple orb drifted lazily downward, and collided with the whistling tailed beast bomb. Boom. Terrifying energy erupted instantly, engulfing the entire Unreikyo. Chapter 23, Chapter 23 Tragic Casualties in Kimogakure. Unreikyo, B's special training location, can no longer be called a valley now. T/N, Unreikyo means Valley of Clouds and Lightning. The combined explosions of a tailed beast bomb and the great spiraling ring wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The surrounding mountains within several kilometers of Unreikyo had been flattened, leaving behind a massive crater over a kilometer in diameter and hundreds of meters deep at its center. The severed river now rushed into the pit, carrying debris along with it. Inside the crater, the exposed rock layers had been scorched into a glass-like crystalline state by the intense heat. From the ruins, the mangled body of Gyuki slowly rose, causing the crystallized earth around it to crack and crumble. Cough. Brother, are you okay? Despite spitting out a mouthful of blood, B still managed to keep his signature rap tone. In his complete tailed beast form, he had shielded the 4th Raikage, but his own back had been torn apart by the explosion, the wounds deep enough to expose bone. B. I quickly caught B as he reverted from his tailed beast mode. If B hadn't protected him just now, the one who would have been seriously injured and lying on the ground would probably have been the 4th Raikage. Raikage hoisted Killer B onto his back and sprinted toward Kimogakure without hesitation, the memory of that explosion still burning in his mind. The village. When Raikage arrived at the outskirts of Kimogakure, standing atop a mountain peak, he saw that the center of the village looked as if it had been erased by an eraser, with the Raikage building completely vanished. Several mountains, including the one housing the Raikage building, had been severed at their midsections. The Kimogakure's ninjas had suffered heavy casualties, and the entire village was shrouded in thick, billowing smoke. Medical Nin darted through the haze, desperately tending to the wounded. The agonized cries of the injured pierced through the smoke, filling the air and deepening the 4th Raikage's guilt. Raikage-sama. 2 figures landed beside him. Raikage turned his gaze and saw Yujito and Dodai. Killer B. Yujito's pupils contracted in shock at the sight of B's grievous injuries. As another Jinchuriki, Yujito was well aware of B's strength. In an era where the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki remained inactive, B was considered the strongest Jinchuriki alive, and yet, he had been reduced to this state by the enemy. B protected me. Raikage clenched his fists. After his father, the 3rd Raikage, had died in battle, A had forbidden B from leaving the village, fearing his brother would suffer a similar fate. But today, when the mysterious enemies had attacked the village, it was his brother who had shielded him from the devastating explosion. What caused the explosion in the village? Where are the 2 enemies now? After handing the seriously injured B over to the medical Nin who arrived, Raikage asked Dodai. This elite Jonin, who had been deeply trusted by the 3rd Raikage, said with a heavy tone, by the time I arrived, the battle was already over. What about Darui and the others? Raikage shouted at the top of his lungs. Darui, C, and Samui sustained only minor injuries, but Mabui was too close to the blast's epicenter and couldn't evacuate in time, so she's still in critical condition. Dodai's lone eye reflected the ruins at the village's heart. Among the ninjas who participated in the battle, 2 Jonin have been confirmed dead, 2 Jonin and 3 special Jonin are severely wounded, 7 Chunin have been confirmed dead, and 16 Chunin had their chakra drained, their fates remain unknown. Additionally, the explosion destroyed the center of Kimogakure. The estimated civilian casualties are no fewer than 200. Unlike Konoha, which was built on flatlands, Kimogakure was constructed atop mountain ranges. As a result, the force of the explosion and its shockwaves had been partially absorbed by the surrounding peaks. Moreover, as a military stronghold for ninja, the majority of the village's inhabitants were trained ninja, all included in the casualty count. Even so, the losses were devastating, 7 Jonin and special Jonin, over 20 Chunin, and more than 200 genin and villagers dead or injured. The toll was comparable to a crushing defeat in a major war. Had Kimogakure's main forces not been deployed in the Land of the Moon and the Land of Hot Water, clashing with Konoha's troops, the casualties could have been far worse. Moreover, B, the 8-Tails Jinchuriki and Kimogakure's strategic nuclear weapon, was also seriously injured. Bang. The 4th Raikage's fist slammed into the mountainside, leaving a crater 2 meters deep. Have you caught those 2 enemies? Raikage snarled, his teeth grinding with barely restrained fury. But Dodai shook his head grimly. Then, he offered a chilling theory. According to Darui and C's accounts, the two floating enemies vanished the moment the explosion occurred. They might not have been human. They were likely summoned creatures. What? When Raikage heard that the two mysterious enemies who had tied down dozens of Kimogakure's elite ninjas were actually summoned beasts, he became so angry that his eyes widened. How did they even get into the village? Raikage's knuckles turned white and he became angrier the more he thought about it. Dodai replied, I interrogated the guards stationed at the village entrance today, as well as the ninja who encountered the mysterious intruder alongside Bisama. I also questioned the merchant caravan that entered the village earlier. Preliminary findings suggest the enemy used genjutsu to manipulate the caravan leader, entering the village under the name Danzo. Here's a sketch of the suspect. Dodai handed over the gathered intel along with a drawn portrait to the Raikage. Dodai had done remarkably well to gather and organize the preliminary intelligence in such a short time. But when he looked at the sunny and cheerful boy in the portrait, Raikage became even more furious. Mobilize all of Kimogakure's intelligence networks immediately. We must find this bastard. Raikage crumpled the sketch into a ball and said through gritted teeth, issue a reward to the bounty exchange. 70 million Ryo. And if anyone can provide intelligence clues, Kimogakure will also give them a reward of 10 million Ryo after confirmation. A bounty of 70 million Ryo is already higher than the bounties of many Jinchuriki. For comparison, the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, Utakata, was only worth 50 million Ryo. Of course, Raikage did not expect to kill this mysterious enemy by just offering a bounty. The real purpose of the bounty was to spread the information far and wide, to make other villages aware of this threat and cause trouble for this mysterious person. Kimogakure had spies in every great ninja villages. If this mysterious figure clashed with any of them, Raikage would get his lead. Understood. Dodai immediately dispatched a trusted subordinate to handle the matter. And one more thing. Raikage's gaze lingered on the gaping void in the village's center, his voice thick with reluctance, let's make a truce with Konoha. Boom. The storm clouds, which were momentarily dispersed by the explosion, now gathered once more over Kimogakure. The rain that fell carried the acrid scent of gunpowder, washing over the village's wounds. The pain of war had engulfed the entire Kimogakure. In the 54th year of Konoha calendar, the news that Kimogakure was attacked by a mysterious ninja spread like wildfire. Each great ninja village dispatched spies to assess the extent of the damage. Before long, Kimogakure accepted Konoha's ceasefire terms, finally bringing the last remnants of the Third Great Ninja War to an end. With this, the ninja world would now enter a brief era of peace. At the same time, a mysterious ninja named Danzo, codenamed Shura, appeared in the bounty exchange with a staggering 70 million Ryo bounty on his head. Even just providing useful intel could earn someone 10 million Ryo. Meanwhile, deep within Konoha's roots base. Looking at the bounty for Danzo on the bounty poster brought by his subordinates, Danzo flew into a rage, tearing the freshly printed bounty poster to shreds. Chapter 24, The Mysterious Ninja. Land of Rain, Omegakure. Heavy rain poured down as countless towering buildings stood tall within the curtain of rain, the entire village shrouded in a gloomy, damp atmosphere. For the ninjas of Omegakure, rain had been falling over their village and the entire land of rain since the day they were born, with barely a few clear days throughout the year. Beneath this never-ending rain lay poverty, slaughter, crime. At the top of one of the tall buildings, Obito, wearing the Akatsuki's black robes with red clouds and operating under the alias Uchiha Madara, sat at the edge of the platform, gazing down at the rain-soaked city. In the room behind him, the Six Paths of Pain stood silently in the shadows, while Konan meticulously sorted through gathered intelligence. At this point, the Akatsuki organization consisted only of Nagato, Konan, and Obito, who is posing as Madara, and Zetsu. The deceased core members had been reanimated by Nagato as the Six Paths of Pain. Due to the severe injuries his legs had suffered from Hanzo's explosive tag trap, and the constant need to supply chakra to the ghetto statue, Nagato's real body remained confined to a special apparatus, unable to move freely. Thus, he relied on the Deva Path, which is created from Yahiko's corpse, to act in the outside world. A playful voice rang out as a Venus flytrap-like figure emerged from the ground, his body starkly divided into black and white halves. Guess what interesting intel I picked up at the bounty exchange? The white half said in a teasing tone. Just spit it out. Obito replied coldly, turning his head slightly, his Sharingan glinting ominously beneath the mask. You're no fun at all, White Zetsu continued chattering. At the same time, he placed a freshly updated bounty poster on the table. This is the new bounty of 70 million Ryo updated by the bounty exchange. The target calls himself Danzo, codenamed Shura. The attack on Kimogakure seems to be his doing. Konan picked up the bounty poster and examined it carefully. Danzo. The name triggered painful memories for Konan. But unlike the bandage-wrapped Shimura Danzo from her memories, the portrait depicted a bright, cheerful young man. For some reason, it reminded her of Yahiko when he was still alive. What were the losses from the attack on Kimogakure? Obito also came over. What he was more concerned about was whether this mysterious ninja was the same person who had attacked Konoha days earlier. The White Zetsu I sent out reported that quite a few people died and the Raikage building was blown to bits. White Zetsu waved his arms excitedly, a blast of that scale, and he still managed to escape unscathed under the pursuit of the Raikage and the Jinchuriki. That's no less damage than what you caused during your attack on Konoha 3 years ago. The number of active White Zetsu was limited, and Black Zetsu couldn't afford to place surveillance in every village, as the risk of exposure was too high. Therefore, the details of the battles within Kimogakure and Unreikyo remained largely unknown to outsiders. The severely injured B was also under tight protection. Moreover, since B had been banned from leaving the village for years, White Zetsu hadn't gathered any intelligence on him either. Humph. Hearing White Zetsu bring up the Nine-Tails Rampage he had orchestrated 3 years ago, Obito snorted coldly. Back then, his teacher Minato's Flying Thunder God technique and Raiznan had left him badly injured, and half of his body, which fused with White Zetsu, had been melted. Do you know this, Shura? The Deva Path's voice echoed from the shadows. Though they had accepted this self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara into the Akatsuki, Nagato, and Konan remained wary of him. Now that such a powerful ninja has appeared, Uchiha Madara, who has lived for nearly 100 years, should have some knowledge of him. Moreover, the code name of this mysterious ninja is Shura. When Uchiha Madara was alive, he also had the title of Shura of the Ninja World. I've never heard of abilities like his. Obito muttered, staring at the sketch on the bounty poster. It depicted a bright, cheerful young man, though the description noted it might be a transformation technique disguise. Next to the sketch was another portrait of a man wearing a three-eyed fox mask. Abilities he'd never heard of, a powerful ninja he'd never encountered before. Could this disrupt his plans for revenge? Obito raised his head and spoke to Zetsu. The moment Konoha's heightened security eases up, notify me immediately. Due to the recent incident where a Kimogakure's envoy was killed by a mysterious ninja and his body was dumped in an attempt to frame the Hyuga clan, Konoha had tightened surveillance on its village barrier. The White Zetsu lurking within Konoha had relayed some intelligence but dared not act recklessly, fearing detection by Byakugan users or other sensory ninjas. At the same time, in Konoha village, a high-level meeting was also taking place in the Hokage building. I'll say it one last time. This matter has absolutely nothing to do with me. Danzo slammed the table, his face dark with fury as he argued with Hiruzen. On the table before them lay the updated bounty poster from the bounty exchange, clearly displaying the sketch of the mysterious man, alongside the name, Danzo. Koharu said in a soothing tone, perhaps it's just a coincidence of names. Or it could be an attempt to frame us. Hamura looked at Hayashi across from him and asked, are you sure it's the same person? Hayashi looked at the bounty poster on the table and the familiar three-eyed fox mask, and nodded affirmatively, absolutely, it's the same mask. But then, Hayashi frowned again and said, he caused trouble in Konoha, then went to Kimogakure to wreak havoc. What is his goal? The high-ranking people present at the meeting fell into deep thought. Previously, they had assumed this mysterious ninja bore a grudge against Konoha, hence his attempt to frame the village and escalate war with Kimogakure. But now, this mysterious man has attacked Kimogakure himself. According to intelligence from Konoha's spies in Kimogakure, the Raikage building had been obliterated, with hundreds of casualties, including elite jonin. What's even more unsettling is that the spies reported that the attackers weren't alone, there were 3 masked individuals, 1 woman and 2 men. However, since most of Konoha's spies in Kimogakure were just genin, they couldn't access critical details. If the enemy holds a deep-seated grudge against Kimogakure, then this makes sense. Nara Shikaku, who had 2 scars on his face, analyzed. As the Jonin commander and the chief strategist of the 3rd and 4th Hokage, his words carried significant weight. Hiruzen took a slow drag from his pipe, his old face grave beneath the Hokage's hat. Shikaku continued his reasoning, assassinating the Kimogakure's envoy and put the blame on the Hyuga clan. If the plan succeeds, the war will most likely continue, and Kimogakure's combat power will be greatly consumed. At that time, this mysterious person, or their organization, could strike Kimogakure at their weakest. Shikaku's deduction was logical, and also the only plausible explanation at the moment. As the meeting concluded, after finalizing security measures, Hiruzen turned to Hayashi with concern, how is Hisashi's situation? He's doing well. Hayashi hesitated briefly before answering. Chapter 25, This is Konoha. Is this Konoha village? When the merchant caravan arrived at Konoha's gates, Gato curiously peeked out from his palanquin, carefully examining the entrance to this ninja village. This was his first time visiting Konoha. Remembering the mission assigned by that person, Gato didn't dare slack off in the slightest, urging his subordinates to quickly enter the village. The ninjas at Konoha's gates weren't particularly strict when inspecting ordinary merchant caravans, requiring only routine registration and a brief inquiry. After all, the mysterious men who had infiltrated the village earlier couldn't possibly have entered through the front gate. After entering the village, Gato first followed procedure by heading to the administrative area where the Hokage building was located, registering at the mission center to formally declare his intentions. The Gato company would be opening a branch in Konoha, specializing in unique goods from various nations. The location for the company was set in Konoha's busiest commercial district. Additionally, I've noticed that Konoha village is also a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery. I'd like to purchase a property here, Gato said to the Konoha's Chunin handling his request. Oh, that's most welcome. The Chunin immediately became enthusiastic, launching into an introduction of the village's real estate. Though Konoha was primarily a ninja village, it also heavily relied on merchants and nobles. Ninja weren't skilled in business or economics, and even the merchant-oriented ninja clans mainly dealt in ninja tools, summoning creatures, or other ninja-related industries. Gato examined the map of Konoha's districts and pointed to a neighborhood adjacent to the Hyuga clan's compound, then asked, "What are the property prices like in this area?" As expected of a great merchant, you have excellent taste. This area is right next to the Hyuga clan's territory. The public safety here is famously good, making it very suitable for living. And the prices aren't too high either. The Konoha's Chunin began his sales pitch. And he also personally took Gato to see these houses. After all, this was a major financial backer. The environment here really is quite nice. Standing on the engawa of one of the houses, Gato looked around the courtyard with satisfaction. The small pond in the yard was adorned with decorative stones, and a bamboo water fountain tapped rhythmically against a rock. Adding some ornamental fish would surely make it quite charming. This residence is peaceful and secluded, with a spacious yard. You and your wife would surely live very comfortably here. The Konoha's Chunin flattered with a smile. Well, actually. Seeing that the mood was just right, Gato suddenly adopted a somber expression and sighed softly. Due to certain circumstances, I've never been able to have children of my own. This. The Konoha's Chunin panicked slightly, realizing he'd touched on a sore subject. If I were to adopt an orphan from Konoha, could they attend your ninja academy? Gato seemed to have a sudden idea, clapping his hands together with excitement. Someone like me, just an ordinary merchant, long lost any ninja talent. But I've always admired ninja. If I could adopt a child, even if they only became an average ninja. Gato grew more and more animated as he spoke. Adopting an orphan from Konoha. The Konoha's ninja was momentarily stunned by this unexpected request. Such a whimsical idea would have raised eyebrows in any other world. But this is the ninja world. This is Konoha. The application from the prominent merchant, Gato, seeking to adopt a Konoha's orphan as his foster son, soon made its way to Hiruzen's desk. Gato, the great merchant. Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke from his pipe as he reviewed the application, along with the background check conducted by the intelligence division. Though Gato was merely a merchant, his connections extended to the Land of Fire's nobles, and possibly even the daimyo himself. Whether it was his request to settle in the village or to adopt a child, Hiruzen had no reason to refuse. Moreover, the child would be chosen from Konoha's war orphans and attend the Konoha's ninja academy. This meant Gato's foster son would grow up in Konoha, educated in the village's Will of Fire ideology, surrounded by peers, classmates, and friends who were all Konoha's ninja. After careful consideration, Hiruzen stamped the application with the Hokage's seal. Hyuga clan's compound. 4-year-old Niji stood outside a study, holding a meal box prepared by his mother, his brow furrowed with worry beneath the green caged bird's mark on his forehead. Since returning from the hospital the previous day, Hizashi had locked himself in his study for an entire day and night, refusing to see anyone. Father. He called softly. Niji, don't worry about me. I just need some time alone. Hayashi's voice came from inside the study, hoarse and weak. At least, please eat something. Niji put the food plate at the door, knelt in front of it, and said, Mother is very worried about you too. The room fell into silence. Niji remained kneeling outside the door. Though he was only 4 years old, the precocious Niji was highly sensitive to major events within his clan and the village. A few days ago, a mysterious intruder had attacked the Hyuga clan's compound, leaving his father severely injured and hospitalized for days. Niji had visited him daily with his mother. Since then, Niji had sensed something unusual about his father. But at his young age, Niji couldn't comprehend the profound meaning hidden in Hizashi's white eyes. He simply assumed his father hadn't yet recovered from the shock of being defeated by the intruder. Go rest first, Niji. A sigh from Hizashi was heard in the room. I'll eat later. Seeing that his father insisted, Niji, as a filial son, could only rise silently and withdraw. Inside the study, Hizashi, dressed in home attire, was frantically rummaging through the branch family's records and historical texts, his white eyes wide with desperation. Half-unrolled scrolls lay scattered across the floor. Nothing. How can there be? Nothing at all. After exhausting every book in his study, Hayashi shook his head, his white eyes filled with despair. The truth about the birth of the caged bird that the mysterious intruder had shown him that day, there was no trace of it in the Branch family's records. As the head of the Branch family, Hisashi had inherited numerous texts from his predecessor, including the Hyuga clan's secret Byakugan techniques, the advanced principles of the gentle fist, and some historical records. Hisashi had hoped to find some evidence to refute the intruder's claims. But the more he failed to uncover anything, the more horrifying that so-called truth became. The absence of proof only made the terrifying revelation more plausible. A wave of desolation washed over him, and Hisashi's trembling right hand unconsciously reached up to touch the back of his head. The 24-hour release from the caged bird had been brief, but it left Hayashi constantly yearning for that fleeting sense of freedom. When the seal had first been lifted, the sudden loss of his Byakugan's vision had made his entire body feel as though countless ants were crawling under his skin. That maddening itch had nearly shattered his sanity. He had struggled desperately to suppress the urge to seek out the mysterious man. "Pledge your loyalty to me." The mysterious man's words still echoed in his ears. "Do you want to be a coward for the rest of your life, or a hero of the Branch family, even if only for a few minutes?" Hayashi shook his head in agony, trying to dispel the devil's whispers. He fought to push away thoughts of that clearly malevolent figure. But the fate of the Hyuga clan's Branch family. Niji's future. Creak. The study door finally opened. After confining himself for a full day and night, Hisashi emerged, his spirit visibly drained. Seeing the meal tray left on the floor and the food atop it, he slowly knelt down. "Niji dash," Hisashi murmured softly, his brow heavy with unshakable sorrow. Chapter 26, Leaving the Orphanage. Outside the Konoha orphanage, the laughter of children playing drifted with the wind. Yamanaka Santa and Gato stood not far away, their eyes scanning the carefree figures. Santa placed a hand on his hip and said, "Gato-san, these children are all war orphans from Konoha and the surrounding areas. Their backgrounds are clean, but whether they have ninja talent will require further testing." He was the person in charge of liaising with Gato and handling the subsequent adoption procedures. Santa, a chunin from the Yamanaka clan, was currently 15 years old. Over a decade later, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, he would form a team with Nara and Sui and Tatami Iwashi to assist Kakashi in battling the reanimated Zabuza and the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. "It's fine. In fact, requiring ninja talent might be too strict of a condition on my part," Gato said with a kindly expression, without any trace of the fierce look he displayed in the business world. "Then let's go meet the director first," Santa said as he walked toward the orphanage. Gato followed closely behind, accompanied by a bodyguard. As they approached the orphanage, Gato's small eyes narrowed behind his sunglasses, scanning each orphan in search of the target described by that person. But after searching for a long time among the children, he couldn't find the one matching the description. "Strange, is he not here?" Gato frowned inwardly. Suddenly, a solitary figure under a distant tree caught Gato's attention. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the grass. Beneath the tree, a child sat alone, fiddling with a doll in his hands, as if isolated from the world. The indifferent expression and detached demeanor were strikingly similar to that person. Almost unconsciously, Gato walked over. Crunch. Menma had noticed Gato the moment he arrived, but to avoid drawing attention, he didn't actively guide him over. Only when Gato stepped under the shade of the tree did Menma slowly look up. His young face bore a calmness that didn't match his age. "You're here. Are the preparations done?" This familiar tone reminded Gato of the instructions of that person. "You'll find a child named Menma at the Konoha orphanage. He's a member of the organization, ranked above you. Your task is to ensure he's properly settled." Gato had initially assumed it would be a teenager, someone with exceptional ninja talent to have been recruited into the organization. After all, that person had single-handedly destroyed half of Kimogakure, and Kakuzu, who had been subdued, had also displayed terrifying combat prowess while protecting him. But the child before him couldn't be more than 3 or 4 years old, his face still soft with youth. Yet, in his hands, he clutched a dark red fox doll wearing an eerie mask. Was this really the target that Lord had described? "So," Gato said tentatively, "the house and the branch office have been arranged. Let's go," Menma said, standing up. His tone brooked no argument. "Yes." Gato was finally convinced that this child was indeed the one that person wanted him to find. At the entrance of the orphanage, Menma Yunai, the acting director of the orphanage, stood with her hands on her hips beside Santa. Her eyes were filled with helplessness as she looked at Menma. This child was always so aloof and withdrawn, making it hard not to worry about him. "So his name is Menma." Gato nodded to Santa and said, "I feel a connection with this child. I'll take him." Santa was slightly surprised. He had just brought Yunai over, yet Gato had already found a suitable candidate. His orange eyebrows lifted slightly as he glanced at the child holding the fox doll beside Gato. Yunai quickly explained, Menma has been here for 3 years, but he's very introverted. I'm not sure if he's the right fit. 3 years ago. When hearing this information, Santa couldn't help but recall the terrifying orange-red nine-tailed fox. After that day, the village had been left with many orphans. Santa's attitude toward Menma softened slightly. He crouched down and pulled out a chakra test paper from his pocket, saying to Menma, "Here, little one. Try this." Menma expressionlessly took the square chakra test paper and attempted to channel his fire attribute chakra. Soon, the top of the test paper began to burn. Fire attribute, huh? Santa wasn't particularly surprised. Most of the orphans here were from Konoha and the Land of Fire, so it wasn't unusual for them to have talent. Standing up, he said to the acting director, "Yunai, then it's settled. This child will do." But Yunai still hesitated. After all, Menma was still so young, and his personality was too withdrawn. "Auntie Yunai, let me go." Menma looked up at Yunai and spoke softly. Though Menma was the youngest among the 20 or so children in the orphanage, the way he looked at Yunai at that moment made her feel as though she were facing an adult. For some reason, Yunai had always felt that Menma didn't belong in the orphanage. In the end, Yunai let out a deep sigh and gathered the children to watch as Menma was led away. "Menma. Remember to come back and visit us." Urushi, the oldest among the children, called out loudly. The other children also waved their hands, their eyes filled with reluctance. Menma turned his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over Urushi and the other orphans, recalling his agreement with Kabuto. "I will." Menma replied quietly. After leaving the orphanage, Gato and Santa took Menma to the administrative center next to the Hokage building to complete the adoption formalities. With the Hokage's special approval, the process was smooth, and the adoption procedures were quickly completed. Gato then brought Menma to the newly purchased residence in Konoha. "Master." The servants in the mansion bowed respectfully. All of you may leave." Gato waved his hand. The servants withdrew one after another. In the room, only Menma and Gato remained. "There's no need for so many servants. Keep just 2 to take care of daily needs." A voice that was both familiar and intimidating to Gato came from the shadows. Gato turned sharply and saw that person, wearing a mask, step slowly out of the darkness. "I thought you'd be faster. You kept me waiting for so long." Menma's clone looked at his main body and complained without hesitation. The original Menma ignored his clone's complaint and simply said to Gato, "You may leave now." "Yes." Gato obeyed respectfully. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the voice of that person sounded again from behind him, within Konoha, "Follow Menma's arrangements." "Yes." Gato bowed once more before quietly stepping out of the room. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Gato waited silently outside the door. Inside the room. "All right, dispel the shadow clone already." Staying in the orphanage was suffocating. The clone Menma grumbled. The original Menma formed a hand seal, release. Poof. A puff of smoke dispersed as the clone vanished, flooding the original Menma's mind with a surge of memories. At the same time, Menma dispelled his transformation technique, reverting to his 3-year-old appearance. According to the time, Orochimaru will be defecting soon. Menma walked to the window and pulled open the curtains. From here, he could see the Hokage building and the Hokage rock. From here, he could see the Hokage building and the Hokage monument in the distance. The portrait of the 4th Hokage stood out to Menma. Chapter 27, Hinata's Unattainable Love. From now on, you shall address him as Menma-sama. In my absence, everything here will be under Menma's command. In the courtyard, Gato, following the orders of that person, had dismissed all but 2 servants. At this moment, he was instructing the 2 remaining women while introducing Menma. "Yes. Gato-sama, Menma-sama." The 2 servants, both middle-aged women, bowed respectfully to Gato and Menma on the Engawa. They were ordinary civilians from Konoha, with no notable ninja talent, and relied on odd jobs to make a living. Gato had hired them at twice the average wage precisely because they were locals, so they cherished this opportunity greatly. Finally free from the orphanage and no longer under White Zetsu surveillance, Menma was in a good mood, sitting leisurely on the Engawa and savoring the feeling of freedom. The sunlight filtered through the cherry tree branches, casting dappled shadows on the Engawa and illuminating Menma. Gato quickly established the branch company in Konoha, left a manager in charge, and then departed the village to continue his business across the ninja world, earning funds for the organization while gathering intelligence. With Kakuzu, assigned by Menma, ensuring his safety, even elite jonin would struggle to pose a threat to Gato. In fact, Kakuzu could even cause havoc in rival territories, something Gato could afford and Kakuzu was more than happy to do for the right price. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Menma began enjoying the life of a young master. He practiced chakra control every morning, studied the combination of chakras of various attributes in the afternoon, create the 9 masked beasts in the evening. In his free time, he strolled around the village, familiarizing himself with the surroundings and buying sweets for the little Nine-Tails. Days passed like this, one after another. The weather grew colder and winter is approaching. Hey, Menma. The little Nine-Tails poked her head out from Menma's fluffy scarf, nibbling on a small piece of cotton candy he handed over. Gato had left Menma a substantial sum of money, and the branch company's profits in Konoha were also under his control. As a result, Menma's quality of life had improved significantly, and he had even updated his wardrobe. Let's open a sweets shop too. The little Nine-Tails suggested, her voice muffled as she took a big bite out of the cotton candy. Her head barely larger than the treat itself. Her fluffy tail brushed against Menma's neck as she spoke, tickling him slightly. More like you just want to eat sweets yourself. Menma teased, seeing right through the little Nine-Tails' scheme. Then he added, too many sweets will make you fat. I am a tailed beast. I won't get fat. The little Nine-Tails retorted indignantly, but suddenly, her ears perked up. Menma, the boss lady seems to be in trouble. The little Nine-Tails said, looking into the distance. Menma followed her gaze. In the autumn-bitten park, a little girl was surrounded by 3 boys. As he approached, Menma could hear the various provocative voices of the 3 little boys. Ha! Look, her eyes are white. Whoa, it's a monster with white eyes. Ew, so creepy. People often say children speak without malice, but the truth is, kids don't even realize how cruel their words can be. The little Hinata, who had never been subjected to such harsh words before, crouched on the ground, tears welling up in her white eyes. Seeing the little girl from the Hinata clan crying, the 3 boys only laughed louder, completely unaware of the shadow looming behind them. Strange, I remember this plot was supposed to happen during a heavy snowfall. Menma mused as he quietly stepped up behind the boys. Raising his right hand, he flicked each of them sharply on the forehead with his middle finger. Thwack. 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 3 crisp flicks brought the laughter to an abrupt end. Ow. That hurts. Ah. Who was that? Menma had controlled his strength, but the force was still enough to leave the boys dizzy, making them stumble back several steps. You 3, bullying a girl. Menma shook his right hand lightly, glancing at Hinata, who was peeking up at him from where she crouched. Ah, so it was the shy little Hinata. Well, if it had been the fierce Hinata, these 3 would have been crying for their parents already. You bastard. The tallest of the 3 clutched the back of his head and shouted angrily, you're going to regret that. Let us teach you who rules this park. Asshole. How dare you launch a sneak attack? Another chubby kid swung his fist angrily. Damn it. I'll teach you a lesson. The shortest one, missing a front tooth, rubbed his head before clenching his fists and grinning with his gap-toothed mouth. All 3 of them were a head taller than Menma and Hinata, probably around 5 or 6 years old. And it was 3 against 1, clearly, they had the advantage. For kids, numbers and size were the most obvious indicators of strength. Watching these brats act so arrogantly, Menma resisted the urge to use ninjutsu. Instead, he dashed forward, punching the tallest kid square in the face before sweeping the legs out from under the chubby one. In an instant, 2 of the 3 were already on the ground, leaving only the gap-toothed shorty staring in panic, unsure how his friends had been taken down so easily. Wah. That hurts. Sniff. Mommy. The 2 fallen kids burst into loud wails, scaring the short one into tears as well. Menma reached out and placed a hand on the shorty's head, leaning in close. His narrowed blue eyes glinted with mischief as he grinned, from now on, I'm the boss here. Wah. Boss, don't hit me. The shorty burst into terrified sobs. What the hell am I even doing? Menma stared at the 3 bawling kids, mentally facepalming, am I seriously playing king of the playground with a bunch of brats? After Menma's lesson, the 3 kids scrambled away, crying and stumbling in their haste. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Menma. When Menma turned around and stretched out his hand, Hinata was frantically wiping her tears with her sleeve. Though this wasn't their first meeting, it was their first official introduction. Hello. I'm Hinata. The little girl's face flushed slightly, her fingers trembling like startled baby birds as she spoke. She didn't understand why this boy, the one her big sis always talked about, was pretending they'd just met, but she instinctively played along. Once pulled to her feet, Hinata kept her head down, hands clasped in front of her chest, her voice barely above a whisper, Am I, so useless? If it were Big Sis. Hinata couldn't help but think of the fiery-tempered, Big Sis in her body. If it were her, what would she do? She would probably beaten up all 3 kids without hesitation. Hinata's words reminded Menma of a winter day in the Limited Tsukuyomi World when he was 3 or 4 years old. He had been mocked by 3 brats in the park and ended up in a scuffle with them. Since he hadn't officially started training yet and hadn't even learned to refine chakra, he was at a disadvantage and got beaten up pretty badly. But at the critical moment, the big sis Hinata stepped in and effortlessly beat those 3 kids until they cried. Perhaps it was fate. From that moment on, the bond between them in the Limited Tsukuyomi World had only grown stronger, eventually blossoming into romance during the Chunin exams. Gentleness has never been a weakness. Your kindness is like a warm breeze, it makes people feel at ease. A Hinata like that is especially adorable, you know. Menma reached out and placed his hand on little Hinata's head, ruffling her short hair. Adorable. Menma's praise made Hinata's face instantly turn red, steam practically rising from her head like a boiling kettle. Growing up under the strict rules of her clan, little Hinata had been burdened with high expectations due to her big sis's existence. Her gentle nature was seen as too weak by her father, Hayashi, and the elders of the main family. As a result, Hinata had rarely received any praise. Growl. A hungry growl came from Hinata's stomach. The already blushing Hinata turned completely crimson. Come on, I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen. Remembering Hinata's appetite, Menma figured she had probably never eaten her fill growing up. He took her hand and ran toward Ichiraku ramen. In the park, ginkgo leaves fluttered down. As she was pulled along, Hinata stared at the back of the boy in front of her, her white eyes glistening with tears. Chapter 28 Orochimaru's defection. The entrance curtain of Ichiraku ramen was gently lifted, and a wave of steaming, fragrant air rushed out. Tochi-san, 1 tonkatsu chashu ramen, please. Menma walked in holding Hinata's hand. He pointed to the menu board placed on the side and turned to ask, Hinata, what would you like? I'm fine with anything. Hinata lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Then the same as me. Menma led Hinata to sit at the counter. It was lunchtime, and there were 3 other customers in Ichiraku ramen. Tochi raised his head from the billowing steam, squinting at Menma. Oh, it's Menma-chan. Is this a new friend? Since moving into Konoha village, Menma had occasionally visited Ichiraku ramen to see if he could run into Naruto or Kakashi. However, perhaps because Naruto was still too young, as he's still 9 years away from the start of the main plot, he hadn't encountered Naruto or Kakashi yet. Hey, I haven't seen Shunta around lately. While waiting for the ramen, the conversation from the neighboring customer suddenly reached Menma's ears. I haven't seen him for a few days either. I went to his house yesterday, but no one answered. Didn't he just come back from a mission? How could he disappear so quickly? Maybe he got assigned a higher-ranked mission. He's been a genin for years now. What kind of mission could he get? That's strange. Sato also disappeared after coming back a few days ago. Menma, who was nearby, silently listened as these villagers, who seemed to be genin, chatted about their missing friends. Gradually, fragments of the plot from his memories resurfaced. Looks like Orochimaru is about to defect. Menma had been planning to seek out Orochimaru for some borrowing. He had been eyeing Orochimaru's scientific advancements for a long time. Though the impure world reincarnation technique probably wasn't perfected yet, the genetic engineering, cloning technology, and Orochimaru's research on Hashirama's cells were all treasures. Here you go, kids. Just as Menma was considering Orochimaru's possible escape routes, Tochi's voice interrupted his thoughts. 2 bowls of ramen were placed in front of them. The chashu swayed slightly in the rich broth, and the soft-boiled eggs glowed like amber. Thank you. Hinata murmured as she took the bowl with both hands. Slurp, slurp. The 2 began eating heartily. Menma had already eaten before going out, so he took his time with the ramen. By the time he was halfway done, he noticed Hinata sipping the broth in small gulps, her pace gradually speeding up. Before long, she had finished the entire bowl. Even though Hinata was only a 3-year-old, her appetite was unusually large. Uncle Shouta, give me another large bowl of ramen. Seeing Hinata's slightly flushed face, probably because she was still hungry, Menma ordered another serving. And no need. Hinata pinched the corner of her clothes embarrassedly. In her upbringing, girls were supposed to eat quietly and delicately, not gobble down large portions like boys. Eat up. It's my treat. Menma's tone left no room for refusal. Tochi worked quickly, and soon, a steaming large bowl of tonkatsu chashu ramen was placed in front of Hinata. Enjoy. Tochi smiled and brought out a plate of tempura, setting it between Menma and Hinata. A gift for our regular customer bringing in a new one. Tochi's eyes crinkled. Menma was already full and hadn't even finished his own bowl, so he pushed the tempura toward Hinata. Faced with the large serving of ramen and a plate of tempura, Hinata's eyes welled up with tears again. Ever since she could remember, she had never eaten her fill. But she was too embarrassed to tell her parents. Sometimes, if she ate a little more, her mother would even scold her. Who would believe that the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, one of Konoha's two strongest ninja clans, had never eaten to her heart's content? Yet now, this simple gesture from Menma made her feel warmer than the strict, rigid halls of her clan's compound. After finishing the second bowl, Menma raised his hand again as if to order another serving for Hinata. Seeing this, Hinata blushed and hurriedly grabbed his sleeve, shaking her head. Then let's go. I'll take you home. By the time the two left Ichiraku Ramen, the sky had already darkened. Menma reached out and naturally took Hinata's small hand in his. Under the setting sun, their two small shadows stretched long behind them. Hinata looked down at the little hand holding her so firmly, her already slightly flushed face growing even redder. If every day could be like this, that would be so nice. For the first time, Hinata felt a sense of ease and security she had never known before. She looked every bit like the well-behaved girl being led astray by a blonde delinquent boy. As they walked toward the Hyuga clan's compound, Hinata suddenly froze in place, stopping mid-step. What's wrong? Menma felt her hand stiffen and tilted his head slightly. A gentle fist strike came at him with a gust of wind. You damn scumbag! Along with the furious cry of Sis Hinata. Hokage-sama. A masked Umbu's ninja landed in the center of the Hokage's office. This is the latest investigation report on the missing persons within the village. The Umbu's ninja knelt and presented a scroll with both hands. Hiruzen, wearing his Hokage hat, accepted the scroll with a grave expression, already bracing himself for the worst. Recently, more and more ninja had gone missing in the village. Though most were just genin, the sheer number of disappearances had raised Hiruzen's suspicions, prompting him to order the Umbu to investigate. When he unrolled the scroll and saw the name the evidence pointed to, even the prepared Hiruzen couldn't hide the slight tremor in his pupils. Kakashi. Hiruzen called out in a low voice. Whoosh. An Umbu wearing a white cat mask appeared behind Hiruzen, kneeling in readiness for orders. Assemble the first division. We are moving out, to capture Orochimaru. By the time he finished speaking, Hiruzen's face was dark with grief and fury. Understood. Kakashi acknowledged the order and immediately went to gather the team. The full name of Umbu is, Ansatsu Senjutsu Takushibutai. It was divided into 4 divisions, each consisting of 4 squads, totaling around 70 members. T/N, it means Special Assassination and Tactical Squad. Most of the ordinary Umbu's ninjas only have the strength of a chunin. Umbu's ninjas at the rank of squad leader are at least of the strength of a special jonin. Division leaders were standard jonin, and the special Umbu captain like Kakashi is an elite jonin. In actual deployments, each division ideally had 2 jonin and 3 special jonin. Before long, Hiruzen changed into his combat attire and personally led the team to purge the traitor. In the forest outside Konoha village, Hiruzen led a capture squad consisting of 3 jonin, 3 special jonin, and over a dozen chunin, swiftly advancing through the trees. The Umbu's ninja, who was leading the way, suddenly made a hand gesture, and the entire group landed silently like falling leaves. A sensor ninja formed hand seals. Hokage-sama, the entrance is right here. Kakashi, Suzume, you two come with me. The rest, set up the perimeter. Hiruzen ordered. Except for the 2 jonin, Kakashi with his white cat mask and Sparrow with the sparrow mask, the other Umbu, led by their respective squad leaders, dispersed to search for alternate entrances. Hiruzen gave Suzume a nod. The latter flicked out a kunai wrapped with an explosive tag. Boom. As the smoke cleared, the hidden passage was torn open, revealing a dark tunnel like the gaping maw of a serpent before Hiruzen and his 2 subordinates. Chapter 29, Uncle Snake's Loot. Hiruzen looked solemn as he stepped into the dimly lit tunnel, flanked by 2 jonin. Kakashi and Suzume. Meanwhile, deep within the secret base, the massive explosion jolted Orochimaru from his research. Heh. I expected you to arrive sooner, Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru murmured as he slowly turned around, his golden, serpentine eyes glinting under the cold light of the laboratory. At this time, he was still wearing a jonin vest and a Konoha's forehead protector. His vertical pupils locked onto the 3 figures emerging from the tunnel. Orochimaru, it's really you. Hiruzen's gaze swept across the laboratory, taking in the floating organs in petri dishes and various experimental equipment. The air was thick with the smell of disinfectant and blood. There were even several corpses of ninja wearing Konoha's forehead protectors. Although he knew Orochimaru had become obsessed with research after the Third Great Ninja War, even collaborating with Danzo, he still found it hard to believe that Orochimaru would use the village's ninjas as live test subjects. How dare you trample on the will of fire? This kind of heinous act made Hiruzen feel nothing but shame toward the previous Hokage. More importantly, if word got out that the 3rd Hokage's disciple had been capturing Konoha's ninjas for human experiments, what would the other clans and civilian ninjas think? How would they react? Thus, Hiruzen had no choice but to clean up this mess himself. Kakashi and Suzume instantly flashed to Hiruzen's side, drawing their kunai and assuming battle stances. Meanwhile, Hiruzen formed hand seals at blinding speed before slamming his palms onto the ground. Summoning technique. Bang. As the runes of the summoning technique spread out, after a cloud of smoke erupted, and from within emerged the towering figure of the Monkey King, Enma, wearing a Konoha's forehead protector. Hiruzen, the enemy is dash. Enma crossed his arms, his words cutting off abruptly as he caught sight of the pale face in the shadows. Forgive me, Enma. This time, I must clean up my own mess. Hiruzen spoke with deep sorrow. With just this much, you won't be able to stop me, sensei. Orochimaru formed a hand seal. A high-frequency sound wave tore through the air like an invisible blade, making Hiruzen, his two guards, and Enma clutch their ears in pain. Hiruzen even stumbled and fell to the ground. By the time they recovered, Orochimaru had already appeared behind them, standing at the entrance of the passageway. Orochimaru glanced back, his slitted pupils swirling with complex emotions as he looked at his teacher one last time. Then, without hesitation, he dashed down the corridor. At the same time, the secret base's self-destruct mechanism activated. Countless explosive tags detonated, engulfing the facility in a chain reaction of explosions. Hokage-sama, Kakashi, Suzume, and Enma immediately shielded Hiruzen. On the outskirts of Konoha village, Orochimaru raced through the trees. How laughably indecisive. Recalling Hiruzen's earlier hesitation, Orochimaru curled his lips in mockery. What a shame. There was no time to relocate the equipment from the other labs. Now it'll just fall into Danzo's hands. Orochimaru didn't mourn the loss of the equipment, as all his research data was stored in his mind. With enough time and funding, he could easily rebuild even better labs. Still, the thought of all those resources falling into Danzo's lap was irritating. That old fox Danzo will never let go of this opportunity. Pursuers were likely already on their way. Orochimaru kept running. Soon, he approached Konoha's barrier. However, the moment he crossed it, the barrier team would detect his exit point, and Konoha would immediately know which direction he had fled. The chasing squads would catch up in no time. Crack. Who's there? Orochimaru leaped mid-sprint, hurling several kunai toward the source of the noise. The kunai embedded themselves into a tree trunk, and Orochimaru landed on a nearby branch. Clap. 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 Applause echoed from the shadows nearby as Menma, wearing a white three-eyed fox mask, stepped forward, with two eerie phantoms floating behind him. When he saw the three mysterious masked figures, Orochimaru's pupils constricted slightly. Even though he spent most of his time holed up in his lab, Orochimaru had heard of the infamous ninja who had recently risen to prominence in the ninja world, a man who called himself Shura. Not only had he attacked Konoha village, leaving the Hyuga clan's head and his brother lightly and severely wounded, but he had later assaulted Kimogakure, inflicting heavy casualties. The incident had forced Kimogakure to immediately cease hostilities with Konoha and issue a staggering 70 million ryo bounty on the mysterious assailant. Cuckoo, it seems that you are a ninja from Konoha. A hint of intrigue flashed in Orochimaru's cold snake eyes. As expected of one of the legendary Sannin. But you've only guessed half right. Behind Menma, the figures of Shinigami and Tenio hovered ominously in the air. Orochimaru's assumption wasn't unfounded. After all, Shura had first appeared in Konoha, struck again in Kimogakure, and now precisely intercepted his escape route. Clearly, this man had an intimate understanding of Konoha's barrier system, strongly suggesting he was, or had been, a Konoha's ninja. This immediately reminded Orochimaru of the mysterious figure behind the Nine-Tails Rampage 3 years ago. Though much of that night had been suppressed, as one of Konoha's high-ranking people and the third Hokage's disciple, Orochimaru still knew the truth of what had happened. While the identity of the one who controlled the Nine-Tails and attacked Kushina remained unknown, many had witnessed the Sharingan in the fox's eyes. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. Orochimaru stared at the three masked figures, his instincts sending a chill down his spine, especially when he looked at Shinigami. A powerhouse capable of wreaking havoc in Kimogakure, yet lurking in Konoha village for so long, and now, precisely cutting off my escape. Orochimaru's mind raced, the thrill of deduction making him unconsciously lick his lips. With a sinister smirk, he asked, "So, what do you want? Or rather, what do you seek from me?" Given that this mysterious ninja could move freely between Konoha village and Kimogakure, his strength was undoubtedly immense. Therefore, Orochimaru knew he couldn't afford to be delayed here. They were still within Konoha's barrier range, and if a battle broke out, the third Hokage and Danzo's pursuers would arrive in no time. If the masked men simply fled, Orochimaru would be the one left in danger. The longer this dragged on, the worse it was for him. Oh. How cooperative. Menma chuckled lightly before stating his demand, Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru's pupils trembled. Only one person knew he possessed Hashirama's cells, and that is Danzo, his former collaborator. You're not one of Danzo's men. But Orochimaru immediately rejected his own suspicion with certainty. Who I am doesn't matter. What does matter is that if you don't leave soon, Kakashi and Kino will catch up. Menma's tone was mocking, yet he casually dropped a name that sent Orochimaru's mind into chaos. Kino. That was the only surviving test subject from Orochimaru's Hashirama Cell's experiments, but later taken by Danzo. Even as Danzo's collaborator, Orochimaru only knew him by his current designation, Kino. Just how much does this man know? Without hesitation, Orochimaru's throat convulsed before he reached in and pulled out a slime-covered scroll from his mouth. This is what you want. Orochimaru threw the scroll with a sinister look in his eyes, and quickly broke through in the direction of the village's barrier. The moment he crossed the barrier protecting the village, Orochimaru turned his head and imprinted the figure of Shura clearly in his mind. This debt. I will repay it without fail. Chapter 30, taking over Orochimaru's secret base. Tenio used her ribbon to roll up the scroll, flicked it lightly in the air to shake off the disgusting mucus, and then handed it to Menma. Taking the scroll, Menma infused it with chakra to sense its contents. Indeed, the sealing scroll contained a vast, surging life force, pulsing like the tides. Though Orochimaru was undoubtedly deranged when it came to human experiments, as long as one was strong enough to match him or had potential for cooperation, his credibility was somewhat reliable. Watching Orochimaru disappear into the forest, Menma left the area with Shinigami and Tenio. If a real fight had broken out, Shinigami's side wouldn't just absorb chakra, it could also inflict damage to the soul. Against Orochimaru, who had incomplete soul, it would have been a perfect counter. As Menma landed, a white tiger wearing a mask leaped out from the forest and stopped before him, crouching low. It carried Menma on its back and sprinted through the woods. Around Konoha, there were still many of Orochimaru's secret bases, so many that even Danzo wasn't aware of all of them. Now that Orochimaru had fled, these bases would be abandoned. Menma had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. Before long, the white tiger stopped at a hidden entrance on a cliff. Standing on the platform outside the entrance, one could see the Naka River in the distance, as well as the Uchiha clan's compound about 10 kilometers away, where the Naka shrine stood. That shrine was the Uchiha clan's secret gathering place. The basement of the shrine also houses a stone tablet said to have been left by the Sage of the Six Paths, which was later altered by Black Zetsu. The view from this secret base isn't bad, Menma remarked, withdrawing his gaze as he descended into the dark passage. Tenio and Shinigami floated ahead, clearing the traps and mechanisms within the passage. Though small in scale, this secret base was fully equipped, with unfinished experimental specimens suspended in cultivation tanks and an independent power system humming steadily. Bayako, Tenio, and Shinigami began clearing out the remaining traps and snakes Orochimaru had left behind in the base. Meanwhile, Menma entered a resting area, where he found some experimental logs. It seemed this wasn't Orochimaru's primary research site, as the logs were hastily scribbled across just a few pages. Still, they gave Menma a basic understanding of the lab. Bayako has a very high sensory ability and has discovered 3 of Orochimaru's secret bases, all of which would now become Menma's assets. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through the seal on Menma's waist. So, it's time. Menma put down the experimental logs and swiftly formed hand seals. He pressed his palm firmly against his lower back. Cage seal. A light-colored curse marks flickered on his skin for a moment before fading into silence. Meanwhile, in the forest outside Konoha, Obito, wearing Akatsuki's black cloak with red clouds and a spiral-patterned mask, stood on a big tree and frowned slightly. Obito, something's happened in Konoha. The White Zetsu reported that the village is on high alert, with many sensor ninjas being dispatched to investigate the surroundings. The Venus flytrap Zetsu half emerged from the tree trunk, his white side chattering away. Outside, you will address me as Madara-sama, Obito said coldly. Okay, Obito-sama. White Zetsu replied with his usual incessant grin. Obito was used to this kind of banter. Ever since being saved by Madara and confined underground, his only company had been White Zetsu. Even when Zetsu spouted nonsense, Obito would at most ignore the topic. Has the White Zetsu you planted in the orphanage reported back? Obito's Sharingan glanced at Zetsu from behind the mask. Now that you mention it, that White Zetsu hasn't sent any updates in a while, Zetsu said, stepping fully out of the tree and standing beside Obito, tilting his head with a playful smirk. It seems something unexpected has happened within Konoha that we're unaware of. Obito once again used Kamui to sense the mark he had left. However, he could no longer detect the mark he had placed on the child of his former teacher. This made Obito's eyebrows frown deeply from under the mask. He couldn't help but recall the battle 3 years ago, how his former teacher, Minato, had deduced the nature of his abilities after just one exchange, severely injuring him with Flying Thunder God, Second Step, and then severing his control over the Nine-Tails with a contract seal. Could there be a sealing technique capable of blocking space-time ninjutsu's marks? Obito thought of the Uzumaki clan, which was renowned for their sealing techniques. However, the Uzumaki clan had long since fallen, their nation destroyed. Even within Konoha village, no ninja skilled in sealing techniques should be capable of such a feat, damn it. What exactly happened to that brat? Obito grew increasingly anxious. After all, that child was a crucial part of his revenge plan. He had even looked forward to seeing Minato's two sons kill each other a decade later. Hey. Obito, are you really going to Konoha? Zetsu exclaimed, watching as Obito's body gradually phased into intangibility. Don't worry. The fourth Hokage is already dead. A low, confident voice emerged from beneath the spiral-patterned mask. No one can threaten me now. Deep within Konoha, inside the root base, in Danzo's quarters. A Roots ninja landed outside the sliding door, his silhouette outlined in the dim light. Danzo-sama. Orochimaru has defected. Danzo, who had been lying on the tatami under a blanket, abruptly opened his left eye. Summon Kino here, Danzo commanded. Yes. The Roots ninja acknowledged and swiftly vanished. Danzo pushed aside the covers and slowly rose to his feet. Orochimaru. So you've finally reached this point, have you? Danzo had supported many of Orochimaru's experiments, but he also knew that using Konoha's ninjas as live test subjects would cross Hiruzen's line. Once the number of imprisoned criminal ninja was no longer sufficient, Danzo had ordered his subordinates to abduct ordinary Konoha's ninjas to supply Orochimaru's research. Of course, officially, he knew nothing, and it was all done by his subordinates. Danzo-sama. Soon, a 13-year-old boy wearing a tanuki mask, codenamed Kino, stood before Danzo. Danzo took out a scroll and handed it to him. Go to this location. Deliver the scroll to the person there, then wait for Orochimaru and assist in his escape. Though Kino possessed the Would Release Kekkei, his strength was only at the level of a jonin, far inferior to a Kage-level figure like Orochimaru. So Danzo didn't expect Kino to subdue Orochimaru. But Orochimaru could not be captured and brought back by Hiruzen. After all, if he were to reveal Danzo's involvement, it would spell disaster. Since Danzo can't let Orochimaru come back and he also doesn't have the ability to kill him, and he still needs Orochimaru's research, he can only assist Orochimaru in his escape. Understood. Kino took the scroll and left instantly. The moment Kino left, an Umbu arrived at the Roots base, escorted by Tatsuma. Danzo-sama. Hokage-sama summons you. Got it. Danzo draped on his outer robe, carefully concealing the secrets hidden beneath his bandaged arm. Chapter 31, Kamui cannot hide tears. Hokage building, Umbu's base. Kakashi, with silver hair and without his Umbu mask, stood silently among the numerous Umbu's ninjas wearing various animal masks. He quietly pressed a medicinal patch onto the wound on his forehead. After Orochimaru escaped, Kakashi went to chase him immediately and encountered Orochimaru outside the village's barrier. However, the current Kakashi had yet to emerge from the shadow of Rin's death. His mind was still clouded, and the strain of his Sharingan had significantly weakened his combat ability. As a result, he was no match for Orochimaru and failed to stop him. However, the explosive tag left by Hiruzen had also injured Orochimaru. Fortunately, Kakashi's 3-Tomo Sharingan was transplanted, so the wounded Orochimaru had no interest in taking it and spared Kakashi. After being stared at by those snake eyes, Kakashi didn't pursue further and instead returned to the village. Creak. The heavy door slowly opened. When Hiruzen and Danzo emerged one after the other, Kakashi lowered his hand and put on his white cat mask. Under the moonlight, Hiruzen took 2 steps forward and solemnly addressed the Umbu's ninjas below the steps. This emergency assembly is to swiftly capture Orochimaru, who escaped during the earlier operation. According to the intelligence, Orochimaru is already injured. We must apprehend him before he leaves the Land of Fire's borders. Listen carefully. The intelligence, knowledge, and techniques Orochimaru possesses are invaluable assets to Konoha. I expect you to bring him back alive at all costs. Once he crosses the Land of Fire's borders, it will deal a severe blow to Konoha. So, Orochimaru must be captured before he leaves. Everyone, spare no effort in the search. Disperse. As Hiruzen finished his speech, dozens of elite Umbu's ninjas scattered into the night. Hiruzen turned and walked towards the interior of the Umbu's base. A man of your stature, to think you'd slip up. Danzo's voice rang out. Hiruzen paused but did not respond. I will fully support the capture operation. Then, Danzo added after a moment, for Konoha. Hiruzen closed his eyes. Your concern is appreciated. After saying that, Hiruzen reopened his eyes and slowly stepped inside. Danzo remained behind like a vulture, his lone eye fixed on the flickering lights of Konoha village under the night sky. Outside the village, 20 Umbu's ninjas fanned out in all directions. The Umbu, including the Root, has a total of more than 70 elite ninjas. But of course it is impossible to mobilize all of them. This time, Hiruzen had mobilized mainly squad leaders and division leaders, each with a minimum rank of special jonin. Because he knew very well that his former student was not someone that an ordinary ninja could deal with. Even the Umbu's ninjas work in groups of 2 and carry signal flares with them. Once they find Orochimaru's trace, they will immediately fire the signal flare to let the surrounding Umbu's ninjas come to support them. Combined with Orochimaru's injured state, there is indeed a chance to bring him back alive. Soon, the 20 ninjas began their search in the direction where the barrier team had detected Orochimaru's escape. Some dashed through the forests, others scoured the rivers, some even diving underwater in pursuit. Kakashi, who was acting alone, seemed a little absent-minded while speeding through the woods. He didn't even regard me as a threat. Kakashi recalled his clash with Orochimaru. Even after being wounded by the explosive tags, Orochimaru had simply walked past him with cold indifference. But Kakashi had been frozen in place, paralyzed by those cold snake eyes. Only after Orochimaru vanished did he finally exhale in relief. Next time. I swear I'll. Kakashi landed, quickly formed hand seals, and then slammed his right palm onto the ground. Summoning technique. Bang. A cloud of white smoke dispersed, revealing 8 Ninken led by Pakken. Yo, what's up, Kakashi? Pakken sat atop a large brown dog, with his usual grumpy expression. I need your help tracking Orochimaru's scent. Kakashi stood up and said to Pakken and the other Ninken. Hearing this, Pakken's already sour face twisted further in annoyance. Snakes are tricky to track, they don't sweat, you know. Orochimaru's injured. He's bleeding heavily. Kakashi recalled the explosion tag's aftermath. Well, in that case, we might have a shot. Pakken leaped forward, taking the lead. The other 7 Ninken fanned out, sniffing through the forest for traces of Orochimaru's scent and blood. On the outskirts of Konoha village, on the branch of a big tree, space twisted into a vortex as Obito's figure materialized. From here, he had a clear view of the Hokage building. My. So many Umbu were mobilized. One might think Konoha's under attack again by some mystery ninja. It seems that Orochimaru has defected. The Venus flytrap-like body also emerged from the tree trunk, and said to Obito with a grin, and Kakashi's injured too, you know. That guy better not die. Obito muttered, glancing at Zetsu. Then he asked, have you checked it out? The pale half of Zetsu dramatically threw up his hands. We lost 4 white Zetsu. The trail goes from the route's base perimeter to the orphanage, then to the village gates. Route. At the mention of the path, Obito's first suspicion fell on Danzo. Could it be that Danzo and Orochimaru are conducting some kind of experiment? Have they captured some powerful ninja who escaped? However, with Route's notorious secrecy, Obito had little intel to work with. He then asked, what about the kid from the orphanage? Ah, right, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Zetsu smacked his forehead and muttered, I heard that he was adopted by someone, but I don't know the exact location. You're telling me White Zetsu lost him? Obito's voice behind the mask sounded slightly angry. For White Zetsu to lose track of a target was unthinkable. After all, I never thought that such an accident would happen. I have already informed the other White Zetsu. As long as the kid is still in Konoha, we will definitely find him. Zetsu chirped, but if he is captured by Danzo for experiments, it's hard to say. TCH. Then he's out of luck. Obito scoffed. He didn't care about the child's fate, and he just wanted to see the drama of brothers turning on each other. After all, the child is only 3 years old. Can he stop his plan of revenge against Konoha and his Eye of the Moon plan? Continue to investigate the situation in Konoha, I'll go do some other things first. As he said that, Obito's figure gradually disappeared in the vortex of Kamui. Ah, you really know how to order people around. Zetsu said, his lips curling into a knowing smirk. Konoha Cemetery. Under the veil of night, Obito appeared before Rin's gravestone and laid down a bouquet. This was his mandatory stop every time he returned to the village. Staring at the black and white photo of the girl's smiling face, his Sharingan trembled behind the spiral mask. Just a little longer. Rin. Wait for me. As Obito activated his Kamui, a single tear fell onto the epitaph. Chapter 32, The Iburi Clan. Old man. I'm back. The window of the Hokage's office was pushed open from the outside, and a heavily intoxicated Jiraiya, reeking of alcohol, stumbled in. Seated in the Hokage's chair, processing the documents while lost in thought, Hiruzen was startled by Jiraiya's sudden arrival. He turned to see Jiraiya trip and fall onto the floor from the windowsill. The Umbu hidden around the room, who were tasked with protecting the Hokage, silently averted their gazes, suppressing their reactions. Ah, Jiraiya, you've returned at just the right time. Hiruzen said, turning his chair as he picked up his pipe. He took a few puffs before catching a whiff of the alcohol emanating from Jiraiya. Hiruzen's eyebrows furrowed as he asked, "Where have you been all this time?" In the year 51 of Konoha calendar, after the Third Great Ninja War, Jiraiya and Tsunade had each left the village for their own reasons, traveling and training. Of the Sannin, only Orochimaru remained in the village, but he was preoccupied with various experiments and had even begun collaborating with Danzo. Long before Orochimaru's human experimentation on Konoha's ninjas was exposed, he had already lost his chance to become the fourth Hokage. Because he had chosen the wrong side, aligning himself with Danzo, he had politically distanced himself from his teacher, Hiruzen's faction. Therefore, Orochimaru's defeat in the election for the fourth Hokage against Minato had been predetermined. "I've been gathering inspiration in the land of hot springs, of course." Jiraiya scratched the back of his head as he got up from the floor. After the war between Konoha and Kimogakure broke out, though Jiraiya hadn't joined the battlefield, he had been wandering near the borders of the land of fire and the land of hot springs. This way, if the situation changed or if Hiruzen urgently needed him, he could respond immediately. Once the peace treaty between Kimogakure and Konoha was signed, Jiraiya chose to return to the village. "Speaking of which, I have something to discuss with you too, old man," Jiraiya muttered, casually pouring himself a cup of tea from the pot on the desk. Great Toad Sage prophesied that the ninja world would face an unprecedented catastrophe, one that would plunge the entire world into darkness. Jiraiya said gravely after downing his tea. So you're looking for the child of prophecy, who will save the world, right?" It was not the first time that Hiruzen heard Jiraiya talk about things like disaster to the ninja world and child of prophecy. He was long used to it. For someone like him, who is a Kage of a village, prophecies like these undoubtedly hid secrets beyond human understanding. After all, the masters of the three great sage regions weren't human. To think they genuinely cared about humanity's future is kind of impossible. No. This time, it's far more serious. Jiraiya's face flushed slightly as he tried to argue. One moment he said, "The child of darkness that destroyed the ninja world," the next moment he said, "Unprecedented calamity the world hadn't seen in 1,000 years." Hiruzen remained indifferent, nodding slightly before sliding a scroll across the desk toward Jiraiya. "Orochimaru has defected," Hiruzen said casually, causing Jiraiya to freeze in place. After realizing what was happening, Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment, "Old man. What kind of joke is this? Orochimaru would never dash." Before he could finish, Jiraiya saw the contents of the scroll, which are the of testimonies from Konoha's ninjas who had survived Orochimaru's human experiments. His hands trembled as he took the scroll and read through it carefully. It records in detail the ninjas rescued and the large amount of experimental materials found in Orochimaru's secret laboratory, as well as the horrifying logs of his experiments. After reading the report, Jiraiya's expression darkened, and he fell into a long silence. Even the prophecy of the child of darkness was momentarily thrown out of his mind. "I'll go bring him back right now." Jiraiya slammed the scroll onto the desk and stormed out, leaping through the window. Hiruzen stood by the window with his pipe in his hand, watching Jiraiya's figure dart across the village rooftops. He let out a deep sigh. The northern part of the land of fire. Deep within a forest. Kino, wearing a raccoon mask, who would later become the Wind Release ninja, Yamato, was currently carrying out Danzo's orders, arriving at a prearranged meeting spot with Orochimaru. Arriving at the base of the largest towering tree in this forest, Kino slowly came to a halt and approached the roots of the great tree. A bottomless tree hollow appeared before him, and he stepped inside without hesitation. The interior of the hollow was a long tunnel, with oil lamps hanging on either side, illuminating the passage. It was clear this wasn't a natural formation. Step. Step. At the end of the tunnel was a vast underground space, supported by a network of intertwined tree roots. On one wall, rows of oil lamps flickered, suggesting this was either a gathering place or a site for rituals. Just as Kino was cautiously surveying his surroundings, a smoke began to rise within the underground space, obscuring his vision. Kino immediately sensed that this smoke was unusual, as it carried a dangerous aura. "Who are you? How did you find this place?" A hazy voice echoed from within the smoke. Kino quickly identified himself. "I am one of Danzo-sama's subordinates. I've come regarding Orochimaru-sama's affairs." Hearing this, a swirl of smoke coalesced into a humanoid form, drifting closer to Kino and circling around him. The surrounding smoke also condensed into vague, ghostly silhouettes, surrounding the masked Kino, who wore a raccoon mask. One particular wisp of pale red smoke circled him several times. "This is a letter from Danzo-sama." Kino retrieved a scroll from his pocket and handed it to the towering figure of smoke before him. The figure took the scroll and examined it, murmuring to himself, "It is indeed the seal of Danzo-sama." Then, he dispelled his smoke form, revealing himself as a tall, plainly dressed man with a pair of thin mustaches. The surrounding smoke also dissipated, and over 20 figures emerged, all clad in simple, short-sleeved garments. An ability I've never heard of. Is this a Kekkei Genkai? Kino was stunned as he observed the crowd. Tenzo. Is that you? A young girl's delighted cry sent a faint tremor through Kino's numb emotions. He turned his head and saw that the pale red smoke that had circled him earlier had taken the form of a girl about his age, with freckles on her face and curly hair, looking at him with a pair of big watery eyes. Yukimi, he's not Tenzo. Gata, the leader of the Ibiri clan, who was holding the letter scroll in his hand, shook his head slightly. Now, explain the situation. Gata returned the scroll to Kino and asked, as long as it's for Orochimaru-sama, we, the Ibiri clan, will do anything. Consider it repayment for Orochimaru-sama's life-saving grace in the past. Gata's words were met with nods of agreement from the other clansmen. Back then, if not for Orochimaru's cursed seal, their clan might have been wiped out entirely. Oh. Is that so? A voice laced with disdain came from the tunnel entrance. Who's there? Kino spun around, raising his kunai. He was certain no one had been following him when he arrived. The Ibiri clan's members also became alert. From the dim tunnel entrance, a mysterious man wearing a three-eyed fox mask and a fur-collared robe slowly walked towards them. How pitiful. Looking at the Ibiri clan in front of him, Menma sighed sadly under his mask, a clan nearly driven to extinction by Orochimaru's human experiments. Chapter 33, The Cruel Truth. The unique Kekkei Genkai of the Ibiri clan allows them to transform their bodies into smoke. It's somewhat similar to the Hozuki clan's hydrification technique, rendering them nearly immune to physical attacks. However, the Ibiri clan's Kekkei Genkai has a fatal flaw: they cannot freely control their bodies once they turn into smoke. If blown by the wind, they scatter and perish completely. Because of this, the clan is forced to live in an underground world devoid of wind, enduring a dark, sunless existence with scarce resources. Years ago, when Orochimaru saved their clan, he implanted cursed seals in them, allowing them to barely control their smoke transformation and prolonging their lifespans. But in exchange, Orochimaru took the children of the Ibiri clan, promising that through his research, he would uncover the secrets of their Kekkei Genkai and grant them the ability to live under the sun. The result, however, was that all those children died in Orochimaru's human experiments. Who are you? Gata, the leader, stepped forward, his burly frame shielding his people as he glared at the intruder. Kino's voice was low behind his mask. He is a mysterious ninja who's recently risen to prominence in the ninja world. He is called Shura, his strength is unfathomable. No matter how strong you are, I won't let you slander Orochimaru-sama. Gata roared, transforming into smoke as he lunged forward. The other members of the Ibiri clan also turned into smoke, filling the underground space with dense smoke. Tenyo. Menma called softly. From the shadows of the tunnel, a female figure emerged, floating protectively in front of Menma. She waved her ribbons like a whirlwind, generating a fierce gust that swept through the cavern, scattering the Ibuki clan's smoke and forcing them back in terror. Damn it. Gata, who is still in smoke form, attempted to infiltrate the mysterious female ninja, using the body oxidation technique. This was the Ibiri clan's secret technique, entering an enemy's body through their mouth or nose as smoke, then burning their internal organs from within. An opponent unaware of the Ibiri clan's abilities would likely die from this technique. Even Kakashi, when he tracked them down in the original work, had been subdued by Gata's body oxidation technique. If not for Kino's timely rescue, Kakashi might have been severely injured or even killed. But as Gata circled Tenyo, he was shocked to find no openings, no mouth or nostrils to enter. This technique, which almost always works, actually failed this time. How is this possible? Gata, who was in the smoke form, was stunned. Without their greatest advantage and lacking systematic ninja training, Gata and the Ibiri clan were practically defenseless. Wind Release. Menma formed a hand seal with both hands. When Gata heard the word Wind Release, he flinched and immediately retreated, putting distance between them. But when he rejoined his clansmen, he realized the masked stranger hadn't actually used a wind release ninjutsu, his hands had merely held a position. After being tricked, Gata released his smoke form and his pupils trembled. This man knew our clan's weaknesses all too well. Wood release, silent binding technique. Kino struck as well. Completing his hand seals, a diamond-shaped wooden spike erupted from the ground, elongating endlessly as it shot toward Tenyo, who hovered in the air, generating fierce winds. Whoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. However, several wind blades shot out from behind Menma, slicing the snake-like wood into pieces. Kino sensed that the chakra of his wood release was being absorbed, and he couldn't help but look in shock at a mysterious masked figure holding a sickle floating out from behind the masked man. He can absorb chakra. Kino's heart sank. The greatest trait of wood release was its ability to drain an opponent's chakra upon contact, allowing it to grow stronger, which was why it was so effective against tailed beasts, renowned for their vast chakra reserves. But now, there was another mysterious person who could also absorb chakra. No. I'm not even sure if he's human. Just when Kino, Gata, and the others were getting fearful, Menma raised his right hand slightly, signaling Tenyo to stop the winds. Menma turned to Kino. You still haven't told them, have you? What Orochimaru did, why he was branded a traitor by Konoha. Kino was silent. As a survivor of the experiments, he knew exactly what Orochimaru had done, how many innocent lives had been lost, including countless children. Even the Iburi clan's children had. Then I'll tell them. Menma stepped forward, with Tenyo and Shinigami floating behind him, their overwhelming presence pressing down on the room. Gata and his clansmen instinctively retreated half a step under the pressure of this powerful aura. Orochimaru was once a ninja of Konoha, but he kidnapped his own comrades for human experiments. Many died, so the third Hokage personally led the purge, severely injuring Orochimaru and driving him out. Now, he's probably coming to collect you. Oh, and by the way, the children of your Iburi clan also died in Orochimaru's laboratory. Gata staggered back, instinctively opening his mouth to refute, but Menma turned to Kino and continued, you can ask him, the child who survived Orochimaru's experiments. Tenzo. Yukimi looked at Kino with worry, seeking confirmation. At this moment, Kino, wearing a raccoon mask, fell into a brief trance. Memories flooded back, the rows of experimental tanks in Orochimaru's laboratory, the other children floating in them, and a girl who looked strikingly like Yukimi, smiling at him through the glass. One by one, they had all disappeared. Presumably, their experiments had failed, and they'd been disposed of. Just like he would have been. If Danzo hadn't discovered him, Kino would have died long ago. Kino's kind nature makes him want to tell Gata and the others the truth, but his education from the root made him hesitate. Gata stared at Kino, and when he saw he didn't deny it, he knew that the truth was likely even more brutal than the masked stranger had described. This also caused Gata's loyalty to Orochimaru to waver. The Iburi clan had pledged themselves to Orochimaru under the condition that he would solve their uncontrollable smoke transformation. In return, Orochimaru had demanded children for his experiments, claiming their undeveloped bodies might hold the key to unlocking the clan's secrets. The Iburi clan, which only had a population of only 20-something adults, handed over 5 children. Except for the youngest, Yukimi, all the other children were given to Orochimaru. And Orochimaru also promised them that he would bring the children back alive. But if Orochimaru was truly so depraved that he would slaughter even his own comrades from Konoha, what worth did his promises hold? Yukimi's pleading gaze finally shattered Kino's hesitation. Those children really didn't survive. No, that's impossible. Gata's world crumbled. As the leader who had agreed to Orochimaru's deal and sent the children away, Gata couldn't accept such a cruel truth. Among those children had been his own son. Then, how about a little bet? Menma's mischievous streak resurfaced. Let's wager, your clan's lives. His masked voice was light, almost cheerful, as if proposing a harmless game. I'd be delighted to add the Iburi clan's Kekkei Genkai to my collection. The white three-eyed fox mask gleamed eerily in the dim firelight. Chapter 34, Kakashi, Kino, and Yukimi. Menma had an almost obsessive pursuit of researching the Kekkei Genkai of various ninja clans. When he was in the Limited Tsukuyomi World, he also enjoyed collecting the Kekkei Genkai, studying their genes in an attempt to unravel the secrets of the Otsutsuki clan. As is widely known, every clan in the current ninja world with unique abilities can trace their ancestry back to the Sage of Six Paths. For instance, the famous Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, and the Shikatsumiyaku of the Kaguya clan, all these Kekkei Genkai are weakened versions of Kaguya's various abilities. However, compared to Orochimaru and other mad scientists in the ninja world who conducted inhumane live experiments, Menma maintained his moral boundaries even in the Limited Tsukuyomi World and refrained from performing live experiments. On one hand, he couldn't accept the false reality of the Limited Tsukuyomi World. On the other hand, he didn't want to cross his own limits and descend into madness. This internal struggle persisted until Menma launched the fourth great ninja war against the whole ninja world. After looting Orochimaru and raiding several of his secret bases, Menma discovered experimental research data on the Iburi clan in Orochimaru's lab notes. This reminded Menma of the minor ninja clan that appeared in only 3 filler episodes of the anime before being annihilated. The ability to transform into smoke was a Kekkei Genkai Menma had never encountered in the Limited Tsukuyomi World, sparking his desire to collect it. Not in a malicious way, he simply wanted this clan to serve him by providing cell samples and blood for researching the smoke transformation Kekkei Genkai. Shura-sama, these are the historical records of our Ibuki clan. Everything is here, a stone chamber deep within the underground space. Gata introduced his clan's treasured archives to Menma. Although Gata had verbally expressed disbelief that Orochimaru would betray their agreement, he tacitly accepted a temporary alliance with Menma while waiting for Orochimaru's arrival. So when Menma proposed reviewing the Iburi clan's history, Gata didn't refuse and directly provided him access. Seeing the sparse collection of historical scrolls in the stone chamber, Menma deduced that the Iburi clan didn't place much importance on preserving their history and heritage, with most knowledge passed down orally. Alternatively, the Iburi clan's struggle for survival was so dire, with shortages of food, medicine, and daily necessities, that the importance of these historical scrolls had greatly diminished. This was evident from the clan members' uniformly ragged clothing. Even as the leader, Gata didn't possess a decent weapon, resorting to using a hatchet during his fight with Kakashi. In the dimly lit stone chamber, Menma ran his fingers over the dust-covered scrolls. I don't like owing anyone anything. Then Menma took out a scroll and threw it to Gata behind him. This storage scroll contains enough food to feed 100 people for a week. Upon hearing it was food, Gata caught the scroll with both hands and exclaimed gratefully, "Thank you." Menma didn't respond, silently picking up a dust-laden scroll and immersing himself in the history of the Iburi clan. For Menma, this was just an emergency supply scroll he carried with him, filled with non-perishable food, nothing gourmet, purely for survival. But for the Iburi clan, who always rationed carefully, this food could sustain them for 1 or 2 months. When Gata returned to his clansmen with the scroll, he saw Kino engaged in combat with a silver-haired ninja wearing a mask, while other clan members attempted to join the attack. Is this a pursuer from Konoha? Gata immediately transformed into a cloud of smoke and charged forward. In the Kakashi's Umbu arc, Gata's taijutsu combined with his smoke transformation allowed him to fight evenly with the Umbu Kakashi. In the end, Kakashi only won by luring Gata out of the cavern and into the forest, where strong winds scattered his smoke form, leading to his death. But this time, when Gata joined the battle in smoke form, he immediately used the body oxidation technique, infiltrating Kakashi's body through his nostrils. Kakashi, who had been fighting Kino with his family's swordsmanship, suddenly felt as though his internal organs were being scorched by smoke. Even his eyes flickered with traces of smoke. Ah dash! Kakashi screamed in agony, dropping his weapon and clutching his head, alternately clawing at his ears, lungs, and other body parts in pain. Wait! Seeing this, Kino quickly formed hand signs and used would release, would locking wall, encasing Kakashi to force Gata to release him. Why are you saving him? After emerging from Kakashi's body, Gata reverted to his human form and demanded an answer from Kino. He is a Konoha's ninja, he can't die yet. Seeing this, Kino quickly came up with an excuse, perhaps, I can interrogate him for intel on Konoha's pursuit squad, or even Orochimaru's whereabouts. Using his wood release, Kino summoned several wooden tendrils to bind Kakashi tightly, making a show of preparing for interrogation. Gata frowned in thought, then nodded slowly, fine. I'll leave him to you. I need to report this to that person. Having said that, Gata turned and left, handing the sealing scroll containing food to a woman in charge of the clan's provisions. Once Gata and the others were gone, Kino let out a quiet sigh of relief and approached Kakashi, who is still restrained by the wooden bindings. I'm sorry, this is the only way I could keep you alive for now. At this moment, Kakashi was still reeling from the searing pain of the smoke invasion, his body trembling, sweat dripping from his forehead as he looked up at Kino. Kino had once been ordered to assassinate Hiruzen, only to be defeated by Kakashi. However, Kakashi, recognizing the value of a wood release user, had spared him and reported his existence to Hiruzen. And now, Kino had returned the favor by saving Kakashi's life. Who are these people? Kakashi asked while panting. That person he mentioned just now, is he talking about Orochimaru? Though Kakashi had stumbled upon this underground hideout by chance, it was clear the Iburi clan had deep ties to Orochimaru. Kino shook his head. Orochimaru hasn't arrived yet. It's Shura. Shura seems interested in the Iburi clan's Kekkei Genkai, so he's waiting here for Orochimaru. Shura. Kakashi's Sharingan flickered slightly. He remembered that lone, cold figure wearing the white three-eyed fox mask at the gates of Hyuga clan's compound. Though they had never fought, the fact that Shura had openly beaten the Hyuga clan's top fighters and wreaked havoc in Kimogakure spoke volumes about his terrifying strength. And how had such a powerhouse even learned about Orochimaru's defection? Tenzo. Before Kakashi and Kino could exchange more information, Yukimi returned. Who is she? Kakashi looked at the girl, who was about their age, before looking back at Kino in confusion. This is Yukimi. The only child left in the Iburi clan. The others were all taken by Orochimaru for experiments. Kino introduced her, his tone heavy. Despite this being their first meeting, there was an inexplicable warmth between them, as if they were old friends reuniting. Taken by Orochimaru. Kakashi didn't need to think hard to guess what had likely happened to those children. Yukimi, unaware of the specifics, simply looked at the boy who reminded her so much of Tenzo with instinctive concern. I'll help you two escape. If that person comes looking, you'll both be in trouble. Behind his mask, Kakashi's expression softened. This kind-hearted girl, who is living in the depths of the earth yet still radiant with warmth, reminded him painfully of his lost companion. Nohara Rin. Chapter 35, Chapter 35 Fierce Battle with Orochimaru. Shura-sama. Gata arrived at the stone chamber entrance and reported in a low voice, "A Konoha's ninja pursued us into the cavern and has been captured." Inside the chamber, Menma was flipping through the historical scrolls of the Iburi clan. Hearing this, he slightly raised his eyes. He had already guessed that Kakashi would likely come after them. And as for the following events, the scene where Yamato rescued Kakashi, and the two being taken away by Yukimi, those events would probably still unfold as expected. Leader. Yukimi. Yukimi has taken those two away. Sure enough, not long after, a clansman came running to report in panic. What? Gata's expression darkened upon hearing that Yukimi had released the two. A flash of anger crossed his eyes, and he glanced nervously at the tall figure standing inside the chamber. "My apologies. Shura-sama. I failed to discipline her properly." "It's fine." Menma shook the scroll in his hand, his tone indifferent. "I've already guessed the identity of that Konoha's ninja. He won't harm Yukimi." He paused, his voice low and composed. "Children will be rebellious at this age. She'll come home eventually. For now, you should focus on how to deal with Orochimaru." Hearing Menma mention Orochimaru again, Gata's expression turned grave. The other side. In a bustling marketplace on the outskirts of the forest, Kakashi and Kino, who had escaped, were strolling through the lively streets with Yukimi. Having never left the underground caverns before, Yukimi was experiencing a market for the first time. Her wide eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked around at everything, now at this, now at that. She even bought a bolt of cloth to make a new dress. Kakashi and Yamato temporarily put aside their mission and wandered around with Yukimi, even taking out money to buy some snacks that Yukimi was curious about. Looking at the bright smile on Yukimi's face, Kakashi and Yamato, two ninjas who have lived in Umbu and Root for a long time, were infected by her joy. For a brief moment, they shed all their burdens and worries, simply enjoying themselves like three close friends in the marketplace. At the same time. Huff. Huff. Clutching his injured abdomen, Orochimaru, with his body covered in blood, slowly made his way to the Iburi clan's tree cavern. Orochimaru-sama. A swirl of smoke materialized into two Iburi clan's members, who rushed forward in concern, intending to support him. But Orochimaru suddenly lashed out, seizing one of them and sinking his fangs into the man's neck. "Ah! Orochimaru-sama." The captured clansman screamed, trying to activate his smoke transformation ability, but the cursed seal Orochimaru had placed on him prevented it. Feeling the blood draining from his body, the Iburi clan's member was instantly drained of blood and his body quickly shriveled up. Having replenished his blood, Orochimaru licked his lips, regaining some strength, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. He cracked his neck and then turned his gaping maw toward the other clansman, who stood frozen in terror. Whoosh! Just as Orochimaru was about to bite down, a blade of wind shot forth, forcing him to release his grip and leap back. "Who's there?" Orochimaru's golden snake eyes burned with malice as he looked up. From the depths of the dimly lit cavern, Shinigami emerged like a specter, its scythe glinting coldly. "Shura." Orochimaru's snake-like pupils narrowed with deep wariness. At the same time, he found Shura's mysteriousness utterly unfathomable. How did he know about the Iburi clan? And how did he get here before me? What exactly is his purpose? Countless questions swirled in Orochimaru's mind. "Orochimaru-sama. You dash." A swirl of smoke coalesced into Gata, who stared in shock and fury at the drained corpse of his clansman. Even though he had been prepared, the sight still filled him with rage. "Ah, Gata." Orochimaru's hoarse voice said coldly, "Are you betraying me?" The other members of the Iburi clan materialized from the smoke, standing behind Gata. Their faces no longer held reverence for Orochimaru, only deep hatred. Orochimaru had deceived their clan. He had caused the deaths of so many of their children. And now, he sought to wipe them out completely. Where are the children? Gata gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. He desperately wished for them to still be alive, even if Orochimaru had lied to him. "Cuckoo, it seems that you already know it." Unfortunately, Orochimaru's sneering words shattered Gata's last shred of hope. "Shura, show yourself." Orochimaru raised his eyes, his gaze dark and venomous as he peered into the depths of the underground cavern. Images of Konoha's ninjas flashed through his mind, including those from the Umbu and Root, and even the special Jonin from the ninja clans. But despite his 41 years of life, including his time in Konoha, Orochimaru couldn't recall a single ninja who matched the description of Shura. Tap. A single footstep echoed from ahead. The Iburi clan's members immediately stepped aside in reverence, forming a path. "It seems I've won." Menma walked up beside Gata, his tone light and amused, yet carrying an undeniable authority. "Remember, your clan is now my property." "Why yes. Shura-sama." Gata understood all too well that their clan lacked the strength to remain neutral in this war. They had to choose a side. And now that Orochimaru had completely betrayed them, the Iburi clan had no other choice if they wanted to survive. Their only option was submission to this person. Seeing Shura standing before him, Orochimaru let out a furious, mocking laugh. First, Shura had robbed the Hashirama cells from him. Now, he had taken the Iburi clan right from under his nose. To be toyed with like this, again and again, was something Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, could never tolerate. Formation of 10,000 snakes. Suppressing the pain in his abdomen, Orochimaru crouched low and vomited forth a flood of venomous snakes. Hundreds of arm-thick snakes, each wielding a blade in their mouths, surged toward Menma and the Iburi clan like a tidal wave. At the same time, Orochimaru activated the cursed seals on the Ibuki clan, preventing them from transforming into smoke. Ack! Ah! Screams filled the cavern as the Iburi clan's members clutched at the cursed seals on their necks, writhing in agony. Even Gata was rendered powerless. Shinigami, Tenio, protect them. Menma ordered calmly. Now that the Iburi clan was his property, he had no intention of letting Orochimaru kill even a single one. Shinigami and the Tenio swung their scythe and ribbons, effortlessly slaughtering the snakes. These are just ordinary snakes, and 2 elite Jonin level 9 masked beasts can easily deal with them. Meanwhile, Menma had already closed the distance, a pitch-black, spiraling ring, swirling in his palm. The violent chakra tore through the swarm of snakes, creating a vacuum in its wake. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed as he sensed the sheer brutality of that chakra. Hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru's right arm split into dozens of snakes, coiling like vines as they shot forward, attempting to ensnare his foe. At the same time, his jaws unhinged, revealing razor-sharp fangs. Spiraling ring. Menma raised the dark orb, its ultra-compressed chakra wrapped in a ring of wind attribute chakra, like the Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken. Its cutting range immense, and the snakes were instantly shredded into chunks of flesh. Seeing the opponent approaching and the massive black sphere hurtling toward him, Orochimaru's pupils contracted, and he quickly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Bang. Smoke erupted from under Orochimaru's feet. A huge purple snake with horns emerged from the smoke. But as soon as it appeared, it was hit by the spiraling ring. Roar. Orochimaru. You bastard. The snake let out an agonized roar, and its body managed to withstand the attack from the spiraling ring. I demand 100 sacrifices for this. Manda threatened viciously, spitting out its tongue. As the smoke cleared, one could see a section of Manda's body had been blown into a bloody mess, with many of its solid scales ripped away. Chapter 36, Flying Thunder God, Second Step. In the dim underground space, the smoke from the summoning technique gradually dissipated. Orochimaru stood atop Manda's head, his vertical golden serpentine pupils gleaming coldly as he gazed at Shura, who had retreated calmly after landing a successful strike. A complex mix of emotions churned in his eyes, humiliation from being toyed with, wariness toward unknown power, and the fury of having his bottom line crossed. Even if it's 100, no. 1,000, I'll get them for you. Orochimaru's hoarse voice carried deep killing intent. Having been fooled twice by Shura, Orochimaru was utterly enraged. Humph, you said it yourself. Manda roared, its massive body grinding against the cave walls as rubble rained down. Its tail lashed out toward Menma with devastating force. Menma looked up at the giant snake that nearly scraped the cavern ceiling and frowned slightly. With a size like that, are you trying to collapse this entire cave? Menma muttered to himself, realizing he needed to end this quickly. If Orochimaru was pushed too far, he could simply use the reverse summoning technique to escape to Ryuchi Cave. But if Manda caused the underground cavern to collapse, burying the Iburi clan, Menma would be heartbroken. After all, he had already claimed this smoke-transforming clan as his own property. Well, let's use that move. Menma pulled out several specially crafted kunai with his left hand while his right hand began forming a mini spiraling ring. Compared to the Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken-sized, spiraling ring, this mini spiraling ring was only the size of a fist. However, the dark chakra compressed to an extreme degree inside, wrapped in a ring of wind attribute chakra like a stellar halo, radiated a terrifyingly dense energy. This is an enhanced version of spiraling ring that Menma had developed in the Limited Tsukuyomi World. The spiraling ring was like the initial Rasen. By compressing it to an extreme, it became the reinforced mini spiraling ring. Further compression would eventually create the Great Spiraling Ring, rivaling the power of the Super Shinra Tensei. As Manda's massive tail tore through the air in a sweeping strike, the kunai shot toward Orochimaru like streaks of silver light. Orochimaru, who was standing on top of Manda's head, merely shifted slightly, effortlessly dodging the kunai as the gust they carried brushed a few strands of his black hair. At the same time, his hands began forming hand seals, preparing to unleash a ninjutsu. Even if he couldn't kill Shura, he would at least destroy this underground cavern completely, making the traitorous Iburi clan pay in blood. However, Just as Orochimaru formed his hand seals, Manda's tail swept across the ground, and Shura's figure vanished. An invisible killing intent surged from behind Orochimaru. What? Years of life and death battles honed his instincts, tensing every muscle in his body. But it was already too late. Boom dash. The mini-spiraling ring slammed directly into Orochimaru's side. The ultra-compressed dark energy exploded at his waist. Already injured, half of Orochimaru's torso was torn apart by the dark and wind attribute chakra, the pain as if savaged by a wild beast. Menma suddenly appeared behind Orochimaru, a specially crafted kunai in his left hand while his right hand's mini-spiraling ring sent both Orochimaru and Manda crashing down. Boom. Manda let out a pained screech as its massive head was driven into the ground by the shockwave, the impact forming a crater with spiderweb-like cracks. The summoning technique was forcibly dispelled. Cough. After Manda vanished, Orochimaru was left embedded in the deep crater. But then, the nearly bisected body began to dissolve. A pale arm stretched out from Orochimaru's mouth, swiftly tearing free as another Orochimaru emerged from within. As the newly shed body broke free, a sticky hand brushed back the damp hair, revealing snake eyes burning with a mix of scholarly curiosity and killing intent. Orochi-style substitution technique, one of Orochimaru's signature ninjutsu. Why, do you know the Flying Thunder God technique? Orochimaru's voice trembled with agitation, his tongue unconsciously flicking across his lips. He once again mentally ran through every Konoha's ninjas he could recall, from the deceased second Hokage, Senju Tobirama to the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and to Namikaze Minato's bodyguards. But none of them matched the person standing before him now. It was as if Shura had appeared out of thin air. If not for Orochimaru's battle instincts prompting him to prepare the Orochi-style substitution technique in advance, that terrifying ninjutsu just now might have shattered his spine. The Flying Thunder God technique, and that jutsu eerily similar to the Raise-Non. Orochimaru's nose twitched slightly as he wiped the blood from his lips, his mind involuntarily flashing back to Minato, who had died in the Nine-Tails Rampage 3 years ago. Could it be Minato? No. Impossible. I personally witnessed Minato and Kushina's burial. Beads of sweat formed on Orochimaru's forehead. During the Nine-Tails Rampage, Orochimaru had still been a Konoha's high-ranking figure and had attended the funeral of the fourth Hokage and his wife. With his years of research on human anatomy, there was no way he could be wrong about the bodies of Minato and Kushina. Moreover, he had even obtained some of Minato's cells afterward. None of the clues Orochimaru had could explain the origins of the men before him. But Orochimaru was very sure of at least one thing: the other party was undoubtedly a Konoha's ninja. At this time, Shinigami and Tenyo had already evacuated the Iburi clan, leaving only Menma and Orochimaru in the underground space. Is that all you've got? The sound of Menma's footsteps echoed through the silent cavern. Under the dim light, Shura stepped forward from the dissipating smoke, each step intensifying the suffocating pressure in the air. Even Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, felt an overwhelming sense of oppression bearing down on him. This level of danger reminded him of his battle against Hanzo the Salamander during the Second Great Ninja War. Meanwhile, Menma was contemplating how to make Orochimaru serve him. Orochimaru's scientific prowess was undoubtedly the greatest in the entire ninja world, but Orochimaru was also a man of immense pride, unwilling to submit to anyone easily. Even when faced with Nagato and his Rinnegan, Orochimaru had dared to covet those eyes of God. And when encountering Itachi's Sharingan, Orochimaru had still harbored his own schemes. Making Orochimaru truly submit was no simple task. With Menma's current strength, he cannot completely control Orochimaru unless he can obtain Shurasui's Mangekyo Sharingan. But Menma leisurely circled Orochimaru, his steps unhurried. In the crater, Orochimaru clutched his wound, his serpentine eyes filled with venomous hatred, glaring at Shura like a cornered viper. I'd advise you to use the living corpse reincarnation less often. Menma's low voice carried a warning. Orochimaru's face twisted in shock at first, then contorted strangely upon hearing Shura mention the secret of his living corpse reincarnation. No, you can't possibly know about living corpse reincarnation. A choked laugh escaped Orochimaru's throat as his fingers trembled with excitement, half his face obscured by his hand. The living corpse reincarnation technique, an ultimate forbidden technique Orochimaru had developed to achieve immortality, was his most closely guarded secret. Orochimaru was certain he had never revealed this technique to anyone. Fascinating, utterly fascinating. Orochimaru clutched his wounded abdomen with one hand while the other covered half his face, his visible eye burning with madness. Attacking Konoha, assaulting Kimogakure, impersonating Danzo, using a technique nearly identical to the Raise-Non, wielding the Flying Thunder God technique, intercepting my escape route with precision, knowing about my Hashirama's cells, and now even aware of my untested living corpse reincarnation. I understand now. Suddenly, his laughter ceased. Orochimaru lowered his hand, his expression eerily calm. You are a ninja of Konoha. But you are not a ninja of Konoha of this era. Orochimaru slowly straightened, staring at the masked man before him with the ecstatic glee of a man who had just discovered a new world. You're from the future, aren't you? Shura. Menma, huh? Chapter 37, Tricking Orochimaru. Standing outside the crater, Menma's face beneath his mask was full of confusion. He had only intended to mess with Orochimaru, but the snake Sannin, drawing from his own twisted logic, had somehow concluded that Shura was from the future. This made Menma realize that Orochimaru hadn't yet used the living corpse reincarnation. From what Menma vaguely recalled, Orochimaru had used the technique at least 5 times. And by the time of the Chunin exams, he had already switched bodies twice. That woman's body had been particularly compatible with Orochimaru's soul, allowing him to wield his full strength, so much so that even after Hiruzen sealed his arms, Orochimaru had been reluctant to abandon it. I might have been a bit too hasty. After organizing his thoughts, Menma decided to run with Orochimaru's assumption and let the snake dig his own grave. Oh. Then tell me, why haven't I killed you yet? Menma's tone was laced with amusement. Orochimaru, believing he had unraveled the other's secret, narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smirk curling his lips. He slowly straightened up, though the pain in his chest made his breathing ragged. With a soft, snake-like hiss, he spoke, "You know about my living corpse reincarnation, which means you must also know about my contract with Ryuchi Cave and my cursed seal. You're aware that ordinary means won't kill me so easily." Go on. Menma continued pacing leisurely. Cough cough. Orochimaru coughed weakly, feeling his life force draining rapidly from his injuries. You're familiar with my abilities, no, my research. That means one of my projects must hold something you need, or perhaps, in the future, one of them bore fruit. The more Orochimaru thought about his experiments, the more his eyes burned with fanaticism. Somewhere in his studies lay the key to eternal life. TCH. A soft click of the tongue came from beneath Menma's mask. You guessed some right, and some wrong. Menma finally stopped walking, looking down at Orochimaru in the crater, but for you to deduce this much is impressive. Then, let's cooperate. Orochimaru's tongue flicked out, licking the blood from his lips, his voice dripping with manic excitement. I know your ambitions must be vast. But with just this level of strength, convincing me to work under you would be difficult. Orochimaru regained his usual confidence, tossing his hair back with a smirk. Cooperation, huh? Menma tilted his head slightly, feigning contemplation. A man like you, capable of crossing time itself, what danger could possibly frighten you? Orochimaru let out a low, mocking laugh. Whether this time traveler sought to alter history or dominate the ninja world, Orochimaru didn't care. What he wanted was the knowledge of the future. With it, his research could leap forward exponentially. Whatever you wish to obtain from me, whatever you want me to study, I can provide it. Of course, the condition is equivalent exchange. Orochimaru knew his greatest bargaining chip was his expertise in forbidden techniques. In his mind, he held the upper hand in this negotiation. However, little did he know, this was exactly what Menma wanted. Since he couldn't force Orochimaru's loyalty, then cooperation was the next best way to exploit him. But he couldn't let Orochimaru think he was in control. Heh. You think you have the upper hand in this deal? Menma's mocking tone slithered into Orochimaru's ears, while living corpse reincarnation may keep you young, but your strength will stagnate forever. In some areas, you'll even grow weaker. Hearing the other party's description of the shortcomings of the living corpse reincarnation, Orochimaru's pupils suddenly contracted and his expression became serious. While he hadn't used the living corpse reincarnation, Orochimaru knew the technique had weaknesses. He has already identified at least 2 of them. One is that the target's body must be highly compatible with his own soul, and the other is that after performing the technique, he may not be able to use it again for several years. But then, is it related to the soul? Orochimaru guessed the most serious flaw of this technique just based on Shura's description. You are very smart, Orochimaru. Menma didn't deny it. What did it matter if he told him? Would Orochimaru refuse to use the living corpse reincarnation just because of this? Given Orochimaru's current injuries, combined with his body being in his 40s, he'll start declining in a few more years. If he doesn't find a younger body to replace it, he'll only grow older and weaker. For Orochimaru, who seeks eternal life, watching his own body age is the greatest torment. Then you must know a solution, don't you? Orochimaru blurted out but immediately paused, because he realized that he had already fallen into a disadvantaged position in this negotiation. He felt like he had been tricked by the other party for the 3rd time, but this time, Orochimaru wasn't as angry. Instead, he laughed. You took the Hashirama cells, but you might not be able to develop Wind Release on your own. Why not let me research it for you? Orochimaru proposed a cooperation model, just like how I worked with Danzo. When mentioning Danzo, Orochimaru deliberately emphasized the name. Not enough. Menma replied softly. Orochimaru frowned slightly, then what do you want? Or rather, what price do I have to pay? The other party possessed future intelligence, especially regarding his own research, which made Orochimaru itch with curiosity. But since he wasn't strong enough to overpower his opponent, he could only try to obtain this future intelligence through negotiation. And the value of the items to be traded was entirely determined by the other party. This feeling of being at a disadvantage was something Orochimaru disliked intensely. But Shura delivered the most frustrating line possible. Right now, you hold no value to me. Whether it was cloning technology, genetic modification, Sharingan transplantation, cell implantation, or other scientific advancements, the current Orochimaru hadn't fully mastered any of them. For example, the likes of Uchiha Shin and those clones were likely only developed after Orochimaru defected from the Akatsuki and established Otogekyure in the land of Rice Field. The most crucial thing, Hashirama's cells have already been taken by Menma. Orochimaru froze in place, his pupils trembling slightly as he remembered how Shura had robbed him of the Hashirama's cells before. TSK. It seems I really shouldn't have given you the Hashirama cells so easily back then. Orochimaru's eyes turned gloomy, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Now, Orochimaru was completely at a disadvantage in this negotiation. What happened here? Just as Menma and Orochimaru were amicably discussing their cooperation, Yukimi cautiously stepped inside, shivering as she saw the massive crater in the ground. Yukimi. Kakashi and Kino, who had been following behind her, also arrived at the Iburi clan's underground cavern. When they saw the masked men and Orochimaru standing in the crater, Kakashi tensed up immediately, pulling out a kunai. Orochimaru. Kino also recognized Orochimaru and protected Yukimi. As for Danzo's assigned mission, he had already cast it aside. TSK. Kakashi, and Kino. Orochimaru climbed out of the crater, his gaze lingering on Kino with increasing satisfaction. This is his work. Unfortunately, Danzo had snatched it away. Chapter 38. The Iburi clan will serve you for generations. Orochimaru and Shura. Kakashi's Sharingan fixed tightly on the two figures standing side by side, his breathing slightly ragged beneath his mask. Judging from the state of the cave, it seemed the two had clashed, and Orochimaru had come out worse. But now, they stood together as if they had reached some kind of agreement. What do you think of Kino's would release? Orochimaru's raspy voice carried a probing tone, his slitted pupils glancing toward Shura, eager to hear whether his creation held any real value in the future. Average. Menma's cold, indifferent voice echoed from behind his mask. Non-clan bloodline. His chakra reserves are inherently limited. Beyond would release, he's worthless. Kino's greatest strength was indeed his would release, but as an ordinary civilian ninja, he lacked the vast chakra reserves of the Uzumaki clan or the formidable physique of the Senju clan. His chakra capacity was doomed to remain mediocre. At best, he'd reach elite Jonin level. Seeing that Shura had no interest in the still young Kino, Orochimaru's tongue flicked across his lips. So, Kino's growth is limited in the future, or perhaps, I'll create something greater later on. I'll leave this place to you. I need to leave the land of fire for now. Orochimaru turned toward one of the exits. I'll continue researching the Iburi clan's Kekkei Genkai. I assume you already know where to find me. As he said this, Orochimaru turned his head and cast a meaningful glance. I had been this forthcoming, surely the other party would show some sincerity in return. Don't let me keep you. Menma's reply was as sharp and brief as a blade. Humph. Not getting what he wanted, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes with a soft scoff before clutching his side and vanishing into the depths of the cavern. Orochimaru. Kakashi tried to call after him, but a figure suddenly closed in on him. The crunch of shattered stone beneath a footstep rang out clearly. Don't just focus on Orochimaru. Play with me for a bit. Menma said frivolously, wanting to test Kakashi's current strength. Bang. The dull thud of an arm blocking a kick reverberated off the cavern walls. Though Kakashi managed to guard against the sudden strike, the sheer force still sent him skidding back several meters. Kakashi. After their earlier interactions, Kino had grown closer to Kakashi. Seeing a fellow Konoha's ninja being kicked away, he immediately hurled a kunai at Menma. After sending Kakashi flying with a kick, Menma didn't retreat from Kino's approach, instead, he lowered his stance and advanced. Too slow. With a cold sneer, Menma blocked Kino's kunai strike with his left hand, twisted his grip to seize Kino's wrist, and then unleashed a barrage of punches with his right fist, hammering into Kino's chest like a storm. Kino was beaten so hard that he coughed up blood, the kunai slipping from his fingers. Chirp, chirp. A chirping-like sound erupted from behind. Menma hooked his right foot around Kino's leg, released his grip, and sent Kino flying with a final punch, straight toward the charging Kakashi. As Kino's body hurtled toward him, Kakashi's Sharingan trembled violently, a flood of agonizing memories surging forth. The Raikiri in his hand was forcibly dispersed, and Kakashi caught Kino's body. Holding Kino in his arms, Kakashi's three-tomo Sharingan shook uncontrollably. The memory of Rin dying by his hand haunted him like a nightmare. Puffed. Kino spat out a mouthful of blood, his chest heaving as if crushed by a 1,000-pound boulder. TSK, is that all you've got? Menma had already appeared beside Yukimi, his palm resting lightly atop the trembling girl's head. The taijutsu he had just displayed was a fusion of traditional martial arts from his past life, the gentle fist techniques learned from Big Sis Hinata, and Konoha's standard combat styles, blending soft strikes with explosive short-range power, featuring rapid bursts, unpredictable movements, and pressure point disruption. At the same time, it still carried traces of Konoha's fluid taijutsu, making it impossible to predict. Kino is only 13 years old now, so his taijutsu and would release were still underdeveloped, leaving Menma thoroughly unimpressed. Yukimi. Kakashi, still holding the injured Kino, gritted his teeth as he saw Yukimi under the enemy's control. Relax, I won't hurt her. Menma gently ruffled Yukimi's hair. After all, I'm not Orochimaru. This little girl, trembling like a rabbit caught in an eagle's talons, was about to use her smoke transformation ability to escape. Shura-sama. At this time, Gata, who had recovered, emerged from the depths of the cavern. The scorching pain of the cursed seal still lingered on Gata's neck as he stepped behind Menma, deliberately maintaining a half-step distance. He then said to Yukimi, "Don't resist the Lord. Our clan already belongs to him." Orochimaru had been defeated, and according to their earlier wager, the Iburi clan would now serve Shura for generations. Gata and other members of the Iburi clan have already accepted this fate of submitting to the strong. Under the reassurance of her kin, Yukimi's trembling gradually subsided. She raised her head slightly, still looking at Menma with lingering fear. "I will free your clan from the flaws of your Kekkei Genkai, allowing you to walk proudly under the sun," Menma said, withdrawing his hand as he addressed both Yukimi and Gata. "The Iburi clan will serve you for generations, my lord." Gata dropped to one knee before Menma, bowing his head low and exposing the back of his neck, completely defenseless. The oath of the Iburi clan echoed through the cavern. Menma nodded in satisfaction, his mood beneath the mask one of quiet delight. If the weaknesses of Iburi clan's smoke transformation Kekkei Genkai could be eliminated, it might even rival the Hozuki clan's hydrification technique. Gata's combat prowess was already at the Jonin level. If his vulnerability to wind could be removed and he learned some proper ninjutsu, he could likely grow into an elite Jonin. As Menma turned to walk deeper into the cavern, he cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi and Kino in the distance. He had already obtained the Hashirama's cells, and Kino held no further value to him, especially since he had no means of brainwashing him. And Kakashi, of course, would be left to deal with the Bito. Watching as Shura swept a dismissive glance over them before turning away, Kakashi's nails dug into his palms. First, he had been ignored by Orochimaru, now, Shura treated him the same way. This humiliation burned hotter than the blood Kino coughed onto his shoulder. For the first time, Kakashi began to doubt his own strength. "Yukimi, let's go." Seeing that their Shura-sama had no intention of dealing with the two Konoha's ninja, Gata wisely followed, calling out to Yukimi. Yukimi hesitated for a moment. But as Gata and Menma disappeared into the depths of the cavern, she finally dashed over to Kakashi and Kino. "Tenzo, are you two all right?" Yukimi asked the two with concern. Cough. Kino spat out a trickle of blood. "He's so strong." Then, he passed out. "I need to get him medical treatment immediately," Kakashi said, hoisting Kino onto his shoulder. As the only would-release user in Konoha, Kino's life is no longer his own. Compared to the information about Shura, Kakashi cares more about Kino's survival. "Hurry and leave. Don't come back." Yukimi bit her lip, whispering her farewell. Orochimaru's scheme had failed, and the Iburi clan would likely relocate to a new settlement under Menma's guidance. Yukimi didn't want to see these two new friends die, as too many of her companions had already perished. "Yeah." Kakashi nodded, leaping toward the cavern exit with Kino slung over his shoulder. He glanced back one last time, only to see the girl dissolve into smoke before his eyes. "Until next time," Kakashi murmured. Chapter 39 First Meeting with Naruto. Deep within the Iburi clan's cave, a ray of sunlight slanted in through a hole in the ceiling, breathing life into the lush saplings growing inside. Gata, along with Yukimi and the rest of the Iburi clan, 25 members in total, had already packed their belongings and were preparing to relocate. "This place is the resting ground of our clan," Gata said softly, crouching down and gently stroking a tender green sapling with his fingertips. "Our clan's Kekkei Genkai is highly unstable. None of us live past the age of 25 before turning to ash, leaving no bodies behind. So, for every clansman who passes, we plant a sapling here. Menma stood silently behind him, his gaze sweeping across the dense grove of young trees that had grown in this underground space. Yukimi, seeing so many newly planted saplings, gradually came to accept the truth that Tenzo and the other children were truly gone. After paying their respects to the departed clansmen, Gata led the group as they began their relocation. This passage connects to another cave, a backup base our clan has been digging for a long time. Gata explained as they walked through the dark tunnel. Recalling the terrain above ground, Menma deduced they were heading deeper into the heart of the mountain range. I will arrange for someone to bring you food, medicine, and other necessities. Menma said after a moment of thought. The organization's base is still under construction. Once it's ready, you can move there. We will follow your orders, Shirasama. Gata replied respectfully. In the underground room of Menma's private residence in Konoha village, a specially crafted flying thunder god kunai hung upside down in the air. Whoosh! Menma appeared out of nowhere, dispelling his transformation technique and reverting to his original childlike form. When he was in the Limited Tsukuyomi World, the first S-rank ninjutsu he learned was the Flying Thunder God technique, taught to him by Minato Namikaze. Thanks to the physique of the Uzumaki clan, his massive chakra reserves allowed him to perform ultra-long distance teleportation with the Flying Thunder God technique. Territory. After returning home, Menma walked out of the basement along the stairs, frowning in thought. When he was in the Limited Tsukuyomi World, he had single-handedly conquered the ninja world, creating the legend of one man fighting against an alliance of 80,000 ninja. Yet, he had never considered building his own organization or managing a territory. Because he knew that the world was fake, there was no Uchiha Madara, no Zetsu, no threat from Otsutsuki Kaguya, and no enemies from the depths of space. He had felt the world's rejection every moment. After returning to this world, though Menma still occasionally felt a sense of unreality, his body no longer experienced that rejection. He had recruited Kakuzu and Gato, and now the Iburi clan had sworn loyalty to him. The framework of his organization was beginning to take shape, and it was time to establish his own sphere of influence. After all, this world wasn't like the Limited Tsukuyomi World. Here, the Akatsuki was backed by Obito and Zetsu, the deceased Madara had left behind plans for his resurrection, and Otsutsuki Kaguya was sealed away on the moon. Beyond that, the Otsutsuki clan lurked in the depths of space, searching for this very planet. Only by building a powerful organization and unifying the entire ninja world could he consolidate its resources and chakra to their fullest potential. Menma-sama. In the courtyard, the two women, Koton and Yuzuka, were in the courtyard hanging laundry and sweeping fallen leaves. No need to prepare dinner for me tonight. Menma instructed before heading straight to the study. Yes, Menma-sama. The two women bowed slightly. Menma occasionally wandered the village to play and sample food outside, so the two women were used to this. In fact, it allowed them to return home earlier to spend time with their families. Inside the study, Menma pulled out a map of the ninja world, spreading it across the desk as he scrutinized it. The countries on the eastern side of the continent aren't suitable. They're sandwiched between the land of fire, the land of lightning, and the land of water. The territories are small, resources are scarce, and most are controlled by the major nations. Developing there would inevitably lead to fierce conflict with these three countries, not ideal for early-stage growth. The northern part of the continent is the land of iron, plagued by perpetual snow and harsh conditions. The central region has many small and medium-sized nations, but they're caught between the land of fire, the land of wind, and the land of earth. The land of rain is also home to the Akatsuki, making it the most chaotic area on the continent, also unsuitable for development. That leaves only the west. Finally, his gaze settled on the western part of the ninja world. The land of demons, the land of bears, the land of shadows, the land of snow, and the land of swamps. Combined, these territories are roughly equivalent in size to the land of lightning and the land of water. Moreover, the land of demons has the ghost army, the land of bears has the Hoshigakure, the land of snow has a relatively advanced heavy industry, and the land of shadows and the land of swamps boast vast agricultural resources. Integrating these nations' resources would allow them to compensate for each other's shortcomings. These countries are all medium-sized nations. Though their territories and populations are scattered, they hold value for consolidation. Sandwiched between them are a few very small nations, some no larger than an island or a single city, with sparse populations and limited land. They could be safely ignored for now. As Menma studied the map and prepared to send orders to Gato, a tiny hand suddenly pressed down on the parchment. Hey, Menma, let's go eat something delicious. The little Nine-Tails, as delicate and small as a porcelain doll, lay on the map, looking at Menma with expectant eyes, and the 9 fox tails wagged excitedly behind her, like a happy puppy's. There's really nothing I can do about you. Fine, let's go to Ichiraku Ramen. Menma affectionately patted the little Nine-Tails' head. After putting away the map. Yay! The little Nine-Tails cheered, leaping onto Menma's shoulder. Menma neatly stored the map, then wrapped a scarf around his neck so the little Nine-Tails could nestle inside and observe the world from her hiding spot. Is that the one? Yeah, it's him, that. How disgusting. Why does the village keep a monster like that around? He got the fourth killed. Shoo, keep your voice down. 3-year-old Naruto walked alone down the street, the hushed whispers around him like a barrage of kunai stabbing deep into his young heart. Every gaze was filled with hatred. Every murmur dripped with malice. The young Naruto didn't understand why everyone treated him this way. For as long as he could remember, he had lived in isolation and hostility. No one wanted to play with him. No one would talk to him. Even shopkeepers refused to sell him anything. The women assigned to care for him had cycled through several times, each growing to despise him, until finally, at just 3 years old, Naruto was left to fend for himself. The weight of the stares and whispers grew unbearable, and Naruto broke into a jog, desperate to escape the world around him. Bang. Too distracted to watch where he was going, Naruto collided with someone and landed hard on his backside. Blinking, he looked up to see a boy around his age, casually eating a dango. Hey, kid, Menma said between chews, amused that his first meeting with his twin brother would happen like this. Didn't your mom teach you to say sorry when you bump into someone? Sorry. Naruto mumbled, still staring up at him. I don't have a mom. What a coincidence. Neither do I. Menma tossed out the darkest of jokes without hesitation. Naruto stared at Menma blankly, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity in his heart. Then as an apology, you're treating me to ramen. Menma pointed to the nearby Ichiraku ramen restaurant. Naruto's eyes widened. Huh. Chapter 40 Menma and Naruto. The Norin curtain was gently lifted as Menma led Naruto into Ichiraku ramen. Welcome, oh, it's you, Menma. Tochi looked up from behind the counter, his smile warm and familiar. It wasn't quite dinner time yet, southwest the place was mostly empty, save for 2 ordinary genin slurping their noodles. Tochi-san, 1 tonkatsu chashu ramen, no. No Naruto, extra Menma, got it. Tochi chuckled, already moving before Menma could finish. For some reason, the order felt familiar, as if someone else had once said the same thing. But the memory remained frustratingly hazy. Naruto lingered behind Menma, hesitant. When the 2 genin who were eating ramen saw Naruto at the door, their expressions twisted with disgust, causing him to instinctively shrink back in fear. Just as Naruto was about to run away out of instinct, Menma placed a hand on his shoulder. What are you spacing out for? Pick something from the menu. By the way, I still don't know your name, Menma said, already sitting on a high stool, raising an eyebrow as he feigned ignorance. My name is Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto scrambled onto the stool next to Menma and peeked at the wooden menu board on the ground. Unfortunately, Naruto couldn't read yet, so he just copied Menma. I'll have the tonkatsu chashu ramen too. Coming right up. Please wait a moment, you two. Tochi called out as he got busy. Boss, we're leaving the money here. The 2 genin said after finishing their ramen, placing some bills on the counter. As they left, they muttered under their breaths. That guy earlier, he's that thing, right? Yeah, the one who got the 4th Hokage killed. Ugh, what a mood killer. I almost threw up just now. Naruto sat with his back to the door, but he still caught their words, his mood sinking. He didn't understand what the 4th meant, nor did he know what the demon fox was, but he could tell they despised and rejected him. Clean this up, Tochi's voice broke the heavy silence. Coming. A little girl of about 8 or 9, wearing a white headband, rushed out from the kitchen like a whirlwind, her blue apron fluttering with her movements. She deftly cleared away the bowls and chopsticks, her cloth drawing smooth arcs across the counter. Menma-sama, bringing friends again, huh? I am teased, blinking playfully, her hands never pausing in her work. Stop with the sama, I am ne, Menma shot back sarcastically, deliberately dragging out the last syllable. The word ne made the cleaning cloth in Iam's hand freeze mid-motion. Hey. The little girl puffed up her cheeks in indignation. You shouldn't make girl sound old. Even though she was only 8 or 9, being called ne by someone younger still made her grit her teeth. So his name is Menma. Naruto, who is nearby, watched their banter with a hint of envy. By the way, what's your name, little guy? Iam asked, having finished cleaning but not rushing back to the kitchen. Instead, she leaned closer to Naruto. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto stammered, his cheeks flushing from the unfamiliar warmth of being treated kindly. What's more, Naruto could sense that neither Menma nor Iam held the same malice toward him as the other villagers did. Nice to meet you. I'm Tochi Iam. Feel free to come to our ramen shop anytime. Iam patted her chest proudly. To welcome a new customer, I'll make you some tempura. With that, I unfolded her cloth and dashed back to the kitchen. Soon, 2 bowls of ramen and a serving of tempura were placed before Menma and Naruto. Enjoy your meal. Tsuchi and I stood behind the counter, bowing slightly with warm smiles. Itadakamasu. Menma picked up his chopsticks and pressed his hands together. Just as he was about to dig in, he noticed Naruto beside him staring at the rising steam, tears suddenly splashing onto the wooden counter. Hey, kid, why are you crying? Didn't anyone teach you what to say before eating? Menma hates crying children the most. And no one taught me. Naruto wiped his tears. From the moment he could remember, the people around Naruto had been filled with hostility. No one had taught him basic life skills, and he'd had to navigate this cruel world alone. Then follow my lead. Itadakamasu. Menma scowled but handed Naruto a pair of chopsticks. Naruto took them, looking at the boy beside him who cursed harshly but acted so kindly. A strange warmth surged in his chest. Itadakamasu. Naruto mimicked Menma's gesture, pressing his hands together before clumsily splitting the chopsticks apart. Slurp, slurp. The sound of the 2 eating ramen filled the shop. Tsuchi didn't fully understand what was happening, but he could tell it was something heartwarming and quietly returned to his work. Meanwhile, I glanced curiously at Menma, then at Naruto. For some reason, the 2 of them almost seemed like brothers. Perhaps because Naruto was so hungry and had never eaten a proper hot meal before, this bowl of ramen tasted like a feast to him. He devoured it ravenously, even drinking every last drop of the broth. Menma had only eaten half of his ramen when he noticed Naruto had already set down his empty bowl, staring longingly at the plate of tempura between them, drooling slightly. Look at you, practically drooling. Here, you can have it all. Menma said, casually sliding the tempura toward him. But Naruto instinctively wanted to refute. Menma raised the chopsticks in his hand. First rule, when someone helps you or offers you kindness, you say thank you. Second rule, you don't waste that kindness. Seeing Naruto still hesitating, Menma added, I've eaten enough today. Not like you, who looks like he's starving. With that excuse, Naruto finally grinned, picking up a piece of tempura with his chopsticks. Thank you, Menma. Tsuchi-san, today's meal is on this kid. Menma said as he set down his chopsticks, pointing at Naruto, who was happily munching on the tempura. Tsuchi lifted his head from the steam and said with a warm smile, sure. Since it's a new customer, I'll give you a 10% discount. That'll be 900 ryo. Naruto, who was eating the tempura, was stunned when he heard the price, and quickly picked up his wallet to count. Someone would send him money every month, but the amount was not much. The house was arranged by the village, and he basically didn't have to pay for water, electricity, and rent. When calculated every month, Naruto's living expenses were just average, so he should be able to afford a few bowls of ramen. But somehow, Naruto always ended up broke from eating instant noodles every day. He could never figure out where his money went. For Naruto, these 900 ryo still stung. Naruto took out a 1,000 ryo bill and handed it to Tsuchi reluctantly. Ayame took the money, took out a 100 ryo coin from her pouch and handing it back. Here's your change. The 2 stepped out of the ramen shop, Menma patting his full stomach in satisfaction while Naruto clutched his measly 100 ryo coin, his entire aura dimming in despair. Chapter 41, My Foolish Little Brother. Under the setting sun, on a park bench, Menma and Naruto sat at either end. The 2 orphans quietly watched as the other children in the park were picked up by their parents. Hey! Menma, why are you willing to play with me? Naruto mustered his courage and asked the boy sitting on the other end of the bench, his voice tinged with anticipation. Though the 2 had simply been sitting in the park after dinner, silently watching the sunset, for Naruto, who was usually avoided by the other kids, having someone willing to sit with him on the same bench as the sun went down already felt like a rare friendship. Menma slightly turned his head, the fading sunlight casting a soft glow on his face. He looked at the blonde, blue-eyed boy beside him. Uzumaki Naruto, the protagonist of this world, the child of prophecy, who would one day save the world. I had a friend once who helped me when I was feeling lost. Maybe I see a bit of my past self in you. Menma lied. He knew the 3rd Hokage's crystal ball was always monitoring Naruto. There were also Umbu constantly surveilling Naruto, so his approach would undoubtedly be reported to the 3rd Hokage. Besides, Menma wasn't entirely sure why he was reaching out to Naruto. Was it because Naruto was the protagonist? Or was it because he had transmigrated as Naruto's brother, bound by blood and an inexplicable sense of kinship? Menma couldn't quite figure it out. He didn't want to disrupt Naruto's growth, at least not until after graduation, when the main plot began. But he also couldn't stand the injustice of Naruto's current circumstances. Where had Minato and Kushina's assets gone? All that money. And their house. Kushina is the last member of the Uzumaki clan. Mito had treated Kushina as her own, so even if the Uzumaki clan's inheritance hadn't been passed down, Mito would have surely left Kushina enough to live comfortably. And then there was Minato. Not to mention his salary as the 4th Hokage, just his ninja career alone included 39 S-rank missions, which had to have earned him a fortune. An S-rank mission paid at least 1 million ryo, and that was after the village's cut. The team leader usually took half, meaning 500,000 ryo. 39 S-rank missions would amount to at least 19.5 million ryo. And that wasn't even counting his 323 A rank, 216 B rank, 147 C rank, and 122 D rank missions. A rank missions paid between 150,000 to 1 million ryo, B rank 80,000 to 200,000, C rank 30,000 to 100,000, and D rank 5,000 to 50,000. Minato's total earnings over his career, averaged out, exceeded 230 million ryo. Even at the lowest estimate, it was over 54 million ryo. That much money couldn't have all gone into buying custom flying thunder god kunai, nor could it have just disappeared after buying a house when he married Kushina. And yet, the money Hiruzen gave Naruto was only enough for him to have enough food and clothing, while the whereabouts of the 4th Hokage's inheritance remained unexplained. Naruto's favorite food was cup ramen. He never cooked, only eating instant noodles for 2 meals a day, with just milk and fried eggs for breakfast. How much could that possibly cost? And yet, he somehow never had any spare money, with the occasional trip to Ichiraku ramen counting as a luxury. Hey, friend. Little Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up, brimming with hope. Then, are we friends now? I guess so. Menma rubbed his stomach. This month's friend allowance had been deposited. All right, it's getting late. I should head home. As the sun fully set and dusk deepened, Menma stood up from the bench, brushing the fallen leaves off his pants. Then. See you next time. Naruto grinned widely. Today, he'd made his first friend, well, aside from Tsuchi and Ayam. Naruto's naturally cheerful personality made it easy for him to push aside the recent troubles and the villagers' malice. After waving goodbye to Menma, Naruto bounded off toward home. Once Naruto disappeared at the edge of the park, the little Nine-Tails poked her head out from Menma's scarf. Menma, is that guy your brother in this world? His chakra feels very unique. After the little Nine-Tails sensed a familiar yet strange-tailed beast's chakra earlier, she immediately retreated into Menma's mental space. It was not until Naruto left and the restless chakra faded from her perception, did the little Nine-Tails dare to peek out again. Yeah, that's him. Uzumaki Naruto, my foolish little brother. Menma narrowed his eyes slightly, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his lips as he watched the direction where Naruto had disappeared. With the 3rd Hokage's crystal ball surveillance, Umbu monitoring Naruto 24/7, and the influence of Azura's chakra reincarnation, it would be difficult for Menma to instill any ideological teachings in Naruto. But he really wanted to see, during the new Konoha Crush plan, when he said to Naruto, I am your brother. We are both sons of the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. And then followed it up with, my foolish little brother. What kind of expression would Naruto make? However, before the new Konoha Crush plan could be set into motion, Menma needed to figure out how to recruit a few ninjas to his side. Imagine the looks on the faces of the reanimated 1st Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobirama, when they saw the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Uzumaki clans rebelling against the 3rd Hokage, joining forces to destroy Konoha. What kind of expressions would appear on the faces of these two predecessors? Just thinking about it makes me giddy. Menma chuckled under his breath, feeling his brain tremble with excitement. Even if Naruto is the protagonist, he wouldn't be able to stop me. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen observed through the telescope technique as little Naruto ran home from the park. Beneath his Hokage's hat, his aged face, speckled with liver spots, remained as unreadable as still water. He then pulled out a background investigation report from his desk drawer. Menma. Hiruzen's eyes scanned the intel gathered by Konoha's intelligence division from the orphanage, finally landing on the line. Primary chakra attribute, fire. Possesses qualification to be a ninja. The background check indicated that Menma is just an ordinary war orphan. If the other child had survived, perhaps Naruto wouldn't be so lonely now. Hiruzen set down the report and took a slow drag from his pipe. The smoke curled lazily in the dim office. Hiruzen couldn't help but remember the joy on Minato's face when the medical checkup revealed that Kushina was pregnant with twins. In order to ensure a smooth delivery for Kushina, Hiruzen had sent his wife, Biwako, to assist in the birthing room. But then, the Nine-Tails Rampage happened. By the time Hiruzen and Konoha's ninjas arrived at the battlefield where Minato had sealed the Nine-Tails, all they found were the bodies of Minato and Kushina, pierced by the fox's claws inside the barrier, and the wailing infant Naruto in his swaddling clothes. The other child was nowhere to be found. If he hadn't been taken by some mysterious figure, then he had most likely perished in the chaos. Naruto is almost 3 years old now. He's starting to interact with people and form his own thoughts. It's time for him to understand the will of fire. Hiruzen traced the rim of his Hokage's hat thoughtfully. Watching Naruto through the crystal ball, who was lying on the bed with a smile on his face after returning home, Hiruzen pondered, what kind of figure should I present myself as? How can I make Naruto rely on me, and see me as family? Chapter 42, Chapter 42 Wanted by the military police force, Konoha's #1 thief. Konoha Commercial Street, 10-10-10, Ninja Tool Shop. After having nearly half their shop stolen a month ago, resulting in a loss of weapons worth 30 million ryo, Tenten's parents had been constantly dealing with the ninjas from Konoha military police force. This is the current investigation result, this is about all we have. Uchiha Yashiro, a brown-haired jonin with the standard flak jacket and perpetually narrowed eyes, along with 2 other Uchiha clan's members, handed over the final investigation report to Tenten's parents. Though the owners of 10-10-10 Ninja Tool Shop weren't ninja themselves, they belonged to a clan known for their expertise in ninja tool crafting. This theft, involving 30 million ryo worth of ninja tools, was no small matter. In wartime, such an amount could sustain a small-scale battle. Even Asuma, the Konoha's jonin who had served as one of the 12 guardian ninja, only had a bounty of 35 million ryo on the black market. Thus, this ninja tool shop theft could be considered the largest burglary case since Konoha's founding, and the military police force took it extremely seriously, dispatching an investigative team led by the jonin, Uchiha Yashiro, and several chunin. However, despite a month of thorough investigation, they still found no concrete leads on the thief. The so-called investigation result was essentially just a record of the process, with no actual conclusion. Tenten's parents, their eyes red and swollen, stared intently at the report handed to them by Yashiro. Is this really all? No suspects had been identified, let alone arrested. That meant they would have to bear the losses themselves. Yashiro shook his head sympathetically. For now, this is all we have. If any new leads emerge later, you can always come to the military police force. Likewise, if we uncover anything further, we'll notify you immediately. Losing 30 million ryo worth of ninja tools was a devastating blow. Even for most ninja, it would be an astronomical sum. Even for Tenten's family, the loss was deeply painful. Aside from their main clan's forge, their Konoha's ninja tool shop had the largest stockpile. Now, with 30 million ryo worth of tools stolen, it would take the clan a long time to recover. Mom. 4-year-old Tenten, whose hair tied into 2 buns, watched helplessly as her parents hugged each other and sobbed, unsure of what to do. She clutched the hem of her mother's clothes, not fully understanding why her parents were trembling over a few sheets of paper. But the empty ninja tool boxes served as a stark reminder, where kunai and shuriken once hung, only dust-covered hooks remained. Yashiro exchanged a glance with the 2 Uchiha clan's members, and the 3 silently retreated from the weapons shop. Captain Yashiro. On the street, one of the Uchiha's chunin questioned Yashiro, that thief was far too cunning. If we close the case like this, it'll be hard to explain to the chief. Yashiro was a squad leader, so subordinates naturally referred to him as captain, while the chief referred to the leader of the Konoha military police force, Uchiha Fugaku. We're not closing the case, it's just. Yashiro sighed helplessly. The crime scene had left almost no traces, and after a month of investigation, they hadn't even found any solid suspects. They had detained a few suspicious individuals for questioning, but none turned out to be the real culprit, so they were eventually released. Though the Uchiha were prideful, and the military police force was disliked by the villagers due to their strict, no-nonsense enforcement, often the target of rumors, the Uchiha would never frame an innocent person. There was one more suspicious individual, but Yashiro recalled his earlier discussion with Fugaku about the case. Fugaku had mentioned that on the night of the theft, a mysterious ninja had attacked the Hyuga clan's compound, dumping the body of the Kimogakure's envoy there in an attempt to frame the Hyuga clan. The 2 Hyuga brothers had been injured, with one severely injured and the other lightly injured. Though the Uchiha were excluded from Konoha's higher echelons, as the head of a clan, Fugaku had plenty of ways to learn about what had happened that night. Moreover, it was no secret that later, Kimogakure was attacked by a mysterious ninja, leading to the ceasefire between Kimogakure and Konoha. Never mind. I'll report to the chief personally. Yashiro shook his head and headed toward the Konoha military police's headquarters, his mind filled with unanswered questions. When the villagers around saw that the Uchiha clan's members from the military police force, they instinctively tensed up, especially the merchants. As the enforcers of Konoha's internal security, the Uchiha clan had essentially turned the military police force into their personal domain, and their cold, merciless approach to law enforcement had earned them a fearsome reputation. In addition, the old bastard Danzo had been spreading rumors while the 3rd Hokage turned a blind eye, leading to widespread resentment among Konoha's villagers toward the Uchiha clan and the military police force. Maintaining internal security was always a thankless job, and no matter how they handled things, someone would always be dissatisfied. Back when the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobirama, established the Konoha military police force and entrusted it to the Uchiha clan, there was undoubtedly some trust involved due to Uchiha Kagumi's influence. But at the same time, wasn't it also a deliberate way to keep the Uchiha clan isolated from ordinary villagers and smaller ninja clans? After returning to the military police force's headquarters, Yashiro dismissed his two subordinates and headed straight to Fugaku's office. Knock. 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 Following the sound of knocking, Fugaku's voice came from inside. Come in. Creak. Chief. Yashiro entered Fugaku's office and placed an investigation report on his desk. The theft case at the 10-10-10 Ninja Tool Shop is at a standstill for now. We truly can't find the culprit, or rather. Yashiro's distinctive facial markings twisted slightly as he frowned in frustration. Good work. Fugaku didn't blame Yashiro, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Since there are no other suspects left, we'll list Shura as the prime suspect and report it to the Hokage. Fugaku's expression darkened as he stared at the report. But, why would a ninja of that caliber steal ninja tools? Yashiro voiced his doubts. Even though the stolen goods were worth 30 million ryo, a ninja of that level would have other, more efficient ways to obtain money if they needed it. Moreover, only one ninja tool shop had been robbed, there were several others in Konoha, but they were all untouched. Moreover, according to the investigation, the stolen items were mostly kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, and sealing scrolls. With the most valuable being the dozen or so sealing scrolls, worth nearly 10 million ryo. Who knows? Fugaku was equally puzzled. Just as the two were discussing how to report this to the Hokage and issue a warrant for the arrest of this thief, another knock came at the door. Chief. One of the Uchiha clan's Chunin who had accompanied Yashiro to 10-10-10 earlier burst in. He delivered a shocking update. The owner of the 10-10-10 Ninja Tool Shop just reported to us. They found a chest in their basement, filled with 30 million ryo in cash. What? Fugaku shot up from his seat. Yashiro's perpetually narrowed eyes snapped wide open. A ninja who could move through Konoha undetected, coming and going as they pleased. That guy called Shura. Is he here again? Chapter 43, Chapter 43 Genius Girl, Uchiha Izumi. In the Hokage's office, the glow from Hiruzen's pipe flickered uncertainly. On the desk before him was a pursuit report written by Kakashi. It had been 2 weeks since Orochimaru's defection, and Kakashi had returned to the village with an unconscious Kino. After receiving treatment, Kakashi and Kino reached a mutual understanding. They didn't want Yukimi dragged into this. Thus, the two concealed certain details, omitting the matter of the Ibiri clan. They reported only to Danzo and Hiruzen that they had encountered Orochimaru and Shura, and they seemed to have struck some kind of deal. Orochimaru had escaped beyond the Land of Fire's borders, while Shura had injured Kino and defeated Kakashi. But for some unknown reason, the other party had spared them. Hiruzen did not blame Kakashi, simply instructing him and Kino to focus on their recovery. Then came the issue of Kino's placement. Recently, Hiruzen had been pondering how to wrest Kino away from Danzo's grasp. After all, on paper, Danzo's route was subordinate to the Umbu, and Kino was a Konoha's ninja who should obey the Hokage's orders. But if Kino's loyalty still lay with Danzo, then even if he joined the Umbu, he would merely serve as Danzo's pawn within the organization. Hiruzen, who is deeply versed in the will of fire, understood that for Kino to truly become a Konoha's ninja, he had to break free from his allegiance to Danzo. Changing one's ideology was far more difficult than altering rank or affiliation. Thus, Hiruzen was in no hurry to demand Kino from Danzo. But before one storm could settle, another arose. Fugaku, the leader of the Konoha military police force, had submitted an investigative report. What did you say? Shura has returned. When Hiruzen heard Fugaku's report, the old face under the Hokage's had showed a look of surprise, and the pipe in his hand also froze for a moment. After all, following the attack incident a month ago and Orochimaru's defection 2 weeks prior, Hiruzen had dispatched Konoha's sensory ninja, working with the barrier team to inspect the village's protective barrier. They had indeed discovered several weak points and repaired them. But now, the Konoha military police force was reporting that Shura might have returned. Did this guy think Konoha village was a public restroom? Coming and going as he pleased. Fugaku carefully presented his prepared explanation. We cannot confirm the exact timing. It's possible this was left behind earlier but remained hidden until the shopkeeper's family discovered it now. Sigh dash. Are you certain it was Shura's doing? Hiruzen's voice emerged from beneath his hat. I don't think there could be any ninja in the village who had the ability to do that night. Fugaku's words made the office air grow even heavier. Would you rather suspect a mysterious enemy or the village's own ninjas? The choice was obvious. Understood. For now, let the matter rest. He did pay, after all. Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, exhaling a slow stream of smoke, his aged voice carrying a weariness. Yes, Hokage-sama. Fugaku bowed and left the office. Once Fugaku was gone, Hiruzen stared at the military police force's report, utterly perplexed. What could a powerhouse like you possibly want? At one point, Hiruzen had even suspected this mysterious shinobi was the same one who caused the Nine-Tails Rampage 3 years ago, the man responsible for the deaths of the 4th Hokage and his wife, as well as his own wife, Biwako. But that night, many ninjas had seen the Sharingan pattern in the Nine-Tails eyes, whereas Shura had never displayed any abilities related to the Sharingan or the Uchiha clan. Neither the reports from the Hyuga brothers nor intelligence from spies in Kimogakure had uncovered any ninjutsu or abilities linked to the Sharingan. If anything, that spiraling spherical technique bore some resemblance to Minato's original ninjutsu. Sigh. Troubled times indeed. Hiruzen slowly rose from his chair and walked to the window. Just in time to see Fugaku's retreating figure as he left the Hokage building and walked down the street. And then there's the Uchiha clan. Recently, tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village had been escalating, something Hiruzen, as Hokage, felt keenly. If the Uchiha clan's grievances weren't addressed, could they be exploited by those with ulterior motives? Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeply. After coming out of the Hokage building, Fugaku walked straight towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Despite being the largest and most prominent clan in Konoha village, the Uchiha clan's territory was located in the most remote part of the village. As he passed by a river not far from the clan grounds, Fugaku spotted two familiar figures sitting on a small dock by the water. The short-haired boy accepted a skewer of dango from a girl. Itachi and Izumi. As a father, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but smile, choosing not to disturb the two young teens in their tender moment. I wonder if Sasuke will get jealous when he finds out his brother has a girlfriend. Thinking of his youngest son, who adored Itachi to no end, Fugaku almost looked forward to the reaction. This kind of familial warmth held deep meaning for the Uchiha, a clan that valued love above all else. And yet, the death of loved ones, of close friends, could also be the catalyst that awakened greater power in their Sharingan. Hey, Itachi, how is it? Is it good? On the dock, Uchiha Izumi beamed, eagerly awaiting Itachi's response. Her long, dark hair cascaded slightly as she tilted her head. Though still young, the beauty mark beneath her right eye added a touch of charm to her delicate features. She had always been a pretty girl. It's good. Itachi had never been treated to sweets like this before. Izumi's warmth slowly chipped away at the walls around his heart, and he found himself growing fond of this bright, gentle girl. This faint, budding affection was a new experience for Itachi, who had spent so much time pondering the meaning of life. Then, suddenly, Itachi turned his gaze toward the riverbank. He saw a familiar figure was walking away. Father. Although Itachi hasn't awakened his Sharingan, his insight ability still far exceeds that of ordinary genin. Itachi has to thank to Obito for his help later. Because he killed Itachi's teammates when he was on a mission, it stimulated Itachi to awaken his Sharingan. However, from there, it would still take a few more years for Itachi to awaken his Mangekyo, which is at the time of Shirsue's death. I'm going home first. Itachi placed the half-eaten dango back onto the leaf in Izumi's hand, standing up to leave like some heartless scumbag. You're really unromantic. Izumi sighed as she watched Itachi's lonely retreating figure, unsure how to truly reach his heart. After a while, she finished the dango and hummed a soft tune as she began her own walk home. As she walked, the sky darkened without her noticing. By the time she reached the Uchiha clan's main gate, a thick scent of blood hit her nose, and every hair on her body stood on end. Izumi, who had become a genin, immediately went on alert, drawing a kunai from her thigh pouch. Her two-tomo Sharingan spun to life as she followed the scent of blood. What's going on? Where is everyone? Izumi's face twisted in confusion. The Uchiha clan's compound was eerily silent this night, not even the sound of dogs barking can be heard. Soon, Izumi followed the thick smell of blood to a household and saw a shocking scene. Two elderly Uchiha clan's members lay slaughtered in the living room, their blood pooling across the floor. And there, standing over them, was Itachi, who is now a teenager, dragging a terrified 3-year-old child out from a hidden compartment. In his hand is a short sword dripping with blood. Then, without hesitation, he swung the sword. Chapter 44, The Endless Cycle of the Clan's Massacre Night. Stop. Izumi's sharp cry pierced through the night as she hurled a kunai from her hand. But she was a step too late. The teenage Itachi's short sword had already slashed across the child's throat, and the bloodied edge flicked upward with precision, deflecting the incoming kunai. Clang. Amid the metallic clash, the blade obscured half of Itachi's face, leaving only his left eye, a crimson Mangekyo Sharingan, glowing ominously in the shadows. It's you, Izumi. Itachi's voice was low, his gaze devoid of warmth as he stared at her. Itachi. What are you doing? Izumi rushed into the house, her voice trembling as she took in the gruesome scene, the family lying in pools of blood, the lifeless child beneath Itachi's blade. Emerging from the darkness, Itachi stepped into the moonlight. Dressed in combat attire, he now stood noticeably taller than Izumi. I just wanted to test my limits. Itachi said coldly, his short sword glinting under the moonlight, reflecting his expressionless face. At that moment, Izumi barely recognized the Itachi standing before her. She couldn't believe that the same gentle boy she once knew could commit such cruelty against his own clan. Faced with Itachi's overwhelming killing intent, Izumi trembled uncontrollably. Though she had awakened her Sharingan at the age of 5, after graduating as a genin, she had never experienced much real combat. Tsukuyomi. Itachi's Mangekyo spun violently, and Izumi's consciousness was instantly dragged into his genjutsu. In the genjutsu world, Izumi and Itachi fell in love under the cherry blossoms. They grew older, held hands at their wedding, fumbled awkwardly when their child cried, and scolded their rebellious teenager with stern expressions. Finally, as white-haired elders, they sat side by side on the porch, admiring the moon together. Just like that, Izumi lived out an entire fabricated lifetime within the genjutsu. How pitiful. Just as Izumi was lost in the genjutsu, a cold, mocking voice suddenly rang out. In the genjutsu, Izumi jolted awake. A mysterious figure in a black cloak and a fox mask sat quietly beside her, gazing up at the moon. Who? Izumi leaped to her feet like a startled kitten. The masked figure turned slightly, amusement flashing in the eyes behind the mask. Are you really going to stay trapped in the Mangekyo's genjutsu? With your eyes, you might actually be able to stop all this. No. This is still a genjutsu. Izumi finally realized that this wasn't the real world. You're too slow to react. Menma remarked, slightly puzzled. Among the Uchiha who had awakened their Sharingan, Izumi was undoubtedly the youngest on record. At just 5 years old, during the Nine-Tails Rampage, Izumi had witnessed her father's death and awakened her Sharingan in grief, a feat even Itachi didn't achieve. Itachi had awakened his Sharingan at 8, Sasuke at 7, Shisui at 7, while Obito and Madara had been around 12. Early awakening didn't necessarily correlate with talent or strength. For instance, Obito and Madara had awakened relatively late, yet they became legends. But for Izumi to awaken the 3-Tomo Sharingan by age 12 in peacetime was proof enough that, among the Uchiha of her era, her talent was second only to Itachi and Shisui. However, despite her early awakening, after moving back to the Uchiha clan's compound with her mother, Izumi remained an ordinary genin, even with her 3-Tomo Sharingan. Whether she was overlooked or chose not to advance was unclear. When Menma was planning his moves for the Uchiha clan's massacre, he had recalled Izumi, this peculiar Uchiha with a 3-Tomo Sharingan. Despite having 3-Tomo Sharingan, she remained a genin, taking on trivial missions like pet-sitting for the daimyo's wife or helping nobles and officials move houses. He wondered what kind of stimulation she experienced or when she opened the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Menma was simply curious, how would a gentle, emotionally driven Uchiha clan's woman react upon witnessing the slaughter of her clan? In that case, let's continue. Menma rose slowly, leaving those words behind before his figure faded, vanishing from the genjutsu world. In an instant, Izumi felt the world spin around her. The bloody scene dissolved, replaced by the banks of the Naka River. The water flowed gently, and a flock of geese crossed the sky. It was still early, and the dango in her hand was faintly warm. That sneaky bastard. Izumi quickly stood up. Of course she refused to believe that Itachi would ever slaughter his own clan. Her first instinct was to report this to the Konoha military police force. After finishing the last of her dango, she hurried toward the military police force's headquarters. Although I don't know what that guy is planning, it's definitely something bad for the Uchiha clan. Izumi's heart pounded with urgency. But she didn't notice that the sky was growing darker. By the time Izumi reached the military police force's headquarters, the sky had completely darkened, and the interior of the building was pitch black, without a single light on. Strange. Where are Uncle Yashiro and Uncle Tekka? Panting slightly, Izumi was about to enter the building when she caught the scent of blood. This sudden change threw Izumi into high alert again. The moment she drew a kunai, a deep voice echoed from the main entrance of the military police force's building. Those eyes, they're quite beautiful. A mysterious man wearing a tiger-striped, one-eyed mask slowly stepped out from the doorway. He's different from the mysterious man from last time. Before Izumi could think further, she hurled the kunai in her hand, then swiftly threw 2 shuriken toward the masked man. Whoosh, whoosh. Thud, thud. However, the kunai and shuriken passed straight through the masked man's body, embedding themselves into the pillar behind him. How is this possible? Izumi's face twisted in shock. The masked man slowly raised his head. Their eyes met, and through the single eye hole of the tiger-striped mask, Izumi faintly caught a glimpse of a Sharingan. Realizing she was no match for him, Izumi turned and fled. But a chain shot out at blinding speed, wrapping around her and binding her tightly. Itachi! Save me! Facing death, the first person Izumi thought of was still Itachi. A blade pierced through her body. Feeling her life draining away, Izumi's vision finally faded into darkness. Quack. 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 The sound of ducks startled Izumi awake. The scene before her had returned to the banks of the Naka River. Having experienced death once, Izumi was drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. Genjutsu. Or am I still in a genjutsu? Izumi was trembling all over. She quickly activated her Sharingan and checked the flow of chakra within her body. She found that everything was normal and she did not feel any interference with her chakra. A layered genjutsu. Who's doing this? Izumi frantically scanned her surroundings, but there was no sign of anyone else along the riverbank. Those two mysterious men, are they both targeting the Uchiha? Setting aside the dango she had been holding, Izumi recalled the two masked strangers she had encountered in the genjutsu, each wearing a different mask. And the scene of Itachi slaughtering the clan's elders and weak. Damn it. Izumi stood up, intending to head to the military police force's headquarters, but feared that this might still be a genjutsu made her legs tremble after just one step. Instead, Izumi turned and ran toward the center of the village. Hokage-sama, only Hokage-sama can. Izumi placed her last hope in the third Hokage. As she ran, the sky darkened once more. Two masked ninjas suddenly appeared in front of Izumi. I need to see. Before Izumi could finish her sentence, two flashes of cold steel sliced through the air. The ninjas' swords brutally stabbed into her abdomen. Izumi collapsed in shock and agony, her scattered black hair stained red with blood. The last words she faintly heard were, by orders from above. Not a single Uchiha is to escape. Chapter 45, Chapter 45 Red Moon Scroll. After waking up for who knows how many times, Izumi once again found herself by the banks of the Naka River. The setting sun dyed the sky crimson, wild geese skimmed across the twilight, and a flock of ducks played in the river, their cheerful quacks echoing in the air. After being killed countless times, the light in Izumi's eyes had gradually dulled. Under the relentless assault of genjutsu, she could no longer distinguish whether this was reality or illusion. During the first night of the Uchiha massacre, she was slain by Itachi's Tsukuyomi within the Uchiha clan's compound. During the second night of the massacre, she tried seeking help from the Konoha military police force, only to discover that they too had been attacked. She was ultimately killed by a masked man with tiger-striped patterns. During the third night of the massacre, she attempted to appeal to the village for aid, but before she could even leave the Uchiha clan's compound, she was ambushed and slaughtered by a group of masked ninja. And so, Uchiha Izumi was trapped in an endless cycle of the night of the massacre. No matter how she struggled, she could never escape the Uchiha clan's compound, nor could she break free from this infinite loop of slaughter. Thus, Izumi resolved to seek answers within the clan itself. She rushed through every corner of the Uchiha clan's compound, even visiting Fugaku's residence, only to witness, time and again, the nightmare of Itachi mercilessly butchering his own clansmen, sparing neither the elderly, the weak, nor women and children. She also tried heading to the Konoha military police force early, hoping to find more people to help. Yet no matter how quickly she moved, she could never arrive before the massacre began. Sometimes, the tiger-striped masked men would slaughter the entire military police force. Other times, Itachi would massacre the entire clan. No one could escape. It was as though the shackles of fate had long been set in stone. Even her own mother. The only thing that puzzled Izumi was the mysterious figure wearing the white three-eyed fox mask. After appearing in her genjutsu world the first time, he never showed up again. Instead, Itachi and the mysterious men who slaughtered the Konoha military police force appeared without fail in every cycle. That guy. Who on earth is he? After experiencing the endless loop of the night of the massacre, Izumi finally realized that the key to this genjutsu world likely lay with that mysterious man she had encountered the first time. What was his purpose in trapping me in this genjutsu world? Will the Uchiha truly be annihilated? Unconsciously, the inevitability of the Uchiha clan's massacre had already been implanted deep in Izumi's heart. But what she couldn't understand was, why Itachi? How could it possibly be Itachi? Unable to find answers, Izumi steeled herself once more and solemnly made her way toward the Uchiha clan's compound. She was determined to uncover the truth behind the night of the massacre and find a way to break free from this genjutsu world. However, when she cautiously arrived at the Uchiha compound, she realized the sun had only just set. Oh, if it isn't Izumi. You're back. Hizana, holding her grandson Hiroki's hand, waved at her from a distance with a smile. Izumi ne. Little Hiroki bounded over excitedly and threw himself at her. Good evening, Granny Hizana, Hiroki-kun. Izumi's voice trembled slightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. After her father's death, she and her mother had moved into the Uchiha clan's compound, and she had taken the Uchiha name. Over the past 3 years, she had been warmly accepted by the Uchiha clan, who valued blood ties and familial bonds. The clansmen treated her like one of their own. Though her grades at the Ninja Academy hadn't been outstanding, and she had no plans to advance to Chunin, as a genin who had awakened her Sharingan, she still received all the benefits and allowances granted to Uchiha clan's members. Izumi, why are your eyes so red? Hisana stepped forward and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Is the life of a ninja not treating you well yet? Come over for dinner tonight. Granny will make something delicious to celebrate you becoming a shinobi. Yay. Izumi-ne, come eat with us. Hiroki cheered, circling around her happily. Thank you, Granny Hisana. It's just that. Izumi wiped the corner of her eye, overwhelmed by the warmth of their kindness. However, she is terrified that this, too, might be another cycle of the endless night of the massacre. On high alert, Izumi followed Hisana and Hiroki to their home. She remained tense, her senses sharpened to their limits. But from the moment Hisana prepared a lavish meal, to the time they finished dinner and played games with Hiroki, to when she bid farewell to Hisana and Hiroki, nothing happened. As she made her way home, the streets of the Uchiha clan's compound were dotted with warm lights. Neighbors chatted leisurely in the alleys, and the carefree laughter of children playing carried on the wind. When she finally returned home, Izumi, who was nervous and bewildered, pushed open the door. Izumi, you're back. Her mother, Uchiha Hazuki, stepped out of the kitchen. Mom. Seeing her mother alive, Izumi could no longer hold back her emotions. She threw herself into her mother's arms and burst into tears. You silly child. Hazuki simply assumed her daughter had encountered some hardship during her mission. Gently stroking Izumi's long hair, she softly comforted her. The Red Moon Scroll is really useful. Under the night sky, atop one of the rooftops in the Uchiha clan's compound, Menma leaned lazily against the ridge, quietly observing Izumi in the distance. The moonlight cast a cold glow over his white three-eyed fox mask, and the night breeze lifted the fur collar of his cloak. The little Nine-Tails poked her head out from her fur collar, clutching an open bamboo scroll in her hands, turning it this way and that in confusion. Menma, there's nothing written on this scroll at all. The little Nine-Tails frowned, flipping the bamboo strip over and over, but not a single character could be found. Because it's the Red Moon Scroll. Menma chuckled and reached out to take the bamboo scroll from the little Nine-Tails. After the little Nine-Tails was revived in Menma's mental space, Menma had arranged an environment for her there, ensuring she had a comfortable place to live within his consciousness. By chance, deep within his mental space, he had discovered the Red Moon Scroll. After some experimentation, Menma realized that this wordless bamboo scroll, the Red Moon Scroll, was the essence of the Limited Tsukuyomi World, capable of being wielded as a tool to cast genjutsu on par with Tsukuyomi. Moreover, by holding the Red Moon Scroll, one could freely manipulate the illusions within, trapping victims in layers of genjutsu. Menma still hadn't uncovered the full extent of the scroll's power. Additionally, the Red Moon Scroll granted resistance to genjutsu, allowing Menma to nullify certain illusions and even resist the Sharingan's genjutsu. With the Red Moon Scroll bolstering his abilities, Menma had effectively patched up his weakness in genjutsu, making future confrontations with Itachi much easier. You seem really interested in that girl, huh, Menma? The little Nine-Tails tilted her head, curious about this Uchiha girl she had never seen before. I just want to see if she has any value for me to exploit. Truthfully, Menma had never encountered Izumi in the Limited Tsukuyomi World. If that world was indeed an inverted reflection of reality, then Izumi's father likely hadn't died during the Nine-Tails Rampage. That meant she might never have awakened her Sharingan, never moved back to the Uchiha clan's compound with her mother, and never met Itachi. With the night of the massacre still years away, Menma had identified 3 Uchiha who might be useful in his schemes. Izumi was merely one of them. Her Sharingan is truly beautiful. Recalling Obito's words about her, Menma couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation for the potential of Izumi's Sharingan. Chapter 46, Chapter 46 Old Man. You raising a hamster or what? The next morning. Konoha village was still bathed in gentle sunlight, and the Uchiha clan's compound was no exception, embraced by the soft morning glow. Izumi woke up from her sleep, with beads of sweat clinging to her temples. She had spent far too long trapped in the genjutsu world, leading to a night of endless nightmares. Each time she jolted awake, she was terrified that she was still in that illusion, forced to relive the massacre of her clan. The torment had haunted her all night. As she washed up, the mirror reflected a girl with faint dark circles under her eyes, the beauty mark beneath her eye only adding to her delicate charm. When she reached the living room, she found a bowl of miso soup and rice balls waiting on the table, along with a note pressed beneath them. I'm off to work. Do your best today, Izumi. Love, Mom. Her fingers traced the words on the note, warmth flooding her heart and dispelling much of the lingering horror from last night's nightmares. After breakfast, Izumi fastened her forehead protector, checked her gear, and headed out to meet up with her team for their assigned mission under their Jonin instructor. The Uchiha clan's compound was peaceful and serene, with a few elderly clansmen still around greeting her warmly as she passed. Yet, this very tranquility made her grip her ninja pouch tighter. Just what is that mysterious person planning? Once she left the clan's territory, Izumi couldn't help but recall the horrors she had experienced in the endless night of the massacre. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Izumi was naturally skilled in genjutsu and had undergone training from her elders on how to wield the Sharingan. But the genjutsu she had learned, like the hell-viewing technique, only affected an individual's senses, forcing them to confront their deepest fears. But the mysterious man's genjutsu last night had felt like an entire fabricated world. No matter how many times she died in that genjutsu, she couldn't find any flaws in it. Izumi could only desperately convince herself that she was still trapped. The genjutsu world seemed confined to the Uchiha clan's compound and the military police force's headquarters. The moment she tried to leave, masked Konoha's ninja would hunt her down. Izumi had heard of these masked ninjas said before. They were the Umbu, directly under the Hokage's command. But why would Umbu be sealing off the Uchiha clan's compound? Good morning, Izumi. A clear voice snapped her out of her thoughts. Izumi looked up to see Shisui, dressed in a black high-collared shirt and matching pants with brown shoulder armor, smiling warmly at her. Good morning, Shisui and I. When Izumi and her mother had first moved back to the clan district, she had been unfamiliar with everything. Shisui had been the one to help her settle in. Shisui's kindness extended to everyone, and he had treated her like a little sister from the start. You look a bit tired. Didn't sleep well. Shisui fell into step beside her, his sharp eyes quickly noticing her pallor. It's nothing, just. Izumi hesitated, unsure how to explain. She remembered that during the night of the massacre, she had seen Fugaku and his wife killed by Itachi at their home. At the military police force's headquarters, she had also witnessed Yashiro, Tekka, and the others slaughtered by a mysterious masked man. But now that she thought about it, she hadn't seen Shisui anywhere in that genjutsu world. If you're feeling too exhausted, maybe you should take a break. Shisui thought that Izumi had just graduated and became a genin, and was not used to the intensity of the ninja's missions. Izumi opened her mouth but ultimately couldn't bring herself to say it. How could she tell Shisui that in her genjutsu, she had seen Itachi and a mysterious man slaughter their entire clan? That outside the Uchiha clan's compound, Konoha's Umbu had been sealing off the area and hunting down survivors. I'll adjust soon. Izumi forced a smile in response. Don't push yourself too hard. Shisui stopped walking, as they had arrived at the military police force's headquarters. After parting ways, Izumi glanced back repeatedly at the building, watching Uchiha clan's members come and go. It all felt surreal. Even when she met up with her teammates and carried out low-ranking missions under their jonin instructor, like pulling weeds, clearing blocked rivers or catching runaway pets for noble women, Izumi remained distracted. In the Hyuga clan's compound, the morning scene is like a detailed ukiyo-e painting. Hinata knelt on a zabuton cushion, her lacquered meal tray arranged like a delicate bonsai display. 2 slices of salmon rested neatly beside a bowl of miso soup, a small portion of rice, and a dish of fruit. This was her breakfast. I'm full. Hinata set down her chopsticks. Even though there was still about a quarter of the food left in it, she had been raised with strict clan etiquette, where every action followed rules. Don't push yourself too hard. Hinata's mother said with a gentle smile. Her father, Hyuga Hayashi, was deep in thought, holding his bowl and paying no attention to his daughter's state. Just as Hinata was about to speak, another voice echoed in her mind. You've never eaten your fill, have you? Big sis Hinata had taken control. Big sis, don't do this. In their shared mental space, little Hinata panicked, afraid big sis Hinata might do something outrageous again. But big sis Hinata said in a deep voice, Menma told me last time that you have a big appetite. I never noticed before, so. You've never been allowed to eat until you're full, right? Big sis. I overlooked it. Leave the rest to me. In the Limited Tsukuyomi World, big sis Hinata hadn't been a glutton, and over the past 3 years, she had mostly been dormant, never realizing how much Hinata actually needed to eat. When her eyes opened again, Hinata's entire demeanor had shifted. The timid hesitation in her white eyes was gone, replaced by a fierce, confident aura. Hinata's mother immediately noticed the change in her daughter. She was well aware of her daughter's unique condition, but before she could ask, Hinata snapped, Old man. You raising a hamster here or what? Crack. The bowl in Hayashi's hands cracked into spiderweb patterns. A pair of white eyes raised very solemnly, locking onto Hinata. If this had been any other Hyuga clan's member, such a gaze from their clan's head would have made them shrink back in fear. But big sis Hinata had long since lost patience with her father. Bring me 2 more, no, 5 more servings. You make me train like crazy every day but don't even let me eat enough. Are you worried I'll bankrupt you? Big sis Hinata's sharp tongue was like a barrage of kunai, each one striking Hayashi square in the chest. This little, cotton-padded jacket wasn't just lined with black cotton, it was full of holes, leaking cold air everywhere. T/N, cotton-padded jacket here refers to daughters, who are often considerate and heartwarming. Hinata, mind how you speak to your father. Hinata's mother chided softly. She first instructed a servant to bring more food, then stood gracefully and walked over to Hinata, pulling her into a warm embrace. Tell your mother if you have anything to say. To her, whether it was the gentle little Hinata or the fiery big sis Hinata, they were both her daughters. In a way, it almost felt like raising two completely different girls, which was oddly amusing. Mom. Feeling the warmth of her mother's embrace, big sis Hinata hesitated. In this world, her mother was incredibly kind to her. And Hayashi, despite constantly being challenged and disrespected, still tolerated her outbursts. But in that other world, she had parents too. A family. For the first time, she understood what Menma meant when he kept muttering. It's all fake. Chapter 47, Chapter 47 Gato and Kakuzu Duo. At the northern border of the Land of Fire, a shadow flickered through the trees. Kakuzu's black cloak billowed like a specter under the moonlight as he silently infiltrated a merchant caravan's campsite under the cover of darkness. The caravan's guards, which are a mix of rogue ninja and samurai, were gathered around a campfire, polishing their weapons, completely unaware that death had already descended upon them. Kakuzu's earth-grudge threads slithered through the night, 5 dark tendrils precisely wrapping around the throats of the 3 nearest rogue ninja. Most of these rogue ninja were only at genin level, and the samurai were even worse. While they are competent enough against bandits and civilians, against an elite jonin like Kakuzu, they might as well have been vegetables waiting to be chopped. Enemy attack. The desperate warning was cut short as blood splattered across the tent canvas. The entire camp erupted into chaos. Guards were slaughtered before they could even catch a glimpse of their assailant. Damn it. Who's there? The leader of merchant group stumbled out of his tent, his face twisting in horror as he took in the sight of his burning goods. As for the dead and injured rogue ninjas, samurai, and caravan members, including the captain of the rogue ninja, who was pierced by an earth spear, they meant nothing to him. But those goods were worth a fortune. Whoosh. A kunai embedded itself into the ground right between his feet, pinning down the Sakamoto Trading Company flag and nearly taking off his toes. You have 3 days to leave the Land of Fire. Kakuzu's cloaked figure emerged from the shadows, his raspy voice sending a chill down the leader of merchant group's spine. Why, you bastard. I have a trade permit granted by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The leader of merchant group shrieked. Then I'll just have to kill you. Kakuzu took out a kunai and slowly walked towards the leader of merchant group. The cold steel reflected the flames around them, his green eyes gleaming with murderous intent. The entire camp was ablaze, limbs and corpses scattered everywhere, the agonized screams of the wounded filling the air. The leader of merchant group's legs finally gave out. He collapsed into a puddle of his own urine, wailing, I'll leave. Spare me, please. With a disdainful snort, Kakuzu vanished instantly. The leader of merchant group sat in the blood-soaked dirt, staring blankly at his burning goods, feeling as though the sky itself had fallen. Land of Fire, the capital. Inside the Gato Company's headquarters, crystal chandeliers illuminated the account books with perfect clarity. When Kakuzu barged in through the window, Gato was hunched over his desk, squinting through his tiny glasses as he calculated a particularly large sum. Hey. Can you stop coming through the window every time? This is the 7th time you've broken it. Gato looked up, his bespectacled face full of complaints as he saw Kakuzu, covered in dust from his journey. Before he could finish speaking, a heavy scroll landed on top of the account book on the desk. The Sakamoto merchant group has been dealt with. After hearing Kakuzu's mission report, Gato quickly picked up the scroll and muttered, You didn't kill him, right? Though the head of the rival merchant group was just an ordinary person, in this chaotic world, any major merchant operating across nations had noble backing, or even connections with certain ninja clans. So Kato had only intended to drive them out and burn their goods, thereby increasing the value of his own merchandise. No noble lives were lost, so the repercussions wouldn't be too severe. Of course, if things escalated to a life-or-death struggle, Gato wouldn't hesitate to order a full massacre, or even wiping out the entire rival merchant group. A man who could become a global tycoon in such turbulent times was no saint. Same as always. After the warning, he agreed to leave the Land of Fire, so I spared his life. Kakuzu sat down on the sofa across from him, leaning back comfortably. Money. His green eyes then fixed on Gato. Don't worry, you'll get your share. After verifying the commercial secret scroll seized from their competitor, the Sakamoto Trading Company, Gato pulled out a box from under the desk and personally handed it to Kakuzu. Since joining the organization and serving under that person, the two had become partners. Gato primarily operated within the Land of Fire, establishing companies in major cities and expanding trade into surrounding smaller nations and the Land of Lightning to amass wealth. Meanwhile, Kakuzu not only protected Gato's safety but also handled his competitors. Though Kakuzu's fees were high, he always completed his missions flawlessly, whether it was burning down a rival company, slaughtering a merchant convoy, or hijacking their ships. In short, Gato found Kakuzu extremely cost-effective, far superior to those boastful rogue ninja and samurai. Kakuzu opened the money box, pulled out a stack of bills, and began counting meticulously. His happiest moments were when he was counting money. Kato was used to his partner's habits. Though he was greedy himself, even exploiting rogue ninja and samurai, he would never dare treat Kakuzu the same way. He had personally witnessed when Kakuzu boarded his ship for the first time, he was insulted by some of the rogue ninja and samurai he hired, but then Kakuzu slaughtered over a dozen of them in mere seconds. Gato returned to his desk and began strategizing his next commercial assault on the land of rice. The Sakamoto trading group had the backing of the daimyo of the land of fire and the land of rice. This strike would deal a heavy blow to them, allowing Gato's company to penetrate the land of rice and seize Sakamoto's clients and territory. As the two busied themselves, a gentle breeze drifted through the window. Kakuzu, who was still counting money, suddenly tensed. His gaze snapped toward the window, where a figure that sent shivers down his spine was now casually perched. When Kakuzu's fingers froze mid-count, it drew Gato's attention. Following Kakuzu's line of sight, he also saw the figure sitting on the windowsill. "My lord. You've arrived." Gato immediately set down what he was holding, his chubby face instantly plastered with a fawning smile. Menma, wearing a white three-eyed fox mask, hopped down from the window. "Sir." Kakuzu also put down the money and stood up. After all, the boss had come to inspect their work. "How is the relocation of the Iburi clan going?" Menma walked past Gato and sat directly in his luxurious leather office chair. Meanwhile, Gato scurried around like an eager secretary, reporting recent developments. "As per your instructions, the supplies have been delivered to the designated location. Here are this month's company accounts." Menma didn't take the ledger. Instead, he calmly asked Kato and Kakuzu, "What do you know about the nations in the western part of the continent? The land of demons, the land of snow, the land of bears, and the land of shadows." These were the backup options Menma had prepared. "My lord, among these nations, only the land of snow and the land of bears have ninjas." Gato, having traveled extensively across nations, had some knowledge of the western countries. "I've only heard that the land of snow had a rebellion a few years ago. Now, it seems a man named Kazuhana Doto is acting as the king there. They have their own Yukigekures ninja. The land of demons is ruled by a Miko. They don't have a ninja village. As for the land of shadows, they don't have a ninja village either. Their specialty would be grain. Yes, the land of shadows and the land of bears share a fertile plain, producing abundant crops. The land of bears has a ninja village named Hoshigakure, along with the natural barrier known as Devil's Ravine." Gato shared everything he knew. Menma then turned to Kakuzu and asked, "How much do you know about Hoshigakure in the land of bears?" "Hoshigakure." Kakuzu's green eyes narrowed in thought behind his mask. Having wandered the ninja world for decades, he had indeed been to the land of bears and even clashed with ninja from Hoshigakure. Their village is just like Takigakure, with its own secrets. The mysterious peacock method they used. It's nothing more than a clown's trick. Clearly, Kakuzu held Hoshigakure in contempt. Chapter 48, Visiting Orochimaru's base. Gato rummaged through the shelves piled high with scrolls before pulling out a few yellowed maps, which he respectfully spread out on the table in front of Menma. "My lord, these are the national maps of several western countries. Please take a look." Gato bowed slightly. Menma picked up the maps on the table and unfolded them, his gaze sharp as an eagle's as he scrutinized them carefully. As a world-class corporation, Gato Company had branches in various nations. The simplest business model was buying specialties at low prices in one country and transporting them to another to sell at a high price. For example, tea from the land of tea could fetch a high price when transported to the capitals of other nations. This kind of trade naturally required familiarity with geographical environments. Major merchant groups, companies, and fleets all had their own hand-drawn or purchased maps and nautical charts, which were considered rare resources in their own right. However, highly accurate maps were difficult to come by. Most were like ancient maps, requiring the guidance of professional scouts or experienced merchants to be used effectively. Prepare some supplies and send them to the land of bears. The organization plans to establish a base there. Menma said, tapping his finger on a map of the land of bears. Kakuzu also walked over and glanced at the maps on the table. The land of bears was located between the land of earth and the land of wind, bordering smaller nations like the land of demons, the land of valleys, and the land of birds. The country was long and narrow, with vast plains in the west where it bordered the land of valleys and the land of demons, suitable for agriculture. The central and eastern regions were covered in dense forests and towering mountains, with a poisonous mist-filled chasm known as Devil's Ravine in the east. "As you command, my lord," Gato replied, bowing even lower. Do you need me to clean up Hoshigakure? Kakuzu licked his lips. No need. Menma shook his head. You'll work with Kato to escort the supplies. As for the cleanup operation in the Land of Bears, another team will handle it. Although he had recruited Kakuzu and Gato, he couldn't rely solely on them for everything. Doing so might expose the organization's lack of manpower. Hearing that another team would be sent ahead, Kakuzu's green eyes narrowed slightly in anticipation. Since joining the organization, he had only worked with Gato and hadn't met any other members. Now, he finally had a chance to see who else was part of this mysterious group. He wondered just how many powerful ninja were there in such an organization. After giving Kato and Kakuzu their new orders, Menma left the capital of the Land of Fire. The organization was currently short on manpower, so Menma planned to recruit some missing nin. However, at this point in time, Pakura is already dead, Sabuza and Kisame probably haven't defected yet, Deidara is still in Iwadakure, and who knows where Sasori is hiding. After running through the list, Menma realized there were very few capable missing nin he could recruit. After all, he had no intention of bringing in a murderous fanatic like Haiden. Kurosuke Raiga and Ranmaru are likely in the Land of Rivers. At the very least, they're Jonin-level fighters, and Raiga seems to have an entire clan that defected from Kirigakure. Though the Kurosuke clan didn't possess any Kekkei Genkai, they were still a ninja clan with some level of heritage. Ah, right, there are also scattered survivors of the Uzumaki clan. Menma thought of Uzumaki Karen and her mother in Kusagakure, as well as Uzumaki Anoka in the Land of the Sea. But for now, I should head to the Land of Rice Field to look for Orochimaru. Under the cover of night, Menma, wearing a fox mask, dashed swiftly through the forest. If I remember correctly, Otogakure should be located in the north-central part of the Land of Rice Field. Menma used Mind's Eye of the Kagura, stretching his perception across a radius of nearly 100 kilometers. This unique sensory technique of the Uzumaki clan was something Menma had learned from Kushina when he's in the Limited Tsukuyomi World. The perception range of Mind's Eye of the Kagura varies depending on the amount of chakra of the caster, and even Karen could cover 30 or 40 kilometers. But Menma's range extended well over 100 kilometers. Within this radius, every fluctuation of chakra would be detected by him. During his previous encounter with Orochimaru, Menma had already marked Orochimaru's chakra characteristics. Shortly after entering the Land of Rice Field, Menma's Mind's Eye of the Kagura detected several faint traces of Orochimaru's chakra. However, the signals were weak, and there were very few other chakra presences nearby, likely just some backup hideouts or storage facilities. Continuing northward, as he approached the capital of the Land of Rice Field, Menma sensed a large concentration of chakra to the north of the city. It bore strong similarities to Orochimaru's chakra but with some distinct differences. Already so impatient, Orochimaru. Menma guessed that Orochimaru had already used the living corpse reincarnation. After all, his original body was already over 40 years old and had been severely injured by Hiruzen. Though he could repair it, his physical capabilities and reaction speed would inevitably decline with age. Seizing this opportunity to switch bodies was a logical move. Found you. Menma burst out of the forest, and the view in front of him suddenly became clear. Before him lay a small village at the edge of the woods. On the surface, it appeared to be an ordinary farming community, but underground, Orochimaru had hollowed it out to build a secret base. Under the moonlight, Menma, wearing his white three-eyed fox mask, made no effort to conceal himself as he strode straight into the village. The pale glow of the moon cast a cold sheen over his mask, and his black coat fluttered lightly in the wind. The sudden appearance of such a mysterious figure immediately drew the attention of Orochimaru's subordinates. Several ninjas leaped out from various hiding spots, landing on the rooftops of the village houses, their expressions tense as they stared down the unwelcome visitor. Menma used Mind's Eye of the Kagura to assess the chakra levels of the three ninja and found them to be nothing more than genin level. Then again, it made sense. Most nations' ninja resources were monopolized by their respective villages. After establishing his own ninja village, Orochimaru had no choice but to train children from scratch. From the time of his defection to the Konoha Crush, Orochimaru had only managed to cultivate the sound 5 over 9 years. Among them, only Kimimaro possessed elite Jonin-level strength, while the others were merely Chunin-level at best, reaching special Jonin level only when activating their cursed seals. There was also the unstable Yugo, and Hozuki Suigetsu, whom Orochimaru had captured. "Kid, this isn't a place you should be." A ninja with a bandage on his right eye, who seemed to be their leader, issued a warning from atop a roof. "Orochimaru sent small fry like you to die." Menma frowned slightly, unsure what game Orochimaru was playing. "You bastard. So you are here to hunt Orochimaru-sama?" The leader seemed to trigger at the provocation, barking orders to the other two, "Kill him." The two ninjas threw kunai and attacked Menma from both sides. Meanwhile, the leader tore off the bandage covering his right eye, revealing a crimson two-tomo Sharingan, which he fixed menacingly on the masked figure below. "I see." Menma understood Orochimaru's intention the moment he saw the Sharingan. This is a gift, delivered straight to him. Chapter 49 Conversation with Anti-Snake. The world before Menma spun as the leader used the power of the Sharingan to invade his mental space. This is the Sharingan bestowed upon me by Orochimaru-sama. Let me show you its true power. The leader sneered, already picturing in his mind the scene of torturing this arrogant brat. Suddenly, a thick, metallic scent of blood mixed with the pungent smell of gunpowder assaulted his nostrils, overwhelming his senses and making him stagger backward. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing in the middle of a horrifying battlefield. It was a massive crater spanning over 10 kilometers, littered with severed limbs and the corpses of ninjas. The forehead protectors of ninjas from various villages glinted coldly amidst the pools of blood. The sheer number of bodies was staggering, easily over 10,000. The nightmarish scene of mountains of corpses and rivers of blood sent chills down the leader's spine, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He jerked his head up and saw, at the center of the crater, beneath a crimson blood moon, a dark red fox coiled atop a mountain of corpses piled high with the bodies of countless shinobi. Nine-Tails swayed gently under the moonlight. The fox's coiled form resembled a throne, while the piled corpses served as its steps. Upon that throne, a spiky-haired boy slowly raised his gaze, his three-tomo Sharingan swirling with an indifference that looked down upon all living things. Scram. A single word, uttered softly, yet it exploded like thunder inside the leader's mind. Dash. Back in the real world, the leader bleed from all 7 orifices, his chest convulsing violently as if his lungs were about to burst. Gasping for breath, he struggled to lift his head, only to find that his 2 subordinates were already dead. The masked figure stood before him, looking down at him with cold detachment. I'll be taking Orochimaru's gift for myself. Before the words even finished, 2 fingers dug into the leader's right eye, plucking out the 2 tomo Sharingan straight from its socket. Arg. The scream did not last long. Menma examined the bloodied eyeball in his hand. Then, a small red-haired girl in a black hat timidly stepped out from the shadows, trembling. "Yes, sir. Orochimaru-sama invites you inside." The girl looked no older than 4 or 5. In her hands, she held a glass container filled with a faint green liquid that shimmered slightly. Orochimaru is quite thoughtful, isn't he? Menma took the container and dropped the Sharingan into the preserving fluid. Let's go, lead the way. Then, Menma turned his gaze to the little girl. Judging by her hair color and age, if I wasn't mistaken, she is likely Taiyuya, one of the future Sound 5. But right now, she was just a little girl who hadn't even learned to refine chakra. Why yes, sir. Taiyuya bowed respectfully before turning to guide him forward. The entrance to Orochimaru's hideout was located in a stone house at the very center of the village. It seems that this should be the future Otogekure. But for now, it was merely one of Orochimaru's bases. He wouldn't officially establish Otogekure until after defecting from the Akatsuki. The 2 of them descended down a narrow passageway inside the stone house, soon arriving at a second-floor corridor overlooking a vast underground plaza. In the center of the plaza, several test subjects were engaged in brutal combat. The surrounding cells were packed with all kinds of experimental subjects, some with grotesquely mutated limbs, others who had lost their minds, slamming themselves against the bars in madness. On the second-floor corridor, a long-haired woman stood silently, observing the battling test subjects below. Hearing footsteps behind her, she slowly turned her head. Her pale face, illuminated by the dim lighting of the room, looked eerily sinister. Orochimaru, since when did you become an orphanage director? Menma's mocking voice came from behind the mask. As expected, you saw right through me. The woman smiled faintly, tucking a strand of hair behind his ear. You may leave now. Orochimaru dismissed Taiyuya with a wave of a hand. Why yes. After Taiyuya left, Menma walked over to Orochimaru's side and stood beside him, or rather her, watching the 2 test subjects fighting in the center of the plaza below. T/N, I'll still regard Orochimaru as male, so he'll still be a he. I searched for a long time before finding a ninja compatible with the Sharingan. Unfortunately, he was too weak, and his talent was lacking. Orochimaru's voice had also softened, carrying a more delicate tone. It's normal for ordinary people to struggle with bearing such a Kekkei Genkai. Menma knew that Orochimaru had already conducted live experiments on ninja back in Konoha and had likely realized the importance of Kekkei Genkai. This batch of test subjects is also quite flawed. Orochimaru's snake eyes coldly observed the test subjects fighting to the death below to please him, his gaze as indifferent as if he were looking at trash. Then, Orochimaru spoke casually, I heard that in the land of water, there's a village where the villagers have been infected by something, granting them power far beyond ordinary people, but they also easily lose control and go berserk. I plan to investigate. You actually want to check out Kirigakure, don't you? Menma saw right through Orochimaru's lie. Although he had already guessed that the village Orochimaru mentioned was likely the home of Yugo's clan, where the natural energy was so dense that it caused mutations among the villagers, granting them extraordinary abilities at the cost of frequent berserk episodes, Yugo himself, born with the ability to absorb natural energy, often lost control and killed people. But an unstable village like that wouldn't be enough to draw Orochimaru, who had just performed the living corpse reincarnation, to personally investigate. Therefore, Orochimaru's real goal was probably to visit Kirigakure, which is now known as the Village of the Bloody Mist, and see if he could snatch a few children with Kekkei Genkai. As expected, I can't fool you. Orochimaru licked his lips. He never thought that he could deceive the Shura, who came from the future. The power of bloodline is important, but I suggest you also put some effort into cloning technology. Menma shook the glass container slightly, causing the Sharingan inside to float gently in the liquid. Cloning technology. Orochimaru stared at the Sharingan, deep in thought. Orochimaru attaches great importance to every word spoken by Shura, as there might be hints of future knowledge hidden within. Like now, when Shura brought up cloning technology. I've attempted to clone the Sharingan before, but those clones could never awaken it. Orochimaru couldn't help but recall his past experiments. This precious two-tomo Sharingan had been obtained from Danzo. Ever since founding Root, Danzo had been collecting the corpses of Uchiha clan's members. During the Third Great Ninja War, he had managed to acquire quite a few Sharingan. However, his biggest haul was during the Uchiha massacre, when Root's members gathered at least two-thirds of the clan's Sharingan, many of which were 3-tomo, enough for Danzo to recklessly spam Izanagi. The Sharingan is the ultimate external manifestation of Wind Release and spiritual energy. Whether it awakens or not is related to Wind Release. Since Orochimaru had given him the Sharingan, Menma decided to share some secrets. You mean, it's possible to clone 3-tomo Sharingan? Orochimaru's interest was piqued. If even 3-tomo Sharingan could be cloned, that would mean he could mass-produce ninja with the strength of special Jonin. Moreover, he had always been fascinated by the Sharingan, which is hailed as the strongest Kekkei Genkai in the ninja world. But ordinary Sharingan no longer satisfied him. At the very least, 3-tomo Sharingan were needed to spark his desire for research. Menma didn't tell Orochimaru about the evolutions beyond the 3-tomo Sharingan. Instead, his eyes under the mask scanned the experimental subjects in the hall. Most of them had chakra levels barely reaching genin, and many were already physically deteriorating, unlikely to live much longer. Now then, let's talk. What kind of deal did you come here for this time? Perhaps because he was currently in a woman's body, Orochimaru's tone carried a hint of coquettishness. This made Menma feel a slight, instinctive disgust. Chapter 50 Studying Yin-Yang Release. In Orochimaru's laboratory, various precision instruments and experimental culture dishes were neatly arranged, filling the space with a cold and mysterious atmosphere. At the center of the lab, on the operating table, lay a pale corpse, serving as the focal point of the entire room. Orochimaru carefully placed a dissected cell sample under a microscope for observation. His pupils contracted slightly, his voice trembling with excitement. This is truly unbelievable, absolutely incredible. No organs, no blood, not even chakra pathway, yet it can still carry chakra. And, this level of cell activity, it's remarkably similar to Hashirama's cells. It's like. Orochimaru searched for the right word to describe this creature, but perhaps due to his overwhelming excitement, he couldn't find the right term for a moment. Plants. Menma, standing across the operating table, said calmly. Yes. Orochimaru's eyes lit up with the fervor of discovering a new world, his golden snake pupils gleaming with obsession, exactly like plants. This entirely new, unprecedented subject had ignited Orochimaru's research passion and curiosity to the extreme. He couldn't wait to delve deeper and uncover its mysteries. So, what exactly is this? Orochimaru set down the tool in his hand and raised his head, his golden snake eyes fixed intently on Menma, hoping to extract more information from this enigmatic Shura. Having lived for over 40 years and traveled across most of the ninja world, Orochimaru had never seen, or even heard of, such a non-human creature before. Do you want to know? A faint scoff came from behind Shura's mask. Of course, Orochimaru wanted to know. This is White Zetsu, ancient humans drained of their chakra by the god tree, reduced to mere plant-like beings. They possess traits like asexual reproduction, extreme compatibility, and affinity for all chakra attributes, making them excellent experimental material. Menma briefly explained the origins of the White Zetsu. God tree. Orochimaru keenly picked up on the keyword in Shura's words. But Menma stopped there, refusing to elaborate further. He had only mentioned the White Zetsu's background to help Orochimaru conduct better experiments. Use them sparingly, these things aren't easy to capture, Menma warned. Orochimaru mused to himself, it seems that I'll have to accelerate the development of cloning technology. White Zetsu cells had incredible compatibility and could adapt to all chakra attributes, essentially making them equivalent to a Chunin-level experimental subject. If he could mass-produce these White Zetsu as test subjects, many of Orochimaru's experiments would no longer be hindered by material shortages. In a year, I'll come to collect 10 pairs of Sharingan, along with the research results on the White Zetsu and the Iburi clan. After leaving these words, Menma turned and left the laboratory. Though the slightly commanding tone irked Orochimaru, what Shura provided, whether it was future intelligence or this highly compatible experimental material, was far beyond what that old fool Danzo could offer. While their relationship was framed as cooperation, Orochimaru had essentially become Shura's subordinate. Having fought him before, Orochimaru knew full well that Shura's power was likely approaching that of the god of ninja. He had no room to refuse. Oh, one more thing. Just as he reached the door, Menma suddenly paused, his white three-eyed fox mask tilting slightly. You'd better draw a clear line with Danzo. Menma didn't want the White Zetsu research falling into Danzo's hands, so he issued the warning. After Menma left, Orochimaru fell into deep thought, once again pondering the information about Shura. According to the bounty posted by Kimogakure at the exchange center, Shura had used the name Danzo. It seemed that old rat lurking in the shadows had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Is this connected to you? Fourth Hokage. Orochimaru faintly sensed that Shura must have some intricate ties to the fourth Hokage, even suspecting that it might be the man himself, having faked his death to escape. But looking at Minato's life, there was no reason for him to do such a thing. The clues were too vague. In the end, Orochimaru shook his head and returned to his research on the White Zetsu. At the same time, in Konoha village, one of Menma's shadow clones was in the training room, practicing chakra fusion. He carefully adjusted the ratio between Yin chakra and Yang chakra, his palms glowing with opposing energies, one dark, one bright, as they gradually merged. Menma focused intently, controlling the precise amounts and proportions. Boom. With an explosion, the small orb of fused Yin and Yang chakra suddenly. Another failed experiment. The ratio still isn't right. Menma frowned slightly, replaying the steps in his mind before walking over to a nearby desk. He picked up a pen and recorded the chakra proportions used in this attempt. The notebook was already filled with dense rows of data, ratios, timings, and results from countless previous trials. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Menma was naturally gifted with Yang chakra, along with the 5 basic chakra attributes: fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water. And through his experience in the Limited Tsukuyomi World, he had gained additional affinity of Yin chakra, making him an all-elemental ninja. Through his research into fusing Yin and Yang chakra, Menma had developed techniques like dark chakra and spiraling ring. But Menma, who knew the ultimate secrets of the ninja world, knew clearly that he had only just stepped onto the threshold of Yin and Yang fusion, barely qualifying to grasp the principles of Yin-Yang release and the creation of all things. Yin-Yang release was an advanced ability combining Yin and Yang, allowing the user to create form from nothingness and breathe life into it. For example, after receiving the Sage of Six Paths power, Naruto had once used Yin-Yang release to save Might Guy's life and even created a new eye for Kakashi. Meanwhile, the creation of all things was the manifestation of the interplay between Yin-Yang and the 5 elements. For example, Pain's Black Receivers belongs to the Yin-Yang release, while Six Paths Madara's Truth-Seeking Balls belongs to the creation of all things. And beyond that lay Kaguya's Kekii Mora, the pinnacle of chakra manipulation. Although the 9 Masked Beasts was created by relying on the Black Nine-Tails Chakra and Yin-Yang Chakra, it's still not true Yin-Yang release. Menma mused. When the Sage of Six Paths divided the 10 tails, he must have used Yin-Yang release to create the 9-tailed beasts, distributing their chakra proportionally. 1 part to Shikaku, 2 to Matatabi, 3 to Isabu, and then dumping the rest into Kurama. But when Menma created the 9 masked beasts using the Black Nine-Tails Chakra, the process had been too smooth, so much so that his understanding of Yin-Yang release remained shallow, preventing him from fully mastering it. Though the 9 masked beasts possessed elite Jonin-level strength, it couldn't speak, lacked independent thought, and could only fight based on Menma's commands. They're more like a puppet than a living being. If Menma wanted to evolve the 9 masked beasts into fully sentient, self-aware entities, he would need true mastery of Yin-Yang release. Only then could the 9 masked beasts reach its full potential, becoming not just a stronger combat asset, but even operating independently away from Menma's side. Chapter 51 Naruto and Hinata. Menma. A clear child's voice pierced the silence of the training room, interrupting the boy's contemplation. Menma walked out of the training room and approached the second-floor window, pulling it open to see a small figure waving energetically below. Hinata stood bathed in the morning light, her head tilted upward as she called Menma's name. Behind her stood a somewhat nervous boy with the white eyes, a forehead protector covering his forehead. He should be Hyuga Ko. As a member of the branch family, his talent was probably second only to Niji's. In the future, during Pain's assault on Konoha, he He would risk his life as a branch family guard to protect Hinata. What are you dawdling for? Get down here. Big sis Hinata planted her hands on her hips, her voice carrying an authority that didn't match her petite frame. Ko discreetly wiped cold sweat from his forehead, slightly intimidated by the young lady's alternate personality. As a member of the Hyuga clan's branch family, the 8-year-old Ko hadn't yet graduated from the ninja academy but already possessed the strength of a genin. Being slightly older than Hinata, he had been chosen as her bodyguard. Aside from protecting the young lady in daily life, he also served as her sparring partner. If it were the gentler little Hinata, Ko would be more affectionate, holding back during their matches and being extra careful. But with this fiery-tempered version of the young lady, Ko didn't dare take it easy. Every time they sparred, he ended up bruised and battered. Fighting her felt like facing someone who had mastered the gentle fist for over a decade, as if he were the one being trained. Coming. Menma's lips curled into a smile before he quickly dashed downstairs. Before long, two small figures were walking side by side along a park path covered in fallen leaves. Ko maintained a respectful distance, observing from afar to avoid intruding on the young lady's private interactions, giving them space. Let me tell you, the old man in my family here is completely different from the one back home. He's so stubborn and traditional. Thankfully, Mom is still as kind and gentle as ever, which makes me feel guilty whenever I lose my temper around her. Big sis Hinata chattered away as she walked with Menma, venting about her experiences. I think I understand how you felt back then, but I still can't fully accept it. Hinata kicked a pebble, sending it arcing into a distant pond. Her white eyes narrowed slightly, her brows furrowed in frustration. For her, the Limited Tsukuyomi World is her real world, where she had lived over a decade of her life. Suddenly arriving in this world, where everything seemed the same yet the people she knew acted so differently, left her deeply unsettled. This sense of unreality made Big Sis Hinata lash out at everything whenever she stepped outside, her temper flaring at the slightest provocation. Only when facing her mother did she soften even a little. Do you miss that world sometimes? Menma quietly moved half a step closer, their sleeves brushing as he felt the slight tremble in her fingers. Sometimes, but... Big Sis Hinata let out a sigh before suddenly grabbing Menma's hand. Back when I was with you, I'd already made up my mind to leave the clan. Big Sis Hinata revealed a secret she had kept buried for years. In the ninja world, many women retired from active duty after marriage, focusing instead on raising children and managing the household. For example, Uchiha Mikoto, who was once a jonin, completely retired from her ninja career after marrying Fugaku, though she still helped train Itachi and Sasuke at home. Additionally, women often took their husband's surname after marriage. Haruno Sakura became Uchiha Sakura after marrying Sasuke. While Yui Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma never officially married, they already had a child. So after giving birth to Asuma's child, Kurenai changed her surname to Sarutobi and joined the Sarutobi clan. So when Big Sis Hinata said she had already prepared herself to leave the Hyuga clan, Menma was deeply moved. But that warmth didn't last long. So Big Sis Hinata pulled Menma's hand closer, her eyes narrowing with a grin. If you ever dare betray me, I'll kill you. The killing intent in this smile was almost tangible, sending a shiver down Menma's spine. In the distance, Ko quickly turned his head away, pretending to admire the scenery. Menma. Suddenly, a cheerful voice called out from afar. Big Sis Hinata turned toward the sound, and was stunned. A little boy with spiky blonde hair and whisker-like marks on his cheeks was running toward them, waving excitedly at Menma. He is. Big Sis Hinata stared at him, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Uzumaki Naruto, my friend. Menma said softly, giving her a meaningful look. She immediately understood. Her white eyes scanned the boy up and down as he stopped in front of them. He looked exactly like a younger version of Menma from back then. Menma. Good morning. Naruto beamed, his words bubbling with joy. Menma was the first friend he'd ever made. No one had ever taught him how to talk to friends, and he had no experience playing with one. Then, Naruto noticed the little girl beside Menma. She had a pair of white eyes and was very cute. A hint of confusion flashed across his blue eyes when he saw their intertwined hands. Hello, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto introduced himself eagerly. Are you Menma's friend? Ah, I'm very good friends with Menma. Big Sis Hinata smiled sweetly, then abruptly elbowed Menma in the gut. You dash. The blow was merciless, nearly making him vomit. If he hadn't been careful, that strike might have even dispelled his shadow clone. Good morning, Naruto. Menma straightened up and gestured to Big Sis Hinata. Her name is Hyuga Hinata, my close friend. After all, they are still too young, so he can't exactly introduce her as his girlfriend. Then, do you want to play together? Naruto asked expectantly. Menma glanced at Big Sis Hinata. Two mentally teenaged individuals honestly had nothing in common with a 3-year-old. Playing in the sand or other childish games felt unbearably dull. But Big Sis Hinata also recognized that this Naruto should be Menma's younger brother in this world, or at least his counterpart, even if circumstances prevented them from acknowledging it. So, Big Sis Hinata took the initiative. Let's go fishing at the Naka River outside the village. Okay, then let's see who gets there first. Naruto was already bouncing with excitement. Thanks to their ninja talent, even at 3 years old, their physical abilities far surpassed ordinary children, and jumping several meters high was child's play. Naruto, who often fished to supplement his meals, had even started practicing throwing things on his own. Big Sis Hinata turned and leaped onto the rooftops in one fluid motion, her black hair fluttering. The fleeting tenderness in her smile was something only Menma could decipher. The 3 children dashed off, soon chasing each other across the village rooftops. Naruto sprinted ahead, overjoyed, as this was his first time playing with friends. He glanced back. Then he saw Menma and the cute white-eyed girl were following at a leisurely pace, chatting and laughing. For some reason, Naruto felt an inexplicable pang of loneliness. Chapter 52, Chapter 52 Old Geezer 3rd Hokage. On the outskirts of Konoha village, the wide Naka River meandered along the village's edge, flowing through dense forests before eventually merging into the distant sea. Amidst these woods, several small streams dotted the landscape, adding a touch of liveliness to the lush greenery. Menma, Naruto, and Big Sis Hinata ran all the way before stopping by a small river. This is my secret base. Naruto excitedly introduced the place to Menma and Hinata. Menma glanced around. The clearing, about the size of a basketball court, was surrounded by dense forests, overgrown with weeds, and in the center lay a long-extinguished campfire. Hollow logs hung from the surrounding trees, and small pebbles the size of fingertips were scattered on the ground. It seemed Naruto often trained here. Naruto rummaged through a hollow tree trunk and pulled out 3 makeshift fishing rods, simple sticks tied with fishing line and a small nail as a hook. Menma, Hinata, pick one. Naruto enthusiastically handed the rods to them. Then I'll take this one. Menma said, grabbing the one closest to him. Big Sis Hinata did the same, choosing one at random. Instead of rushing to fish, the 3 began searching for worms under a withered tree. Byakugan. Big Sis Hinata whispered, veins bulging around her eyes as her vision penetrated the soil, accurately pinpointing the worms' locations. Following her guidance, Menma and Naruto flipped over a rotten log, and then, using sticks, they began digging into the soft earth beneath. Wow! So many worms! Naruto exclaimed in delight. Back when he searched for worms alone, he could barely find any even after digging for ages. It was only after much trial and error that he learned worms preferred the soft soil beneath decaying wood. Menma gave Big Sis Hinata a thumbs up in appreciation. The 3 then moved to the riverbank, each picking a spot to sit, baiting their hooks with worms, and casting their lines. Under the shade of the trees, the clear river flowed gently as the 3 children fished and chatted. Menma deliberately began telling fairy tales he had learned in his childhood from 2 lifetimes ago, captivating Naruto and Big Sis Hinata so much that they nearly missed the fish biting their hooks. Naruto fumbled as he yanked his rod up, only to find a fish no bigger than his palm. Disappointed, he tossed it into a small makeshift pond they had built by the riverbank before baiting his hook again and casting it back into the water, eager to hear more of Menma's stories. Back in the war-torn era of the past, there was a country with a law stating that anyone who ransomed a fellow citizen enslaved abroad would receive compensation from the state. One day, a man named Zigong ransomed a citizen but refused the compensation. When his teacher, Confucius, learned of this, he criticized him instead. Menma recounted the story of Zigong ransoming a slave to Naruto. Why? Naruto asked, his small face filled with confusion. The person had been rescued, and Zigong didn't take the compensation, saving the country money. Wasn't that a win-win? Menma patiently explained, because Zigong's action was based on personal morality. By refusing compensation, he achieved his own small righteousness, but in doing so, he inadvertently raised the cost and standard of doing good. If Zigong didn't accept the state's compensation, then in the future, if others ransomed citizens and asked for compensation, they would be criticized for not being selfless enough. This is called moral coercion. Menma analyzed it for Naruto bit by bit. You can't impose your own standards on others and expect them to act the same way. That only elevates morality to a level where only a select few can afford to do good, discouraging ordinary people from performing acts of kindness. In the end, doing good becomes a burden. Who would want to do it then? Morality is meant to restrain oneself, not to coerce others. Menma concluded, if good deeds become a burden, fewer and fewer people will be willing to do them. Naruto nodded, somewhat understanding but not entirely. Seeing this, Menma didn't press further, only hoping he would remember the story. Then, Menma went on to tell Naruto a few more fables. Time passed quietly, and the 3 of them caught several fish one after another, eventually starting a fire to roast them. Naruto eagerly volunteered to treat Menma and Big Sis Hinata to his self-proclaimed grilled fish feast, only to get slapped in the face by a fish's tail, making Menma and Big Sis Hinata burst into laughter. Naruto wasn't annoyed either. He scratched his head and started laughing too. These leisurely moments of playing with peers his own age were something Naruto cherished deeply. On a big tree not far away, Ko silently kept watch over Hinata from the shadows. Seeing the three begin to eat their grilled fish, he pulled out some dried rations from his pocket and began chewing quietly. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from beside him. He turned his head and realized that, at some point, a small old man with slightly spiky hair and a goatee, dressed in casual clothes, had appeared to his right. Ko immediately set down his rice ball, his entire body tensing. Relax. Hiruzen gave him a kindly smile, like any ordinary grandpa from the neighborhood. Hokage-sama. Ko recognized Hiruzen, who also served as the principal of the ninja academy, and though surprised, he remained respectful. He just couldn't understand why Hiruzen would appear here. I'm going to see the children. You should take a break too. After saying that, Hiruzen leapt down from the tree. Yes, Hokage-sama. Ko bowed slightly but remained vigilant, standing quietly on the branch as he watched Hiruzen approach the three children. Big Sis Hinata keenly noticed the movement and looked up at the approaching old man. In fact, Menma had already noticed Hiruzen's arrival long ago but pretended not to, continuing to eat his grilled fish. Only when Big Sis Hinata looked up did he follow her gaze. Naruto, who had been focused on eating, also noticed something was off and turned to look in the same direction. Huh? Who are you, Grandpa? Naruto had never encountered anyone else in his secret base before. I'm just an old man passing by. Hiruzen chuckled as he slowly walked closer, slightly surprised by Big Sis Hinata's alertness and sharp instincts. That boy called Menma reacted a bit slower than Hinata, but he still seemed like a promising kid. Today, Hiruzen had deliberately chosen not to wear his Hokage's robes or hat, wanting to approach the children as an ordinary old man. But he clearly didn't know Hinata well. Just as Hiruzen reached the campfire where the three children sat and was about to strike up a conversation, Hinata pursed her lips and dropped a bombshell. Hey, isn't this the old geezer third Hokage? Puff dash. Hiruzen nearly coughed up blood on the spot. Wait, wasn't this Hyuga girl supposed to be a shy, introverted kid? Hiruzen was stunned. Up in the tree, Ko facepalmed with a sigh. Well, let me introduce to you the third Hokage of our village. Hinata waved her grilled fish lazily, gesturing at Menma and Naruto. The Hokage. Naruto's eyes instantly sparkled with awe and admiration. In his mind, the Hokage is the strongest person alive. Meanwhile, Menma continued eating his grilled fish calmly before picking up a skewer and offering it to Hiruzen. Grandpa, do you want some? Looking at the child's sincere eyes and the grilled fish being handed to him, Hiruzen suddenly found these three kids utterly fascinating. With a hearty laugh, he accepted the fish and sat down by the campfire. Chapter 53 Uchiha's Laughter. While Menma's shadow clone was playing house with Naruto and Hinata, Menma's real body had already left Orochimaru's hideout. Using the Flying Thunder God's mark he had previously left in a coastal area of southern Land of Hot Water, he instantly teleported to the Land of Hot Water. This was a dock warehouse in a coastal city of Land of Hot Water. It was purchased and then sealed off by the Gato Company. Menma checked the Flying Thunder God kunai in the warehouse's secret room, as well as the surveillance items left by his subordinates, confirming they hadn't been triggered before setting off along the coastline toward the ruins of Uzumaki. Following the coastline, he quickly found the small island where the Land of Whirlpools had once been located. In the ruins of Uzumaki, the faint glow of several campfires illuminated a corner of the wreckage. When Menma, clad in a black robe and wearing a white three-eyed fox mask, arrived, he immediately drew the attention of the pirates and rogue ninjas occupying the area. Where'd this brat come from? A few pirates stepped forward first, brandishing weapons like cleavers and spiked clubs. The Land of Whirlpools was destroyed during the Second Great Ninja War, around year 37 of Konoha calendar, meaning it had been 17 years since its fall. Overgrown greenery and young trees now sprouted among the ruins. Under the glow of the campfire, weeds and shrubs filled the gaps between the wreckage, covering the remnants of buildings left behind from the destruction 17 years ago. It was likely that after the Land of Whirlpools was annihilated, most of Uzumaki assets had been divided among other nations. Even these ruins must have been guarded by ninjas for a long time afterward, scoured thoroughly for the secret treasures of the Uzumaki clan. But 17 years later, the place had now become a den for pirates and rogue ninjas. Hey, brat. I'm talking to you. The pirates swaggered up to Menma, one of them spitting towards him. Whoosh. A gust of wind howled, and the pirate's head tumbled off like a ball. Blood gushed from the severed neck like a fountain, splattering the surrounding pirates. Oh. The pirates, who had never seen such a horrifying sight, screamed and scrambled away in panic. Seeing this, several other rogue ninjas realized that the newcomer was dangerous and quickly drew their weapons. Shinigami, carrying a scythe on his shoulder, drifted down like a ghost from the darkness. He swung his scythe, releasing countless wind blades that slaughtered every pirate attempting to flee. "Who the hell are you?" A man who appeared to be the leader of the rogue ninjas shouted. But his hand holding the kunai was shaking slightly, betraying his inner fear. "Missing nin from Kirigakure?" Menma noticed the horizontal slash through Kirigakure's symbol on their forehead protectors. However, these missing nin had pitifully low chakra levels, only the leader barely reached chunin level, while the rest were mere genin. Moreover, Menma had no interest in them, not even enough to consider recruiting them. "Kill them." A cold voice issued from behind the white three-eyed fox mask. Shinigami behind him suddenly lunged forward, swinging his scythe to harvest the lives of these missing nin. The screams lasted only a brief moment. Menma entered the hideout of the missing nin and pirates, conducting a quick search. Sure enough, aside from a few meager ninja tools, there was only some food and money, nothing related to Uzushiobakure. Mind's Eye of the Kagura. Menma closed his eyes and activated Mind's Eye of the Kagura, increasing the sensitivity of his chakra sensing, and began to scan the entire island. Before long, Menma sensed a faint fluctuation of chakra deep within the ruins of Uzushiobakure. Even when he had used Mind's Eye of the Kagura to perceive the island from the sea earlier, he hadn't detected it. Only after amplifying his chakra sensitivity did he notice the anomaly. He followed the direction sensed by Mind's Eye of the Kagura and soon arrived at a collapsed stone chamber. The entire chamber was half buried, and most of the characters on the walls had been destroyed. Some areas had even been dug out, as if someone had tried to check whether there was any hidden space behind them. Menma walked up to the wall and examined the ruined text. The faint chakra he had sensed earlier was emanating from these very characters. Sealing technique. Menma stood before the wall, raising his hand to attempt deciphering the text. But as soon as his chakra tried to invade the characters, he felt both a gentle warmth and a sense of rejection. Countermeasures, but not outright hostile. Menma was very familiar with this kind of resistance. Back in the Limited Tsukuyomi World, he had always felt a vague sense of rejection. It wasn't until he instigated the Fourth Great Ninja War and wreaked havoc that he was completely expelled from that world. But these characters didn't just carry rejection, there was also a trace of welcoming warmth. It must be a bloodline restriction. Menma guessed that only a pure-blooded Uzumaki could likely open this sealed chamber. And what lay beyond might be the Uzumaki clan's secret treasures, historical records, or even records of the sealing of Uchiha Hikari. That's right. Menma had come to the ruins of Uzushiobakure specifically to find the records of Uchiha Hikari's sealing location. Though he should be able to find Uchiha Hikari's sealing location by using Mind's Eye of the Kagura-like radar to scan the coastline of the Land of Fire inch by inch, that would take far too much time. A pure-blooded Uzumaki. Menma pondered, reaching up to touch his own hair. Damn Minato's overpowered genes. Even Uzumaki clan's iconic hair color had been overwritten. Among the surviving Uzumaki in the ninja world, Nagato was likely a half-blood, and there was no way Menma would go to him for help. As for Uzumaki Anoka from the Land of the Sea, Menma wasn't sure if she was pure-blooded or not, and at this time, she was probably still a child, possibly not even having learned how to refine chakra yet. That left only Karen's mother. I'll have to make a trip to Kusagakure. Having decided his next move, Menma didn't immediately set off for Kusagakure. Instead, he rested at the pirates' camp. Under the night sky, the ruins of Uzushiobakure crackled with the sound of the campfire, while his summoned beasts, Shinigami and Tenio, stood guard. Menma, having reverted to his child form, sat before the fire and pulled out a glass cultivation vial containing the 2-tomo Sharingan he had taken from Orochimaru. Inside the pale green liquid, the eyeball swayed slightly. Menma opened the vial, plucked out the Sharingan, then gouged out his own right eye and replaced it with this Sharingan. His nearly omnipotent chakra quickly linked with the transplanted Sharingan. Though his body was only 3 years old, the eyes were one of the few organs that changed little in size. A 3-year-old's eyes were already about 80% the size of an adult's, and the original owner of this Sharingan seemed to have been a teenager. Menma closed his eyes to adapt to the Sharingan and began to use In attribute chakra to stimulate the transplanted eye. After a while, Menma lowered the hand covering his right eye and opened it. The 2 tomos spun slowly in his bloodied socket before turning into a 3-tomo Sharingan. Heh! Menma let out a soft chuckle as he took in the world through his new Sharingan. Ha. In the end, unable to contain himself, he burst into Uchiha-like laughter. Chapter 54, Little Karen. The Uchiha's Sharingan is essentially a form of In release, which will undergo extreme transformations under intense emotional stimulation. Although the Sharingan obtained from Orochimaru was only a 2-tomo one, Menma combined his research on Kekkei Genkai from the Limited Tsukuyomi World and stimulated it with Yin attribute chakra, successfully evolving it into a 3-tomo Sharingan. While this Sharingan was still far inferior to the Mangekyo Sharingan, with it, Menma could now perform many unique Sharingans Genjutsu, even as an Aji. As for the dynamic visual enhancements like slowing down an opponent's movements, these provided the least improvement for Menma, whose strength already surpassed that of an average Kaguya-level ninja. After transplanting the Sharingan and evolving it to 3-tomo Sharingan, Menma slept soundly, thoroughly pleased with himself. Early the next morning, Menma left a Flying Thunder God kunai in the stone chamber of Uzushiogakura's ruins and his main body teleported across an ultra-long distance to a cave in the land of Rice Field using the Flying Thunder God technique. Such an ultra-long distance teleportation spanning nearly the entire land of fire could only be sustained by someone with monstrous chakra reserves like Menma's. The land of grass, true to its name, consisted mostly of sprawling grasslands, with only a few forests near its borders. Kusagakure is located in the center of a vast grassland in the central part of the land of grass. On a small hill covered with green grass, Uzumaki Karen followed her companions as they gathered medicinal herbs. Compared to other Kusagakure's children, who chatted and laughed together, Karen, who was only 3 years old, was always ostracized. Even the genin leading the group would patiently teach the others how to identify herbs, but when his gaze shifted to Karen, it carried only deep wariness and caution. Young Karen didn't understand why everyone treated her this way, and why they always looked at her and her mother with such complicated emotions. Every time she went out to gather herbs or forage for the village's livestock, Karen kept her distance from the others. But if she strayed too far, the supervising genin would scold her harshly. Today, the sunlight was particularly scorching. Karen had been forced to the sun-facing side of the hill, bending down to pick herbs under the blazing heat, her small body enduring the burning rays. Suddenly, a shadow blocked the harsh sunlight. Thinking that the leading genin had come to reprimand her again, Karen timidly looked up. Instead, she saw a mysterious man in black robes wearing a white three-eyed fox mask standing silently before her. The mysterious man's presence cast a small patch of shade over Karen, and a gentle breeze swept across the grassland, bringing her a rare moment of cool relief. "Karen! Get away from him!" A sharp shout came from behind her. A woman wearing a Kusagakure's forehead protector stood tensely atop the hill, her expression grim. She swiftly drew several shuriken from her pouch and hurled them toward the masked man and Karen. But whether it was intentional or accidental, one of the shuriken flew straight at Karen. The shuriken loomed larger in Karen's vision. At the critical moment, a large hand grabbed it out of the air. The masked man had instantly moved in front of Karen, effortlessly catching all 3 shuriken with his bare hands, and then... whoosh! 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 The masked man flung the shuriken back with even greater precision. The Kusagakure's genin tried to dodge, but then realized in horror that the trajectories completely sealed off her escape routes. Squelch! One shuriken struck her thigh, and blood immediately gushed out. Ah! The female genin gritted her teeth against the pain and pulled out a signal flare from her pouch, firing it into the sky. Whoosh! The signal flare shot into the sky, visible across the vast grassland for 10 kilometers in every direction. "Your name is Karen, right?" Karen was still staring blankly at the signal flare when a gentle voice reached her ears. Behind her glasses, Karen's red pupils trembled slightly as she timidly nodded and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm your clansman." Menma reached out and gently patted Karen's head. That vibrant red hair reminded him of Kushina. "Come on, let's go get your mother. Then I'll take both of you away from here." Menma tried to make his voice gentler, for fear of scaring the sensitive little girl, who seemed as skittish as a rabbit. Clansman. Karen didn't yet understand the meaning of the word, but she instinctively felt a sense of familiarity. In her heart, she felt a growing fondness and an inexplicable reliance on this big brother. Menma took Karen's small hand and led her toward the hill. At the top of the hill, the female genin had already lost the ability to move, while the children from Kusagakure on the other side had fled in panic. The female genin took out a kunai and held it in front of her chest, her entire body trembling, tears streaming from her eyes. Menma tilted his head slightly, and through the hole in his mask, a single crimson Sharingan glanced at her. With just one glance, the female genin fell into a genjutsu, then used the kunai to end her own life. Crossing over the mountain, the site of Kusagakure's village barrier came into view. It was nothing more than a defensive structure made of thick wooden logs planted upright in the ground, which is very crude compared to Konoha's towering village walls, almost like something out of a primitive settlement. Menma held Karen's hand as the 2 figures, one tall and one small, slowly approached Kusagakure. At this time, the village had already noticed the signal flare rising outside and immediately dispatched a team consisting of 1 jonin and 3 chunin to investigate. The 2 groups met at the entrance of the village. "Who goes there?" Seeing a mysterious masked man holding Karen's hand, the Kusagakure's jonin immediately drew out his tanto and charged forward, aiming to cut him down. The other 3 Chunins also drew their kunai, assuming battle stances as they attacked from 3 different directions. However, in the next instant, the moment the Jonin looked into the eyes of the mysterious masked man, his body froze in place. After a brief moment of paralysis, the Jonin suddenly swung the tanto in his hand towards his own teammates. Caught off guard, 2 of the Chunin were slashed down. The remaining Chunin hastily leaped back, shouting in shock, "Captain Tozai! What are you doing?" But the only response was Captain Tozai's empty eyes and blood-stained blade. Had this been a Jonin from one of the 5 great ninja villages, they wouldn't have been controlled by a 3-tomo Sharingan's genjutsu for so long. But Kusagakure is just a small ninja village, and what they called a Jonin was, at best, on par with a Tokubetsu Jonin from a great ninja village. After finishing off the remaining Chunin, the Jonin from Kusagakure named Tozai also committed suicide using his tanto. With a single swing, Tanto's neck was slit, blood gushing forth. Faced with the gruesome scene, Karen remained eerily calm. In this war-torn small ninja village, death was a sight she had long grown accustomed to. For small villages like this, war might never have truly ended. Menma patted Karen's head, temporarily released Karen's little hand, and formed a hand seal with both hands. Tiger Seal. 9 Masks Vaha. Chapter 55, Chapter 55 One-Man Army. Compared with other ninja villages, Kusagakure more closely resembled a real village, with its low-rise buildings scattered haphazardly and narrow paths crisscrossing between fields. If not for the weathered village's symbol at the entrance, it would be hard to believe this was a ninja village. The leader of Kusagakure, Kusanagi Koji, was currently staring down at the kneeling brothers, Mui and Mujo. "It's time for a change in the master of Otsutsuki Castle," Koji said in a low, authoritative voice as he sat in his chair. "There is a strait between the land of earth and the land of waterfall, the land of grass, and the land of rain that separates these nations. Within the territorial waters of the land of grass, there was a perilous island that had been converted into a prison. Due to the island's abundance of a sour berry called Otsutsuki, this isolated fortress was known as Otsutsuki Castle. Various nations entrusted Kusagakure with imprisoning criminals ninja they found inconvenient to detain themselves, making Otsutsuki Castle a significant source of income for the village. The master of Otsutsuki Castle was replaced every 10 years, but each time, the position was held by an elite shinobi from the Mu clan. This clan possessed a secret fire release technique called Fire Release, Heavenly Prison. By infusing a target's body with fire attribute chakra, it could bind their chakra pathway like chains, preventing them from using ninjutsu. If the target forcibly attempted to use ninjutsu or escape, the Fire Release, Heavenly Prison would activate, manifesting as countless chains of fire that would restrain the offender, even burning them alive. Mui and Mujo, the 2 brothers, were the most outstanding ninja of the Mu clan in this generation. Despite their youth, they had already mastered the Fire Release, Heavenly Prison, and their strength ranked among the best in Kusagakure. However, given that Kusagakure was a small village, sending either of these 2 outstanding Jonin to guard Otsutsuki Castle would mean losing a top-tier combatant, which is a painful dilemma for Koji. "Leader, let me go." Mui took the lead and said to Koji, "As the elder brother, guarding Otsutsuki Castle is my duty." "Brother." Mujo, kneeling on one knee, clenched his fists as he looked at Mui with a complicated expression. Being stationed at Otsutsuki Castle was no easy task. Though the title of master sounded prestigious, being confined to that island for years was no different from imprisonment for them. The 2 brothers, Mui and Mujo, were in their early 20s, a time of rapid growth and limitless potential. In the future, they might even contend for the position of Kusagakure's leader. Spending over a decade of their prime years trapped at Otsutsuki Castle simply wasn't worth it. "Very well. Mui shall be the new master of Otsutsuki Castle." Seeing Mui volunteering, Koji thought for a while and nodded. "Your family will also relocate to Otsutsuki Castle." Koji thought of Mui's child, who was only 3 years old. "When Mui reaches the age for the Ninja Academy, I'll arrange for him to join the elite class." Koji offered as compensation. Kusagakure had adopted many systems from Konoha, such as the Umbu, the Ninja Academy, and even the medical Nin program. "Yes, I shall obey your arrangements, leader." Mui bowed his head. Koji nodded with satisfaction. Boom. A deafening explosion suddenly shattered the village's tranquility. Inside the room, Koji and the 2 brothers, Mui and Mujo, stared in shock out the window. Outside the window, a pillar of fire erupted from the center of the village, thick smoke billowing outward. "Ryuki!" Koji barked, immediately mobilizing the village's elite ninja to rush toward the explosion's epicenter. When Koji, Mui, Mujo, and the others arrived, they discovered that the target of the attack was none other than Kusagakure's hospital. The 2-story building of the hospital had been half destroyed by the blast. Countless ninja lay buried in the rubble and smoke, while the survivors wailed in agony amidst the devastation. From within the smoke, a mysterious figure wearing a white 3-eyed fox mask emerged, carrying a red-haired woman in his arms. Beside the masked figure stood a small child with the same red hair. Uzumaki Kanon and her daughter. Kyuzugakure's leader, Koji, immediately furrowed his brows. He had been extremely careful in hiding these two survivors of the Uzumaki clan within the hospital, assigning ninjas to monitor their every move. Even when the village's ninjas were injured on missions, only Chunin and above were permitted to enter that special ward for treatment. Otherwise, if every genin who got injured took a bite and siphoned chakra and life force from Kanon, she would have been drained dry long ago. Even so, Kanon's health had been deteriorating day by day, and she likely didn't have many years left. Who are you? Mui, Mujo, and Ryuki, the commander of Kyuzugakure's Umbu, swiftly positioned themselves in front of Koji, adopting battle stances. Other Kyuzugakure's ninjas also converged around the hospital, their expressions a mix of tension and hatred as they encircled the masked intruder. You've attacked Kyuzugakure without provocation. Do you intend to make an enemy of us? Koji also drew out his tanto, stepped forward instantly, and questioned angrily. Though the other party was obviously coming for the Uzumaki clan's members, but seeing that his hair was not red, Koji believed he should not be a survivor of the Uzumaki clan. So he wondered why the other party knew that there was Uzumaki clan's members in Kyuzugakure. There must be a spy in the village. Leader. He is Shura, the one wanted by Kyuzugakure. Ryuki, the Umbu commander of Kyuzugakure, said, beads of cold sweat forming as his voice trembled slightly. Shura. Koji was stunned when he heard the name. Though Kyuzugakure was just a small ninja village, they still kept tabs on major events in the ninja world. A month ago, both Konoha and Kyuzugakure had been attacked by a mysterious ninja. Though details were suppressed, Kyuzugakure had issued a 70 million ryo bounty for Shura's capture, which is a staggering sum. Koji didn't know what Shura had done to warrant such a high bounty, but if Kyuzugakure was willing to pay that much, this was no ordinary enemy. Without provocation. Menma scoffed. He glanced down at the barely conscious Uzumaki Kanon in his arms, her arms covered in horrifying bite marks. Beside him, little Karen numbly clutched her mother's hand, calling her mother in a fragile voice. Menma was stunned by Kyuzugakure's shamelessness. The dark, violent emotions swirling inside him surged, feeding his growing fury. He didn't even bother arguing. Kill them all. Menma's voice was cold, dripping with killing intent. As Koji and other Kyuzugakure's ninjas could react, more figures emerged from the smoke. Tsuryu, Genbu, Suzaku, Byako, 4 beasts wearing masks suddenly rose from the smoke. Tsuryu's serpentine body crushed the rooftops, while Byako's massive paws smashed several Kyuzugakure's ninjas into the ground. Genbu's steel-plated bulk plowed through enemies like a battering ram, and anyone hit was either dead or crippled. Suzaku dove from above, razor-sharp talons ripping through flesh. Kinja slithered underground, erupting unpredictably to strike, spreading terror among the Kyuzugakure's ninjas. Hokuto Sennin and Nanto Sennin stood behind Menma, slamming the fox-headed staffs in their hands to the ground as they activated a barrier. Purple sealing runes coiled around the ankles of the Kyuzugakure's ninjas, locking them in place. Above, Shinigami swung his scythe in crimson arcs, unleashing blades of wind that harvested chakra and lives alike. Tenyo's ribbons lashed out like whips, piercing through countless enemies. In an instant, Kyuzugakure was drowned in screams of agony. Shura is a one-man army. Chapter 56, Chapter 56 9 Masked Beasts vs Kyuzugakure. The fierce battle lasted only a few minutes, yet Kyuzugakure had already suffered heavy casualties. With overwhelming strength, the 9 masked beasts cleared a vast area around the hospital, slaughtering Kyuzugakure's ninjas mercilessly. Under the leadership of Ryuki, Kyuzugakure's Umbu fought desperately to guard the leader of their village, Koji. They used various ninjutsu, weaving a defensive net that barely held back the combined assault of Genbu and Suzaku. Meanwhile, the brothers Mui and Mujo relied on their clan's secret fire release ninjutsu to fight a retreating battle. Fire release, Demon Lantern. Mujo dodged Tsuryu's pursuit, swiftly retreating while forming hand seals. In an instant, countless crimson ghostly faces materialized around him, wailing mournfully as they surged toward Tsuryu. Fire release, Heavenly Prison Fire Sword. Mui condensed fire attribute chakra in his right hand, shaping it into a blazing sword that he thrust at the approaching Byako. Tsuryu tanked Mujo's ghost lantern's head-on, gathering lightning attribute chakra in its maw before abruptly firing a crackling sphere of electricity. What? Mujo's pupils shrank in shock. Not only was this bizarre summoning creature massive and tough, but it could also use lightning release. Meanwhile, as Mui's heavenly prison fire sword was about to strike the masked white tiger, the beast suddenly flickered like an illusion. Damn it. Mui hastily retracted his fire sword to defend, his combat instincts driving him to swing the sword to the left. The flaming blade slashed over Byako's head, but Byako had already closed in, its massive paw slamming straight into Mui's chest. Puffed. Mui was sent flying like a broken kite, blood arcing through the air. Brother. Mujo's expression twisted in panic. He immediately disengaged from Tsuryu, and flickered to his injured brother's side. At the same time, Nanto Sennin and Hokuto Sennin began casting a restraining seal on Kusagaku's leader, Koji, and the Umbu's members surrounding him. Purple sealing runes rose beneath Koji, Ryuki, and the others, instantly immobilizing them. Koji felt his entire body stiffen, his chakra flowing as sluggishly as mud. Damn it! What is this? Koji roared as he struggled against Genbu and Suzaku's assault, but he couldn't break free. Genbu's steel-plated body charged once more, and like a 100-ton wrecking ball, it crashed squarely into Kusagi. Koji was knocked flying and was then struck midair by Suzaku's fire release, great fireball technique. The stench of scorched flesh filled the air. Koji-sama. Ryuki, the Umbu commander of Kusagaku, was furious, but he could only watch his village's leader being knocked away and hit by ninjutsu. Whoosh! Several wind blades tore through the air, slicing down the restrained Ryuki and the other Umbu. The defensive line collapsed completely. Moments later, the area around Kusagaku's hospital building was littered with corpses. With their leader and Umbu commander critically wounded, the remaining Kusagaku's ninjas, disorganized and leaderless, began fleeing in all directions. Soon, only the forces led by Mui and Mujo remained near the hospital, putting up a desperate last stand. Most of the Kusagaku's ninjas had retreated to the outskirts, while the village's civilians fled in panic. The entire village descended into chaos. Is that all? Menma held Cannon in his arms, not even needing to lift a finger as the 9 masked beasts nearly reduced the small village to ruins. The brothers Mui and Mujo, future masters of Otsutsuki Castle, proved their worth. Even after Koji, Ryuki, and the elite ninjas had been incapacitated, they still managed to organize a resistance. However, with Koji and Ryuki out of the fight and the other Kusagaku's ninjas retreating, only a handful under Mui and Mujo's command remained. Now, Suzaku, Tsuryu, Genbu, Byako, and Kinja, 5 of the 9 masked beasts, turned their attention to the brothers, surrounding them. Brother! Use that jutsu! Mujo, seeing the dire situation, gritted his teeth and prepared to unleash a sealing technique they hadn't yet fully mastered. Cough. Let me. Mui was already seriously injured at this time. He was hit on the chest by Byako's claw, leaving 3 bloody wounds that exposed the bone and were bleeding profusely. He coughed up blood as he struggled to stand, only to collapse again. Brother. Mujo wasted no more time. Forming a seal with his right hand, he began gathering fire attribute chakra. As his right palm became enveloped in fire attribute chakra, a surge of scorching chakra erupted from it. The chakra writhed and twisted in the air, transforming into 5 blazing crimson chains that shot toward the 5 masked beasts in front of him. Fire release, heavenly prison. Mujo felt the chakra in his body draining away quickly, and despite the discomfort of his body, he performed the sealing technique that only a few ninjas of the Mu clan mastered. It was said that the heavenly prison was powerful enough to restrain even a tailed beast. In the movie version where Otsutsuki Castle appeared, Naruto and the others subdued the monster that emerged from the box of ultimate bliss, Satori. The master of Otsutsuki Castle at that time, Mui, used the heavenly prison to seal it, allowing Naruto to finish it off with his wind release, Rasen Shuriken. This alone proved its might. The 5 fiery chakra chains bound Suzaku, Tsuryu, Genbu, Byako, and Kinja. Crimson chain markings appeared on the 5 masked beasts, restricting their movements. It worked. As expected of Mujo-sama. The other Kusagaku's ninjas cheered when they saw their terrifying enemy imprisoned, and then they prepared to launch a counterattack. But the next moment, the bodies of the 5 sealed masked beasts rippled like the surface of a lake, vanishing without a trace. What? Mujo was shocked when he felt the chakra of heavenly prison disappear. But when he focused his gaze back on the battlefield, the mysterious masked man at the center was already gone. When did he dash? Cold sweat drenched Mujo's back. He hadn't even noticed the enemy's departure. Mui, supported by his subordinates, slowly rose to his feet and walked toward the center of the battlefield, where the charred corpse of Koji lay. Kusagaku was severely damaged in this battle, and even their leader, Kusanagi Koji, died in the battle. Amid the billowing smoke, Mui knelt before Koji's burned remains. Staring at the devastated village, he muttered bitterly, "Koji-sama, we never should have taken in those refugees from Uzumaki clan." Ruins of Uzushiogakure. The hideout once used by pirates had now become Menma's base. He gently laid the awakened Cannon on the bed. Mom. Karen knelt beside the bed, clutching her mother's hand as tears streamed down her face. The extremely weak Cannon managed a faint smile for her daughter before lifting her gaze to the masked man standing beside them. "Sir, please, take this child under your care." Cannon was barely breathing, but she still tried her best to raise her head. She can do anything, just let her live. She could clearly sense that her life was fading, and she also knew that once she died, Kusagaku would definitely force Karen to serve them just as she had, and sooner or later, her chakra and life force would be drained dry like her. As a mother, Kanon wanted to seize this last hope for her daughter's survival. "Who said you're allowed to die?" The voice behind the white three-eyed fox mask was cold and commanding. Though Menma had yet to master yin-yang release and couldn't transfer chakra or life force to Kanon, he is still an Uzumaki. Menma unwrapped the red cloth from his wrist and held it out to Kanon. "Bite." His tone brooked no refusal. Chapter 57 Uchiha Hikari's Seal. Kanon's gaze fell upon the pale wrist before her. For a moment, she was stunned, then she looked up in shock at the white three-eyed fox mask so close to her, her eyes darting over the mysterious figure's black hair. "Sir," she began, only to be cut off by a cold, sharp voice. "I told you to bite." Menma's tone left no room for doubt. "Your bloodline is far stronger than your daughter's. To unseal the Uzumaki clan's hidden chamber, your bloodline is indispensable. That's why you can't die yet." Though his words sounded callous, as if he only intended to use her and her daughter, to Kanon, they carried a warmth she hadn't felt in years. Trembling, she opened her pale lips and gently bit down. The moment her teeth pierced the skin, a torrent of vitality surged into her mouth like a spring, rushing through her chakra pathway and flooding her limbs. It was as if parched earth had been drenched by a sudden downpour, every inch of her flesh greedily drank in the life force. Kanon felt her entire body rejuvenate. She tried to pull away, but a hand pressed firmly against the back of her head. "Keep going." The voice above her remained cold, yet carried an undeniable authority. Though she didn't know who this person was, why he had saved them, or why he was helping her and her daughter, this overwhelming life force and the unique method of healing could only belong to someone from the Uzumaki clan. Even if the masked man insisted he was only using her bloodline to unlock the Uzumaki clan's treasures, his deliberately icy tone sounded strangely comforting to her. Beside the bed, Karen knelt with wide eyes, unsure of what was happening. But her small eyes saw her mother's complexion visibly improving. After a while, sensing that Kanon's condition had stabilized, Menma finally withdrew his hand, pulling back his right arm which is now marked with teeth impressions. Though he was currently under a transformation technique, the transfer of chakra and life force could still be directly conducted through this primitive method. Late at night, the campfire crackled. Menma used the cooking utensils left behind by the missing Nin to boil water, then took out several pieces of bread from a sealing scroll he carried. He brought them to Kanon and Karen, who were resting on the bed. Kanon poured water into a cup, carefully blowing on it to cool it before feeding it to her daughter. "Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, we'll go to unlock the Uzumaki clan's hidden treasure." With those words, Menma stood and walked toward the fire. He sat down against a ruined wall near the campfire. On the side hidden from Kanon and her daughter, the little Nine-Tails poked her head out from the fur collar of Menma's cloak. Little Nine-Tails glanced at Kanon, who was busy feeding her daughter, then leaned close to Menma's ear and whispered, "You act all tough, saying you're just using them, but you're softer than anyone." From behind the mask came only the steady rhythm of breathing, as if its wearer had already fallen asleep. The little Nine-Tails chuckled quietly and retreated back into the warm collar. Not far away, after ensuring Karen had eaten her fill, Kanon began nibbling at the remaining food, her eyes occasionally drifting toward the masked figure sitting by the fire. The flames cast an orange glow over the white fox mask, and Kanon found herself staring at that silhouette in a trance. After years of imprisonment in Kusagakure, she had often fantasized about a hero who would rescue her and her daughter from that hellish cage. Now that the hero had arrived, saving them both, Kanon feared this might all be an illusion. This hero was ruthless in battle, effortlessly destroying half of Kusagakure. His voice was cold and unyielding, yet for some reason, Kanon couldn't shake the feeling that he might not be very old. Once Karen had eaten her fill, she curled up under the covers beside her mother and quickly fell asleep. Kanon held her daughter close, praying only that she could watch her grow up safely. Exhaustion soon overtook her, and Kanon drifted into sleep with her daughter in her arms. The next day, the first light of dawn spilled over Uzumaki Kanon's face. She awoke slowly, only to feel an empty space beside her. When she couldn't touch Karen, a jolt of panic shot through her, and she scrambled up, only to see a sight she would never forget. Near the extinguished campfire, a black-haired young man leaned against the ruined wall, with Karen sitting contentedly in his lap, playing with a fox mask. Giggles drifted through the sea breeze. The surreal scene reminded Kanon of yesterday's events. A mysterious masked man had destroyed Kusagakure and saved her and her daughter. Yet now, watching this young man laughing and playing with Karen, it all felt like a dream. Slowly, tears welled up in her eyes, unstoppable. "Mom." When Karen saw her mother had woken up, she wriggled out of Menma's arms and bounded over. The campfire was rekindled. After a night's rest, Kanon's body had recovered somewhat, and she took the initiative to use the camp's utensils to prepare food. "May I ask for your name, sir?" She handed a simple breakfast to the young man across from her. The Uzumaki clan's vitality recovery far surpassed that of ordinary people. Just yesterday, she had been on the brink of death, but after receiving an infusion of life force and chakra, a single night's rest had allowed her body to begin healing on its own. Soon, she would be as healthy as any normal person. Outside, call me Shura. Menma replied, accepting the bowl of porridge-like food from her. Then, he added, in private, you can call me Menma. Yes, Menma-sama. Kanon tucked a strand of red hair behind her ear, her eyes filled with reverence. After breakfast, Menma led Kanon and her daughter deeper into the ruins of Uzumaki. How much do you know about Uzumaki? Standing in a stone chamber deep within the ruins, Menma glanced sideways at Kanon. Forgive me, Menma-sama. Uzumaki Kaori held Karen's hand and said in a hoarse voice, I fled with my parents when I was 6. We spent over a decade wandering, and because of this red hair, many misfortunes befell us. Karen's father died because of it, and we had no choice but to seek refuge in Kusagaku. Uzumaki had been destroyed roughly 17 years ago. Kanon had been very young then, and the years of hardship had left her memories fragmented. She hadn't even learned many of the Uzumaki clan's secret techniques. After her parents died, she had no choice but to rely on a ninja village to survive. No matter. Try channeling your chakra into this stone wall. Menma wasn't expecting much, just testing the waters. Yes, Menma-sama. Kanon let go of Karen's hand and stepped forward. She raised her right hand, pressed it against the stone, and poured chakra into it. A ripple of chakra pulsed from the wall, and golden seals flickered to life like waves, illuminating the entire chamber in a radiant glow. Menma sensed the chakra fluctuations of the spacetime ninjutsu. It seemed that the pure-blooded Uzumaki had unlocked the chamber's seal. A golden gate materialized before them. As the chakra continued to flow, the seal above the gate slowly peeled away. The golden doors swung open, revealing a black-haired girl suspended in midair, her eyes closed. Her face was like that of a sleeping beauty, her long black hair cascading to her waist. A dark blue robe concealed her figure, but the shackles and bandages around her ankles stood out starkly. The girl slowly opened her eyes, and her pair of Mangekyo Sharingan bloomed like blood-red flowers. TSK, I wanted to dig the secret treasure of the Uzumaki clan, but I ended up digging this. Menma watched as Uchiha Hikari gradually awakened, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Chapter 58, Let's Fight. Uchiha Hikari. Uchiha Hikari was a weapon of war for the Uchiha clan during the Warring States period. She was originally an ordinary girl from the Uchiha clan, but then she awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan after witnessing the brutal deaths of her parents. Her unique dojutsu, Yachihoko, was so powerful that the Uchiha clan raised her as a weapon of war. Later, she was sealed away through the combined efforts of the Senju and Sarutobi clans. Originally, Menma had speculated that Hikari's sealing location would be near the former territories of the Senju and Sarutobi clans. Unexpectedly, however, she was buried deep beneath the ruins of the Uzumaki clan's Hashiogaku. But upon further thought, neither the Senju nor the Sarutobi clans were particularly skilled in sealing techniques, so how had they managed to seal Hikari for centuries? If the Uzumaki clan had been involved, everything made sense. Hikari slowly opened her eyes, the fragmented sunlight piercing her pupils as centuries of sealed time shattered in this moment. She looked around at the ruined scenery, momentarily dazed. During those endless years of imprisonment, her consciousness had remained clear, yet she couldn't even twitch a finger. That suffocating, torturous cage had held her for hundreds of years. When Hikari saw the two red-haired women standing behind Menma, her Mangekyo Sharingan instantly contracted, shifting into a battle stance. The Uzumaki clan. They were allies of the Senju. Among the ninjas who had sealed her away, aside from the Senju and Sarutobi clans, there had also been elite ninjas from the Uzumaki clan. Naturally, Hikari harbored hatred for these enemies. Or rather, she hated that entire era of war, where flames of conflict raged and the people suffered. Fire Release, Dragon Flame Release Song Technique. Hikari formed hand seals and spat out 4 fire dragons from the ground, attacking the trio from all directions. The Dragon Flame Release Song technique was a B-rank ninjutsu that required a substantial amount of chakra to use. Once launched, the flames homed in on their targets, making evasion impossible. Only direct resistance could counter it. 4 ferocious fire dragons roared as they surged from the earth, carrying an unrelenting, tracking force as they lunged at the 3. Menma instantly appeared in front of Uzumaki Kanon and her daughter, his black Nine-Tails chakra erupting and covering his body in a crimson chakra cloak. Boom. 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 With swift punches and kicks, Menma shattered all 4 fire dragons, scattering the flames into the air. If it were any other ninja, even a Kage-level ninja like Tsunade would have expended a considerable amount of chakra to withstand this technique. But for Menma, who possessed the black Nine-Tails chakra, this level of consumption wasn't even a drop in the bucket. Are you ninjas from the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan? Hikari stood atop the broken ruins, her Mangekyo Sharingan brimming with killing intent. Since she was raised as a weapon of war from childhood, her instinctive hostility toward enemy clans was nearly reflexive. However, the black-haired young man before her was clad in a chakra cloak that felt violent and sinister, almost like a tailed beast's chakra. But since Hikari had never fought a tailed beast, she couldn't be certain. Menma didn't answer. Instead, he formed a single-handed hand seal. 9 Masks Vaha. 2 dark crimson glowing arrays appeared beside him, and from within the formations emerged the masked Byakko and Genbu. Go to a safe place first, Menma said, glancing at Kanon and Karen. A battle was likely about to break out, and the entire island would soon become dangerous. Yes, Menma-sama. Kanon knew that staying here would only make them a burden. She climbed onto Byakko, and under the escort of the 2 summoned creatures, they headed toward the coast. Hikari didn't stop them. She simply stood still, her brows slightly furrowed as she surveyed the ruins around her. She was somewhat surprised to see that a symbol that appeared to belong to the Uzumaki clan, half covered by vines, the rest faded and blurred by years of sea wind erosion. The Warring States period has already ended, Menma said calmly. Today, he wasn't wearing his white three-eyed fox mask, nor had he activated his Sharingan. How many years have I been sealed? Hikari's expression faltered slightly upon hearing that the Warring States period had ended. Menma shook his head. I'm not entirely sure, but it must have been several hundred years. While the ninja world today is no longer in the Warring States period, war still spreads everywhere. Clans have banded together, relocating their lands to form villages centered around ninja. These are called ninja villages. Each great nation has one as its primary military force, with the 5 great nations' ninja villages being the strongest. The establishment of the ninja village system marked the end of the Warring States period. It has been 54 years since then. But peace has not come to the ninja world. In those 54 years, 3 large-scale wars have broken out. Compared to the clan-based wars of the past, these conflicts covered wider areas, caused more casualties, and even children as young as a few years old were sent to the battlefield. Right now, it's been 4 years since the end of the Third Great Ninja War. The world is temporarily at peace, but small-scale and regional conflicts still occur. Menma gave Hikari a brief overview of the current state of the ninja world, allowing her to grasp the general situation. Then, does the Uchiha can still exist? Hikari asked solemnly. She had been a weapon of war for the Uchiha clan, fighting for them for years. Some lingering attachment to the clan remained. Yet after being sealed away, centuries had passed without anyone coming for her. Ah, I forgot to mention this, the ninja village system was proposed by the leader of the Senju clan. The Uchiha clan was the first to set aside their hatred and join forces with the Senju clan to establish the first ninja village. After that, clans like the Sarutobi and Hyuga followed suit, forming the village hidden in the leaves. Konoha Village. Menma's quiet words left Hikari's Sharingan swirling with confusion. The centuries-old feud between the Uchiha and the Senju had just ended like that. For some reason, Hikari felt an emptiness in her chest. Even when she had been treated as a weapon, the younger version of herself had still believed she was part of the Uchiha clan, their family. But now, the word family had lost its last shred of meaning to her. The Senju clan has since faded into obscurity, becoming ordinary civilians. As for the Uzumaki clan, they were annihilated 17 years ago. These ruins are all that remain of Hashiyogakure, which was once built by them. Menma stood amidst the ruins, gesturing to the broken walls and shattered structures around them. Hearing that the Senju clan had disappeared and the Uzumaki clan had been wiped out, Hikari's expression remained mostly unchanged. And what about you? She lowered her head with a bitter laugh, as if she had lost all purpose in life. Her laughter was soaked in centuries of loneliness and desolation. Did you release my seal, because you want to use my power? Hikari knew full well that her tragedy stemmed from this very power. Even her own clan, the Uchiha, had feared her abilities, raising her as a weapon, stripping her of freedom, and confining her in a cell lined with sealing tags. It was as if they had never truly seen her as one of their own. And the other clans, terrified of her strength, had united to seal her away. Your power would indeed help me achieve my ambitions. But right now, you seem lost. Menma raised his head, his black pupils meeting Hikari's bewildered gaze as she stood atop the ruins. I think what you need most right now is a good, hard fight. Consider it a way to stretch your limbs after centuries of confinement. As he spoke, his right eye shifted into a crimson 3-tomo Sharingan. Menma understood that Hikari was in a state of confusion. While he could force her into serving him directly, her loyalty would likely be below 60%. If she encountered someone like Baruto, the inheritor of Talk no Jutsu, she might easily be swayed. So instead, Menma planned to fight her head-on, matching strength with strength, while also opening a dialogue with her. A fight. Hikari lifted her dazed Mangekyo Sharingan, locking onto Menma's 3-tomo Sharingan. In an instant, Hikari's negative emotions that had been sealed for hundreds of years seemed to have found an outlet, and her fighting spirit was ignited again. Her Mangekyo Sharingan began to spin. Chapter 59, Susanoo vs. Black Nine-Tails. Their eyes locked. Facing Menma's invitation, Uchiha Hikari took the initiative to attack, charging forward like an arrow loosed from its bow. Her small feet, still bound by chains, kicked off the wall, turning her entire body into a blur as she shot toward Menma with a gust of fierce wind. Bang. 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 Within the ruins of Uzushigakure, two figures clashed fiercely among the vine-covered, broken walls and rubble. Hikari displayed the exquisite taijutsu of the Uchiha clan, her Sharingan precisely tracking every movement of her opponent as her fists and legs rained down like a storm. Meanwhile, Menma, shrouded in a chakra cloak, countered with his unique, self-created taijutsu, engaging in a fierce battle with this girl who had been sealed away for centuries. Their exchanges were brutal, each collision sending shockwaves that shattered the surrounding debris. Yet, this taijutsu confrontation was merely the appetizer. After a final clash of fists, the two were sent flying several meters apart. Hikari's lips curled into a faint smile. Having been sealed for hundreds of years, this pure taijutsu battle had loosened her stiff muscles and bones, filling her with such exhilaration that she couldn't help but let out a soft sigh of satisfaction. Moreover, she felt an inexplicable sense of camaraderie with the boy before her. "I'm getting serious now," Hikari called out playfully before swiftly forming hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A huge amount of fire attribute chakra gathered in Hikari's mouth. As her fingers pressed against her lips, a torrent of flames erupted, a raging inferno surging toward the boy. Water release, wild water wave. Menma remained unmoved, forming his own hand seals in retaliation. A high-pressure water jet tore through the wall of fire, shooting straight for the girl's forehead. Hikari dodged with a body flicker technique, closing the distance while Menma defended against the flames with his tailed beast chakra cloak. By the time Menma had withstood the fire release ninjutsu, Hikari was already in front of him. Amid the dissipating flames, her scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan gleamed as its ocular power instantly invaded Menma's mental space. Genjutsu, Tsukuyomi. The scene in front of Menma's eyes suddenly changed, and he found himself in a vast, mirror-like azure space. Stars hung inverted above, and ripples spread beneath his feet. This boundless Genjutsu world reflected Hikari's inner world, empty, lonely. This was Hikari's dojutsu, Tsukuyomi. Here, time, space, and even the laws of physics were entirely under her control. In the game, Uchiha Hikari had used Tsukuyomi to create the virtual world of ninja heroes. After her battle with Boruto and the others, she had even relied on this technique to restore her injuries by reshaping the illusion to her advantage. "I win." Hikari's lips curled into a playful smile, her tone light, as if she were just playing a game with a close friend. "While your dojutsu is very powerful, I'm sorry, I've been in the Tsukuyomi world for too long, so this technique Menma suddenly raised his head, his right eye flashing, is useless against me. ZZZZT. Hikari's illusionary space trembled violently before collapsing entirely. As shock spread across her face, a blood-soaked battlefield replaced the serene blue illusion. The stench of smoke and blood flooded her nostrils, as if she had been dragged back into the Warring States period. Her pupils contracted. Looking down, she saw the scorched earth littered with countless corpses of ninjas and broken weapons. Following the trail of bodies, Hikari lifted her gaze and saw a throne piled high with the corpses of fallen warriors. A dark red nine-tailed fox lounged atop the mountain of corpses, and the boy from earlier reclined against its head like a king surveying his domain. Even Hikari, the strongest weapon of the Warring States period, couldn't suppress a shudder in this nightmarish battlefield. But she refused to surrender. Gritting her teeth, she channeled more chakra into her eyes, causing the pattern of her Mangekyo Sharingan to spin rapidly, engraved Tsukuyomi. Hikari's ocular power was reflected on the moon in the Genjutsu world, and the originally scarlet moon showed the pattern of Hikari's Mangekyo Sharingan. This technique was so powerful it could even restrain adult Naruto. Just as Hikari thought she had secured victory, the scarlet moon hanging high in the sky suddenly severed its connection with her. A bamboo scroll unfurled across its surface in an instant. How is this possible? Hikari's Mangekyo Sharingan suffered backlash, blood seeping from the corners of her eyes. The two of them also snapped back to reality from the Genjutsu world. Hikari gasped heavily, clenched her teeth and staggered back 2 steps. She had never imagined that her most prideful dojutsu could be broken so easily. The young man before her was far stronger than she had anticipated. And from the way he stood there so casually, it seemed he hadn't even come close to his limits. Seeing this, Hikari decided to use the third power of Mangekyo Sharingan. Dark red chakra surged from Hikari's body like a tide, rapidly condensing around her into a tangible form. First, a skeleton of dark red energy erupted from the ground. Then, the chakra spread across the bones, forming muscles and flesh before finally encasing the colossal figure in armor. Behind the dark red giant, chakra morphed into a pair of massive wings, each bearing a huge hand, one of which gripped a chakra sword in its sheath. Standing atop the giant's Krotengu masked head, Hikari manipulated the Susanoo. As the wings spread wide, the metallic shing of the chakra sword unsheathing echoed across the sky. A gale force wind flattened the surrounding forest into a sea of trembling green. From her perch atop the dark red Susanoo, Hikari, now unleashing her strongest technique, eagerly awaited the look of shock on the young man's face. Unbeknownst to her, the good impression in her heart was beginning to blossom into something deeper. On the ground, Menma stood firm against the raging winds, his black cloak whipping violently behind him. This was his first time seeing a Susanoo. Back in the Limited Tsukuyomi World, he had never encountered anything like this. Alright, Q-chan, it's your turn now. Menma casually flicked a stray leaf from his fur collar. The next moment, a far more terrifying, dark red chakra erupted from his body. The massive form of the black Nine-Tails burst from beneath him, her colossal claws slashing toward the crimson giant. What? Hikari's eyes widened in shock. The sudden assault left her no time to react. Menma stood atop the black Nine-Tails' head as she lunged upward, closing the distance between them in an instant. Seeing the girl's startled expression, Menma couldn't help but grin and shout, "You're not the only one who can pilot a Gundam. Q-chan. Let's go. Use tailed beast bomb." Menma was in a good mood as he controlled the black Nine-Tails. Hikari barely had time to react before the Susanoo instinctively raised its chakra sword in defense. Even in the Warring States period, Hikari had never fought a tailed beast before. This battle was unlike anything she had experienced. The black Nine-Tails' claws clashed against the dark red chakra sword, but its momentum carried her forward. Her jaws widening as a swirling orb of black and dark red energy condensed within her maw. Boom dash. The island trembled under the force of the two titans colliding. A shockwave like a tsunami tore across the land, shaking the very world. Chapter 60 Menma's Ambition, Ending This Era. Off the coast of Uzumaki, about 20 kilometers away near the Land of Waves, a small fishing boat bobbed like a leaf on the waves. The old fisherman on the boat cast his net into the sea and then sat cross-legged at the bow, pulling out a pipe to wait quietly. He waited for passing fish to get tangled in the net, unable to break free. When the time was right, he would haul the net back in. Repeating this a few times, if luck was on his side, he might catch some rare fish that could fetch a good price at the market, adding a little extra to his meager livelihood. But most of the time, it was just ordinary fish, sometimes not even enough to feed his family. It was a life entirely dependent on the whims of God and the sea. This stretch of water was rarely visited by others. Rumor had it that the small island in the distance was once a ninja village, but for some unknown reason, it had been destroyed and later became a pirate stronghold. The old fisherman only dared to fish near the edges, never venturing too close. He stuffed some low-quality, leftover tobacco into his pipe, lit it, and began puffing away. Suddenly, a gust of sea wind blew past, snatching his straw hat away. Strange, it doesn't look like the weather's about to change. The old man muttered, glancing toward the horizon. There were no signs of an approaching storm, the sky was clear and sunny, the waves calm, and a flock of seagulls wheeled in the distance. But then, the old man noticed the seagulls scattering in panic, as if fleeing from something terrifying. Sensing something amiss, the old man stood up on the boat, scanning his surroundings. The next moment. In the distance, on the small island, two colossal creatures locked in battle came into view. The sight stunned the old man, who had never once left the Land of Waves in his life, so much that his pipe slipped from his fingers. Whoosh! A towering wave surged from the direction of the two monstrous beasts' clash. The old man desperately clung to the side of the boat with one hand while frantically hauling in the net with the other. Even as the boat looked like it was about to capsize in the turbulent waves, he didn't dare let go. After barely surviving the ordeal and finally making it back to the Land of Waves, the old man seemed to have lost his mind. He wandered around in a daze, telling anyone who would listen that he had seen a god and a demon fox fighting. Some curious onlookers laughed and asked for details and the location, but the old man grew flustered, claiming he didn't dare reveal too much for fear of divine retribution. This only made the bystanders laugh harder. On the island where Uzumaki once stood. After a full day of battle, the island had been shattered, its land fragmented and broken. Most of the island's forests had been obliterated, and the ground was marred by several terrifying craters. The ruins of Uzumaki had been completely annihilated in this battle. On the beach, dyed golden by the setting sun, Hikari sat with her knees drawn to her chest beneath a tree that had somehow survived the devastation, gazing blankly at the sun sinking below the horizon. Beside her, Menma lay sprawled on the sand, limbs stretched wide, basking in the twilight. Hikari brushed aside her wind-tousled hair, her dark eyes reflecting the boy's silhouette. Her face was full of curiosity. The power you possess far surpasses mine, enough to destroy the entire ninja world. So why do you still need my strength? The battle had lasted the entire day. For the first time in centuries, her body, which is long restrained by seals, had been able to move freely. The pent-up frustration and dark emotions from hundreds of years of imprisonment had finally been released. She felt incredibly refreshed. This power is still far from being enough to dominate the ninja world, Menma said, resting his hands behind his head. He knew all too well just how many formidable opponents existed in this world. He could overpower the Raikage and Killer Bee, but figures like Nagato, Obito with his Kamui, and even Madara's lingering schemes all posed threats to him. As for Itachi, by the time of the Uchiha clan's massacre, Menma had a special gift prepared just for him. My enemies aren't just within the ninja world, Menma said, lifting his gaze to the moon already hanging in the sky. They come from beyond the sky. And besides, why would I want to destroy the ninja world? Menma turned his head slightly toward the girl beside him, the faint, youthful fragrance unique to her tickling his heart. This time, it was Hikari's turn to look puzzled. Aren't you trying to destroy the ninja world? For someone like Hikari, who had never received proper education and was raised from a young age as a weapon of war, power existed for destruction, for annihilation. Menma sat up from the sand and said to Hikari seriously, what I want to destroy are the 20-something nations, including the 5 great nations, and their ninja villages. My goal is to establish a brand new nation, one where shinobi and ordinary people live together, where class divisions and discrimination are erased. Then, I'll wipe out the 5 great nations and the rest, unifying the entire ninja world. Without other nations, there will be no more wars between humans. Ninja's power won't just be for killing, it'll be used for construction and progress. People will live in peace, children will receive better education, and they'll grow up safely and happily, not like in the Warring States period or even now, where kids are sent to the battlefield as killing tools before they're even 10. To the ninja and nobles of this era, I am destroying their world. But I'll create a brand new era. An era where everyone can walk freely under the sun, without war or man-made suffering. But to build this new era, my strength alone isn't enough. That's why I'm searching for people who share my ideals, gathering comrades willing to follow me. That's why I need you. Menma stood up from the sand and extended his hand toward Hikari. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Uzumaki Menma. The setting sun cast a golden halo around Menma's silhouette. Hikari looked up at the young man standing before her and the hand he offered, her cheeks flushing slightly. He needs me. She had never felt so needed before. And the way Menma treated her was completely different from how her Uchiha clan's members had, those who feared her power yet exploited it all the same. He truly regarded her as a comrade, a friend. He cared about her feelings and was willing to sit with her under the sunset, watching the twilight in comfortable silence. Remembering the clansman who had imprisoned her, raised her as a weapon of war, and used her, Hikari lowered her head slightly, her mood dimming. I don't have a name. My clansman just called me Nanashi. T/N, Nanashi is the short of Name Nashi, which means without a name or nameless. You do have a name. Menma's voice was gentle but firm, making Hikari freeze before lifting her head to look at him. I know. Your name is Uchiha Hikari. Menma said softly, speaking a name that had nearly been forgotten. Hikari. The deepest corners of Hikari's memory stirred, and the blurred faces of her parents surfaced in her mind. The words they had spoken when naming her, carrying their hopes, crossed hundreds of years to echo in her ears once more. May she walk out of darkness and into the light. Why, how do you know this? Tears suddenly streamed down Hikari's face as she recalled her parents' faces. To me, the ninja world holds no secrets. Menma's hand remained outstretched before the weeping girl. Hikari wiped her tears, then shakily reached out and grasped his hand tightly. Then Menma pulled her up firmly. Hello, my name is Uchiha Hikari. Standing before Menma, Hikari smiled, tears still clinging to her lashes. The sea breeze carried her vow, even if you stand against the entire ninja world. I will always, always be by your side. Chapter 61, Chapter 61 Black Zetsu's Speculation. Kusagakure. This small ninja village, which had maintained good relations with Konoha, was now completely unrecognizable. The original hospital building had been half destroyed by explosions, and the entire village lay in ruins after the battles of that night. This was the devastation caused by Menma's 9 masked beasts, a force powerful enough to rival an entire army. Standing at the edge of the battlefield, even 2 days later, Mui still felt a deep sense of dread toward the terrifying power of Shura. Under Mui's leadership, the surviving Kusagakure's ninjas and villagers were doing their utmost to rescue the wounded and recover the dead. But under the rampage of those 9 terrifying summoned beasts, Kusagakure's heart had been utterly ravaged. Over 40 ninjas, including the village's leader, Kusanagi Koji, and the Umbu commander, Ryuki, had been killed, while the number of injured, including villagers, exceeded 300. For a small ninja village like Kusagakure, casualties of this scale had nearly halved their overall strength. It would take at least a generation to slowly recover the combat power lost in this battle. Brother. Mujo approached, leaning on a crutch. He also held a damage report in his hand. The village's losses have been tallied. Mujo read out, including Koji-sama and Umbu Commander, Ryuki, a total of 9 jonin have died, along with 38 chunin and genin. 370 villagers have also perished. The injured include 8 jonin, 56 chunin and genin, and 563 villagers. Hearing these numbers, Mui trembled uncontrollably. The village's leader was dead. Over a dozen jonin were killed or wounded. Nearly 100 ninjas were casualties, and close to 1,000 villagers were dead or injured. And since this was the village's central district, most of these villagers were potential ninja recruits, the very foundation of the village's mobilization capability in times of war. Such devastating losses had dealt a crippling blow to Kusagaku's vitality. "Brother, should we place a bounty on Shura at the bounty exchange?" Mujo stood beside Mui, his expression dazed as he recalled the battle from 2 days ago, still shaken by the memory. That mysterious Shura, with only 9 terrifying summoned beasts, reduced their entire village to this state. He hadn't even fought personally, yet he brought such tragic casualties to Kusagaku. No need. Mui closed his eyes and sighed deeply. When he opened them again, they were filled with wariness and fear. We are no match for him. Let's not give him any excuse to return and cause more trouble. They couldn't win, even their entire village couldn't win. This overwhelming sense of despair made Mui feel as though their enemy was akin to a god. Perhaps even the legendary God of Ninja and Shura of Ninja World, who had dominated the ninja world over 50 years ago, were no more fearsome than this. Mujo silently agreed. The two brothers stood there, their expressions heavy with silence. Far from where Mui and Mujo stood, in the shadow of a building that was destroyed to only half of its original size. A Venus flytrap-like creatures emerged from the ground. Wow, what incredible destruction! White Zetsu whistled, looking at the devastation in the center of the village with a mix of awe and pity. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu looked at the destroyed Kusagaku with an expressionless face. Such terrifying combat power, is he a descendant of Hagoromo or Hamura? Having operated in the shadows of the ninja world for 1,000 years, even Black Zetsu had rarely witnessed such devastation. This level of power, which was enough to annihilate an entire city, was something he had only seen in the likes of Asura, Indra, Madara, and Hashirama. Yet, despite monitoring the ninja world for centuries, Black Zetsu had no information on this man at all. This made him instinctively suspect Hamura's descendants on the moon. Only those with the Byakugan on the moon, whom Black Zetsu had always deeply feared, could have possibly trained someone so powerful. He had never dared send White Zetsu to spy on the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, leaving their activities a mystery. Then, what is his goal? Black Zetsu pondered Shura's actions since his appearance. Attacking Konoha's Hyuga clan. Assaulting Kimogaku in the Land of Lightning. And now, striking Kusagaku. Wait, could it really be? Suddenly, Black Zetsu remembered something related to the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. A few years ago, the elderly Madara had summoned the Geto statue to prolong his life. Later, the statue remained in the ninja world and was eventually summoned by Nagato, continuously draining his chakra. Has the Otsutsuki clan on the moon noticed the disappearance of the Geto statue and sent a powerful agent to investigate the ninja world? Once this thought occurred to him, Black Zetsu found it more and more plausible. This mysterious Shura had no traceable background, and it is impossible for an ordinary ninja to possess such powerful strength comparable to Hashirama or Madara out of thin air. Unless he had the chakra of Asura or Indra, but for 1,000 years, their reincarnations had only appeared within the Senju and Uchiha clans. If this man truly was from the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, then Black Zetsu knew he needed to be cautious. It seems I'll have to arrange for Nagato or Obito to test this guy. If he keeps running amok in the ninja world, he might disrupt my plans. Black Zetsu had waited in the shadows for 1,000 years, biding his time until Madara appeared. The Eye of the Moon plan to save his mother absolutely could not be jeopardized. The bustling marketplace in the capital of the Land of Fire was alive with activity. Dressed in new clothes, Hikari is particularly eye-catching. The deep blue coat paired with black shorts and open-toed boots gave the young girl a heroic air, a far cry from her ragged appearance when she first broke free from her seal. Hikari ne. Hikari ne. Try this. Karen held up an orange hairband, pestering Hikari eagerly. This outfit had been picked out for Hikari by Kanon. Now, seeing the 3-year-old Karen holding up the hairband with such enthusiasm, Hikari couldn't help but feel a pang of affection for the unfortunate child. She crouched down and let Karen place the hairband on her head. Hikari-chan, you look even cuter like this. Kanon said with a gentle smile, carrying some daily necessities they had just purchased. It was Hikari's first time in such a lively marketplace, and she felt a bit uneasy. If Menma hadn't tasked her with protecting Kanon and Karen, she would never have willingly come to such a crowded place. After gathering the supplies, the three returned to the inn where they were staying. Menma was studying a map, deep in thought. When he noticed their return, his gaze lingered on the hairband adorning Hikari's head. He smiled and praised, "That's a lovely hairband. Karen picked it for me. The girl replied softly, the slight upturn of her lips revealing her inner joy. Menma and I. Praise me too. Karen bounced up to him, tilting her head expectantly. Menma reached out and affectionately ruffled her hair. It's time to set off. Menma put away the map and said to the three people, the other team from our organization has already set off. We need to catch up. Chapter 62, Chapter 62. By order of Shirasama, we have come to assist. In Konoha village, in the basement of Menma's house. The flying thunder god kunai was hanging upside down, and Menma gently traced the intricate seals engraved on the surface of the kunai. The shadow clone left in Konoha village had dispelled itself, relaying the latest information and research progress to Menma's main body, who was active outside the village. There had been a particularly significant breakthrough in the research direction of yin-yang release, prompting Menma's main body to immediately return to Konoha with the Flying Thunder God technique. Having Flying Thunder God technique really is convenient. Menma mused, twirling the kunai in his hand. In just 2 months, he had established hidden teleportation points in 9 nations, including the Land of Fire, the Land of Lightning, the Land of Rice Fields, and the Land of Hot Water, leaving behind his specially crafted Flying Thunder God kunai. He had even dispatched 2 shadow clones to the Land of Water, the Land of Wind, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Rainbows to set up additional hidden bases and place more of his custom kunai. Soon enough, the entire ninja world would become a chessboard he could traverse at will. Entering the training room on the 2nd floor, 2 shadow clones were diligently practicing chakra nature transformation and chakra control. Menma walked over to the desk, his eyes quickly scanning the data recorded in the experiment log. This research direction should be correct, but... Menma muttered, stroking his chin before suddenly falling silent. Then, he raised his right hand, blending yin attribute chakra and yang attribute chakra in a specific ratio, gradually forming a short black rod. The rod was less than 20 centimeters long, no wider than a pinky finger, and highly unstable. Yet, the yin-yang release contained within it was becoming increasingly evident. Clink. With a crisp shattering sound, the black rod in Menma's hand disintegrated, dispersing into a wisp of chakra. Menma stared at his empty palm, reflecting on the sensations and techniques he had just employed. His research into yin-yang release had brought him to the threshold, and only one final step remained. Leaving a few shadow clones behind to continue practicing chakra nature transformation and chakra control, Menma's main body dispelled his transformation technique, reverting to his child form. His persona in Konoha was that of a young master, so he needed to make regular public appearances. As for the grueling training, he left that to his shadow clones. Thanks to the Uzumaki clan's physique and the vast chakra provided by the Black Nine-Tails, he could sustain countless shadow clones, whether for training in ninjutsu, taijutsu, or conducting research, without missing a beat. The only downside was the flood of memories and muscle soreness that flooded back whenever a shadow clone dispelled, which was quite the experience. As he strolled through Konoha's streets, Menma pondered whether to visit Naruto or Hinata today. But after some thought, he remembered that the Hyuga clan's training regimen was rigorous. If Hinata had free time, she would come looking for him. As for Naruto, given his special status and the Umbu surveillance around him, frequent visits might raise suspicions, even if Menma was just a kid. Sigh. Guess I'll just wander around on my own. Menma clasped his hands behind his head, aimlessly meandering through the lively streets of Konoha. As the largest ninja village in the world, Konoha had a population of around 80 to 90,000, at least a fifth of whom could harness chakra. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, the Allied forces assembled a combined force of over 80,000 ninjas. Assuming the 5 great ninja villages averaged around 10,000 ninjas each, Konoha, which is capable of fighting on multiple fronts against several great ninja villages, likely had the largest military. A conservative estimate placed the numbers of Konoha's ninjas at over 15,000. With the entire village operating on a wartime footing, the ratio of military personnel to the general population was roughly 1 to 5, meaning Konoha's total population would be at least 75,000. Of course, this was under the special circumstances of the Fourth Great Ninja War, where many retired ninja and unregistered clan members joined the alliance. Otherwise, based on Masashi Kishimoto's statement in the manga that Konoha had produced a total of 13,000 ninja, the numbers of registered ninja in each village would be even lower, making it impossible to assemble an alliance of over 80,000. Wow. So cute. A delighted voice from a nearby shop snapped Menma out of his thoughts. He glanced over and spotted a familiar emblem. The emblem of the Uchiha clan. Menma stopped and looked up. Menma paused, raising his gaze to the shop's sign, which is a cat-eared weapon store. Inside, a boy around 7 or 8 years old, unmistakably an Uchiha, stood with his back to Menma as a girl of the same age, sporting twin braids, forcefully placed a cat-ear headband on him. Beside them stood a Jonin instructor with scratch marks on his face, watching the scene fondly, along with another boy with spiky hair already wearing a cat-ear headband, struggling to hold onto a squirming cat. When the spiky-haired boy noticed passers-by staring, he quickly turned away. Itachi. Look. It's so cute. The girl gushed, her eyes sparkling as she addressed Itachi. The 8-year-old Itachi didn't resist, merely curiously touching the cat ear headband on his head. The Jonin instructor with scratches on his face watched the trio's heartwarming antics with a gentle smile. Laughing and chatting, the group carried the cat into the ninja tool shop. Itachi's teammates and teacher. Menma clicked his tongue. The way he looked at their retreating figures was almost as if he were staring at dead men walking. Being targeted by Uchiha Obito was just their bad luck. And dash. What does it have to do with me? Humming a tune, Menma continued his leisurely stroll. The capital of the Land of Bears. Gato and Kakuzu, who had arrived in the Land of Bears ahead of time, were waiting in a camp outside the city for the other team. Strange, the people I sent out didn't hear about any abnormalities in Hoshigakure. Gato, who was wearing small glasses, scratched his head. Opposite him, sitting on a crate, Kakuzu crushed a heart in his hand with clear disdain. Watching as the dark, thread-covered organ dissolved into blackened droplets of blood on the ground, Gato felt a wave of nausea. And he called himself a Jonin. TCH. That brat was barely Chunin level at best. Kakuzu was deeply unimpressed with the self-proclaimed Jonin they had encountered earlier. The heart's quality didn't even measure up to a special Jonin from a great ninja village, leaving Kakuzu thoroughly disappointed. A faint breeze drifted through the camp, and Kakuzu was the first to sense something amiss, his gaze snapping toward the entrance. This camp was one of Gato Company's supply depots on the outskirts of the capital, and he had already dismissed all the guards. Gato followed Kakuzu's line of sight and saw 2 women approaching, leading a child by the hand. He was about to stand and shout at them when he noticed Kakuzu rising as well. Gato, who was good at observing people's expressions, immediately realized something was off. These 2 women with a child. Could they be? Apologies for the wait. Kanon, holding the slightly timid Karen's hand, bowed slightly to the 2 intimidating figures before her. By order of Shirasama, we have come to assist. Uzumaki Kanon. Nanashi. Hikari took a step forward, her 3-tomo Sharingan spinning as she locked eyes with Kakuzu. Kakuzu originally looked down on them, but the moment he saw those eyes, his green pupils trembled beneath his mask. It's actually the Uchiha clan. Kakuzu, who has lived from the Warring States period to the present, exclaimed from beneath his mask, and the Uzumaki clan. Chapter 63, The Dancing Hikari. Having lived for 82 years, Kakuzu was practically a living fossil in a ninja world where the average lifespan barely reached 30. He had weathered countless storms in his lifetime, and there was no scene he hadn't witnessed before. A combination of the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans. What the hell? I've never seen that before. This is some real ghostly nonsense. Kakuzu inwardly clicked his tongue. Those scarlet Sharingan eyes, there was no mistaking them. Back when Kakuzu was still in Takigakure, he had clashed with numerous Konoha's ninja and had even attempted to assassinate the first Hokage, Hashirama. Only to be beaten half to death by Hashirama. Even after defecting from Takigakure and becoming a bounty hunter, Konoha's Uchiha clan remained one of the groups Kakuzu least wanted to provoke. Those red-eyed lunatics were infamous throughout the ninja world as battle maniacs. The only clan that could rival their madness was the Kaguya clan of Kirigakure. Any Uchiha who awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan was easily elite Jonin level, and their combat prowess ranked among the very best of their peers across the nations. And then there was the Uzumaki clan. That distinctive red hair, no way I am wrong about that. Rumor had it the Uzumaki clan had been wiped out 17 years ago. Where on earth had the leader dug up this woman? What was even more baffling was, weren't the Uchiha supposed to be holed up in Konoha village? How did one of them end up outside the village? And why had I never heard of these 2 before? As a seasoned veteran of the underworld and a frequent patron of the bounty exchange, Kakuzu found himself genuinely stumped. Ah, greetings. I'm Gato, a merchant with no combat abilities. I handle the organization's funding. Gato said, rubbing his hands together as he stepped forward, his demeanor humble. He ushered the 2 into the center of the camp, careful not to underestimate them just because they are women. I'm Kakuzu. Though inwardly wary of this bizarre pairing, Kakuzu's tone remained gruff. Humph, you're late. The leader said you'd take care of Hoshigakure ahead of us. Apologies. We were coming from the Land of Water, so it took some time. Kanon replied, settling by the campfire with Karen before smiling faintly. It's just Hoshigakure. It'll be dealt with quickly. Hikari cut straight to the chase, addressing Gato, location. Her icy, no-nonsense tone sent a chill down Gato's spine, which made him reminded of the leader's presence. Flustered, he quickly handed her a map scroll. I'll handle it. Hikari took the map scroll, opened it and took a look. After determining the coordinates of Hoshigakure, she left instantly. I'll go watch the show. Kakuzu remarked with interest before disappearing into the night as well. Now, only Gato and Kanon and Karen remained in the camp. This made Gato a little nervous, and he quickly rummaged through his supplies for some toys to entertain Karen. Meanwhile, Kanon pulled out a scroll containing the Uzumaki clan's secret techniques and resumed her studies. As she raced through the night, Hikari sensed Kakuzu trailing behind her. Gradually, Kakuzu caught up, moving parallel to her. "Don't give me that look." Kakuzu chuckled, his green eyes flicking toward Hikari. "It just so happens that I'm going to Hashigakure to capture a ninja with decent strength to replenish my secret technique. Don't expect me to lift a finger for anything else." Truth be told, Kakuzu had always been intrigued by the Uchiha clan. If not for the fact that the other party had no bounty and was a member of the same organization, his money-grubbing instincts might have already kicked in. After all, a pair of Sharingan could fetch a hefty price on the black market. "Just don't get in my way." Hikari snorted, picking up speed. "Heh." Kakuzu matched her pace. Hashigakure is located in the eastern part of the Land of Bears, bordered the lands of Earth, lands of Birds, and lands of Wind. It was surrounded by the poisonous Devil's Ravine, a natural barrier that also shielded the village from invasions from those three nations. It is precisely because of this treacherous terrain that Hashigakure had enjoyed over 200 years of relative peace, despite many coveting its meteorite. But the meteorite seemed to emit some kind of radiation, slowly corroding the bodies of those who trained with it. Over the centuries, every practitioner of the mysterious peacock method had met a gruesome end. By the time Hikari stood before Hashigakure's entrance, night had fully fallen. The flickering lights of the sparse village reflected in her Sharingan. Kakuzu also watched with his arms folded, looking at Hikari beside him, wanting to see what approach she would take. But Hikari strode straight into the village. "A decapitation strike, huh?" Kakuzu mused. Such a small ninja village's strongest combat force is nothing more than a few elite ninjas, including its leader. The majority of the other ninjas are just Chunin and Genin, posing no real threat. As long as the village's leader is controlled, half the village is already under your grasp. Sure enough, before long, explosions tore through the night sky. Thick smoke rose from the center of Hashigakure. Kakuzu also went to watch the fun. When he arrived at the center of Hashigakure, he saw that the so-called Hoshikage building, a wooden structure only 3 or 4 stories tall, had already been mostly destroyed, with the remaining parts engulfed in raging flames. From the wreckage, the third Hoshikage crawled out in disarray, a deep wound visible on his right shoulder, the bone exposed. Staring at the figure slowly emerging from the flames, the third Hoshikage widened his eyes and demanded, "Who are you? Are you here to steal the star?" The third Hoshikage, with his distinctive mustache, trembled as he spoke. "With strength like yours, you dare call yourself a Kage?" Hikari stepped out from the flames amidst the ruins, glancing at the small old man wearing the Hoshikage's hat with a hint of disdain. When she heard that Hashigakure had a Kage, she had expected a formidable opponent. As a result, a single fire-release ninjutsu from her was enough to blow up the so-called Hoshikage building, and this third Hoshikage was already severely injured. It left Hikari utterly disappointed. "Hashikage-sama." At that moment, dozens of Hashigakure's ninjas rushed to the scene. The radical faction led by Akahoshi and Hoshikage Umbu's ninjas, some wearing forehead protectors with star patterns, others donning animal masks, stared at the young girl standing in the flames of the Hoshikage building, their expressions tense with alarm. How had the enemy crossed Devil's Ravine? How had they infiltrated Hashigakure's territory? They had no idea. "Attack! She's alone. Kill her!" Akahoshi shouted, forming hand seals and activating the mysterious peacock method. A surge of pale purple chakra erupted from Akahoshi's body, solidifying into a dragon-like form behind him before charging toward the enemy on the ground. The other Hashigakure's ninjas also formed hand seals, unleashing their own versions of mysterious peacock method. In an instant, their chakras took the shapes of tigers, eagles, bears, leopards, and other beasts, attacking the intruder from all directions. "Come at me all at once!" Hikari shouted, darting straight toward Akahoshi, who had been the loudest. Akahoshi's expression changed drastically, and he manipulated his chakra dragon to lunge at Hikari. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The girl's hands moved swiftly, and a blazing wave of fire erupted from her mouth. The raging flames clashed with Akahoshi's mysterious peacock method. The ninjutsu of both sides collided in the air, erupting into a violent explosion. Akahoshi's chakra dragon was completely overwhelmed and consumed, the flames surging forward. But faster than the flames was a lithe figure. Before Akahoshi could even react, Hikari had already burst through the fire, her hand clamping onto his head. And then, she slammed him down. Boom. Akahoshi's face smashed into the ground, his entire body cratering the earth with a thunderous impact, debris flying everywhere. A chakra tiger pounced from the side, but Hikari tilted her head to dodge its claws, then closed the distance in an instant, driving a fist into the Hashigakure's ninja's chin and sending him flying several meters into the air. Before the enemy could even land, Hikari continued weaving through the Hoshigakure's ninjas, her scarlet Sharingan spinning rapidly, precisely tracking every movement of the hostile ninjas. Like a ghost, she darted through the enemy camp, every strike of her fists and kicks accompanied by the sickening crunch of shattered bones. Using only taijutsu, she sent Hoshigakure's elite ninjas into complete disarray. In the blink of an eye, their strongest forces were crushed. Kakuzu stood atop a tree branch, watching Hikari's dance of destruction, and couldn't help but mutter in awe, as expected of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 64, Conquering Hoshigakure. Hoshigakure, a small ninja village nestled deep within the mountains, had a combat force of just over 200 ninja. Among them, only about 40 were chunin, and elite ninja like Akahoshi, Shiso, and Yotaka numbered a mere 5 at best. The rest of the so-called elites were, at most, special jonin-level fighters. Under Hikari's overwhelming assault, these ninja were swept aside like autumn leaves before a raging storm, utterly powerless. Had Naruto not wanted Hoshigakure to serve him, Hoshigakure might have already been littered with corpses under Hikari's merciless onslaught. Watching his ninjas being flung across the battlefield one after another, the third Hoshikage, Yosei, struggled to his feet, his heart filled with bitterness. If it were a year ago, Hoshigakure could still muster 8 jonin-level fighters. But ever since the 2 jonin, Natsuhi and Hadarubi, defected last year, the village had been left with only a handful of high-level ninjas. Stop! Yosei clutched his wounded shoulder, his hoarse roar drowned out by the explosions and flames. At the center of the battlefield, Hikari stood with her arms crossed atop the ruins of the Hoshikage building, her foot planted firmly on the back of a bald ninja. Behind her, the tower burned fiercely, the flames illuminating her figure and casting a deep shadow of fear over the surviving Hoshigakure's ninjas. Yosei recognized the men beneath her foot. Yotaka, one of the village's younger jonin. This guy is renowned for his taijutsu, and yet he hadn't even been able to withstand a single casual kick from Hikari. Looking around, the dozens of Hoshigakure's ninjas scattered across the battlefield around the tower were mostly severely wounded but not dead. Clearly, the girl had held back from killing them. You want the star, right? Take it. Yosei staggered forward, clutching his wound. The surrounding Hoshigakure's ninjas struggled to rise, but their injuries were too severe. All they could do was watch helplessly as their Kage surrendered to the enemy. Who said I wanted that worthless rock? Hikari lifted her foot and kicked the bald ninja away. The bald ninja crashed into the rubble, and there was no more movement. You're not here to steal the star. Yosei was stunned. The most important treasure in Hoshigakure was the meteorite that had fallen there 2 centuries ago. The village's ninjas had gathered under its influence, using its power to vitalize their chakra and develop the mysterious peacock method. To Hoshigakure, their star was a coveted treasure that the entire ninja world desired. But now, this girl dismissed it with contempt. If your so-called star can only make you this weak, then it's truly not worth coveting. Hikari had already assessed Hoshigakure's combat capabilities and found the so-called star utterly unimpressive. Then why attack Hoshigakure? What do you want? Yosei demanded, completely bewildered. I want your entire Hoshigakure to submit. Amid the flames, the girl's voice was as cold as a blade, severing Yosei's last shred of hope. The next day. By the time Gato's merchant convoy and Kanon and her daughter arrived, Hoshigakure had already changed allegiance. Deep in the forest not far from Hoshigakure, at the center of a massive crater several kilometers wide and hundreds of meters deep, stood a training hall. Inside the room, Hikari, Kanon, and Karen sat on one side, while Kakuzu and Gato sat on the other. The group curiously observed the purple meteorite placed on an altar at the center, held aloft by a claw-like branch structure. Yosei, who is now in his 40s, had changed out of his Hoshikage's robes and hat. He knelt nervously below, awaiting the arrival of the one these powerful ninja referred to as that person. Kanon respectfully took out a flying thunder god kunai from her ninja tool pouch, injected chakra into it with both hands, and then placed it on the cushion at the head of the room. When seeing this flying thunder god kunai, even the knowledgeable Kakuzu trembled slightly. The flying thunder god technique, developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and later mastered by the Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato, was legendary across the ninja world. With the injection of chakra, the flying thunder god kunai shook slightly. A figure appeared out of nowhere on the cushion and picked up the specially crafted kunai. Shirasama. Hikari, Kakuzu, Kato, and Kanon, who was holding Karen's hand, all bowed deeply to the figure. Even Karen clumsily imitated the gesture. Yosei, still kneeling on the ground, nervously raised his head and saw the mysterious figure clad in a black robe, wearing a white three-eyed fox mask, the infamous Shura, whose name had been rising rapidly in the ninja world over the past few months. Even a small ninja village like Hoshigakure has heard of Shura's deeds. Causing chaos in Konoha and Kumogakure, yet managing to escape unscathed under the pursuit of these 2 great ninja villages. Kumogakure then offered a bounty of 70 million ryo for Shura in the bounty exchange. If news of what happened in Kusagakure had spread, it would have only added another fearsome feat to Shura's name. Shura-sama. I am the leader of Hoshigakure. Yosei. The elderly man wisely avoided using the title Hoshikage and instead prostrated himself in the traditional Dajiza posture, signaling complete submission. Menma glanced around, his gaze settling on the purple meteorite enshrined at the center of the room. Then, he removed his fox mask, revealing his youthful face. Kakuzu and Gato, who had never seen Shura's true appearance before, couldn't hide their shock and curiosity. Gato, in particular, couldn't help but compare this face to that of the orphan boy Menma whom Shura had ordered him to take in back in Konoha. There's no doubt about it, that orphan must be Shura-sama's son. The resemblance is uncanny. From this day forward, Hoshigakure will be at my disposal. Menma declared, his voice carrying undeniable authority as he looked down at the kneeling Yosei. Why yes, my lord. Yosei didn't dare resist. The entire village couldn't even defeat a single member of this organization, so how could they possibly stand against the infamous Shura, who had left 2 of the 5 great ninja villages helpless? Menma approached the meteorite and picked it up, channeling his chakra to examine it. This meteorite emitted radiation that enhanced chakra activity, but over time, it also corroded the body. However, Menma didn't destroy it. Instead, he stored it away. Maybe this meteorite is related to the Otsutsuki sea clan who planted trees everywhere in the universe. I can do some research on it later. For the next period of time, Menma remained in Hoshigakure, overseeing its reconstruction. Kanon was appointed as the village's political advisor, spearheading sweeping reforms. Hikari took the role of Jonin commander, commanding all ninja forces and restructuring the village's military training. Kakuzu served as the Umbu commander, responsible for reorganizing the Umbu and counterintelligence work. Menma told Kakuzu that anyone who tried to escape from Hoshigakure would be hunted down. Gato served as the financial advisor, auditing and restructuring Hoshigakure's economy. As for Yosei, he was relegated to construction advisor, assisting in the village's transformation under the organization's directives. Gato's merchant caravans brought much-needed supplies to the impoverished mountain village. Menma ruled with an iron fist, crushing dissent with force while offering benefits to those who complied. Under this carrot-and-stick approach, the ninjas and civilians of Hoshigakure gradually accepted their new reality, being ruled by a power far beyond them. And the conquest of Hoshigakure was only the first step in Menma's plan to unify the ninja world. Chapter 65, Chapter 65 The Great Change in the Land of Bears. So, Kanon-sama, what is the organization's goal? Half a month later, inside the newly reconstructed Hoshikage building in Hoshigakure, Yosei raised his question. At that moment, he was in the office handling administrative affairs alongside Kanon. Across from them, at another desk, Gato was reviewing the financial reports of Hoshigakure, his expression so foul it looked like he wanted to devour the former, 3rd Hoshikage. Nearby, on the sofa, Karen was quietly studying the Uzumaki clan's secret technique scrolls, occasionally pouring her mother a cup of tea. Reflecting on the changes over the past half-month, Yosei couldn't shake off a strange feeling. This mysterious and powerful organization, after conquering Hoshigakure, had implemented policies like curfews and travel restrictions but had not imposed harsh rule over the villagers. On the contrary, Gato's merchant caravans traveled between the capital of Land of Bears and the village, procuring daily necessities for the villagers while purchasing herbs gathered from the forests, hunted game, and local specialties produced by the villagers to sell elsewhere. The 230 or so ninjas had also been reorganized. After evaluations by Hikari and Kakuzu, 45 were ranked as Chunin, 5 as special Jonin, and only Akahoshi, Yotaka, Shiso, and Yosei were recognized as full-fledged Jonin. The remaining 170 or so were ordinary genin, with some barely capable of performing 2 or 3 minor ninjutsu. After downsizing, the Umbu only retained 17 Chunin, 2 special Jonin, and 2 Jonin. Then, the newly appointed Jonin commander, Hikari, and Umbu commander, Kakuzu, subjected Hoshigakure's ninjas to rigorous training. At the same time, Menma also contributed several D-rank, C-rank, and even B-rank ninjutsu to establish a ninjutsu archive. Ninjas who trained diligently and achieved outstanding results could exchange their training points and merits for these techniques. For the ninjas of Hoshigakure, most of whom were civilian ninjas, this temptation was too great. In just half a month, Hoshigakure had undergone a dramatic transformation. Ninjas no longer needed to train in the meteorite training room. This was something Yosei had long wanted to change. He was well aware of the side effects of the meteorite, his own body still carried traces of its residual effects, and many of his peers who had trained with it had long since succumbed to its corrosive influence. Though they had been conquered, the ninjas of Hoshigakure had not lost their drive to pursue strength. Instead, because their trainers were the very same powerful ninja who had defeated them that night, they felt both reverence and admiration. The villagers also began to develop goodwill toward their new rulers due to the improved quality of life. The entire village had accepted the fact that they were now ruled by a group of inexplicably powerful ninjas, and many even became supporters. So, Yosei found it all very strange. They were the conquered party, so why was Shura treating them so well? What was their true objective? Goal. To unify the ninja world. Kanon replied without looking up from the documents she was handling. Unify the ninja world. The old man was so startled that his pen clattered to the floor. His Adam's apple bobbed nervously. Although Hoshigakure has always regarded itself as the ninja village inferior only to the 5 great ninja villages, in fact, all generations of Hoshigamure knew the truth, their small ninja village couldn't even begin to compete with the great nations. Even other small villages like Kyusugakure or Omegakure could easily overpower them. If it weren't for the natural barrier of Devil's Ravine, and the fact that most of the Land of Bears is covered with forests and has a small population and its role as a buffer zone between the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind, they would likely have been invaded by other ninja villages long ago. While Hoshigakure was undergoing drastic changes. In the capital of the Land of Bears, the daimyo's palace. Don't kill me. Please, spare me. A lavishly dressed man crawled backward in a pitiful display of fear. Outside the house, the blood of more than a dozen samurai and ninjas dyed the walls of the daimyo's estate red. Menma, wearing a mask, frowned slightly as he observed the trail of liquid dragged across the floor. With a flick of his wrist, a kunai shot out, ending the daimyo's life instantly. Blood and brain matter seeped into the bedding. My lord, what are your next orders? Outside, 6 ninjas wearing Hoshigakure's forehead protectors knelt. Hikari stood nearby, her gaze occasionally sweeping over the ninjas and the corpses scattered throughout the estate. Whenever her eyes landed on the 6 Hoshigakure's ninjas, they lowered their heads, not daring to meet her gaze. These 6 Hoshigakure's ninjas were all chunin who had performed well under Hikari's training, and were also fans of Shirasama, so they had been selected for this mission. The mission's rewards included the chance to exchange merits for C-rank or even B-rank ninjutsu from the village's archives, which is an irresistible temptation for these civilian ninja. Proceed as planned. Spare the women and children. Kill everyone else. Menma ordered coldly. Yes. The 6 ninjas immediately dispersed, moving swiftly across the rooftops of the capital, carrying out a systematic purge of Land of Bears nobility. Menma and Hikari leaped to the highest point of the daimyo's palace, overlooking the capital, a city built on plains, bisected by a river. The entire Land of Bears has a population of only a few million, but the capital's population is as high as 120,000. 70% of the country's inhabitants were concentrated in the western plains, while the central and eastern forests were sparsely populated by mountain villagers. This so-called daimyo's palace was little more than a large compound, with no more than 20 buildings in total. The 6 Hoshigakure's ninjas moved in pairs, following prearranged routes and maps, methodically cleansing the noble households across the capital. Over the following days, under Menma's command, these ninjas carried out a bloody purge of the aristocratic class in every major city of the Land of Bears, eradicating the nobility entirely. Of course, some nobles with good reputations among the common folk were spared, though their families were not so fortunate. It was undeniable that a few nobles had acted against their class's interests, but they were exceptions. The aristocratic class, as a whole, could never be benevolent. The upheaval quickly swept through the entire Land of Bears, primarily targeting the nobility while leaving the common populace largely unaffected. Menma had Gato prepare personnel from his company and Hoshigakure to take over the cities. Meanwhile, after investigating the Land of Bears bureaucracy, he promoted low-ranking officials of commoner origin, quickly establishing preliminary control over this small nation of less than a million. But inevitably, rumors began to spread. At the end of the 54th year of the Konoha calendar, a seismic shift occurred in the Land of Bears, in the western part of the continent. It is said that Hoshigakure's ninjas in the Land of Bears had suddenly revolted. They slaughtered the nobles of the Land of Bears including the daimyo, effectively seizing control of the Land of Bears. The news quickly reached the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind. The daimyos and nobles of both countries were deeply alarmed by the idea of ninjas massacring nobility and urgently summoned their respective kage. Meanwhile, far away in the Land of Fire, the 3rd Hokage of Konoha picked up a peculiar mission request, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Chapter 66, Sending Uchiha Shursue. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen was intently examining a scroll in his hand. A rhythmic knock sounded at the door, and Nara Shikaku, a jonin with 2 scars on his face and wearing a standard flak jacket, entered. Hokage-sama. Ah, Shikaku. Perfect timing, take a look at this. Hiruzen put down the scroll in his hand, and puffed smoke from his pipe. Shikaku approached the desk, picked up the scroll, and carefully read through it. As his eyes scanned the contents, his brows gradually furrowed. Meanwhile, Hiruzen refilled his pipe with tobacco and continued leisurely exhaling smoke. Hokage-sama, how can we verify the authenticity of this request? Shikaku voiced his first doubt after finishing the document. The scroll was signed by none other than the leader of Hoshigakure, the third Hoshikage, Yosei. Moreover, it said that the land of bears is embroiled in civil strife. Hoshigakure's ninjas have reportedly attacked the daimyo and other nobles. If this request claims that Hoshigakure is being controlled by mysterious ninjas, then were those who slaughtered the daimyo working under these outsiders, or were they Hoshigakure's ninjas themselves? As the Hokage's trusted strategist, Shikaku possessed not only high intelligence but also keen strategic judgment. Having long served as the Jonin commander, he had also been a frontline commander during the Third Great Ninja War. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, as the Allied Ninja Force's chief strategist, Shikaku temporarily assumed command as acting supreme leader after the Fourth Raikage left to reinforce the front lines. He ultimately met his end in a long-range tailed beast bomb attack from the Ten Tails. Within Konoha village, Shikaku is undoubtedly a high-ranking figure with access to much of the village's intelligence. He had naturally heard of the recent upheaval in the Land of Bears, which is located in the distant western region of the continent. However, due to the Land of Bears' remote location, as they are separated from the Land of Fire by several nations, information traveled slowly, and Konoha's intelligence was limited. Some of the information was even sent back by Konoha's spies planted in Iwagakure and Sunagakure. Exhaling a slow stream of smoke, Hiruzen spoke deliberately. Killing the daimyo is an unforgivable crime of rebellion. Iwagakure and Sunagakure will undoubtedly be questioned by their respective daimyo and ordered to dispatch ninjas to investigate the situation in the Land of Bears and Hoshigakure. They might even suppress Hoshigakure's rebellion. Originally, I had no intention of sending our ninja to interfere in such a distant matter, but our daimyo has asked for it. Hearing that their own daimyo had intervened, Shikaku nodded in understanding. After all, Konoha was, at its core, a military organization that answered to the daimyo. Then who do you plan to send to lead the investigation? Shikaku pondered. Given the nature of the request, whether Hoshigakure was being controlled by powerful ninjas or had rebelled on its own, it was clear the enemy would not be weak. Sending ordinary chunin would likely make the mission difficult to complete. It's been a while since that boy Shisui went on a mission. Hiruzen mused, lightly tapping the desk with his fingers. You intend to have Uchiha Shisui lead the team? Shikaku immediately recalled this particularly unique Uchiha. During the Third Great Ninja War, while Shikaku was commanding frontline forces against Kirigakure, Shisui had earned the moniker, Shisui of the Body Flicker, for his exploits, becoming a celebrated war hero. However, because he was still too young, Shisui was only promoted to Jonin after the war ended. Recently, Shikaku had heard that Shisui had taken up a position in the Konoha military police force, rarely undertaking missions outside the village and instead focusing on mediating conflicts between his fellow clansmen and the villagers. Shisui's combat prowess is unquestionable. I recommend adding a sensor-type ninja and a taijutsu specialist to the team. Shikaku expressed his thoughts. Hiruzen nodded and said, then let's assign Hyuga Hohito and Shirakumo Hayama to accompany him. Both Hohito and Hayama were ninjas who performed outstandingly in the Third Great Ninja War. The 15-year-old Hohito had been promoted to Special Jonin. And while Hayama was still a chunin, he was highly skilled in taijutsu and only a step away from Special Jonin rank. Understood. I'll summon the three of them immediately. Shikaku had no objections to this lineup. Shisui has the strongest combat ability, Hohito possessed the Byakugan for unparalleled reconnaissance, and Hayama was known for his calm, meticulous demeanor and strong leadership in numerous battles. His adaptability on the battlefield was exceptional. Most importantly, unlike other Uchiha, Shisui was not arrogant. If Hayama offered advice, Shisui, as team leader, could objectively analyze the situation and decide whether to accept it. Soon, the three were brought to the Hokage's office, where they personally received this S-rank mission from Hiruzen himself. After making their preparations, the team set out. 2 days later. In the forests west of the Land of Birds, three figures darted swiftly between the trees. Being assigned an S-rank mission like this. I'm really riding on your coattails. Hayama, who carried a long sword on his back and had a scar on his right lip, chatted casually with his teammates. S-rank missions came with a minimum reward of 1 million ryo and were typically reserved for Jonin, let alone a mission to investigate an entire ninja village. You flatter me, senior. Your vacuum sword was even praised by 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. I'm sure after this mission, you'll be promoted. Shisui replied with a sincere smile, glancing sideways at Hayama. The three had fought side by side during the Third Great Ninja War, and with their complementary skills, they had quickly developed a sense of teamwork. Shisui then brought up a question. I've heard Hoshigakure has some kind of treasure coveted by many nations. Haha, that thing. Hohito, the oldest of the three by 2 years, chuckled at Shisui's question. Shisui looked at Hohito with some confusion. Calling it a treasure is a stretch. It's not like Hoshigakure has produced many powerful ninjas because of it. Hohito explained patiently, while their village has a Kage, it is just a self-proclaimed title. Whether in terms of combat power or comprehensive strength, Hoshigakure is just a small ninja village. At least Takigakure was recognized by the first Hokage and given a tailed beast. Even a Megakure produced a powerhouse like Hanzo of the Salamander. But Hoshigakure? Honestly, I've never heard of anything remarkable from them. Hohito explanation piqued Hayama's interest as well. If that star is so useless, why would mysterious ninjas attack them for it? Well, we'll find out once we investigate. Hohito replied. By then, the trio had reached the border of the land of bears, and Hohito activated his Byakugan. Their mission was to investigate the situation in the land of bears and the rebellion in Hoshigakure. If it was true that the village had been taken over by outside forces, they were to engage the enemy, if their strength allowed, and assist Hoshigakure in reclaiming control. If they could complete this mission before the ninjas from Iwagakure and Sunagakure arrived, Hoshigakure would become an ally of Konoha in the western part of the continent, helping to divert some of the two great ninja villages' military pressure. Chapter 67 Pakura of the Scorch Release. When Uchiha Shursue arrived at the eastern border of the land of bears with his two teammates, searching for a way to cross Devil's Ravine. In the desert region bordering the land of bears and the land of wind, three figures dashed through the swirling yellow sand. At the forefront was a kunoichi from Sunagakure, her agile figure cutting through the wind, her green gradient hair fluttering behind her. Her long legs kicked up clouds of dust as she sped across the sand. Behind her followed two Sunagakure chunin, dressed in the village's distinctive wind-resistant attire, their heads wrapped in windproof hoods, faces marked with purple patterns. Pakura-sama, the land of bears is ahead. One of the Sunagakure's ninja reported as a sparse green forest came into view, marking the border of the land of wind. Full speed ahead. Pakura's expression remained stern, showing no intention of slowing down. The two chunins had no choice but to keep pace with their jonin leader. Soon, the three figures vanished into the dense woods. As they ventured deeper, the trees grew taller and more imposing, the endless desert sands completely blocked out by the towering ancient forest. Pakura, weaving through the trees, frowned in deep thought as she pondered the mission assigned to her by the fourth Kazekage, Raza. After the daimyo of the land of bears was slaughtered by Hoshigakure's ninjas, along with nearly the entire aristocracy, the few surviving nobles fled to seek help from the daimyos of the land of wind and the land of earth. These nobles had marriage ties spanning across the ninja world. Even in a small country like the land of bears, with a population of less than 1 million, its daimyo and nobles had long-standing traditions of intermarriage with neighboring nations, which is a survival tactic for minor nations caught between greater powers. When the land of wind's daimyo heard that the daimyo and nobles of land of bears had been massacred by ninjas, he flew into a rage and summoned the fourth Kazekage, Raza. Though it was another country's ninja village that had rebelled, the land of wind's daimyo used this as an excuse to berate Raza and Sunagakure, even leveraging the incident to cut the land of wind's financial support to the village. After enduring the scolding, Raza returned to Sunagakure and summoned Pakura, assigning her the mission to investigate the land of bears and Hoshigakure. However, regarding whether Sunagakure should dispatch forces to suppress the rebelling Hoshigakure's ninja, Raza gave no direct orders. Instead, he left the decision to Pakura's discretion based on the situation. After entering the territory of the land of bears, Pakura and her team first disguised themselves and infiltrated a city near Hoshigakure in the central region, hoping to gather useful intelligence. When reaching the city's entrance, the three braced themselves for the possibility of finding the city in ruins. However, the bustling crowds at the entrance left the three Sunagakure's ninja stunned. Like all cities in the ninja world, this one imposed entry taxes, primarily targeting merchants, while ordinary travelers paid only a negligible fee. However, Pakura's team noticed that most pedestrians weren't being taxed at all. The guards only inspected small merchants carrying goods, while common folk passed through freely. After entering the city, Pakura and the other two were shocked by its prosperity. The streets were bustling with merchants and travelers coming and going, while numerous small vendors lined both sides of the road, loudly hawking their goods. Clearly, this street was the commercial market of the city. This scene was completely different from what one would expect of a city that had just suffered a rebellion. Feeling the abnormal bustle of the city around him, Pakura even wondered if she had unknowingly fallen into an enemy's genjutsu. She quickly channeled her chakra to check. After finding nothing unusual, Pakura exchanged glances with the two chunin accompanying her. The two chunin nodded in understanding and dispersed to gather intelligence. Meanwhile, Pakura headed into an izakaya, T/N, Japanese-style tavern, in the middle of the bustling market. If one wanted to gather information, an izakaya, where all sorts of shady characters gathered, was the easiest place to pick up rumors. However, filtering out valuable intelligence from the drunken, rambling chatter of intoxicated patrons was a challenging task even for a ninja. After entering the izakaya, Pakura took a seat in a corner, ordered a bottle of sake, and began eavesdropping on the conversations of the customers around her as they boasted and gossiped. Did you hear? The Kameho family in Saga Town was wiped out. All their assets were confiscated. Not just that. Yesterday, I met a merchant from Saga Town who said the head of the Kameho family was publicly tried. So many victims who had been persecuted by them, with their families torn apart and their lives ruined, came forward to testify about the Kameho family's crimes. In the end, the family head was hanged on the city gates. Hahaha. That's so satisfying. When I was doing business in Saga Town, those Kameho dogs extorted so much silver from me. And that's not all. After the assets of those big families in Saga Town were seized, landless farmers could rent their fields from the government for just a 10% tax. The government even provides low interest or even interest-free loans for farming tools and seeds. 10%. Back then, if you found a noble who only took 50%, he'd be considered a saint. Who is this new lord? How can he be so good to the farmers? Good to the farmers? He's good to us merchants too. Haven't you noticed the city gate taxes have been reduced? And if you register your goods in one city, you can use the certificate to avoid gate taxes in other cities for a certain period. The commercial tax is only 13%. And so many other random levies and fees have been abolished. If the new lord can keep these policies going, I'll support them forever. Hahaha. Well said. I wish the whole country could be like this. Doing business without fear of extortion, without worrying that offending some local tyrant will bankrupt you. Listening to the discussions around her, Pakura felt her head spin slightly. As a ninja, she had been trained in combat from a young age and had little knowledge of commerce. But the excitement and hope for the future radiating from the travelers in the izakaya are very infectious. Pakura didn't understand why ordinary people could celebrate so happily when the country was clearly suffering from a rebellion by ninjas, with the daimyo and nobles slaughtered. Just as she pondered this, a figure sat down on the stool beside her. "Boss, give me a bottle of sake." A clearly youthful male voice spoke up beside her, making Pakura instinctively glance over. A spiky-haired black-haired young man in a black coat had taken the seat next to her. Sensing her gaze, he turned and flashed her a smile. Instantly, Pakura's hair stood on end. This young man is definitely not an ordinary person. Pakura was about to draw her weapon and enter combat mode, but he heard the other party whisper, "This is a crowded place. You wouldn't want to cause the deaths of many innocent civilians, would you?" Upon hearing this, Pakura's hand, which was already on the ninja tool pouch at the base of her thigh, suddenly froze. Her entire body tensed as she stared at the young man beside her. Her instincts screamed that this person was the mastermind behind the upheaval in the land of bears and the rebellion in Hoshigakure. Chapter 68, Chapter 68, A Tryst with Pakura. Of course, Pakura wouldn't let herself be shackled by the lives of ordinary civilians. However, as a ninja from a great ninja village, avoiding involving civilians in war was part of their fundamental training and principles. Even in conflicts between great nations, efforts were made to minimize harm to non-combatants. For instance, during the Second Great Ninja War, on the battlefield of the Land of Rain, two Konoha's ninjas had entered Nagato's home in search of food. Mistaking Nagato's family, who were hiding in the shadows, for hostile ninjas, they killed Nagato's parents. Only after realizing they were mere civilians did they feel deep remorse. They didn't even consider killing Nagato to cover up their mistake. Instead, they knelt down and apologized to him. This showed that for most ninja, especially those from great ninja villages, harming innocent civilians was considered disgraceful. Only rogue ninja or missing nin, who had abandoned their villages, would slaughter civilians indiscriminately, deriving some twisted sense of pleasure or superiority from it. But what puzzled Pakura even more was how easily this mastermind behind the upheaval in the land of bears and the rebellion in Hoshigakure had found her, and he seemed in no hurry to attack. What is his goal? Pakura's deep brown eyes were filled with wariness. Meanwhile, sitting beside her, Menma observed the tall, beautiful kunoichi from Sunagakure with interest. Originally, when recruiting members for his organization, he had assumed Pakura was already dead, killed during the Third Great Ninja War. In the original work, Pakura was betrayed by Sungakure's high-ranking people as a condition for a truce with Kirigakure. But it seemed that wasn't the case in this timeline. If Pakura hadn't died in the Third Great Ninja War, then she must have been killed by Hirako. Menma vaguely remembered Pakura's first appearance being in a movie where Hirako was the main antagonist, but he couldn't remember what the movie's name was. The general plot of that movie involved Hirako collecting Kekkei Genkai users from the 5 great ninja villages, fusing them into his own body using his self-created forbidden technique, Chimera technique, to gain their abilities. Among them, the Kekkei Genkai users captured by Hirako include the Explosive Release Ninja, Gari from Iwagakure, the Scorch Release Ninja, Pakura from Sunagakure, the Dark Release Ninja, Nakakichi from Kirigakure, and the Magnetic Release Ninja, Toroi from Kimogakure. T/N, just regard this as AU, since this is completely different from the movie. In the end, Hirako planned to capture Kakashi to steal his Sharingan, only to be defeated by Naruto. That old hack Kishimoto. Menma couldn't help but grumble internally, shoving movie's characters into the manga, messing up the timeline, and giving them all these random Kekkei Genkai. If Pakura is still alive, that means she must have been captured and killed by Hiriko later, absorbed into his chimera technique. Menma could barely remember where Hiriko was hiding. After his sensing ability discovered that ninjas from the land of wind and the land of earth had entered the land of bears, he had focused his attention on Pakura, marking her chakra during this encounter. If possible, he could use Pakura to track down Hiriko. "Here's your sake, sir." The izakaya's owner politely served the drink. "Give it to the lady." Menma didn't drink. "Of course. Please enjoy, miss." The owner set the sake bottle down but also placed a cup nearby. Pakura stared at the spiky-haired boy, her face full of confusion. She couldn't figure out what his intentions were. "What is your purpose in controlling Hoshigakure to massacre the daimyo?" After the owner left, Pakura poured herself a small cup and took a sip. As a ninja from Sunagakure, which specialized in poison, Pakura also had knowledge in both poison and medical fields. As a Sunagakure's jonin, she even carried strategic supplies like the universal antidote specially made by Chiyo. So, whether this cup of sake was poisoned or not, she could tell with just a sip. Just eliminating some parasites, that's all. Menma lazily propped his chin on his hand. Doing this will only plunge this country into chaos. Countless people will die because of it. Pakura retorted sharply. She had confirmed that the sake was just ordinary, not poisoned, which made the young man's goodwill even more puzzling to her. Hearing this, Menma just smiled faintly and gestured for Pakura to look outside, but look, after these parasites were cleared out, everyone is cheering. Outside the izakaya was a bustling marketplace, with lively chatter and laughter drifting in, leaving Pakura momentarily speechless. "In any case, I'll find a way to stop you. If you're willing to stop now, Sunagakure can offer you protection." Pakura suddenly changed her tone, actually attempting to recruit the mysterious young man before him. Hahaha. When Menma heard Pakura wanted to recruit him on behalf of Sunagakure, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Pakura, who was betrayed by Sunagakure's top leaders in another timeline, actually tried to recruit other ninjas for Sunagakure. "Then, we'll have to settle this with our skills." Pakura downed the sake in one gulp and stood up to leave. Menma called the owner over, left some bills, and followed Pakura out. "Good luck, young man." A slightly tipsy customer raised his cup and offered Menma sincere encouragement. The other customers joined in the commotion. Even the owner smiled as he watched the two young figures leave. Menma followed Pakura out of the city, the two of them darting swiftly through the forest, one in front and the other behind. When they reached a river valley, Pakura stopped on the opposite bank, turning slightly to look at the spiky-haired young man who had stopped on the other side. Pakura took out a kunai from her ninja tool pouch and gripped it tightly. "Sunagakure, Pakura." This kind of one-on-one duel with exchanged names felt quite ceremonial. However, Menma carelessly clasped his hands behind his head. "You can call me Shura." When Pakura heard the name Shura, her breath hitched. Her pupils contracted slightly, and she regarded the young man across from her with even more wariness. "Are you the Shura who caused chaos in Konoha and Kimogakure, with a bounty of 70 million ryo?" Pakura hadn't expected Shura to be so young enough to pass for a 15-year-old young man. Among the major events that had shaken the ninja world this year, aside from Orochimaru's defection from Konoha, the most notable was this mysterious ninja's bold provocation of two great ninja villages. It's ironic that Konoha and Kimogakure, which were originally at war, shook hands and made peace because they were attacked by the same mysterious ninja. As for the incident in Kusagakure, the village had suppressed the information. While the great ninja villages had obtained some intelligence, they hadn't spread it widely. Sunagakure, which is the weakest of the 5 great ninja villages, had its military budget cut year after year, limiting its intelligence-gathering capabilities. Jonin like Pakura, who didn't have high-ranking positions, had little access to such information. "Then, Pakura-san, how do you plan to stop me?" Menma's lips curled slightly as the atmosphere around him shifted abruptly. The air grew thick with tension. Chapter 69, Adamantine Ceiling Chains. Northeast of the Land of Bears. Shursue, Hayama, and Hohito moved along the edge of Devil's Ravine, heading north. They were searching for a narrow point where they could cross Devil's Ravine. Soon, relying on Hohito's Byakugan, the three found a relatively narrow section. Hayama took out a bundle of hook ropes from a ceiling scroll. "Let me handle this," Shursue said, taking the hook ropes. He then aimed at a large tree on the opposite side of Devil's Ravine, his 3-tomo Sharingan suddenly activating. Whoosh! The hook rope shot through the air like an arrow, piercing a giant tree 200 meters away on the other side of Devil's Ravine. With a taut, humming sound, a rope stretched across the abyss filled with billowing poisonous mist. Hayama tied the other end to a large tree on their side. Then, Shursue stepped onto the rope first, holding his breath to avoid inhaling the toxic gas, and quickly crossed the poison-filled Devil's Ravine. As he neared the opposite side, Shursue drew a kunai and instantly moved forward, his 3 Tomo Sharingan vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Only after confirming there were no ambushes or traps did he signal to Hayama and Hohito on the other side. The two then followed, crossing the poisonous chasm via the rope. Cough cough dash. The moment they reached the territory of the land of bears on the other side, Hayama couldn't help but cough twice, unnerved by the slight amount of poison he had inhaled. Hayama-senpai, are you okay? Shursue asked with concern. Hohito also checked Hayama's condition with his Byakugan and nodded to Shursue after confirming there was no serious issue. It's nothing. Let's keep moving. Hayama shook his head, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. The three moved swiftly through the forest in a triangular formation. Shursue took the lead, Hohito activated his Byakugan and positioned himself on the right flank, while Hayama covered the left. The three of them had just walked a short distance when Hohito suddenly gave a sharp warning, there's something ahead. Shursue landed on a tree branch, and Hayama also halted. Such enormous chakra. Hohito's Byakugan veins bulged as he spoke, his voice filled with shock. Location? Shursue asked, turning his head. Northwest of us. About 2 kilometers away. Hohito quickly reported. As a special jonin of the Hyuga clan, his Byakugan scouting range at this distance was already exceptional. The three cautiously advanced toward the northwest. Soon, they arrived at a border area between the land of bears and the land of earth. On the land of bears side of the territory, 3 Iwagakure's ninjas were engaged in battle with 2 women. Hidden in the shadows, Shursue and his teammates stared in disbelief at the center of the battlefield. A red-haired woman stood with 3 golden chains dancing like living creatures behind her, binding 2 of the Iwagakure's ninjas in midair, while the third was impaled through the chest and pinned to a tree. Not far away, a black-haired girl stood with her arms crossed, coldly observing the scene. Cough. Gari spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at the red-haired woman, the golden chain that had impaled his abdomen still pinning him to the tree. Explosion release, landmine fist. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Gari concentrated chakra into his right fist and struck the golden chain. Boom. The moment his fist made contact, the golden chain exploded violently, allowing Sho to break free and stagger to the ground. The remnants of the golden chain embedded in his body lost their chakra and gradually dissipated, but the gaping wound in his abdomen continued to bleed profusely. Gasping for breath, Gari no longer held even a shred of underestimation for the 2 women before him. That red hair also reminded him of the Uzumaki clan, who are once renowned throughout the ninja world for their sealing techniques. To think there are still survivors of the Uzumaki clan. Gari panted heavily, glancing at his 2 teammates still bound by the adamantine sealing chains, desperately thinking of a way to rescue them from these mysterious kunoichi. Captain. Run. Don't worry about us. One of the bound Iwagakure's ninja roared desperately. Get the intel back to the village. Shut up. Gari bellowed through gritted teeth, forcing himself to ignore the searing pain as he suddenly lunged toward the black-haired girl observing the fight. As a member of the Explosion Corps and a jonin of Iwagakure, Gari, who is deeply influenced by the Will of Stone, refused to abandon his companions just like that. Thus, he decided to strike at the black-haired girl who had been observing the battle. She appeared much younger than the red-haired woman, and her relaxed demeanor suggested a lack of combat vigilance, making her seem like an easy target. Foolish. The black-haired girl snorted coldly before charging straight at Gari. Gari's fist surged with explosion release chakra, aiming to deliver a devastating blow. He had full confidence in his taijutsu combined with explosion release, as any direct hit would trigger an explosion, engulfing the enemy in a devastating blast, just like stepping on a landmine. This move had never failed him before. However, just as their fists were about to collide, Kaguya caught a glimpse of the girl's scarlet Sharingan beneath her fluttering black hair. Instantly, his body froze for a split second. By the time he snapped out of it, the girl had already closed the distance, delivering a brutal spinning kick that sent him flying. Cough dash. The agony of crashing into the rocks shattered the genjutsu's hold, but as Gari slumped against a boulder, he could feel multiple bones fracturing inside him. Staring at the blood he had just coughed up, he struggled to lift his head, his eyes widening in horror at the black-haired girl before him. The Uchiha clan. She's from the Uchiha clan. Gari's eyes were filled with fear. Every ninja who had ever fought in a war knew one crucial rule: when fighting an Uchiha, never look into their eyes. And Gari had faced Uchiha clan's ninja during the Third Great Ninja War and knew all too well how terrifying they were in battle. In a one-on-one fight against an opponent of the same level, victory was nearly impossible. The Uchiha clan. Gari looked at the black-haired girl in front of him. The Uzumaki clan. He then glanced at the red-haired woman not far away in surprise. What in the world was happening in Hoshigakure and the land of bears? Still not skilled enough, huh? The red-haired woman sighed before another golden chakra chain shot out, tightly binding the now defenseless Gari. The adamantine sealing chains were not just weapons, but were also sealing barriers. The number of chains one could manifest was directly tied to their strength. As a beginner, Kanon could only barely manage 3 chakra chains at once. Wait, someone's there. Just as Kanon was securing Gari and sealing the 3 prisoners with a barrier, she suddenly sensed something and snapped her gaze toward a nearby thicket. Hikari reacted instantly, hurling several shuriken in that direction. From within the forest, Shursue, who is now discovered, quickly threw his own shuriken to deflect the incoming projectiles. Clang! 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 Amid the metallic clashes, a chilling sense of danger shot down Shursue's spine. The black-haired girl was already charging toward him like a bullet. Chapter 70 Shursue vs Hikari. Hikari swung her left hand mid-charge, sending a shuriken whistling through the air. The shuriken abruptly split mid-flight, multiplying into over a dozen shurikens that sealed off all of Shursue's escape routes. What? Recognizing the Uchiha-style shuriken jutsu in the attack, Shursue didn't dare underestimate it. He swiftly formed hand seals. Afterimage clone. In an instant, Shursue's figure blurred and distorted, as multiple afterimage clones materialized around him. These afterimage clones deftly parried the incoming shuriken with their kunai before counterattacking, charging straight toward Hikari. Clone technique. When Hikari saw so many afterimage clones intercepting the shurikens she threw, she initially thought it was some variation of the clone technique. But as she engaged them with her kunai, she realized these afterimages had no physical form. Just as Hikari was puzzling over what kind of ninjutsu this was, a surge of danger prickled at her back. She immediately lashed out with a reverse. Her foot connected solidly with one of the afterimages. The sense of reality coming from her feet told Hikari that this was not an illusion or a clone. A brat from the Uchiha clan. Catching sight of the 3-tomo Sharingan spinning in the afterimage's eyes, Hikari's interest was piqued. Her black pupils abruptly transformed as her own 3-tomo Sharingan whirled to life, instantly locking onto the afterimages. At the same time, she saw through the trick behind them. Like a specter, Hikari effortlessly weaved through the converging attacks of the afterimages, her figure flickering indistinctly. The next moment, she appeared directly in front of one of the afterimages. Before it could react, she delivered a brutal kick straight to its chest. Bang! The force of the blow caved in Shursue's chest, sending him flying several meters before he crashed into a tree. Cough, cough dash, Shursue spat out a mouthful of blood as the surrounding afterimages dissipated. Why do you have? Struggling to push himself up, Shursue stared in shock at the black-haired girl before him. Beneath her flowing locks, a pair of scarlet Sharingan stared at him coldly. This girl, who looked only slightly older than him, was actually an Uchiha too. And it was precisely because of those 3-tomo Sharingan that she had seen through the afterimage clone he is proud of. I thought it was some kind of clone or genjutsu, but it was just a high-speed movement technique. Hikari remarked, tilting her chin up as she slowly advanced toward the injured Shursue. You've honed your movement technique to its peak, using afterimages to deliver physical attacks while turning intangible to evade strikes. Your real body hides among these afterimages, blending truth with illusion. Hikari dissected the secrets of Shursue's technique, leaving him deeply wary of this Uchiha clan's member he had never seen before. Konoha's Jonin, Uchiha Shursue. Shursue gasped, pressing a hand to his fractured ribs as he demanded, "You're also an Uchiha, right? Why have I never seen you before?" Faced with Shursue's questioning, the faint trace of approval on Hikari's face instantly vanished. "TCH, Uchiha brat, you can call me Nanashi," Hikaru declared arrogantly, glaring down at Shursue. Whoosh. Before her words fully settled, several razor-sharp wind blades suddenly shot toward her from behind. Vacuum sword. Hayama, who had been lurking for a long time, suddenly attacked, slashing his long sword to unleash the wind blades at the girl. Boom. Just as Hayama thought his ambush had succeeded, the black-haired girl erupted with black flames that writhed like living creatures, forming a wall of fire behind her that instantly devoured all the incoming wind blades. Seeing this, Hayama gritted his teeth and prepared to press the assault. Konoha-style swordsmanship. Hayama waved the long sword in his hand and charged at Hikari from the flank. At the same time, Hohito, who had been hiding in the forest, rushed out from another direction at this time, his Byakugan fully activated. He formed hand seals and joined Hayama in a coordinated attack. However, upon seeing those black flames, Shursue's expression twisted in alarm. He immediately shouted at the two, "Retreat." He didn't even have time to call their names, because the Uchiha's battle instinct told him that this black flame was extremely terrifying. Hayama and Hohito also sensed something wrong. This black flame seemed somewhat eerie. Just as they tried to fall back, they realized the black-haired girl, who was previously protected by the fire wall, had already disappeared. Damn it. Hohito's Byakugan widened in shock as a kunai shot toward him, aiming straight for his face. Hohito barely managed to dodge, but the kunai still grazed his cheek, leaving a trail of blood. On the other side, Hayama was grabbed by Hikari, who had instantly appeared before him. Her hand clamped around his skull before slamming him violently into the ground. Boom. The ground cratered, cracks spreading like a spiderweb, and his long sword clattered away. Hayama immediately lost consciousness. Shursue. Who is she? Hohito, who had narrowly escaped death, staggered to Shursue's side. Staring at those all-too-familiar Sharingan eyes, his entire body trembled as he asked. Yeah. Without a doubt, she's an Uchiha. Shursue watched as the black-haired girl effortlessly lifted Hayama's unconscious body and tossed it aside like trash. Faced with such a formidable enemy, Hohito felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. As one of the two great noble clans of Konoha, the Hyuga clan had a deep understanding of the Uchiha clan. In fact, during his time at the Ninja Academy and the Third Great Ninja War, Hohito had many classmates and comrades who were Uchiha, so he knew all too well the terrifying combat prowess of this clan. Thus, upon confirming that their opponent was an Uchiha, Hohito did his best to avoid looking directly into her eyes. Nanashi. Shursue endured the pain of 2 broken ribs in his chest and shouted to the girl in front of him, I don't know how you ended up lost outside, but our Uchiha clan has already joined Konoha. You can come back, come home. It had to be said that Shursue's loyalty to his clan and village ran deep. Even when facing an unknown Uchiha clan's member like Hikari, his first instinct was to persuade her to return home. Hikari let out a scornful laugh, as if she had just heard the most ridiculous joke. I, too, once saw the Uchiha clan as my only refuge and support. But instead, I was treated as a weapon, imprisoned. In all my time with the Uchiha clan, I never once felt the so-called warmth of family. The clan abandoned me for so many years, never once searching for me. And now, you want me to return? Hikari recalled the centuries she had spent sealed underground, wrapped in endless darkness. No one had come for her. The Uchiha clan had acted as though she were already dead. Until that person appeared and rescued her from the endless darkness. Having already vowed to stay by that person's side forever, Hikari now felt nothing but hatred for the Uchiha clan. If that's how it is, then I'll just have to bring you back by force. Shursue's 3-tomo Sharingan suddenly spun, transforming into the shuriken-like pattern of the Mangekyo. At this moment, Shursue still believed that the girl before him only possessed an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan. Chapter 71, The Beating from Great-Grandma. Mangekyo. Hikari stared at the Mangekyo Sharingan swirling in Shursue's eyes, and instantly understood why he is so confident. Even during the Warring States period of her time, Uchiha clan's members who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan were exceedingly rare. That was also why, when she had awakened hers as a mere teenager, her clansmen had reacted with both shock and terror. Shock, because the Mangekyo Sharingan had appeared in a girl so young. Terror, because of the power she now wielded. I'll hold her off. You find a way to rescue Hayama-senpai. Shursue whispered urgently to Hohito beside him during a brief lull in the battle. Remember, once you get him, retreat immediately. Although Shursue has the Mangekyo Sharingan, the other side still has a red-haired Kunoichi who is imprisoning 3 Iwagakure's ninjas not far away and watching the battlefield here. Shursue suspected that the mastermind behind the upheaval in Land of Bears and Hoshigakure's rebellion was no ordinary foe. After all, they are actually capable of commanding a member of Uchiha clan to serve them. So his only goal now was to relay this intelligence back to the village. What about you? Hohito covered the wound that was bleeding profusely and hurriedly put on a hemostatic patch. I have my own way to escape. Your mission is to bring Hayama-senpai back. Shursue emphasized the word mission with a firm tone. Hohito's Byakugan gleamed with deep solemnity as he nodded. Their reconnaissance mission to Hoshigakure had already failed. They hadn't even gotten close, and after just crossing into the Land of Bears, they had encountered these 2 mysterious enemies. Moreover, all 3 of them had been held back by just one of them. Even Hayama, an elite chunin renowned for his taijutsu, had been defeated in a single exchange. Now, his condition was unknown. Having survived the brutal Third Great Ninja War, Hohito clearly recognized the gap in strength between himself and their opponent. Staying would only burden Shursue, limiting his options. The only thing he could do now was seize the moment and rescue their unconscious companion. Once their strategy was set, Shursue gave Hohito a slight nod before vanishing in a blur, charging straight at Hikari. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Flower Nail Crimson. Shursue flicked his left wrist, sending a barrage of shuriken wreathed in flames hurtling toward her. Hikari calmly tossed a few shuriken of her own, deflecting these fiery shurikens. The sound of metal colliding echoed across the battlefield. The attack was merely a distraction. In the next instant, Shursue used his afterimage clone again, splitting into 6 afterimages that launched a coordinated assault from all sides. Show me something real. If this is all you've got, don't expect me to hold back. Hikari had already deciphered the secret of Shursue's afterimage clone. You're an Uchiha too. You know the same tricks won't work twice on us. With a few swift strikes, Hikari shattered the afterimages and lunged straight for Shirsue's real body. Then let me show you the power of the Mangekyo. Shirsue roared as an emerald Susanoo erupted from the ground. The upper half of the colossal green giant encased him, its chest armor plate sliding apart to reveal an orange Magatama embedded within. Susanoo, Tsukumo. In an instant, countless green chakra arrows shot out from the Magatama in the green giant's chest, pouring down like a torrential downpour. I told you Hikari's scarlet three-tomo Sharingan swirled, morphing into the intricate pattern of the Mangekyo as dark red chakra erupted around her, solidifying into a physical form. If this is all you have, I won't hold back. A pair of dark red wings unfurled, blocking the storm of arrows effortlessly. How is this possible? Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan widened in shock as he stared at the fully formed Susanoo taking shape before him, his pupils trembling. The girl's grave gaze burned with intensity as her Mangekyo Sharingan blazed like twin suns. Hikari stood within the helm of her complete body Susanoo, the dark red behemoth towering over the battlefield as it unsheathed a chakra sword. With a thunderous swing, the blade descended. Shirsue barely managed to raise his green giant spiraled sword in defense. Boom. The collision of two titanic forces sent shockwaves ripping through the battlefield. The surrounding forest was obliterated in an instant, reduced to splinters and dust within a 100-meter radius. This. Hohito, who had seized the chance to reach the unconscious Hayama, hoisted him onto his back. But as he prepared to flee, the sight before him froze him in place. The Uchiha clan's Susanoo. He didn't dare delay any longer. Carrying Hayama, he turned and fled in the direction they had come from. At the center of the battlefield, the once confident Shirsue was now receiving a brutal beating from his great-grandma. Hikari's complete body Susanoo moved like an adult toying with a child. Shirsue's emerald giant, still in its second stage, was utterly outmatched, forced into a desperate retreat under the relentless onslaught. The dark red behemoth's chakra sword swung again and again, each strike carrying earth-shattering force. Shirsue's Susanoo was only in the second form, and it was obvious that he had just awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan not long ago. He could barely maintain it, let alone fight back effectively. The two colossi clashed across the forest, leaving devastation in their wake. Trees were flattened, and the wildlife, having never witnessed such terror, scattered in panic. Who the hell are you? Tears of blood flowed from Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan, and his voice became hoarse due to overexertion. A Uchiha this powerful, there was no way she could have remained unknown. No way the clan would have abandoned her. I told you. My name is Nanashi. Nanashi from the Uchiha clan. The more Hikari thought about it, the angrier she became. She controlled the dark red Susanoo to swing its chakra sword down once more. As the ultimate weapon of the Uchiha clan, she was stripped of her original name and given the name, Nanashi, by the Uchiha clan. She was sealed away for centuries, forgotten by all, even her descendants knew nothing of her existence. That feeling of being erased cut deep into Hikari's heart. Clang. The dark red giant's attacks grew fiercer, spiderweb cracks spreading across the green spiral sword. I have no choice but to use that move. Shirsue finally acknowledged the gap in strength between them. If this battle of Susanoo continued, he would inevitably lose. Nanashi. Shirsue shouted, looking up at the dark red giant. From atop the giant, Hikari lowered her gaze, and the two pairs of Sharingan locked onto each other. Koto Amatsukami, Radiance. Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan emitted a golden light, dragging Hikari's consciousness into a genjutsu world. This was a desolate wasteland, bathed in the dim glow of a setting sun. Within this space, both Shirsue and Hikari had lost their Susanoo, standing face to face in the barren land. Here. I control everything. Behind Shirsue, a blood-red moon loomed, its Mangekyo pattern resembling a shuriken blooming in full. But before Shirsue could finish his words, the genjutsu world began to tremble violently. Behind Hikari, another crimson moon rose, etched with the pattern of a Mangekyo. How is this possible? This was the third time today Shirsue had been shocked. His Mangekyo Stojitsu had been broken. The other party's ocular power far surpassed his. Suddenly, a searing pain suddenly erupted from his right eye as the genjutsu world collapsed. The moment they returned to reality, Shirsue, now with only his right eye, looked up in horror to see the Uchiha girl standing right before him. Her slender fingers had already plunged deep into his left eye socket. Ag dash. With a sickening squelch, Shirsue let out a blood-curdling scream as his scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan was ripped out. Staggering back, the gaping, bloody hole where his left eye had been was horrifying to behold. His remaining eye, drained from overuse, streamed tears of blood. His entire body trembled from the agony and chakra exhaustion. Your eyes are beautiful. Hikari held up the bloodied eyeball, examining it with a faint smirk. He will definitely love this gift. Chapter 72 Shirsue's Desperate Escape. Shirsue, who lost his left eye, was drenched in cold sweat. Facing Hikari, who was suppressing him again and again, he felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Even during the Third Great Ninja War, when battling hostile ninjas, or when facing the Uchiha clan's head, Fugaku, he had never experienced such overwhelming oppression. This feeling of oppression didn't just come from the crushing difference in strength, it was a deep-seated dread rooted in his very bloodline. His ancestors had once feared this power. If the enemy before him weren't a young girl, Shirsue would almost think that the legendary Uchiha Madara, who was once known as the Shura of the ninja world, had been resurrected. Now, you'll stay here obediently. Hikari's voice was cold as she slowly approached Shirsue, who was clutching his left eye, intending to bring him back to Hashigakure. As an Uchiha who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Shirsue's combat prowess was undoubtedly at the Kaga level. Moreover, Hikari keenly sensed that his Mangekyo Stojutsu couldn't be limited to just the Genjutsu world he had used earlier. Within the Genjutsu world of Koto Amatsukami, Radiance, Hikari could feel that he possessed immense ocular power. This ocular power is second only to her own, engraved Tsukuyomi. So, it was best not to let this guy escape. Seeing Nanashi approach step by step, her body radiating killing intent and intimidating pressure, Shirsue knew that if he didn't find a way to retreat now, he would likely end up a prisoner. However, his opponent was also an Uchiha, one who had seen through his afterimage clone, and whose combat ability far surpassed his own. How could I escape? Shirsue's vision was gradually covered with blood, and his remaining right eye caught sight of a faint red figure in the distance. That's. Gritting his teeth against the pain of losing his left eye, Shirsue's blood-stained hands quickly formed a hand seal. Shadow Clone Technique. 2 puffs of smoke erupted on either side of Shirsue, and the instant the 2 shadow clones appeared, they dashed forward. However, these clones weren't targeting Hikari, instead, they were charging toward the red-haired woman observing the battle from a distance, who was also using the adamantine sealing chains to bind and seal the 3 Iwatakure's ninjas. You bastard. Seeing the 2 shadow clones bypass her and rush toward Kanon, Hikari was both furious and amused. Kanon's overall strength was only at the Chunin level. Relying on the newly learned Uzumaki clan's secret techniques and a surprise attack, she had managed to bind an Iwatakure's Jonin and 2 Chunin. But maintaining 3 chakra chains was already her limit. If Shirsue got close to her, it would be dangerous. Without hesitation, Hikari abandoned her plan to capture Shirsue and instantly flashed forward to intercept the 2 shadow clones. Shirsue's tactic of relieving the besieged by attacking the home base was indeed clever, and he had gambled correctly. Seizing the moment when Hikari turned to support her companion, Shirsue pulled out several smoke bombs from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them at the ground. Boom. 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 Thick smoke instantly engulfed the battlefield. By the time Hikari had dealt with the 2 shadow clones and refocused, trying to locate Shirsue's figure, he had already vanished into the dense forest, leaving no trace. Nanashi, are you alright? Kanon walked over, dragging the 3 unconscious Iwatakure's ninjas with her chakra chains, her voice filled with guilt. I'm sorry, it's because I'm too weak. I let him. It's not your fault. Hikari raised a hand to stop Kanon from continuing. The other party is a very powerful Uchiha, far from an ordinary Jonin. After saying that, Hikari turned her gaze to the 3 bound Iwatakure's ninja and imprinted them with engraved Tsukuyomi. On the backs of the hands of the 3 Iwatakure's ninjas, the pattern of Hikaru's Mangekyo Sharingan appeared, and then slowly faded into the skin. This engraved Tsukuyomi allowed her to manipulate and control the targets from any distance, even siphoning their chakra for her own use. In fact, in the Ultimate Storm games, the main antagonist had used Hikari's engraved Tsukuyomi and Yachihoko create a chakra network, controlling countless ninja across the ninja world. Even the adult Naruto was controlled. Moreover, the chakra network of Yachihoko can not only transfer the chakra of target A to herself, but could also redistribute it to target B, C, D, and beyond, forming a vast, interconnected chakra network system. Aren't we going after him? If he takes that intel back, it'll cause trouble for that person, won't it? Kanon asked worriedly, watching as the smoke on the battlefield gradually cleared, revealing the half-destroyed forest. It doesn't matter. When Menma and I join forces, we could crush the entire ninja world. Hikari crossed her arms, her tone brimming with arrogance. That young man named Shirsue just now is probably the strongest person in the Uchiha clan at this time. But an Uchiha who awakened the Mangekyo was destined for a tragic fate. Not to mention, he had even lost one of his Mangekyo Sharingan. The east side of Devil's Ravine, which is filled with toxic gas. Hohito carried Hayama on his back as he sprinted wildly, using the previously set up hook ropes to cross Devil's Ravine. After escaping to this point, Hohito placed the still unconscious Hyuga Hakuyamashi beneath a tree and activated his Byakugan, anxiously scanning the other side of the valley. Sweat slowly trickled down his forehead, mixing with traces of blood seeping from the hemostatic patch on his wound, leaving a crimson streak on his face. The enemy just now was an Uchiha, and an incredibly strong one at that. Hohito recalled the earlier battle, his heart still trembling with fear. He hadn't even managed to exchange a single blow with the opponent, just a single kunai throw had forced him back, leaving a gash on his face. But what Hohito couldn't understand. Why would there be an Uchiha clan's member wandering outside the village? Weren't they all supposed to be within Konoha village? And more than that, even Shisui was no match for the enemy. That kind of power. The terrifying scene he had glimpsed while fleeing with Hayama, of two colossal giants locked in a brutal battle amidst the forest, made every hair on Hohito's body stand on end. His mind still hadn't settled from the shock. Within the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, hid such monstrous power. And yet, when he compared it to his own Byakugan. Suddenly, Hohito abruptly raised his head. At the very edge of his Byakugan's vision, a familiar figure had appeared. Before long, a battered and bloodied Shisui burst out of the forest, swiftly crossing the hook ropes toward Hohito. Shisui! Hohito exclaimed in relief, only to freeze in horror. Shisui was covered in wounds, his face streaked with blood, and his left eye was sunken. Through the Byakugan's vision, Hohito realized with terror that Shisui's left eye was gone. Run! Shisui shouted hoarsely, his expression frantic, as if countless demons from hell were chasing him. Hohito hastily lifted Hayama onto his back, and the two of them fled eastward in a desperate escape. Chapter 73, Chapter 73 Hikari's Gift. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. In the pitch-black cave, the sound of violent, hacking coughs suddenly echoed. Hayama struggled to open his eyes, feeling as though a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing down on his chest. He could barely breathe, yet his lungs burned and itched, forcing him into another fit of coughing. In his dazed state, a shadowy figure in the darkness stepped forward and slipped a pill into his mouth. Swallow it slowly. Hohito's voice came from beside him. Only after the medicine took effect did Hayama feel slightly better. Gasping for air, he took in their surroundings. The cave was dimly lit by a single flickering candle. Hohito's face was still streaked with dried blood, while across from them sat Shisui, looking utterly exhausted. I held you back. Hayama muttered, guilt weighing heavily on his voice. If he hadn't been so weak, being knocked unconscious almost immediately in battle, his teammates wouldn't have been forced into such a desperate fight. They wouldn't be in such a miserable state now. No, the enemy is just too strong. Shisui said quietly, leaning against the cave wall as he lifted his head. In the faint candlelight, Hayama finally noticed that Shisui's left eye socket was sunken, as if swallowing even the dim light around them. Shisui. Your eye dash. Hayama's voice caught in his throat. Shisui didn't try to hide his missing left eye. Instead, he calmly looked at his two companions with his remaining eye. The enemies from Hashigakure, they're not opponents ordinary ninja can handle anymore. If we want to eliminate Hashigakure, it would require launching an all-out war. But Konoha, as it stood now, no longer had the strength to wage another war. Moreover, among their ranks is a lost member of the Uchiha clan. If this isn't handled carefully, it could raise suspicions within the village, toward the Uchiha clan. Listening to Shisui's explanation, Hayama and Hohito all recalled the terrifying black-haired girl. Hayama had been knocked out early, so he hadn't witnessed the later battle. But Hohito had seen it, the clash of two colossal titans amidst the forest. That godlike power still sent chills down his spine even now. Therefore, I'll take full responsibility for reporting this mission to the Hokage. As for the details, I hope you'll keep them confidential, at least to a certain extent. When Shisui said this, his gaze lingered on Hohito. This sentence was mainly directed to him. Shisui knew Hayama's personality well, he wouldn't reveal mission specifics to anyone except the Hokage. But Hohito is a member of the Hyuga clan's branch family. Above him stood not just the branch family's head, but also the main family's head. So Shisui didn't push too hard, carefully considering Hohito's position and feelings. After a brief silence, Hohito nodded. Hayama, rubbing his throbbing head, added, "You're the team leader. I'll follow your lead. Thank you for your understanding," Shisui said, bowing slightly. After that, the three took turns keeping watch, resting as much as they could. But Shisui, who was burdened with unanswered questions and the fear of how the village's high-ranking people would view the Uchiha clan once this news spread, found sleep impossible. Hashigakure. This small ninja village, which is nestled deep within the mountains, was now in the midst of relocation. Gato directed his merchant caravan and as they loaded various daily necessities onto horse-drawn carts. Under the escort of the Hashigakure's ninjas, they set off in batches toward the capital of Land of Bears. There, on the eastern outskirts near the forests and mountains, they would establish their new ninja village. The name Hashigakure will soon become history. Yosei murmured, standing at the village's entrance. He watched the villagers cheerfully moving out and gazed at the lush green forest surrounding the village, letting out a sigh. In the future, this place would serve as a military outpost for stationing troops in the western region. Meanwhile, the majority of the villagers and ninjas of Hoshigakure would begin a new life. Yosei was deeply concerned about what the future held. But the eyes of the villagers and the Hoshigakure's ninjas are filled with hope for what lay ahead. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the distance. Kakuzu dragged two Sunegakure's ninjas through the crowd, the chains of the umbu scraping harshly against the ground. "Yo, Kakuzu-sama, where'd you catch these guys?" Gato, who was taking a break from his busy schedule, teased. Kakuzu snorted softly, just a couple of small fries sneaking around. Then, he ordered the umbu to take the two Sunegakure's ninjas away for imprisonment, awaiting further instructions from Shura. Nanashi-sama has returned. The figures of Hikari and Kanon escorting the Iwagakure's ninjas caused an even greater stir. Nanashi-sama. Kanon-sama. When the other Hoshigakure's ninjas saw the two, they immediately bowed in respect. Kakuzu couldn't help but look at the three Iwagakure's ninjas who were bound by the adamantine sealing chains. Especially when he saw the explosive release ninja, Gari, his green pupils gleamed with greed. He said to Hikari, "This guy is pretty strong. Hand him over to me." The only ninjas Kakuzu took interest in were either high-level jonin whose hearts he could steal or those with high bounties in the bounty exchange. "Don't even think about touching these three." Hikaru glanced at Kakuzu coldly. "Lock them all up, they'll be useful later." Kakuzu clicked his tongue in annoyance but signaled to the umbu behind him. These umbu promptly fitted the Iwagakure's ninjas with specialized restraints before hauling them off to prison. We also ran into three Konoha's ninjas earlier, but they got away. After dispelling the adamantine sealing chains, Kanon recounted the earlier battle. Yosei sighed heavily, his mood complicated as he took in the sight of Sunegakure's ninjas being captured, Iwagakure's ninjas being bound, and now hearing that three Konoha's ninjas had been driven off. Rustle. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound in the forest. Everyone's attention turned toward a lone figure approaching. Hikari's usually indifferent face softened slightly, and she walked forward with the gift in her hand. "We're here. Your two comrades should have already been brought in," Menma said, speaking to someone behind him. Trailing behind Menma was a stunningly beautiful and sexy kunoichi, her steps unsteady. The Sunegakure's forehead protector hung crookedly on her blood-stained outfit. The moment Hikari saw this kunoichi, her pupils constricted, and she nearly crushed the gift in her hand. "Shura-sama, who is she?" Kanon also looked at this kunoichi, who was wearing a Sunegakure's forehead protector. She had brown and green mixed hair, and a pair of long legs. "Pakura, jonin of Sunegakure. Currently, my prisoner." Menma replied before turning to Kakuzu, "Lock her up. No special treatment, just standard procedure." "Understood." Kakuzu grunted. He had already recognized Pakura. As a hero of the Sunegakure during the Third Great Ninja War, Kirigakure had placed a hefty bounty on her head in the bounty exchange. Having just experienced a fierce battle, the somewhat weak Pakura was fitted with shackles by Hoshigakure's umbu before being hauled off to prison. Just as Menma was about to enter the village to debrief his subordinates on the number of foreign ninjas captured, Hikari tugged at his sleeve. "What's wrong?" Menma turned and saw Hikari slowly raising her right hand. "I brought you a gift," the girl said softly, unfurling her slender fingers. Resting in her palm was a bloodied three-tomo Sharingan, staring back at Menma. Chapter 74, Who is the traitor? Hoshigakure, Hoshikage Building. Menma sat in the main seat, twirling a glass tube in his hand. Inside it, a pale green liquid preserved a three-tomo Sharingan. The scarlet pupil emitted an eerie glow under the shifting light. His name was Shursue. Menma placed the glass tube lightly on the table. After listening to Kanon and Hikari's battle report, he raised an eyebrow. "So, is this the left eye or the right eye?" "The left eye," Hikari replied. She is seated in the first position to Menma's left, a place that signified her status within the organization. From the seats on the right, Kakuzu's hoarse voice emerged from behind his mask, "Uchiha Shursue of Konoha Village. During the Third Great Ninja War, he earned great merit in battles against Kirigakure. With his unique body flicker technique, he gained the title, Shursue of the Body Flicker. Kirigakure even placed a bounty of 30 million ryo on his head. As a frequent visitor to the bounty exchange, Kakuzu knew every name on the bounty list like the back of his hand. Such a renowned elite jonin had actually been defeated by Nanashi, and according to the battle report, she had single-handedly crushed the three ninjas sent by Konoha. Though she hadn't captured any Konoha's ninjas, she had seized one of Uchiha Shursue's Sharingan. Kakuzu couldn't help but feel even more wary of Nanashi's strength. And then there was Uzumaki Kanon, who had been only at Chunin level not long ago. Yet during this mission, she had managed to restrain a jonin from Iwagakure and two Chunin. Her growth was alarmingly fast. Menma rested a hand on the glass tube, tapping the lid rhythmically with his index finger. The crisp sound echoed sharply in the silent hall. Of course he was very familiar with the name Uchiha Shursui. This person's Mangekyo Sharingan is said to possess the strongest Genjutsu, Koto Amatsukami, which is capable of altering a person's will. And now, Hikari had torn it straight out of his eye. TSK. However, Menma remained cautious and didn't rush to transplant the Sharingan into himself. After all, it would be troublesome if Shursui left transcription seal in this eyeball. Besides, with so many things happening lately, getting tied down wouldn't be ideal. Menma pocketed the Sharingan and said to Hikari, "Well done. I like this Sharingan very much." Hikari feigned indifference with a light hum and turned her head slightly. But the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her inner delight. Next, Menma listened to Kakuzu's report on the capture of the 2 Sunagekyu's ninjas. After separating from Pakura, the two had tried to blend into a merchant caravan to infiltrate Hashigakure, only to be intercepted by the Umbu under Kakuzu's command. As for Pakura, Menma remembered the stubborn look on her face as she tried to form hand seals even with her limping leg. Based on preliminary interrogations of these infiltrators from other villages, it's clear that someone from the Land of Bears, or even Hashigakure itself, sent out letter for help. Menma said, propping his chin on one hand as he glanced at Yosei. The former third Hoshikage of Hashigakure immediately dropped to his knees. "Shirasama, I swear this has nothing to do with me." "I know. You wouldn't have had the time." Menma's tone was casual. "Do you have any suspects?" This made Yosei hesitate. When everyone saw this, they realized that Yosei was hiding something. "You old fool, spit it out already. What's there to hide?" Gato yelled at Yosei in an impatient manner. At this point, Hoshikage had no choice but to confess honestly, "Shirasama, Hashigakure indeed still has 2 jonin who have been operating outside." Yosei explained slowly. It turned out that a year ago, the 2 most skilled ninjas in the village who had trained with the meteorite, Hadarubi and Natsuhi, discovered the side effects of the meteorite training and decided to steal it to destroy it. Just as they were about to escape the village, Yosei led the Umbu to intercept them. But Yosei also knew that the meteorite's side effects had caused many of Hashigakure's young geniuses to die prematurely. So he took the opportunity to seal away the meteorite training, forbidding villagers from practicing it. Meanwhile, he entrusted Hadarubi and Natsuhi with an important mission, to monitor the village's movements from outside. If anyone tried to restart meteorite training after he is no longer here, the 2 were to handle it. To the villagers, Yosei announced under his title as the 3rd Hoshikage that Hadarubi and Natsuhi had died heroically while fighting enemies attempting to steal the meteorite. "Are you sure it was them who sent the letter for help?" In fact, Menma had already known about Hadarubi and Natsuhi. He was simply giving Yosei a chance to see if the old man would come clean on his own. Now, Yosei had passed the test. I'm not entirely sure either. Cold sweat dripped from Yosei's graying temples. Both Hadarubi and Natsuhi are the strongest young ninja in Hashigakure, which was why he had placed such high hopes in them. "Go and bring them back." Menma said to Yosei, "If they submit to the investigation willingly, I'll deal with them if they're guilty. If not, then the organization will gain 2 more jonin." Menma faintly recalled that Natsuhi had mastered the mysterious peacock method and might be the strongest fighter among Hashigakure's ninja. However, her husband, Hadarubi, is not in good condition. After being corroded by the meteorite's radiation, he likely didn't have many years left. "Yes, Shirasama." Yosei accepted the order respectfully. After Yosei retreated, Menma tossed a scroll to Kakuzu, "Arrest the people on this list. The interrogations are your responsibility." Menma has the negative emotion sensing of the black Nine-Tails, so he knows very well which people in the village harbored the most hostility toward him. Round them all up, interrogate them one by one, and the traitor would eventually be found. He. Kakuzu let out a hoarse, unpleasant laugh as he tucked away the scroll. But just as Kakuzu stood up and prepared to leave, Kanon stood up and volunteered, "Shirasama, allow me to assist in the interrogations." Menma sounded puzzled. Kanon explained, "I've been practicing the mind's eye of the Kagura. I've discovered that this secret technique can sense subtle changes in chakra, so it might prove useful during interrogations." It turns out that Kanon wanted to try whether mind's eye of the Kagura could be used as a lie detector. "Very well, go ahead." Menma nodded in approval. The Land of Rain. Akatsuki's headquarters. A spatial vortex swirled, and the masked figure of Uchiha Madara materialized. "Where have you been? You reek of blood." Konan remarked coldly, her eyes narrowing at the faint metallic scent lingering on Uchiha Madara's sword. "Just some personal entertainment." Behind his mask, Obito's lips curled into a rare smirk. He had just helped a young Uchiha awaken his Sharingan, successfully placing another pawn on the board. From the shadows, Pain slowly opened his eyes. "Zetsu has brought back some intel." That mysterious Shura might be hiding in Hoshigakure. Oh. Since when did you take an interest in that coward? Obito rested a hand on his sword hilt, his Sharingan locking onto Pain's Rinnegan through the tiger-striped mask. Chapter 75 Chakra Network Project. Pain said solemnly, go and investigate the situation over there. If possible, recruit that person as a new member of Akatsuki. 4 years ago, in that tragic incident, nearly all members of Akatsuki were killed, leaving only Konan and Nagato alive. Hanzo of the Salamander, deeply fearful of Nagato's eyes of God, no longer dared to leave his hideout. Instead, he remained holed up under the heavy protection of Amagekyu's ninjas, constantly sending out teams to search for traces of Nagato and Konan, hoping to eliminate them once and for all. Meanwhile, Nagato, due to the immense chakra expenditure from summoning the Geto statue 4 years ago and the creation of the 6 paths of pain, had yet to fully recover. Forced to lie low, he waited for the right moment to strike. Nagato was waiting for the completion of the 6 paths of pain, Obito was waiting for an opportunity to weaken Konoha, and Black Zetsu was quietly maneuvering in the shadows. And so, they all remained in hiding. It wasn't until 9 years later, when the 6 paths of pain were fully completed and Akatsuki had recruited several powerful missing nin that Nagato finally launched his revenge against Hanzo of the Salamander, taking full control of Omegakure. The timeline should roughly align with the period after the first Chunin exams. Because during the first Chunin exams, Omegakure had sent ninjas to participate, and their forehead protectors were still normal. But by the time Jiraiya infiltrated Omegakure to gather intelligence, Amagekyu's ninjas had already slashed their forehead protectors, while those without the slashes were labeled as remnants of Hanzo's faction. Let me go see what this rat is up to. Obito was also somewhat interested in this mysterious ninja. He intended to gather information and assess how this person might affect the Eye of the Moon plan. If he could be exploited, he might prove to be a useful tool. Black Zetsu chimed in at the right moment, I'll come too. I'll also plant a few white Zetsu there to keep an eye on things. Pain gave a slight nod, his Rinnegan watching as Uchiha Madara vanished into thin air and Zetsu sank into the ground. After they left, Konan waited a moment before speaking up, Madara will try to recruit that person as his own subordinate, won't he? At the moment, Akatsuki consisted only of Nagato, Konan, Uchiha Madara, and Zetsu. Since Uchiha Madara and Zetsu had joined together, they were clearly aligned. If they were put in charge of recruitment, any new members would likely become part of their faction. This would undermine Nagato's control over Akatsuki. I have a feeling that guy called Shura won't be ordinary. Pain said coldly before closing his eyes. Nagato's consciousness returned to his main body. After hearing what Nagato said, Konan said nothing more and turned to gaze at the endless rain outside. Hoshigakure. At the village square, Hikari was imprinting a mark on each team of Hoshigakure's ninjas tasked with escorting the villagers away. As her fingertips emitted a faint red chakra, her Mangekyo Sharingan's pattern appeared on the backs of the Hoshigakure's ninjas' hands before fading into their skin, disappearing without a trace. The Hoshigakure's ninjas who were branded with the mark did not notice anything unusual, they couldn't even sense the presence of the mark. Are you tired? Menma, wearing a white three-eyed fox mask, stood beside Hikari. After the last Hoshigakure's ninja was marked, he finally spoke up with concern. By now, dusk was approaching. Most of Hoshigakure's residents and ninjas had already relocated, leaving the village nearly empty, with only a few ninjas remaining behind to guard it. Hikari shook her head slightly. Although she had branded over 200 people with the mark, this amount of chakra consumption was insignificant to her. If we connect all these marks to form a chakra network, how much chakra would be needed to sustain it? The combination of the engraved Tsukuyomi and Yachihoko is so powerful that Menma is already considering how to use Hikari as the central server to establish a chakra network. Under this plan, any ninja bearing the mark could activate it to communicate and exchange information across any distance via the chakra network. It could even be used to transfer chakra to wounded soldiers for healing. With proper development, linking all ninjas' chakra together could essentially create a new ninja religion. Chakra network. Hikari frowned slightly. At present, with just these 200 or so people, I can maintain it on my own. But if the number doubles or more, it's hard to say. She had never tested the upper limit of Yachihoko's chakra transfer capabilities. Menma fell into thought. He remembered that in the game, Hikari had used Yachihoko to imprint marks on ninjas through VR helmets, and with the help of some scientific ninja tools, she had established a rudimentary chakra network. This allowed her to control many ninjas at once. But clearly, Hikari alone couldn't support such a massive chakra network system. Chakra. Menma thought of the tailed beasts. If the tailed beast's chakra were used as the power source and information processing hub for this network, what could be achieved? This idea filled Menma with anticipation. The 9-tailed beasts all had their own Jinchuriki, but there was also the Zero Tails, a creature that could be captured. Moreover, the Sorogekyu's fortress was powered by the Zero Tails, and it even had a super heavy cannon that could fire using the Zero Tails extracted chakra as energy. T/N, it's written as Sky Village, but I changed it to Sorogekyur, which means village hidden in the sky. This suggested that Sorogekyur must have already conducted unique research on chakra energy conversion. The problem is, I don't know the exact location of Sorogekyur. Menma recalled that the fortress was hidden underground in the ruins of Sorogekyur, but he had forgotten most of the details from the movie where it appeared. He'd have to look up more information later to confirm its exact position. Menma. 1 o'clock direction. White Zetsu. Suddenly, the warning from the little Nine-Tails exploded in his mind. Without any hesitation, Menma raised his hand and threw out 3 kunai wrapped with explosive tags. Whoosh. Thud. 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 The 3 kunai embedded themselves into a large tree, the explosive tags on their tails igniting instantly. Boom. 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 3 deafening explosions erupted in the forest, reducing the surrounding trees to splinters. From the smoke, 2 figures emerged unharmed, walking forward calmly. The one in front wore a deep blue cloak, his spiky hair partially hidden beneath a tiger-striped mask, a long sword hanging at his waist. The other had a bizarre, Venus flytrap-like appearance, his black and white body looking particularly eerie in the twilight. Enemies. Hikari immediately shifted into a combat stance. The moment Menma had thrown the kunai, she had already activated her Sharingan. Her sharp eyes caught a glimpse of a scarlet Sharingan peering through the single eye-hole of that tiger-striped mask. Obito's figure flickered in the light of the explosions, his lone Sharingan fixed on the white three-eyed fox mask of Shura before shifting to the girl beside him, whose 3-tomo Sharingan was now fully active. A stray Uchiha. Obito didn't recall any surviving Uchiha outside the clan. But that didn't matter. Allow me to introduce myself, Obito said, his voice deliberately cold and lofty. I am Uchiha Madara. Chapter 76, Chapter 76 Menma, my name is Uchiha Obito. The twilight faded, and nightfall approached. At the entrance of Hoshigakure, the echoes of explosions had yet to dissipate. Kakuzu and Kanon arrived with the Umbu. Never seen these enemies before. Kakuzu's green pupils narrowed as his gaze locked onto the 2 figures not far away. The leader wore a tiger-striped mask, while the other had a bizarre, Venus flytrap-like appearance, utterly strange. At first glance, they seemed related to Kizugakure, but after a moment of thought, Kakuzu was certain they weren't ninja from that village. Neither of them had ever appeared on the bounty lists, either. Shura-sama, are they enemies? Kanon swiftly appeared behind Menma and Hikari, her red hair fluttering in the wind, her expression tense. When he saw that red hair, Obito showed no reaction, but Black Zetsu was inwardly startled. The Uzumaki clan. Black Zetsu mused to himself. Though the white Zetsu he had planted across the ninja world have strong stealth ability, they were somewhat vulnerable to sensor ninjas. And the Uzumaki clan possessed the mind's eye of the Kagura, a sensory technique with an exceptionally wide range. Yeah, he claims to be Uchiha Madara. Menma tilted his head slightly, the corners of his lips curling upward beneath his mask as he contemplated how to mess with Obito. Uchiha Madara. Neither Kanon nor Hikari recognized the name, but Kakuzu was all too familiar with it. After all, he had lived through the era when Madara and Hashirama dominated the battlefield. So when he heard the opponent calling himself Madara, Kakuzu couldn't help but let out a hoarse, mocking laugh from behind his mask. Uchiha Madara wouldn't hide his face like this. Hey, Madara, they don't believe you, the white Zetsu side of the face wriggled, whispering teasingly into Obito's ear. Shut up. Obito snapped coldly. A mere 3-tomo Sharingan was nothing in Obito's eye. As for Shura, Obito didn't believe his opponent was strong enough to counter his Kemui. He slowly drew out the sword from his waist and advanced step by step. Since Rin's death, Obito had walked the shadows under the name Uchiha Madara, and has long since honed the demeanor of a master and the oppressive aura of a true powerhouse. The moment his sword left its sheath, a chilling killing intent spread like a tide. Kanon and the other Umbu were the first to be overwhelmed by this murderous pressure, cold sweat breaking out on their skin. Kakuzu's expression also turned grave. This guy definitely wasn't the real Uchiha Madara, but this level of pressure wasn't something an ordinary ninja could emit. Among those present, only Menma and Hikari remained completely unfazed. You guys should retreat first. He's not someone you can handle. Menma raised a hand, signaling Kanon, Kakuzu, and the others to retreat. Shura-sama, I. Kanon's voice trembled, but Kakuzu pulled her away without hesitation. This level of battle is no longer something that ordinary ninjas can participate in. Kakuzu understood what Shura meant and directly took Kanon and the Umbu's ninjas away to guard the prison area, ensuring the enemy wasn't using a diversionary tactic. Hikari pulled out a kunai from her ninja tool bag and prepared to take action. Seeing a mysterious new wielder of the Sharingan, one clearly not from Konoha's Uchiha clan, piqued her interest. Let me test him first. Menma extended an arm to stop her. Though he knew Hikari's strength and ocular power could easily overpower Obito in his current state, he still wanted to personally gauge Obito's abilities. I'd advise you both to come at me together. Obito said lightly, swinging his sword once as he advanced with measured steps. After all, I am Uchiha Madara. Obito continued to emphasize his Madara persona. Menma's foot tapped the ground, then cracked spiderwebbed beneath him as his body shot forward like an arrow. At the same time, he hurled a single kunai. His hands formed hand seals instantly. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. That one kunai multiplied into a storm of gleaming steel, a relentless barrage aimed straight at Obito. Umph. Obito didn't stop moving, letting the kunai pass harmlessly through his intangible body. He had absolute confidence in his intangibility. Ya, on the other hand, Zetsu behind him quickly sank into the ground to dodge the kunai before popping back out halfway from a nearby tree to spectate. The sword clashed against a kunai, sparks flying from the violent impact. The moment they engaged, Menma suddenly exerted force with his right hand, driving another kunai straight toward Obito's mask. But both his hand and the kunai passed right through Obito's intangible head. Seizing the opportunity, Obito swung his sword down. The instant the kunai passed through him, his sword was mere inches from the fox mask, about to land a direct hit. However, the blade seemed to have hit an invisible barrier and could no longer advance further. What? Obito's pupil contracted sharply. There was nothing in front of him, no chakra cloak, no visible defense. In that moment of shock, Menma twisted his body and delivered a spinning kick, only for his entire leg to phase through Obito's body. The two separated, standing apart as they reassessed each other. The first round of probing attacks had ended. I thought your taijutsu might be impressive, but it seems you're just relying on that phasing ability. Menma mused, analyzing their brief exchange. Though only 2 moves had been exchanged, he now had a clearer understanding of Obito's intangibility. Behind his tiger-striped mask, Obito's Sharingan sharpened with tension. That sensation of his sword being blocked by something unseen in midair. It reminded Obito of Nagato's Rinnegan ability, Shinra Tensei. But when he carefully recalled the feeling of being blocked just now, it was different from the feeling of being repelled by Shinra Tensei's repulsive force. It was more like something had physically blocked him. As if an invisible barrier surrounded Shura, protecting him. You're not completely useless, I see. Obito's voice was low, his wariness toward this unknown power growing. He was also growing more curious about the true face behind that fox mask. However, his confidence in Kamui remained unshaken. After all, not everyone had super reflexes like Namikaze Minato, nor did they possess a spacetime ninjutsu like the Flying Thunder God technique. But that's all. Next time, I'll take your life. Before his words even faded, Obito lunged forward again, his sword flashing in a deadly arc. Menma responded by throwing another kunai, but this time without the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, aiming straight for Obito's mask before darting in right behind it. Obito didn't even bother blocking, letting the kunai phase through his head. His Sharingan, hidden behind the mask, tracked every movement, ready to activate intangibility at any moment. Then, from the right eyehole of the white three-eyed fox mask, a scarlet Sharingan flashed. Genjutsu, Shackling Stakes Technique. Obito's body stiffened for an instant, and although he broke free almost immediately, his enemy's fist was already slamming into his chest. With a bang, Obito was sent flying several meters, tumbling midair before barely landing on his feet. Cough dash, the tiger-striped mask was suddenly raised, and the three-tomo Sharingan was full of disbelief. You're an Uchiha. Clutching his chest, Obito's mind raced to that fleeting glimpse of the Sharingan he'd just seen. And it was a three-tomo Sharingan at that. Since when were there so many three-tomo Sharingan users? And one outside the clan, no less. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Menma retracted his fist, flexing his wrist casually. A teasing voice came from under the white three-eyed fox mask. My name is Uchiha Obito. Chapter 77. Chapter 77. Kamui cannot hide tears. Obito's heart shattered. This self-introduction completely stunned Obito. You're Uchiha Obito. Then who am I? This isn't funny. Obito steadied himself, patting the spot on his chest where he had just been kicked. Thanks to the powerful regenerative abilities of White Zetsu and Hashirama's cells, the injury had already healed quickly. But Shura's declaration of, my name is Uchiha Obito, ruthlessly stabbed at the deepest wound in Obito's heart. My real name, how could someone else dare to use it so casually? That name had already died, along with Rin, on that blood-soaked night. No matter who you are, you'll pay the price for this. Obito's voice was icy cold, his sword flashing coldly under the moonlight as he swung it. Why won't you believe me? I really am Uchiha Obito. Menma sighed helplessly, spreading his hands. Actually, I just faked my death during the Battle of Canopy Bridge. Want to hear my revenge story? Listening to the other party's nonsense, Obito let out a muffled, suppressed laugh from behind his mask. He drove his sword deep into the ground and swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, blast wave wild dance. A surge of scorching fire attribute chakra gathered beneath Obito's mask and erupted outward. The Kamui was activated and began to distort the surrounding space, triggering an even stronger whirlwind that wrapped around the flames, forming a massive spiral of fire. The flames, dancing within the distorted space, twisted like a blazing serpent, advancing in a spiral motion, intent on devouring everything in its path. Amid the violent winds and scorching heat, the surrounding trees were instantly reduced to ashes. Facing the onslaught of the spiraling fire, Menma calmly formed his own hand seals. A chakra clash. Then let's see who has more. Fire release, great fire annihilation. After completing the hand seals, Menma pressed a hand against his mask and unleashed an overwhelming surge of fire attribute chakra, roaring forth like a tsunami. The great fire annihilation formed a wall of flames dozens of meters wide, scorching everything in its path. Like a colossal tidal wave of fire, it crashed toward Obito's blast wave wild dance. Boom. The two fire release ninjutsu collided, erupting in a deafening explosion as the flames consumed each other, neither willing to yield. The previously dim sky brightened as if it were midday, the scorching heat turning the ground beneath them into crystallized glass. Obito continued pouring more chakra into his ninjutsu, trying to prove with his flames who the real Uchiha was. Yet no matter how much chakra he channeled, his flames couldn't break through the opposing inferno. The longer the clash dragged on, the more unsettled Obito grew. At this moment, Menma suddenly increased his output, and the flames spewing from his mouth surged to another level. The fiery tsunami swelled violently. With overwhelming force, it crushed Obito's blast wave wild dance, pushing it back. Seeing that his opponent's chakra reserves and ninjutsu scale far exceeded ordinary people's limits, Obito had no choice but to abandon the clash and activate Kamui's intangibility. Without his support, the blast wave wild dance was instantly swallowed by Menma's great fire annihilation, the forest and underbrush reduced to a charred wasteland. After the flames died down, Zetsu's body emerged from the scorched earth nearby. Yikes, that was terrifying. The white half of Zetsu exaggeratedly waved its arms, yammering loudly. On the scorched earth, Obito's figure gradually reappeared, his Sharingan behind the tiger-striped mask filled with tension. Though both Blast Wave Wild Dance and Great Fire Annihilation were B-rank ninjutsu, that only referred to their learning difficulty. The power of a technique depended on the user's chakra reserves and mastery. Someone like Madara Uchiha could unleash B-rank ninjutsu with the destructive force of natural disasters. This is a bit troublesome, Madara. Zetsu was like an annoying mosquito, constantly calling out from the side, "There are two Uchiha on the other side, you know." "Shut up." Obito snapped, and the three tomos in his Sharingan spinning rapidly, morphing into the pattern of the Mangekyo. Obito is getting serious now. I'm done playing. However, when as Obito was about to launch another attack, he saw Shura on the opposite side clapping his hands dismissively. He then walked over to the Uchiha girl beside him and casually slung an arm over her shoulder. "Why don't you go have some fun with him?" Menma hadn't even gone all out, and he knew Obito was holding back too. But if they continued fighting, Menma would risk exposing that he knew the secrets of Kamui, or worse, revealing his Flying Thunder God technique and the Black Nine-Tails Chakra. At this point in time, he wasn't ready to show his full hand. So, Menma decided to let Hikari take over. It would be good for her to gather intel on Obito firsthand. Hikari was about to step forward, but suddenly thought of something and smiled sweetly at Menma. "Okay, Obito." While she didn't fully understand why Menma was calling himself Uchiha Obito, she sensed the name had something to do with the mysterious man opposite them. So, she played along with Menma's act. Crack. Beneath the striped tiger mask, there was a sound as if something had shattered. Obito stared blankly at the gentle smile of the girl across from him. For a moment, it was as if he was seeing Rin from their Genin days again. Back in Konoha, when they were just starting as ninja, those ordinary yet beautiful days, even the tedious D-rank missions felt worthwhile as long as Rin's warm smile was there. But now, watching someone else use his name while being so intimate with another. "You damn bastards." Obito roared, his voice trembling with fury. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. He threw the sword he had just put away from Kamui Dimension at the black-haired girl opposite with lightning speed, and at the same time, he followed closely behind and charged at her himself. Hikari deftly blocked with the kunai, closing the distance in an instant. The moment the sword was deflected, Obito caught the hilt with precision and swung it back in a fierce horizontal slash. Clang. Sparks flew as the blade clashed against Hikari's kunai once more. In the midst of the metallic clash, Obito activated his Kamui, distorting the surrounding space in an attempt to suck his enemy into his Kamui dimension. Boom. However, a pillar of black flames erupted, engulfing Hikari completely. Amaterasu. Obito gasped in shock, immediately canceling Kamui's absorption and leaping back to create distance. If those flames touched him, the only way to stop the unquenchable black flame from burning his body would be to sever the affected limb. And since Obito couldn't phase through attacks while using Kamui's absorption, he had no choice but to retreat hastily. As he stumbled back, a dark red skeletal claw suddenly shot out from the flames, lunging straight at him. Obito, who was unable to phase in time, could only raise his sword in a desperate block. Bang! The tremendous force sent him flying several meters, crack spiderwebbing across his blade. Once he steadied himself, he looked up in disbelief. He saw the dark red Susanoo standing tall, and the half-skeletal giant wrapped around a black-haired girl. Beneath her flowing hair, a pair of unparalleled Mangekyo Sharingan blazed with power. Chapter 78, Chapter 78. So you think you're the only one with Mangekyo? On the battlefield outside Hoshigakure, the situation changed rapidly. When Obito saw the towering, dark red half-bodied Susanoo and the young girl's Mangekyo Sharingan glowing in her eye sockets, every hair on his body stood on end. Not only were there two Uchihas on the opposite side, but one of them even possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Why? How could this be? It was already unbelievable enough that there were Uchiha clan's members wandering outside the clan, let alone one with a 3-tomo and another with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Just how incompetent were the Uchiha clan of Konoha to let two such powerful clansmen slip away? And one of them even had the Mangekyo. Such a young Mangekyo wielder. Hey. That thing is way too exaggerated. White Zetsu exclaimed from his side, while Black Zetsu fell into silence. Damn it, since when had the Uchihas become like this? Obito quickly assessed the situation and he knew there was no way he could keep fighting like this. Not only did the enemy have the enigmatic Shura, but there was also an Uchiha with a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. If this battle continued, he, with only one Mangekyo Sharingan, would suffer a crushing defeat. For example, right now, the opponent could already summon Susanoo, while he, lacking a second Mangekyo, couldn't even access this third power. Retreat. That was Obito's only thought at this moment. Kamui. Obito immediately activated his dojutsu, attempting to escape into the Kamui dimension. However, after his body was fully absorbed by Kamui, he was horrified to find himself still standing on the battlefield outside Hoshigakure. And at some point, Zetsu, who had been buzzing annoyingly like a mosquito, had disappeared without a trace. What? Obito realized in shock. Unbeknownst to him, he had already fallen under the opponent's genjutsu. The black-haired girl opposite him had her Mangekyo Sharingan fully activated, her body enveloped by the Susanoo. Behind her, under the starry sky, a massive crimson moon emerged. The pattern of her Mangekyo shimmered within the scarlet moon. Since when? As an Uchiha, it's ridiculous that he fell into a genjutsu. It seems that this is the opponent's Mangekyo Stojutsu. Ordinary methods won't break it. Obito released his ocular power, attempting to overpower the genjutsu with stronger chakra. Boom. By now, the dark red Susanoo had already closed in. Its skeletal frame began forming chakra flesh, and a pair of wings unfurled, the resulting gust making Obito's cloak flutter wildly. The dark red Susanoo drew its chakra sword and swung it down at Obito with devastating force. Obito instinctively wanted to activate his intangibility to dodge, only to find his body completely unresponsive. 1 slash. 2 slashes. 3 slashes. Each swing of the chakra sword felt like his body was being split in half, his bones shattered, the agony unbearable. Obito endured it over and over again. To his horror, he realized his ocular power was utterly incapable of breaking free from this genjutsu world. This meant the opponent's ocular power far surpassed his own. An eternity seemed to pass. Obito finally escaped the Tsukuyomi world while trembling all over. Gasping for breath, he looked down to find a wooden branch impaled through his foot, crimson blood staining the scorched earth beneath him. White Zetsu was channeling chakra into him, using external interference to help him break free from the genjutsu. Question mark. Hikaru also noticed Obito had broken free from the genjutsu, but what caught her attention more was the sudden wooden spike that had erupted from the ground, piercing his foot. Is this would release? Hikari turned her gaze toward the strange, Venus flytrap-like creature. After breaking free from the genjutsu, Obito did not hesitate at all and immediately activated his Kamui, sucking his body into Kamui dimension. When Zetsu saw Obito froze mid-attack earlier, it had guessed he'd been caught in a genjutsu. Without delay, it used would release to stab through Obito's foot from underground, injecting chakra to help him break free from the genjutsu. At this time, seeing that Obito had safely entered the Kamui dimension, Zetsu also fled using its own technique. All that remained on the scorched battlefield was a small patch of blood and the devastation left behind. That guy. Hikari dispelled her Susanoo and analyzed the masked man's intangibility ability. His eye must also be a Mangekyo Sharingan, but he didn't use Susanoo, which means he may be missing an eye. Hikari recalled her battle the previous day with Shisui. Like her, Shisui also had Mangekyo Sharingan and could even summon the second stage of Susanoo. But this guy, who called himself Uchiha Madara, hadn't even attempted to use Susanoo after seeing hers. What's even worse is that, he actually needs help from others to break free from her Tsukuyomi, which is proof that his ocular power was severely lacking. Are we just letting them escape like this? Hikari turned to look at Menma, who was casually sitting atop Hoshigakiru's gate, watching the whole scene unfold. She knew that Menma had a sensing technique that allowed him to track his enemies, but he hadn't pursued. That guy has his own dimension. Once he escapes into it, we can't catch him. A light-hearted reply from behind the white three-eyed fox mask. There is also that Venus flytrap thing. It can escape very quickly with its ability. Black Zetsu had waited 1,000 years for this opportunity, so Menma knew pushing him into a corner now would be unwise. Moreover, Obito, who only has one Mangekyo Sharingan, wasn't much of a threat. Menma doesn't want to let Obito die so easily. That would be too merciful for the men who murdered his parents. Maybe I should dig around Konoha's graves later, see if I can find Nohara Rin's remains. If I can extract her cells, maybe I can bring her back. I wonder if it would be possible to clone her body and use her flesh and blood to perform the impure world reincarnation. For now, though, he'd let them continue deceiving Nagato with their so-called Eye of the Moon plan. It bought him time to prepare. In fact, after this battle, Nagato and Obito might even speed up the Akatsuki's recruitment. Once Nagato killed Hanzo the Salamander, the main plot would truly begin. By then, Menma could leak information about the Akatsuki to Konoha, especially to Jiraiya. I'll let them cause trouble for Akatsuki. He just doesn't know if Obito will go to Kakashi after this time and get back the other Mangekyo Sharingan. Inside Kamui Dimension. The moment Obito appeared here, he collapsed to the ground, his earlier aura of invincibility completely gone. Gasping for breath, he tore off his tiger-striped mask. His right eye throbbed from overusing his dojutsu, the terror of the battle still fresh in his mind. Why is there another Mangekyo wielder out there? Obito recalled his conversation with Madara, and recalled when he sneaked into the Naka shrine to check the history of the Uchiha clan. He knew there had never been any record of exiled Uchiha clan's members. While some Uchiha clan's members did get married, if a married Uchiha was found to have awakened the Sharingan, or a child born to them had awakened the Sharingan, they would be brought back to the clan. But now, not only had a 3-tomo user appeared, but a girl who looked about the same age as him actually has the Mangekyo Sharingan. With only one Mangekyo Sharingan, there was no way I could be a match for the other party. Damn it. Could they be like me? Uchiha who faked their deaths in the war. Obito felt that this matter was very serious and might very well disrupt the entire Eye of the Moon plan. He had to investigate who the other party is and what their purpose is. Gritting his teeth, Obito thought of the eye he'd given to Kakashi. Chapter 79 Shisui returns to the village. Itachi awakens his Sharingan. Konoha Village, Uchiha clan's compound. Fugaku's hearty laughter echoed in his house. Hahahaha, as expected of my son. Fugaku looked at his son, Itachi, who had just returned with his scarlet 2-tomo Sharingan, his face filled with pride. He completely failed to notice his son's low spirits and the gloom swirling in his eyes. Having just returned from a mission, Itachi's eyes were bloodshot, his mind relentlessly replaying the scenes of his teammates and teacher being slaughtered. Especially the image of Tenma, who had shielded him and charged at the enemy, screaming for him to run as blood sprayed everywhere. Just a few days ago, they had been catching cats together, and Itachi had finally earned Tenma and Shinko's acceptance. The three had become friends. Now, he was the only survivor of the team. Amid overwhelming fear and the emotional shock of his companions' deaths, Itachi awakened his 2-tomo Sharingan directly. Through it, he had glimpsed the men with tiger-striped mask, a single scarlet Sharingan gleaming in his eye. However, he couldn't understand why an Uchiha would be outside the village, slaughtering Konoha's ninja without mercy. Fugaku was still laughing. After all, Itachi was already 8 years old. For a genius of his age to not have awakened the Sharingan yet would have been concerning. But his father's grating laughter only made Itachi clench his fists tighter, his emotions churning. He couldn't comprehend why the death of his teammates and teacher, exchanged for these eyes, was something worth celebrating. Suddenly, an Umbu appeared on the courtyard wall. Clan head Fugaku. The Hokage urgently summons you to Konoha Hospital. HM. Konoha Hospital. Fugaku's laughter froze, his brows knitted together as he asked, "Can you tell me what this is about?" "You have the clearance to know." The Umbu said in a low voice, "Uchiha Shisui has returned from a failed mission, and he is severely injured." Shock. The air in the courtyard instantly turned cold. Fugaku's expression darkened, while Itachi's head snapped up. Shisui. One of the Uchiha clan's strongest ninjas had failed a mission and returned wounded. "I'll go immediately." Fugaku's face became serious. After the Umbu left, Fugaku glanced at his son's trembling lips and said, rest at home for now. I'll go check on Shisui. Itachi opened his mouth to speak, but his raised hand froze midair. In the end, he only replied dejectedly, "Yes, father." Konoha Hospital. Following the instructions from the Umbu, Fugaku headed straight to a ward on the third floor. After knocking on the door, the voice of the third Hokage came from inside, "Come in." Fugaku pushed the door open and walked in. In the sterile white room, Shisui lay on the hospital bed, his left eye wrapped in bandages. The air carried the sharp scent of antiseptic and a faint trace of blood. Sitting beside the bed in his Hokage's robes and hat, Hiruzen has a solemn expression. "Fugaku, you're here," Hiruzen said softly, lifting his gaze to meet Fugaku's. "Fugaku-sama." Shisui called weakly from the bed, attempting to sit up. Fugaku stepped forward and gently pressed Shisui back down before taking the seat opposite Hiruzen. "Hokage-sama." Fugaku looked at Shisui, who was so weak on the bed, staring at his left eye wrapped in gauze. Shisui's eye dash. "It was dug out by the enemy," Shisui said softly. Fugaku's pupils trembled slightly. What kind of enemy could possibly pluck out Shisui's eye? Who is the enemy? Fugaku's voice was low and grave, his expression solemn. When had the Uchiha clan ever suffered such humiliation? "This is precisely why I called you here, Fugaku." Hiruzen sighed heavily. What did that mean? Fugaku looked at Hiruzen opposite him with some confusion, studying his grim expression. "The enemy is from Hoshigakure." Shisui turned his remaining right eye toward Fugaku and recounted to them what happened. "There is an Uchiha clan's member who has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan." The moment those last words left his mouth, Fugaku froze. An Uchiha living outside the clan had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. "Are you certain, Shisui?" Even after hearing it directly from Shisui, Fugaku still found it hard to believe. Shisui, who was still lying on the hospital bed, nodded. "She appeared to be around my age, but she was strong, so strong that within the first moments of our encounter, Hayama-senpai and Hohito were already defeated. Even after I activated my Sharingan and fought her, I was completely overwhelmed." As he recalled the terrifying sight of that dark red giant looming over him like a mountain, forcing him to retreat step by step, Shisui's remaining eye trembled slightly. If her teammate hadn't been occupied restraining the Iwagakure's ninjas, giving me a chance to lure her away and escape, none of us would have made it back alive. Though Shisui didn't go into detail about the battle, Fugaku could already imagine just how perilous it had been. "What is her name?" Fugaku asked sternly after hearing the account. Shisui opened his mouth hesitantly and looked at Fugaku with a complicated expression in his right eye. "She called herself Nanashi. She claimed to have once been a weapon of the Uchiha clan, but was abandoned by them, so now she harbors deep hatred for us." Nanashi. A weapon. Abandoned. These words connected together left Fugaku utterly baffled. He crossed his arms, his brow deeply furrowed. An Uchiha of such strength couldn't possibly have gone unnoticed, let alone been cast aside by the clan. Realizing this, Fugaku looked up and met Hiruzen's gaze. And in that moment, he immediately understood why Hiruzen had summoned him. So Fugaku immediately clarified, "Hokage-sama, since I became the head of Uchiha clan, every Uchiha who awakened the Sharingan has remained in Konoha village. Even those who married outside the clan, if their children awakened the Sharingan, they would be brought back into the clan." Fugaku emphasized that this had been the case since his tenure as the head began. Then, Fugaku raised another possibility. However, when that man left, whether he took other clansmen with him, is something we cannot know for certain. Though Fugaku only referred to that man, and did not say his name directly, Hiruzen naturally knew that he was referring to Uchiha Madara, one who had once founded Konoha village alongside the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. "I believe you." Hiruzen sighed again, then added another piece of information. "Aside from this Uchiha girl, there was also someone who may be a survivor of the Uzumaki clan." The Uzumaki clan. Fugaku's thoughts immediately turned to Kushina, who had died years ago, and Uzumaki Mido, the first Hokage's wife. However, the Uzumaki clan had been annihilated over a decade ago. And now, there's a rogue Uchiha and an Uzumaki survivor. What kind of combination was this? Hiruzen's old voice was hoarse as he spoke. "The situation in Hoshigakure is much worse than I expected. Based on Shisui's assessment, the mastermind behind Hoshigakure's rebellion is so powerful that it can't be resolved with just one or two teams. At minimum, it would require a full-scale war. But whether it was Konoha, Sunagakure, or Iwagakure, none of them had the capacity to wage another war so soon." Chapter 80. Chapter 80. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. Hiruzen left. Before leaving, he instructed Shisui to rest and recover, then cast a profound glance at Fugaku. That meaningful look left Fugaku deeply unsettled. Since becoming the head of the Uchiha clan, he had done everything possible to integrate the Uchiha clan more fully into the village. During the Third Great Ninja War, he personally led his team on the front lines, forging a strong camaraderie with Minato. His wife, Mikoto, was also close friends with Minato's wife, Kushina. When Namikaze Minato became the fourth Hokage, Fugaku felt as though he could finally see the dawn of the Uchiha clan's full acceptance into the village. But then the Nine-Tails Rampage changed everything. The rampaging Nine-Tails not only destroyed much of the village but also claimed countless lives, both civilian and shinobi. And the Sharingan in the Nine-Tails' eyes pointed directly at the Uchiha clan. The deaths of the fourth Hokage and his wife stripped the Uchiha clan of all political support. With Hiruzen's return to power, the repressive policies against the Uchiha clan, which was first implemented during the second Hokage's era, were reinstated. Worse still, after the Nine-Tails Rampage, the Uchiha clan was relocated to an even more remote part of the village. And now, a Mangekyo Sharingan user had appeared outside the clan. Fugaku was utterly exhausted, physically and mentally. He could already imagine how the village's high-ranking people would use this to pressure the Uchiha clan. Fugaku-sama. Shirsue's voice snapped Fugaku out of his thoughts. He looked at the youngest three Tomo Uchiha in the clan and reassured him, "You should have a good rest." But Shirsue grabbed Fugaku's hand. Their eyes met, and Shirsue whispered, "She has Susanoo." The complete Susanoo. The moment Fugaku heard, complete Susanoo, his heart lurched violently. This was the third power unlocked by the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even Fugaku himself had only just grasped the basic forms of Susanoo, far from achieving the complete state. Sure enough, it really is a clansman taken by that man. Fugaku became even more certain of this Uchiha's origins. Only this could explain how a lone Uchiha, who was raised outside the clan, could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan at such a young age and even develop the complete Susanoo. Uchiha Madara. Only the Uchiha clan's strongest head in history could have nurtured such a powerhouse. Though historical records stated that no clansman followed him when he defected, Madara had indeed taken many of the clan's secret techniques with him. If Madara had secretly taken a few Uchiha clan's members under his wing, then everything made sense. It has to be Uchiha Madara. Hokage Building. Hiruzen. The Uchiha clan must be held accountable. Danzo stormed into the Hokage's office with a menacing look, a sinister light flashing in his one eye. Hiruzen, who had just returned from visiting Shirsue's team at the hospital, hadn't even settled into his seat. Faced with his old friend's aggressive demand, he immediately frowned and said, "This matter has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan in the village. An Uchiha is running loose outside the clan, that alone is their failure." Danzo insisted. Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, exhaling slowly, "It's likely one of the few clansmen taken by Uchiha Madara." Uchiha Madara. Even the scheming Danzo stiffened at the name. Both Danzo and Hiruzen had been born before Konoha's founding. They grew up hearing tales of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and had even seen him in person. And as the other central figure of those legends, the men who stood as Hashirama's equal, Madara had left an indelible mark on their minds. Madara left Konoha village in the year 2 of the Konoha calendar and tried to take his clan members with him, but it is said that no one was willing to go with him. After disappearing for a few years, Madara finally returned and caused some trouble. He was eventually killed by Hashirama at the Valley of the End. When Madara was killed by Hashirama, Danzo and Hiruzen were already genin or chunin. Even after decades had passed, the mere mention of Madara still sent a chill down their spines. Stop blaming everything on Uchiha Madara. He's been dead for years. Danzo refused to accept this explanation, or at least pretended not to, solely to pressure the Uchiha clan further. "I will send people to continue gathering intel on Hoshigakure," Hiruzen said, deliberately withholding the information about the Uzumaki clan from Danzo. Even after learning the truth about Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan's dojutsu, Koto Amatsukami, he still hesitated over whether to tell Danzo. Meanwhile, at this moment, Danzo also recalled Nagato, whom he and Hanzo had once schemed against in Omegakure. Could this Uchiha be related to the Akatsuki organization? Danzo wasn't entirely sure and decided to send someone to investigate. The Land of Bears was too far from the Land of Fire, separated by several nations. The Land of Bears is also wedged between the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind, so it is impossible for Konoha to dispatch a large-scale ninja force there. Regardless, this is Uchiha bloodline. Either we capture her and bring her back, or... Danzo gritted his teeth in hatred for the Uchiha, yet the idea of an Uchiha roaming outside the village was unacceptable to him. "Then, who do you plan to send to capture her?" Hiruzen put down his pipe and asked. Even an elite jonin like Shirsue was no match for her, and the enemy surely has more than just one high-level combatant. They both knew that within the current Uchiha clan, Shirsue's strength easily ranked in the top 3, and in a few more years, he might even surpass Fugaku. The other two members of this squad were a special jonin and a seasoned war veteran whose taijutsu was nearing jonin level. Yet, an elite team led by an elite jonin of this caliber had been so thoroughly defeated by a single enemy. "Humph, I have my own plans." Danzo snorted coldly, fixing his one-eyed gaze on Hiruzen and seizing the opportunity to demand, if you return Kino to me. Before Danzo could finish, Hiruzen cut him off, don't even think about it. Tenzo's would release belongs to Konoha, not to you, Danzo. Hiruzen sat in his chair, locking eyes with the standing Danzo. Though he had expected it, being loudly rebuked by Hiruzen still stoked Danzo's fury. After painstakingly salvaging a wood-release user from Orochimaru's experiments and nurturing him for years, Danzo had his prized asset snatched away by Hiruzen. After that mission to pursue Orochimaru, Kino seemed to change, his loyalty to Danzo's ideals wavering. He even clashed with Danzo. Sensing that this pawn was slipping from his control, Danzo attempted to manipulate Kino using Sharingan's Genjutsu and cursed seals, only to be interrupted by Kakashi, who suddenly stormed the Root's base and rescued him. Naturally, Danzo refused to let such a valuable piece slip away and immediately dispatched Root's members to pursue them. But they were intercepted by Hiruzen, who arrived just in time. Invoking his authority as the third Hokage, Hiruzen removed Kino from Root and reassigned him to the Umbu directly under the Hokage, a move that left Danzo seething with resentment. Hiruzen issued a warning, Danzo, I am the Hokage. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. Danzo spat out angrily before slamming the door on his way out. Bang. Watching the door rattle in its frame, Hiruzen exhaled a slow stream of smoke, the wrinkles on his brow deepening. A lost Uchiha bloodline and an Uzumaki survivor. Just what had happened in Hoshigakure. Chapter 81, the correct way to use multiple shadow clones technique. The Land of Bears, the capital. This city, with a population of only 120,000, had experienced a brief period of turmoil but had now completely restored its production and daily order. In fact, due to the implementation of new policies and the reduction of noble exploitation, it was bursting with unprecedented vitality. In the coup that Land of Bears and the Hoshigakure's ninjas privately referred to as Operation Longsword, the aristocratic class and the daimyo of the Land of Bears were completely eradicated. A new group led by Shura was emerging in the Land of Bears. In the vast plains west of Land of Bears' capital, farmers who had rented land from the government were working enthusiastically, either cultivating new fields. Their enthusiasm for farming had reached an all-time high, as they hoped to plant one last batch of winter wheat before winter arrived. They aimed to harvest early next year, repay their debts for seeds and farming tools, and finally have hope for the future. Meanwhile, the villagers and ninjas of Hoshigakure had relocated to an area east of the capital and were busy with construction. This area had originally been the daimyo's hunting grounds, off-limits to ordinary citizens, and thus retained a relatively untouched natural environment. Using this river as the boundary, the eastern area will be planned as a military zone, administrative zone, and experimental zone, while the western area will be designated as residential and commercial zones. On the top of the residence of the daimyo of the Land of Bears, Menma explained, pointing to a river on the map as he discussed the capital's construction with Kanon, Gato, and the others. Among his subordinates, only Kanon, Gato, and Yosei had some administrative capabilities. Several days had passed since the battle with Obito, the self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara. The relocation of Hoshigakure had been mostly completed, and construction of a brand new city was underway. Winter is coming soon. Prepare more cold weather supplies. Once the farming season ends, organize the people to develop this plain, building water conservancy projects and infrastructure. Menma understood the importance of infrastructure and agricultural development. For now, the Land of Bears' military strength was based on Hoshigakure, with Menma and his group serving as the elite force. In the short term, there was no need to worry about invasions from other nations. The surrounding small and medium-sized countries, such as the Land of Demons, the Land of Ghosts, and the Land of Birds, had no ninja villages of their own. In the war 5 years ago, Iwagakure's 10,000-strong ninja army had besieged the Third Raikage, suffering heavy losses, so Iwagakure currently had no desire for external conflicts. After the disappearance of the Third Kazekage, Sunagakure had triggered the Third Great Ninja War, and its strength had been greatly diminished. The daimyo of the Land of Wind had taken the opportunity to further cut funding to Sunagakure. While the likelihood of Sunagakure starting a war was not insignificant, given their current strength, there was little to worry about. Thus, Menma focused his main efforts on developing the Land of Bears. My lord, the surrounding countries have imposed blockades, prohibiting merchant caravans from entering. Our national finances are becoming strained. Gato reported with concern, explaining the recent international situation. Menma wasn't worried about the so-called blockades, merchants chase profit. The Land of Bears lies between the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth, serving as a crucial trade route for the two great nations and several other countries in the western part of the ninja world. As long as we maintain stable and fair commercial tax rates and create a favorable business environment, these merchants will find their own ways to enter. Much of the technology in the ninja world remained primitive. Aside from the relatively modern tech level in ninja villages, most regions were stuck in feudal or early modern living conditions. For example, commercial exchanges primarily relied on horse-drawn carriages for land transport, while maritime shipping mostly used wooden vessels. For profit-driven merchants, there were countless ways to smuggle goods despite the daimyo's blockade orders. As for deploying ninjas to patrol the borders, please, hiring ninjas was expensive, and the daimyo wouldn't want to spend that kind of money. Besides, merchants could always hire ninjas for protection themselves. In short, this was a chaotic world. Menma assigned Gato and Yosei to oversee urban and economic development. Kanon was tasked with forming an administrative team to gradually take charge of the nation's governance. At the same time, Menma dispatched numerous shadow clones to operate across Land of Bears cities and various departments, ensuring the smooth functioning of the state apparatus during the transitional period. Thanks to the multiple shadow clone technique, Menma's clones spread throughout the grassroots level, disseminating ideas, providing education, and training administrative personnel to build a foundation of governance for the country's new government. After the meeting, Menma headed to the underground laboratory beneath the daimyo's residence. This place was originally the underground treasury and warehouse of the Land of Bears daimyo but had since been renovated. Until the new experimental zone was completed and put into use, this would serve as Menma's temporary research base. More than a dozen shadow clones in white coats are conducting research on various projects, including research on Hashirama's cells, Iburi clan's Kekkei Genkai, White Zetsu cells, wood release, various ninjutsu, and scientific ninja tools. Fortunately, Menma was an Uzumaki, possessing vast chakra and vitality, and with Black Nine-Tails continuously supplying him with chakra, he could create up to 2,000 shadow clones to engage in all kinds of activities and research. Moreover, these 2,000 shadow clones are only what he needed to maintain the country's operations and ongoing research, far from the limit of the multiple shadow clone technique, let alone Black Nine-Tails' chakra capacity. Shirasama. When Menma entered a medical room, a stunning woman with long violet hair, Natsuhi, rose from beside a hospital bed and bowed respectfully to him. On the bed lay an emaciated man, which is her husband, Harubi. Feeling any better? Menma nodded at Natsuhi before stepping to the bedside and placing his hand on Harubi's wrist, channeling chakra into his body to examine the lingering radiation damage. I'm much better now, thank you, Shirasama. Natsuhi forced a smile. Both were jonin of Hashigakure. After discovering that training with the meteorite would fatally irradiate the body, they had attempted to steal it. Later, they were persuaded by the third Hoshikage, Yosei, to fake their own deaths and escape, living around Devil's Ravine, secretly monitoring the situation in Hashigakure. By the time Yosei found them, Harubi's body was already on the verge of collapse. Natsuhi had been caring for her husband, so she hadn't noticed the anomalies in Hashigakure. Then, Menma used Mind's Eye of Kaguya and negative emotion sensing to question and examine them. After confirming that they knew nothing about the situation in Hashigakure and were not the ones who leaked the information, he did not make things difficult for them. It just so happens that Harubi's radiation poison condition made him a valuable research subject. For the past few days, he had been receiving treatment and participating in studies in this medical lab. Now that Natsuhi and Harubi were cleared of suspicion, the traitor had to be among the captured Hashigakure's ninjas. Menma looked at the violet-haired Natsuhi. If I remember correctly, in the original anime, the Hashigakure's traitors were led by that guy. Akahoshi, wasn't it? Chapter 82, The Appeasement Policies of the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind. The capital of the Land of Wind was shrouded in swirling yellow sand. Raza, clad in the Kazekage ceremonial robe with dark circles under his eyes, followed an attendant through the winding corridors of the daimyo's palace. Soon, he arrived at a courtyard filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Amidst this city surrounded by desert, there lay a hidden paradise that rivaled the scenic beauty of the Land of Fire. At the center of the courtyard, inside a pavilion with gently swaying bamboo curtains, the opulently dressed daimyo of the Land of Wind casually tossed feet into a pond. Golden-scaled fish churned the water, sending up glistening splashes. Daimyo-sama. Raza stood outside the pavilion and greeted him. However, after a long wait, the daimyo behind the bamboo curtains neither turned around nor spoke. Only the sounds of the pond's fish remained audible. It wasn't until the feed was completely scattered that the daimyo of the Land of Wind slowly turned his head, feigning surprise as he said, "Oh, Kazekage, you've arrived. Why didn't you say so earlier? Come in, come in. Look at you, covered in dust from your journey." The daimyo flicked open his folding fan with a snap, covering half of his faintly smiling face. This deliberate act of toying with Raza naturally irritated him, but Raza could only suppress his displeasure and enter the pavilion, taking a seat across from the daimyo. The daimyo, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He called over two maids to pour Raza a cup of tea. Speaking of which, the political structure of the ninja world was rather peculiar. Ninja possessed supernatural powers yet acted like mercenaries, accepting contracts from nations. Moreover, the appointment of a kage or ninja village's leader required the daimyo's approval. For instance, after Hiruzen's death, both Danzo and Tsunade sought the daimyo's support in the capital of the Land of Fire when competing for the position of fifth Hokage. The daimyo of the Land of Wind had an even tighter grip on Sunagekire's finances, frequently cutting funds and forcing Raza to use his magnet release to extract gold from the desert to supplement the village's economy. The relationship between the leader of the ninja village, and even the Kage, and the daimyo is subtle, somewhere between subordinate and ally. Since the Warring States period, various ninja clans have been employed by nations and daimyo, and this strange dynamic had become deeply ingrained in people's minds. Even a ninja with immense power rarely dared to cross this line. But now, this boundary between nation and village, between daimyo and ninja, had been ruthlessly trampled upon. Kazekage, are you aware of the situation in the Land of Bears? The daimyo of the Land of Wind took a sip of tea. I've already dispatched a squad led by a jonin from the village to investigate. Raza was not good at lying, so he just told the recent situation truthfully, but we haven't received any updates for a while. See this tea? It's premium tea from the Land of Demons. With the rebellion in the Land of Bears, even the price of tea has risen significantly. The daimyo's words carried a hidden meaning. Raza didn't quite grasp the implication and remained silent. Seeing this, the daimyo sighed inwardly at Raza's stubbornness. Playing with his fan, he slowly revealed the true purpose of summoning Raza. How many ninjas will be needed to suppress the rebellion of Hoshigakure? The news about the rebellion in Hoshigakure and the Land of Bears had already spread throughout the ninja world. Neighboring small nations were on edge, and the daimyo and nobles of the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind feared this trend would spread to them. Raza analyzed the situation. If we were to wage war against Hoshigakure in the Land of Bears, we'd have to prepare for the possibility of Iwagakure from the Land of Earth intervening. Our Sunagakure, however, hasn't fully recovered from the last war. It would be difficult. The last great ninja war had been triggered by the disappearance of the third Kazekage and the subsequent invasion by Iwagakure. When Raza mentioned the possibility of the intervention of the Iwagakure, the daimyo couldn't help but feel pain. He remembered that in the last war, the Land of Wind had lost badly. To secure peace treaties with neighboring nations, the Land of Wind had paid hefty sums, and all this money came from the daimyo's own coffers. Can't we just send a few elite ninjas to capture the rebels' leader? The daimyo snapped his fan open and shut. Raza shook his head. I'm sorry, daimyo-sama. Without sufficient intelligence, we don't even know who the leader of these rebels is. The team led by Pakura had lost contact several days ago, and the chances of their survival were slim. Sunagakure was severely lacking in both intelligence and top-tier combat power, so Raza truly had no desire to wage this war. Most importantly, the daimyo of the Land of Wind hadn't mentioned any financial support for Sunagakure from start to finish. This was what frustrated Raza the most. He's expecting Sunagakure to fight a war, but he didn't want to provide any funding. The daimyo of the Land of Wind was in dilemma. Though the daimyo of the Land of Bears had been killed and many nobles were slaughtered, it had little to do with him personally. It was just that as fellow daimyo, he instinctively hated Hoshigakure's rebellion. But to actually spend his own money to quell the rebellion in the Land of Bears? The stingy daimyo of the Land of Wind would never open his purse for that. Moreover, if the Land of Wind sent ninjas to intervene in the Land of Bears, it would undoubtedly provoke a reaction from the Land of Earth. The Third Great Ninja War had just ended, and they had barely begun to recover. Did they really have to go to war again so soon? The daimyo of the Land of Wind cherished his wealth too much for that. In the end, the meeting concluded without any resolution. The daimyo merely instructed Sunagakure to monitor the situation in the Land of Bears. Those rebels could wreak havoc in the Land of Bears all they wanted, just as long as they didn't bring trouble to the Land of Wind. A similar scenario unfolded in the Land of Earth. The daimyo of the Land of Earth summoned the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, to discuss how to handle Hoshigakure's rebellion. Likewise, with the dispatch team long overdue and no updates, Anoki had no intention of getting entangled in the Land of Bears mess, lest Sunagakure from the Land of Wind seize the opportunity to strike. During the last war, 10,000 Iwagakure's ninjas had besieged the third Raikage, paying a heavy price just to exhaust that reckless brute's chakra. Iwagakure also had no interest in fighting a war with so little intelligence. With neither the Land of Earth nor the Land of Wind, both bordering the Land of Bears, willing to go to war, the two nations simply sealed off their borders. The two great ninja villages stationed small numbers of ninjas along the shared border with the Land of Bears, strengthening patrols and occasionally clashing with Hoshigakure in minor skirmishes. Thus, under the appeasement policies of the two major nations, time gradually passed until the year 55 of the Konoha calendar. The ninja world remained restless. Konoha Village. At the start of the new year, Menma sat listlessly on the Engawa, gazing up at the night sky. Occasionally, fireworks streaked across the darkness, bursting into brilliant colors that adorned the heavens. Beside Menma lay a fruit platter filled with candies, fruits, and other snacks. Little Nine-Tails, crouching next to the platter, clutched a large cookie in her tiny paws, just about to take a bite, when she suddenly sensed something and immediately dove into Menma's scarf. "Come out, I see you," Menma said softly, tilting his head slightly toward a shadowy spot along the garden wall. Naruto grinned as he emerged from the shadows, hopping down from the wall into the yard. Though he was only 4 years old now, Naruto's physical abilities already surpassed those of an ordinary person. He could leap several stories high and had even mastered basic throwing techniques and ninjutsu. Menma, it's just, since it's New Year's, I wanted to say dash, standing in the yard, Naruto scratched the back of his head, his words stumbling slightly. Seeing the barely contained excitement and slight nervousness in the young boy's demeanor, Menma smiled. Happy New Year, Naruto. He patted the spot beside him, inviting Naruto to sit. For the first time in his life, Naruto, who had always spent New Year's alone, grinned widely as he settled onto the engawa. Watching the fireworks glitter across the night sky, he felt a warmth he had never known before. Chapter 83 Menma and Naruto. Hey, Menma, don't you feel lonely living alone in such a big house? On the engawa, Naruto, wrapped in a red scarf, exhaled white breath that dissipated into the winter night. He glanced around the unfamiliar residence, the spacious engawa, the tatami rooms. It had seemed so quiet even from the outside. Naruto had known Menma for nearly half a year now, but this was the first time he had visited Menma's home. Before, whenever he lingered at the street corner, he would overhear the neighbors gossiping. The owner of this house is supposedly some big merchant, always away on business, leaving only his adopted son living here. So Naruto couldn't help but notice how much larger, and emptier, the rooms behind Menma were compared to his own tiny apartment. The space was so vast that echoes could even be heard. Lonely. Menma sat on the edge of the engawa, leaning back with his hands supporting him, tilting his head up to watch the fireworks blooming in the night sky. It's not so bad, really. Having lived 2, or rather 3 lives, Menma's mindset was far more mature than his age. He had long grown accustomed to spending New Year's alone. In the orphanage during his early years, though the kids were noisy, it had been lively. Nono would even prepare New Year's gifts for the children. As for the 15 years in the Limited Tsukuyomi World, Menma had always felt it was fake, like some genjutsu cast by that bastard Obito to keep him from causing trouble. But his very existence couldn't be explained away so easily. What about you, Naruto? Still leaning back, Menma turned his head to look at Naruto's perpetually bright and cheerful face. How's life treating you, living alone? Me. Being asked about himself, Naruto felt a warmth in his chest. He scratched the back of his head and grinned. I'm doing alright too. Even though I don't have parents and I've always lived alone, spending holidays by myself. I'm used to it. Children in the ninja world matured early, so it wasn't strange for these words to come from a 4-year-old Naruto. Growl. A loud growl erupted from Naruto's stomach, making his face flush slightly. Come on, I haven't had dinner yet either. Let's eat together. Menma stood up and opened the sliding door. Naruto scrambled to his feet as well, his eyes lighting up when he spotted the dishes covered by a food cloche on the table. Sit down first. I'll go heat up the food. Menma lifted the cloche and touched the plates, finding them a bit cold, so he told Naruto to wait. These dishes had been prepared earlier by the hired women, who had come specifically to cook for Menma today. There were both hot and cold dishes. After all, the 2 women had families of their own, so they needed to return home for the New Year's celebrations. Menma had asked them to prepare some food, handed each of them a bonus, and then sent them off early to spend the holiday with their loved ones. The 2 women had even felt a little guilty about leaving, so they had made sure to prepare an extra lavish spread. Menma had initially thought it was too much. There was no way he could finish all this food alone, and most of it would probably go to waste. But now that Naruto was here, it worked out perfectly. Naruto, who was invited, carefully took off his shoes and stepped inside the dining area. He looked around curiously before climbing onto one of the chairs. Naruto couldn't help but sighed. Compared to his own home, this place was huge. It even had a dedicated dining room and kitchen. After a short while, Menma reheated a few of the dishes in the microwave, then pulled out 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen and began setting the table. The whole time, Naruto watched with admiration as Menma moved between the kitchen and dining room. Once he placed a bowl of ozoni, tea/n, New Year's soup with mochi, in front of Naruto, Menma finally took his own seat. At 4 years old, both boys were still quite small compared to the table and chairs. Naruto even had to stand on his chair to reach properly. Do you remember what to say before eating? Menma glanced at Naruto beside him. MHM. Naruto grinned, clasping his hands together, his voice louder than the fireworks outside. Itadakamasu. Menma also pressed his palms together. Itadakamasu. With the pre-meal ritual complete, the 2 picked up their chopsticks and dug in. Naruto, who had always lived alone, rarely got to eat such fresh, hot meals. He eagerly grabbed bites of this and that, barely able to contain his excitement. Noticing that Naruto was mostly eating meat, Menma nudged a plate of vegetables toward him. Being picky isn't good. Make sure to eat your veggies too. Naruto, mid-bite into a piece of beef, froze when the vegetables were pushed his way. This feeling of being cared for made Naruto's nose a little sore. Thank you, Menma. Naruto sniffled a little before picking up the vegetables and shoveling them into his mouth. So good. Even though he used to hate vegetables, the warmth of being looked after like this, it felt amazing. Sarutobi clan's compound. After dinner, Hiruzen refilled his pipe with tobacco, lit it, and walked toward his study while puffing away. Behind him, in the kitchen and living room, his daughter-in-law was busy cleaning up, while his eldest son sat on the sofa reading the newspaper. Ever since his wife, Biwako, had died in the Nine-Tails Rampage, and his youngest son had left the village after their worsening conflicts, this house had felt like something was missing. Returning to his study, Hiruzen sat at his desk and placed a crystal ball on its surface, activating the telescope technique. Might as well check in on little Naruto. I hope he isn't too lonely. The figure of little Naruto gradually began to appear on the crystal ball in front of Hiruzen. This room doesn't look like Naruto's place. Hiruzen quickly noticed something off. When he adjusted the view slightly, he spotted another small figure sitting across the table. Did he go to visit Menma? Ah, right. Menma is an orphan too. Hiruzen recalled that the wealthy merchant who had adopted Menma was always too busy with business to stay in the village for long. Seeing the two boys alone in such a large house made Hiruzen's heart ache. However, when he noticed the lavish spread of dishes on their table, which is even more extravagant than his own family's New Year's feast, Hiruzen couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that allowing Menma to interact with Naruto is the right choice. Hiruzen puffed on his pipe. He was well aware of how Naruto was treated in the village. He even knew who was spreading the rumors that Naruto was the incarnation of the nine-tailed demon fox. But Hiruzen could never publicly reveal Naruto's true identity. During the Third Great Ninja War, Minato had killed countless enemy shinobi, so many from other villages still held grudges. Not to mention, Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Hiruzen believed that while this upbringing was harsh, Naruto would grow up strong. In 2 more years, Naruto will be 6. Old enough to enter the ninja academy. Hiruzen pondered, every clan had children around Naruto's age. Their generation could start forming bonds at the academy. And Naruto would need a proper teacher to instill the will of fire in him. As for Menma, Hiruzen's aged eyes fixed on the boy in the crystal ball. He remembered the report Shikaku had submitted when processing the boy's adoption. The chakra test had revealed his affinity for fire release, meaning he had ninja talent. He could be enrolled in the academy as well. Suddenly, in the crystal ball, Menma glanced up at the ceiling before returning to his meal. His perception is not bad either. Hiruzen lowered his pipe, exhaling a slow stream of smoke, his smile deepening with quiet amusement. Chapter 84, Encountering Tono Katasuke. On the first day after the new year, a heavy snowfall blanketed the Konoha village in pure white. In the shadows of Menma's house, an Umbuz member stood silently, keeping watch over Naruto, who was fast asleep in the tatami room. Due to the sudden snowstorm the night before, Menma had let Naruto stay over. The two had stayed up all night playing video games and only fell asleep in the warm tatami room as dawn approached. Menma's house had central heating, making the entire interior cozy during winter. The technological level of the shinobi world was still too bizarre. Many nations remained in feudal agrarian eras, while the ninja villages had access to near-modern technology, even things like computers and wireless walkie-talkies. Naruto slept until noon, only waking up after the snow had stopped. Rubbing his eyes, Naruto looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings and the different bedding he was using, feeling a bit dazed. Ah, you're finally awake. Perfect timing, it's lunchtime. Eat something, and I'll take you home later. Menma peeked out from the kitchen upon hearing movement. Go wash up first. Seeing Menma, Naruto finally remembered that yesterday was New Year's, and feeling too lonely at home, he had come to play with Menma. After enjoying an incredibly lavish feast, which is something he'd never had before, and gaming all night, he had ended up staying over. Still groggy, Naruto followed Menma's directions to the bathroom and freshened up. The feeling of warm water from the towel on his face helped clear his mind a little. After wringing out the towel and hanging it up, Naruto stared at his reflection in the mirror and suddenly felt like crying. Having always lived alone, he had never experienced being cared for by someone else, let alone known what home felt like. Though he had only known Menma for half a year and hadn't met him many times, being with him always gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He splashed more warm water on his face, hiding the tears, before stepping out of the bathroom. On the dining table were 2 steaming bowls of ramen, the Naruto swaying slightly in the clear broth. The one with Naruto is yours, and the one with Menma is mine. Menma called out, inviting Naruto to sit down. After the meal, Menma walked Naruto home. The two strolled through the snow-covered village streets, breathing out white puffs of air as they chatted. Grandpa Third seems to have become my guardian now. He sends me living expenses every month. Naruto said, rubbing his hands together. Perhaps because of his winter clothing and the hat covering his hair, the passers-by didn't recognize him, showing little hostility. This made Naruto relax a bit. Grandpa third. Menma recalled when he and Hinata had gone to play with Naruto at his secret base last year, only for Hiruzen to suddenly appear. To be honest, Menma didn't have a good impression of Hiruzen. Mostly because, in the Naruto anime he'd watched before transmigrating, the third Hokage's portrayal had been too inconsistent, with many plot points left unexplained. Though Kishimoto later introduced Danzo and Root to take the blame, the stark contrast made many fans dissatisfied. Yeah, he even chats with me sometimes, asking about my life. Naruto didn't fully understand why the third Hokage had become his guardian, but having a dependable elder figure was something he cherished deeply. Menma let out a cold laugh. What that old bastard did was too conflicting. He was too lenient toward Orochimaru and Danzo. Orochimaru's Konoha Crush plan had only served to burnish his reputation. Otherwise, given the things that old bastard had done during his long rule, putting it nicely, he was obsessed with power and the Hokage's seat, and putting it bluntly, he blocked the younger generation's path to advancement. Just yesterday, Menma had sensed the third secretly spying on them, likely using his crystal ball to monitor Naruto's every move. As they walked and talked, they passed by a department store running a New Year's promotion. Menma suddenly stopped. Naruto blinked and followed Menma's gaze. A slightly chubby boy with glasses was walking out of the department store, happily carrying an assortment of electronic gadgets. Naruto noticed that the name of this department store is Gado Department Store. Menma walked over and asked a clerk at the entrance, "What's the name of that kid who just left?" "Menma-sama." The clerk bowed respectfully, then looked at the child who had just left and said, "I think his name is Tono Katasuke. He often comes here to buy electronic toys and small experiment supplies." "Is it really him? He looks only about 10 years old." Menma compared the boy to his memory of Tono Katasuke, who had later become a special jonin and a scientist, and was almost certain it was the same person. But right now, he should still have a complete family. Abducting him might be a bit difficult. Menma stared in the direction where Katasuke had disappeared, lost in thought. The ninja world was already lacking in scientists, and talents like Katasuke were especially rare. If he had to rank them, Katasuke's research abilities could be said to be second only to the likes of Senju Tobirama and Orochimaru. He's a true all-around scientist. Others, like Sasori, Hirako, or Shino, had their own limitations, specializing in specific fields. Those scientific ninja tools are downright insane. If they could be mass-produced and equipped among genin, any genin could perform at chunin level. And if used properly, even chunin could approach the combat strength of a jonin. Pre-prepared ninjutsu scrolls could be loaded into the scientific tools like ammunition. The user only needed enough chakra to activate them. If these tools were simplified and lightened, designed like rifles, capable of firing shuriken, kunai, or small-scale ninjutsu, Menma could already imagine the military revolution their mass production would bring to the ninja world. Wait. Menma. Is this your family's department store? Naruto's excited shout snapped Menma out of his thoughts. Turning back, Menma saw Naruto's eyes sparkling with excitement. Only then did he notice the store's New Year's decorations, colorful banners and slogans everywhere, with a long line of customers at the entrance. Remembering how Naruto was usually discriminated against when buying daily necessities, either denied service or sold expired goods, Menma called over the store manager. "Menma-sama, you are here. Is there anything I can help you with?" Before long, a short man in a sharp suit, with a scar above his left eyebrow, hurried over. Ryo Morita, who had been doing business with Gado for many years, was said to have been a rogue samurai in his early years. "This is Uzumaki Naruto, my underling. From now on, if he comes to shop here, no one is to give him trouble." Menma jerked his thumb toward Naruto. "Understood, Menma-sama." Morita responded enthusiastically. He didn't dismiss them just because they were kids. After all, before leaving, Gado had specifically instructed him that even the funds of the entire Gado department store were controlled by this young master. Moreover, he is someone from outside the village, so he will not have any discrimination or prejudice against Naruto. "Let's go. You can come shop here next time." Menma had initially planned to take Naruto to buy some daily essentials, but with the store packed due to the promotion, he had no interest in squeezing through crowds. Chapter 85 Higurashi Project. The capital of the Land of Bears, east of the Yukawa River. The buildings of the new Hoshigakure rose from the ground, and the entire district had been designated as a military-controlled zone. Striking prohibition notices were plastered across the gray-white high walls. Patrolling ninja stopped any civilians attempting to approach the cordon. Nanashi-sama. The prison's iron gate creaked open with a grating sound, and the two ninjas guarding the entrance bowed respectfully to the black-haired girl. Hikari walked forward expressionlessly, her footsteps echoing through the long, dim corridor. In the dim light of the holding cell, the burly silhouette of Kakuzu was cast onto the stone wall as he idly counted his salary for the month, along with the additional stipend for overseeing the prison. A rare guest. The musty air of the dungeon can't compare to the sunlight above ground. Kakuzu's hoarse voice came from behind his mask. We can start the Higurashi project now. You haven't forgotten it, have you? Hikari tilted her head slightly, glancing at Kakuzu as he counted money. The two Umbu's members in the corner unconsciously stiffened their backs. Has another year already passed outside? Kakuzu put away the money, pulling out a set of keys before leading Hikari deeper into the prison. For Kakuzu, time was something he had in abundance, and something he cared about the least. Add to that his long-term assignment overseeing the prison, which kept him from venturing above ground for extended periods, it was no surprise he'd lost track of the days. The two walked one after the other through the depths of the dark dungeon until Kakuzu stopped in front of a cell. Hikari turned to look and saw Tsunagekyu's Bakura sat cross-legged on a pile of dry grass, her hands and feet bound in chains. Sensing their presence, Bakura jerked her head up, the chains clanking loudly. During her time in captivity, Bakura had attempted to escape multiple times, only to be recaptured each time by this masked giant. His fighting style was bizarre. Her scorch-release ninjutsu required direct contact to evaporate the target's bodily fluids, killing them. But this guy called Kakuzu could extend his limbs like a puppet, shattering her scorch release before it could even reach him. He is simply her natural counter. As for the black-haired girl beside him, Bakura had never fought her before, but she could see a familiar arrogance in her eyes, just like the Uchiha clan from Konoha. Outside the cell, Hikari and Kakuzu merely glanced at Bakura before continuing deeper into the dungeon. Soon, they arrived at another cell. Inside were three ninjas from Hoshigakure. Among them were the purple-haired Seishi, the bald Yotaka, and the black-haired Shiso. They were nailed to crosses, subjected to daily interrogations. By now, their minds were hazy, as the psychological torture inflicted by genjutsu far outweighed any physical suffering. These three people were the traitors who leaked the information of Hoshigakure, sending out distress letters to Tsunagakure, Iwagakure, and Konoha. Last time, Kakuzu had captured over a dozen ninjas still harboring disloyalty based on Menma's list. After Kakuzu's interrogations and Kanon's mind's eye of the Kagura for lie detection, it was confirmed that these three were the ringleaders of an internal faction. Among the Jonin, they were nothing more than bottom-tier small fries. This time, they would serve as bait. How many do we use? As a member of the organization, Kakuzu naturally knew part of Higurashi project. Send the Tsunagekyure's ninja back first. One team is enough. Hikari pondered for a moment before adding, in a few days, we'll release the Iwagakure's ninja and stage another act. Fine. I'll leave it to you. Kakuzu unlocked the cell door with his keys. Hikari strode inside. Beneath her flowing hair, her Mangekyo Sharingan began to glow. The same Mangekyo's pattern appeared on the backs of the three traitors. Their heads, previously slumped in unconsciousness, were now lifted, their eyes hollow and vacant. 2 days later. At the border between the land of wind and the land of bears. Yashimaru led a team of 3, including Yura, on a routine patrol mission to a border outpost. Yashimaru-sensei. Yura, whose long hair covered half his face, suddenly stopped. What is it? Yashimaru immediately raised his hand, signaling the team to be on alert. All of them wore the standard windproof attire of Tsunagakure, with their heads wrapped in scarves, faces covered by cloth mask, leaving only their eyes exposed. Among them, Yashimaru wore a jonin vest similar to Konoha's, serving as the leader of this patrol team. Ever since the Operation Longsword, launched by the Hoshigakure in the Land of Bears last year, where they slaughtered the daimyo and nobles, the patrol missions along this stretch of the border had been elevated to B rank, and that was without encountering any enemies. If the enemy numbers were small and repelled, it was manageable. But if the enemy was numerous or exceptionally strong, it would instantly escalate to an A-rank mission, potentially even sparking outright war. Therefore, Yashimaru, as the leader of this patrol team, was extremely cautious. 3 o'clock direction, something's off. Yura formed hand seals with both hands, used sensing ninjutsu to scan the area, and immediately reported. Everyone, get ready for battle. Yashimaru took out a kunai. The others also took out their weapons, one of whom was a puppeteer. The foreman squad advanced toward the anomaly Yura had detected. Soon, they spotted 3 staggering figures in the distance, being pursued by several ninjas from Hoshigakure. It's Bakura-senpai and the others. Yura recognized one of them and said in a low voice. Yashimaru also confirmed their identities and immediately ordered, support them. With that, he charged forward first. Yura and the others followed closely. A fierce battle erupted on the border. The patrol team led by Yashimaru successfully linked up with the escaping Pakura and her 2 companions, then swiftly encircled the pursuing Hoshigakure's ninjas. When Pakura and the other 2 saw that it was their fellow Tsunagakure's ninjas, they joined the counterattack. After a fierce battle, the Sunagakure team managed to kill all 5 pursuers, but at the cost of 1 dead and 2 severely wounded. However, when Yoshimaru tried to interrogate a captured Hoshigakure's ninja for intel, he found the men had already bitten into a poison capsule and committed suicide. Yoshimaru couldn't help but marvel at the determination of these Hoshigakure's ninja. He then approached Bakura's group, who were resting. "Are you all right?" As the brother-in-law of the 4th Kazekage and a jonin of Sunagakure, Yoshimaru had known Bakura for years. The information about Hoshigakure. Bakura's bloodied right hand trembled as she pulled a scroll from her pouch and handed it to Yoshimaru. The moment she finished speaking, Bakura collapsed, but fortunately she was supported by Yoshimaru. Of her 2 teammates, one was already dead, and the other was critically injured. Seeing the still wet blood on the scroll, Yoshimaru immediately ordered his team to carry Bakura and the other survivor back to the village. Chapter 86, turning Bakura into a spy. Sunagakure is located in a canyon region within the desert. This ninja village cleverly utilizes the natural canyon as a barrier, shielding it from the endless yellow sand outside, creating a habitable environment for its people. There are only 2 ways to enter Sunagakure. One is through the narrow passage between the canyons, undergoing layer upon layer of inspection by Sunagakure sentries, and the other is to directly fly over the steep cliffs of the canyon from above. Inside the Kazekage building, Yoshimaru respectfully reported to the 4th Kazekage, who was also his brother-in-law, Raza. This scroll has already been inspected by Chiyo-sama. There is no poison or any other hidden traps on it. Yoshimaru placed the scroll given to him by Bakura on the Kazekage's desk. Raza was more concerned about the enemy's strength. How strong were those 5 Sunagakure's ninjas? The blonde-haired Yoshimaru pondered for a moment before answering slowly. One of them had Jonin-level strength, while the others were just Chunin and Genin. Overall, they weren't particularly strong. Moreover, that Jonin seemed to have been injured in a previous battle with Bakura and the others. During the fight, I could sense his weakness. There was originally a prisoner, but he bit into a poison capsule and committed suicide. Our colleagues at the border outpost are transporting the body back. It should take about 2 more days to reach the village. After hearing the report, Raza nodded slightly. Bakura's team had gone to investigate Hoshigakure but had been out of contact for over 2 months. Now, they had suddenly returned, which inevitably made Raza suspicious. However, after confirming that the pursuers included at least 1 Jonin and several Chunin and Genin, Raza relaxed slightly. After all, Jonin-level combatants were high-tier assets in any village. Even if used as bait, it was unlikely they'd be sacrificed so easily. Even the envoy sent by Kimogakure to Konoha to deliberately cause trouble was just a special Jonin. "You may go and rest now." After understanding the situation, Raza dismissed Yoshimaru. "Yes." Yoshimaru bowed slightly. Just as he was about to leave, Raza's voice came from behind him again. "By the way, Gaara hasn't been doing well lately. Spend more time with him." Raza unfolded the scroll, covering his face. "If he truly can't control the Nine-Tails Rampage, for the sake of the village, you know what must be done." Yoshimaru's expression darkened upon hearing this, his face filled with sorrow as he replied, "Understood." Bang. The sound of the door closing echoed as Raza, now alone in the office, carefully studied the contents of the scroll. The scroll recorded the intelligence gathered by Bakura's team after infiltrating the Land of Bears, including the massacre of the daimyo's family and the purge of the Land of Bears nobility. It also detailed how Bakura's team was discovered by Hoshigakure, surrounded, and ultimately overpowered, becoming prisoners. However, during the 2 months of imprisonment, Bakura discovered that there were dissenting voices within Hoshigakure. She was secretly released by what could be called the conservative faction of Hoshigakure's ninjas, who also helped rescue her 2 companions. During their escape, they were pursued and attacked by Hoshigakure's pursuit team. As for the current leader of Hoshigakure, the scroll made no mention of it. According to the conservative faction's claims, Hoshigakure had undergone major changes. But what exactly those changes were remained unknown. After reading the information in the scroll, Raza's dark-circled eyes grew even more solemn, his brows tightly furrowed. Although Bakura had brought back valuable information, it only made Hoshigakure seem even more mysterious. Raza knew the leader of Hoshigakure had most likely been replaced, and their true combat strength remained unknown. Moreover, the natural barrier of Devil's Ravine blocked off most of the border, leaving only the northern border, where Devil's Ravine didn't extend, as the sole path for an invasion. On top of that, Sunagakure had only just ceased fighting a few years ago and hadn't fully recovered. The old guys in the council also opposed restarting the war. And then there was the One-Tails Jinchuriki's condition. It's really troubled times. Raza couldn't help but sigh. Meanwhile, at Sunagakure's hospital. At the entrance of this hospital, which was built based on the medical system of Konoha, a girl with 2 purple markings on her face hurried in. The door to Bakura's ward was suddenly pushed open. Bakura, who was lying on the bed, turned her head and saw the panting girl. A gentle smile appeared on her weary face. What's wrong, Maki? Maki rushed forward, her voice choked with emotion. Sensei. Watching her student cry, Pakura gently stroked Maki's hair. I'm back now. She whispered softly, comforting her only student. During the Third Great Ninja War, Maki's parents were killed by Kirigakure's ninjas, fueling her determination to become a ninja. However, she was already 14 or 15 at the time, which is past the ideal age for training, so she sought out Pakura as her teacher, enduring grueling training. Pakura, moved by Maki's drive and perseverance, took her in as a student and devoted herself to her growth. Even when exhausted from missions, she would still make time to train with Maki. After years of training, Maki, who was now 19, had become a chunin, and her talent in sealing techniques had caught the village's attention. Maki wiped away her tears and smiled, holding her teacher's hand as she sat by the hospital bed, asking about her injuries while also updating her on recent events in the village. Over the next few days, Pakura remained in the hospital to recover, and Maki visited daily, always bringing small gifts for her teacher. Meanwhile, the Umbu of Sunagakure would occasionally come to question Pakura and the other surviving Sunagakure's ninja about the land of bears and Hoshigakure, using sensor ninjutsu to scan them for any irregularities. Only after confirming that nothing was amiss were Pakura and her comrade, who have now mostly healed, allowed to leave the hospital and resume normal activities. But on the very first night after leaving the hospital, Pakura, who was sleeping soundly in her home, suddenly opened her eyes. Her normally brown pupils now glowed faintly purple, her gaze hollow and vacant. She pushed aside the covers and sat up, revealing a strange seal-like mark on the back of her right hand. Placing her left hand over the mark, Pakura channeled chakra into it. Her consciousness was pulled into a unique genjutsu space. Here, the sky and sea seemed to merge into one, an endless expanse of azure stretching beyond sight. But there was a single table and chair, as if waiting for her. Moving mechanically, Pakura walked over, pulled out the chair, and sat down. She picked up the pen on the table and began writing classified intelligence about Sunagakure onto a scroll. Soon, the scroll was filled with dense lines of text. Details about the Sand Village's geographical layout, entry and exit methods, organizational structure, high-ranking people, Umbu's operations, and more. As Pakura continued writing, another table and chair materialized beside her. A man with spiky hair, wearing an Iwagakure's forehead protector and Iwagakure's jonin vest, walked over with the same hollow gaze. He sat down and began writing confidential information about Iwagakure. This person is none other than the explosive release ninja from Iwagakure who was previously captured by Kanon, Gari. Chapter 87, Orochimaru's Invitation. The capital of the Land of Bears. A woman with a spiky blue hairstyle and a tall, grotesque-looking man walked side by side along the road leading into the city. This city doesn't even have walls. The blue-haired woman gazed at the bustling crowd and the gradually clearer outline of the city, unable to hold back her surprise. Having traveled across the ninja world for years, this was the first time she had seen a city without walls. In a world plagued by constant conflict, whether it was a capital, a major city, a small village, or even a ninja village, most had walls or fences to protect their core areas. In some prosperous cities, makeshift shantytowns even sprouted outside the walls, forming slums. After all, in this chaotic world, larger cities usually meant greater safety. At the very least, they were less likely to be dragged into war. Ninja battles rarely targeted cities directly. Guren-san, how should we deliver Orochimaru-sama's message? The ugly man's sunken eyes held a dull gaze as he spoke in a monotone. Guren, draped in a green overcoat, snorted lightly and glanced at the group of Hoshigakure's ninjas rapidly approaching in the distance. She crossed her arms. If that Shura is really here, we can just tell him directly. Whoosh. 3 Hoshigakure's ninjas suddenly landed on the ground, with kunai unsheathed, forming a standoff with Guren and Gozu. Identify yourselves and state your purpose. The leading Hoshigakure's ninja warned sternly. Seeing this, the surrounding pedestrians and travelers quickly retreated, clearing the road in an instant. We've been ordered to seek an audience with Shura-sama. Guren said calmly, stating their business directly. Hearing the name of Shura-sama, the expressions of the 3 Hoshigakure's ninjas also became serious. Under whose orders? Seeing they didn't deny his presence, Guren knew she had come to the right place, so she said directly, Orochimaru-sama's order. The leading Hoshigakure's ninja exchanged a glance with his teammates. Soon, Guren and Gozu were escorted into the new Hoshigakure, or rather, Hoshinin base. As they walked, Guren observed the surrounding buildings and layout. She noticed a river dividing the city into 2 distinct halves. To the west of the river lay a vast plain dotted with civilian buildings and residential areas. In the distance, farmers toiled in the fields, seemingly taking advantage of the agricultural off-season to construct new irrigation systems. To the east stood a cluster of gray-white structures, where most of the people moving about were ninjas or officials in uniform. Kanon located one of Menma's shadow clones and reported the situation. Orochimaru's people. This particular shadow clone was stationed here specifically for communication. Normally, it listened to reports from Kanon and Gato on political affairs and construction progress, then issued orders and directives. Let them in. Menma's shadow clone mused briefly before donning a white three-eyed fox mask and taking his seat at the head of the room. When Guren and Gozu were led inside, an oppressive aura, even more overwhelming than Orochimaru's, forced them to kneel on one knee. Seeing the mysterious masked man sitting in the main seat, Guren steadied herself and presented a scroll. "Shura-sama, Orochimaru-sama ordered us to deliver this scroll to you." Menma motioned to Kanon to bring the scroll over, and thought to himself, since these two people did not lose their composure under my pressure, their strength was probably close to Jonin level. Searching his memory, Menma recalled that these two had been sent by Orochimaru to capture the Three Tails alongside a young boy in the anime. You'd need some skill for that. That guy Orochimaru, his judgment is as sharp as ever. Menma guessed that when news of the upheaval in the land of bears Hashigakure spread, Orochimaru had already deduced who was behind it. But sending Guren here wasn't just about delivering a message. Menma took the scroll from Kanon and skimmed its contents. In the scroll, Orochimaru mentioned that his research on the Iburi clan had achieved some breakthrough progress. However, the stored samples of their flesh, blood, and hair had been exhausted, so he asked Menma to come to the land of rice fields to collect the research results and bring fresh samples. Additionally, Orochimaru expressed interest in establishing an outpost in the land of bears. He wanted to study the poisonous gas of Devil's Ravine and the meteorite in Hashigakure. Finally, Orochimaru expressed his intention to visit Kirigakure and extended an invitation for Menma to accompany him. As expected, Menma rolled up the scroll and looked down at Guren below. He only vaguely remembered that this woman was one of Orochimaru's subordinates, and also one of his potential vessels for body transfer. However, Orochimaru later found other vessels, so she was never used. She also seemed to have been in charge of one of Orochimaru's hideouts. After failing to capture the Three Tails, she went into seclusion with some kid. I think she even visited Konoha during Naruto's wedding. There's no need to establish a separate outpost. I'll assign you a dedicated research building directly. Menma stated firmly. He had no intention of allowing an uncontrolled base within his territory. Who knew what kind of human experiments might be going on inside? Guren opened her mouth as if to argue. However, she was overwhelmed by the pressure from the mysterious masked man in front of her, so she could only lower her head and said, "Understood, sir." Menma guessed that Orochimaru wanted to set up a liaison point here, which was why he had sent Guren, his former top candidate for the living corpse reincarnation. After having Kanon escort Guren and Gozu out, Menma headed deeper into the base. In the underground levels of the facility, the relocated Iburi clan was bustling with activity, building their new home. Shura-sama. When Menma arrived at the underground floor where the Iburi clan was located, he was greeted with enthusiastic cheers. Their living conditions were far better than the dugout tree hollows they had lived in before. Moreover, being directly beneath the city meant they lacked nothing, as supplies were delivered regularly. However, this one-sided reliance left the Iburi clan uneasy. Due to the instability of their Keki-Igenkai, they couldn't move about in sunlight. The guilt of being unable to serve or repay Menma weighed heavily on their hearts. Gata and Yukimi, who are now dressed in new clothes, stepped forward respectfully. "My lord, what are your orders?" "Orochimaru's research on your clan's Keki-Igenkai has made some progress. I need blood samples, skin cells, and hair from your people," Menma stated plainly. Though Gata's face twisted with disgust at the mention of Orochimaru, he immediately gathered the clan members. After all, this was for their sake, so they could one day walk under the sun. Menma collected their blood, skin tissue, and hair, storing them in test tubes. Since the Iburi clan's relocation, Menma's shadow clones had also been researching their Keki-Igenkai, but progress was slow, far slower than Orochimaru's ruthless dissection methods. "Farewell, Shura-sama." As Menma left, Gata led the entire clansmen in kneeling on one knee, watching Menma's figure disappear down the corridor. Chapter 88 Research Results on the Iburi clan. Konoha Village. Menma, who was making a snowman with Hinata and Naruto in the park, suddenly paused. His shadow clone had already used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the items at home before dispelling itself, flooding Menma's mind with a surge of information. Menma. Little Hinata keenly noticed Menma's odd behavior, and concern appeared in her snow-white eyes. But Naruto remained oblivious and was still busy sticking a branch into the snowman's head as a nose. "It's nothing. Let's keep playing." Menma shook his head, signaling to Hinata not to worry, and continued the snowman building game with them. By now, Menma had become the king of the kids in this park. The other children either avoided him or acknowledged him as their boss, and even Naruto occasionally received some kindness from the other kids as a result. Of course, this only happened when their parents weren't around. At least it meant Naruto's childhood wasn't completely lonely. In a couple of years, when they entered the ninja academy, kids from ninja clans like Shikamaru and Choji wouldn't discriminate against Naruto, allowing him to make a few more friends. Menma. Look. Naruto shouted excitedly. Menma and Hinata turned to see that Naruto had taken off his own red scarf and wrapped it around the snowman. You'll get your scarf dirty. It'll take days to dry after washing. Menma vaguely remembered that this scarf might have been knitted by Kushina for Naruto. It's fine. I have another scarf at home, though it's a darker color. Naruto grinned and didn't care. This sentence made Menma stunned for a moment. There's another one. Yeah. Naruto nodded, thinking for a bit before adding, not just the scarf, but clothes, hats, and stuff too. There's always a darker version. I don't know why. Hearing this, Menma's heart skipped a beat. So. Kushina and Minato prepared for 2 children. Menma bit his lower lip lightly. He didn't know why Hiruzen hadn't searched for the missing child of the 4th Hokage and his wife, nor why he hadn't investigated the extra orphan from the night of the Nine-Tails Rampage. But now, it seemed that Kushina had indeed been pregnant with twins and had prepared clothes and other necessities for 2 children. Had I not been born directly into the limited Tsukuyomi world? Had he first existed physically, been born from Kushina, and then entered the limited Tsukuyomi world? So, was it still Obito's doing? After parting ways with Naruto and Hinata, Menma returned home and retrieved the samples from the Ibiri clan. Then, using the Flying Thunder God technique, he arrived at the secret hideout in the land of rice fields. The sky had already darkened completely when Menma, wearing his white three-eyed fox mask and black robe, appeared in Otogekure. By now, the village had been completely taken over by Orochimaru, with its residents surviving under his rule. In these turbulent times, villages protected by ninjas were incredibly rare. Moreover, Orochimaru had little interest in these ordinary people, as they were merely there to produce basic supplies for him. Shirasama. A red-haired girl waiting at the village entrance finally saw the figure emerging from the darkness and nervously approached him. Lead the way. Menma glanced down at Tayuya. Like Orochimaru's other subordinates, she had tied a Shimenawa rope around her waist. Many of Orochimaru's followers were orphans or troubled children, harboring a strong sense of worship for him. Some even willingly offered their bodies to become his vessels. This near-brainwashing ideological indoctrination was the cornerstone for Orochimaru to establish Otogekure. Yes. Tayuya bowed slightly before guiding him forward. Compared to the previous year, the village now had many more buildings, and the entrance to Orochimaru's underground base had undergone major changes. Entering through a large wooden structure in the village, Menma descended a long, winding passage before arriving at Orochimaru's base once again. Cages filled with various test subjects lined the area, the air thick with the scent of blood and disinfectant. Behind his white mask, Menma frowned slightly. So, you really were in the land of bears. Orochimaru, in female body, emerged from a laboratory, visibly pleased that his guess had been correct. Where are the results? Menma stepped forward, crossing his arms, his white three-eyed fox mask tilting slightly as he locked eyes with Orochimaru. Orochimaru chuckled lightly and stepped aside, gesturing for Menma to follow him into the laboratory. Once inside, Orochimaru began his explanation. Thanks to the white zetsu you provided, I was able to use its cellular structure to stabilize the Ibiri clan's genes, achieving controlled smoke transformation. However, these tests were only conducted on tissue samples. Human trials haven't been performed yet. If you could provide a few Ibuki clan's members dash. Before Orochimaru could finish, Menma cut him off. We're not at the stage for human experimentation yet. The voice behind the white three-eyed fox mask was firm. Hearing Shura's refusal, Orochimaru frowned slightly. Shura, aren't you overly concerned about the lives of the Ibuki clan? Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils narrowed slightly. He couldn't understand why a top-tier powerhouse like Shura, someone who had wreaked havoc in Konoha and Kimogakure, would care so much about a weak, insignificant clan. Orochimaru, do you know the biggest difference between you and the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama? Menma tilted his head slightly, looking at Orochimaru behind him through the white three-eyed fox mask. Except for the fact that I may not be as good as him in terms of strength, I don't think I am worse than the second Hokage in the field of scientific research. Orochimaru licked his cheek with his long tongue, very confident in his scientific achievements. It's about limits, Orochimaru. However, Shura's seemingly casual words struck Orochimaru like a hammer to the chest. Orochimaru's pupils contracted slightly, and he couldn't help but recall all the information about the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Tobirama is also a scientific research expert, but he seems to have never conducted experiments on living people. Even his treatment of the Uchiha clan had been more lenient than Hiruzen's. After all, Tobirama had taken an Uchiha as his student. He probably really wanted to change the Uchiha clan. Enough of that. Orochimaru suddenly grinned and walked over to a cabinet beside the lab table, pulling out a scroll and tossing it to Menma. What about the meteorite and Devil's Ravine? Have you considered my proposal? Orochimaru then brought up his plan to establish a new base in the Land of Bears. No need for a new base. I'll allocate a research building in my Land of Bears facility for your people. Menma unrolled the scroll, skimmed the data, and nodded slightly. It was roughly the same research direction as his own, though the progress was much faster. After closing the scroll and putting it away, Menma took out a sealing scroll and gave it to Orochimaru. Fine by me. I'm only interested in the meteorite and the toxic gas at Devil's Ravine anyway. Orochimaru caught the sealing scroll and promptly swallowed it whole. Just as he said, unless further uses were discovered, the poisonous gas and meteorite were little more than curiosities to him. So, how about the trip to Kirigakure? After swallowing the scroll, Orochimaru licked his lips and extended an invitation. Chapter 89, Conan and Agisai's first encounter. Orochimaru had been eyeing Kirigakure for a long time. Ever since the end of the Third Great Ninja War, when Karatachi Yagura became the fourth Mizukage, the village had implemented oppressive policies against clans with Keki Igenkai, along with various other inexplicable measures. This had thrown the entire village into chaos, causing many excellent ninjas to leave. Even the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had seen several members defect, including Biwa Juzo and Kurosuke Raiga. Do you have some kind of intelligence? Menma had reason to suspect that Orochimaru had spies operating in Kirigakure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to so precisely locate Kaguya clan and capture Hozuki Suigetsu. Cuckoo, I do have some information. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, a hint of smugness in his tone. It seems even Shura, a powerful ninja who came from the future, didn't have intel on the Blood Mist village. When are we going? Menma figured now was the perfect time to recruit people from Kirigakure. He couldn't just let Orochimaru take all the talent. Not to mention Kimimaro, at least Haku must be recruited. How about 3 days later? Orochimaru's face was full of amusement. The Kirigakure was extremely dangerous right now. Even a powerhouse like Orochimaru would have no choice but to flee if discovered during infiltration. That's why he wanted to bring Menma along. After all, Menma's combat record was well documented across the ninja world. Both Konoha and Kimogakure still had bounties on his head. Orochimaru even had some rumors that Menma was the one responsible for the destruction in Kizugakure. Fine. 3 days from now, I'll wait for you in the Land of Waves. Menma nodded and turned to leave. The Land of Water was a nation composed of numerous islands. Although Kirigakure had implemented a lockdown policy, the Land of Water itself wasn't completely isolated. There were many ways to get there, with the simplest being taking a boat from a coastal port directly to a port in the Land of Water. From there, they could infiltrate Kirigakure by land or a Megakure. The rain fell like a woven curtain, shrouding the entire village in a hazy mist. Disguised with a transformation technique, Conan walked through the dimly lit marketplace, holding an oil paper umbrella as she stepped over puddles in the narrow alleyways. The damp air carried a mix of mildew and decay, much like the war-torn country itself. Hey! Get lost, you brats! A man's harsh shout pierced through the sound of rain, catching Conan's attention. She looked in the direction of the sound and saw a butcher angrily shooing away a group of ragged orphans. Such scenes can be seen everywhere in the Land of Rain, or rather, orphans can be seen everywhere in the Land of Rain. Sandwiched between the Land of Wind, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Fire, the Land of Rain had long been subject to interference from foreign ninjas. It had been a major battleground in all 3 great ninja wars. The people of Land of Rain had grown accustomed to the pain of losing loved ones. The scene felt all too familiar, reminding Conan of herself, Nagato, and Yahiko huddling in the ruins a decade ago. Carrying a basket, she found herself inexplicably following the children. When they turned into an alley, she deliberately dropped a package of food on the ground. The raindrops pattered against the oil paper wrapping. But before she could walk away, a clear voice called out from behind her, "Nei-san." Conan paused in surprise and turned around. "You dropped this." A purple-haired girl stood barefoot in the muddy water, her tattered umbrella doing little to shield her from the downpour. The girl was painfully thin, her ribs visible through her threadbare clothes. Her stomach even let out an embarrassing growl at the scent of food. Yet, the innocence in her eyes reminded Conan of her old companions. She turned away, feigning indifference. "It's dirty now. I don't want it." Then, Conan left instantly with body flicker technique. The water droplets she stirred hung in the air like glistening arcs. Watching the mysterious woman disappear, Agisai's eyes sparkled with admiration. Clutching the package of food, she hurried back to her friends. "Wow. I told you she wouldn't want it back. Open it quick. What's inside? It smells so good. Don't grab. Save some for me." "Me too. Me too." Conan stood atop a nearby building, watching from a distance as the purple-haired girl shared the food with her friends. A warm feeling flowed through her heart. After returning to the secret base, Konan began preparing meals for Nagato. Now that Nagato had lost the use of his legs and had to supply chakra to the 6 paths of pain, his daily life depended entirely on Konan's care. That guy Madara hasn't been back in a while, has he? Nagato's weak voice came from behind Konan after the meal. It's been almost half a month. Konan replied as she gathered the leftover food. It seems that Shura left quite an impression on him last time. Thinking of the guy who called himself Uchiha Madara, had returned wounded the previous year, Nagato's weak voice was filled with sarcasm. That self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara and his companion, Zetsu, were clearly not to be trusted. When Obito first approached the Akatsuki seeking cooperation, Yahiko had outright refused, stating that he didn't seem like a good person. After Yahiko's death, Nagato had chosen to work with them, but even as he walked alongside the tiger, he remained wary of those two at all times. Zetsu said that Shura is a rogue Uchiha and is very strong. But he did not provide any other information. Konan said. She wasn't entirely sure about Madara's true strength, but since he claimed to be Uchiha Madara, and had once attacked Konoha during the Nine-Tails Rampage, even Nagato was cautious of his intangibility ability. So naturally, Shura, who had managed to injure Uchiha Madara, had become a point of interest for both Nagato and Konan. Moreover, because the other side has ninja with strong sensing abilities, Zetsu said that he won't send White Zetsu near Hoshigakure anymore. Konan added. I know. Nagato chuckled coldly, that guy is trying to bait me into dealing with Shura for him. While Nagato's 6 paths of pain weren't fully completed yet, with the Rinnegan, handling Kaga-level opponents wouldn't be too difficult for him. Still, he had no intention of playing into Obito and Zetsu's hands by rushing into the land of bears to fight an equally powerful Shura. It seems they really are wary of Shura's strength. Konan mused. In a way, this was a good thing, as having an external enemy would force Madara and Zetsu to cooperate better with Akatsuki. Just as Konan finished handling these matters and resumed helping Nagato prepare the 6 paths of pain, a Venus flytrap-like figure emerged from the ground. Yo, leader, Konan. The white half of Zetsu greeted them. Where's Madara? Konan asked immediately. Probably in Kirigakure. You know how it is, he has to reinforce Yugura's genjutsu control every month. Zetsu replied. The last time they had gone to Kirigakure to scout for potential recruits, they had coincidentally run into Yugura returning to the village. After defeating Yugura, Obito used genjutsu to control Yugura and the 3 tails in his body, which gave Nagato and Konan some preliminary understanding of Madara's strength. Kirigakure, huh? Konan murmured. The current tyranny of the Blood Mist village was caused by Obito. So Konan wondered just how much hatred Madara held for Kirigakure to torment it from the shadows for so many years. Chapter 90 Teaming Up with Anti-Snake. The Land of Waves is a small island located in the eastern waters of the Land of Fire. It bordered the Land of Fire and was connected to the Land of the Sea to the east. It was perpetually shrouded in damp sea mist. During the Third Great Ninja War, the Land of Waves had also been a battleground between Konoha and Kirigakure. Though the war had ended, the scars left by the conflict had yet to heal. This small island nation still hadn't returned to its pre-war peace and stability. Instead, due to factors like pirates, bandits, rogue samurai, and missing Nin, it had become even more chaotic. This also set the stage for the Gato Company's eventual monopoly over the Land of Waves trade a few years later. By the seaside of the Land of Waves, a black robe fluttered in the ocean breeze. Menma, wearing the white 3-eyed fox mask, walked along the coast. Ahead lay a small town, but he didn't head toward it. Instead, he stood by the shore, gazing across the strait. From here, he could vaguely make out the outline of the mainland through the sea mist. 8 years later, Team 7 would encounter Zabuza and Haku here, engage in a fierce battle, and eventually build a cross-sea bridge, the Great Naruto Bridge. Seriously, the tech tree here is so weird. This country is still in a feudal era, yet they can build a bridge spanning over 10 kilometers. Menma muttered under his breath. With mind's eye of the Kagura, he felt a familiar chakra gradually approaching. The sound of wooden clogs stepping on sand echoed through the thin mist. The white 3-eyed fox mask tilted slightly as a figure slowly approached. Have you been waiting long? Orochimaru, dressed as a noble lady, walked forward, his golden vertical pupils glinting behind her disheveled hair. This trip to Kirigakure was somewhat dangerous, so she hadn't brought any subordinates. After all, the fewer people, the lower the risk of exposure, and the easier it would be to escape if needed. That ship happens to be heading to the Land of Water. Menma said, gesturing toward a sea vessel docked at the port of the coastal town. Orochimaru followed his gaze. Through the mist, the flag of the Gato Company fluttered faintly on the ship. The two each used their own methods. Orochimaru used genjutsu to control the ship's crew, successfully boarding under the guise of a noblewoman and even securing a decent room. Menma, on the other hand, simply leaped onto the ship and rendezvoused with Orochimaru. After 2 days of travel, the ship gradually approached the shores of the land of water. A sudden burst of ninjutsu clashes in the mist drew the passengers to the railings, peering at the figures fighting on the sea's surface and murmuring among themselves. By the time Menma and Orochimaru stepped out of the cabin, they overheard the civilians' discussions. Are those ninjas? How many times has it been this month? I've traveled to the land of water 5 times and seen this happen 3 times already. TCH, as long as they don't drag us ordinary folks into it. Orochimaru stared at the figures battling in the mist, his golden vertical pupils gleaming faintly. It seems Kirigakure's situation is worse than we imagined. Defections are happening non-stop. He glanced sideways at the silent Shura, only to see the fox mask reflecting the gray sky, which dampened Orochimaru's enthusiasm somewhat. After the ship docked, the two disappeared into the bustling crowd. Since the last war, 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist haven't been fully replenished. Rumor has it some even defected with their swords. So, what we need to watch out for are the Kekkei clans in Kirigakure and the Mizukage Umbu, Orochimaru explained as they walked toward Kirigakure. So, should we act together or separately? Orochimaru brushed aside his hair, his golden vertical pupils fixed on Shura. At this time, Menma was using Mind's Eye of the Kagura to sense the chakra within a 100-kilometer radius. He vaguely remembered that Haku wasn't originally from Kirigakure but was born in a small village where it snowed year-round. His mother was from the Yuki clan, and he awakened the ice-release Kekkei. However, his father and the villagers saw him as a curse. In fact, his father personally led the villagers to kill Haku's mother and was about to kill the young Haku as well when, in his terror, Haku activated ice release and slaughtered everyone. From then on, Haku became an orphan, wandering the streets of the land of water. Menma guessed that Haku's wandering range was likely in the southwestern part of the country. After all, once Zabuza defected, he wouldn't have been able to stay in the land of water for long. The Mizukage Umbu weren't pushovers. To escape their pursuit, Zabuza would have had to leave the nation. So, it was most likely that Zabuza encountered Haku while trying to flee from the southeastern coast of the land of water. As Menma's mind's eye of the Kagura scanned the area like radar, Menma finally discovered a faint chakra with a chilling feeling in a town not far away. I've found something interesting. Want to come take a look? Without waiting for Orochimaru's response, Menma flickered onto a tree branch and dashed through the forest. Something interesting. Orochimaru's curiosity was piqued, and he followed. In a certain town in the land of water, snow fell heavily. A small, filthy boy rummaged through a pile of garbage for food. His thin clothes and bare feet stood in stark contrast to the freezing weather. Suddenly, 3 wild dogs appeared, barking aggressively at him as if marking their territory. The boy expressionlessly raised his right hand, forming an ice senbon in his palm, and threw it toward the dogs. Thud. The lead dog's head exploded, blood and brain matter splattering across the snow. The other 2 yelped and fled with their tails between their legs. The boy picked up a half-frozen piece of bread and began chewing. Then, he noticed a shadow falling over the snow in front of him. Looking up, he saw a mysterious figure in a fox mask, extending a hand toward him. The boy stood up slowly, staring blankly at the stranger. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable pull and hesitantly stepped forward. What's your name? A question came from behind the mask. Haku. The boy answered softly, his voice hollow. Menma reached out and ruffled Haku's dirty, short hair. From now on, you'll follow me. Taking Haku's hand, Menma led him toward a nearby inn. Cuckoo. Orochimaru landed by the garbage pile moments later, eyeing the dead dog with the still-melting ice senbon embedded in its skull. His slitted pupils gleamed with envy. As soon as you get here, you already found a kid with ice release. Orochimaru watched as the 2 figures, one big and one small, disappeared into the distance. It seems that bringing Azura to Kirigakure had been the right move. With the future intelligence he possesses, he likely knew exactly which Kekkei could be taken and which young geniuses were worth recruiting. But since Menma had already claimed this boy, Orochimaru would have to find other Kekkei children for herself. And he'd need to act fast.